dimness, dampness, and a suffocating moldy stench. This was Lin En's very first impression of the world he had crossed into. From beyond the door came waves of grating scratches, the kind of sound that made one's teeth ache like fingernails raking across a blackboard, amplified several-fold. Bang! The wooden door was violently rammed by some colossal thing, sending showers of dust cascading down. By the faint moonlight, Lin En could just make out a gigantic shadow looming outside the door. It stood at least 3 meters tall, and from it wafted a stench like fermented herring left to rot for 3 months, mingled with the reek of an unclean latrine. More despairingly, Lin En could not even lift a hand to cover his nose, for he had crossed over into a statue. More precisely, a dilapidated idol caked in cobwebs, with a great crack split across its brow. Before him hovered a blood-red semi-transparent panel that flashed frantically like a death-summoning alarm light warning. Faith value is about to hit 0. Current status: divine persona, in extreme peril. Countdown to divinity collapse, 29 minutes, 50 seconds. 29 minutes, 49 seconds. Inside Lin En's heart it felt as though a stampede of alpacas was charging in wild confusion. Other people who crossed over either started by breaking off an engagement and roaring about 30 years east of the river, or as rich heirs racing sports cars and chasing romance. Bang bang. The impacts outside grew ever more frenzied, and the already flimsy door now bore a jagged crack running down its center. A thick arm oozing yellowish-green pus forced its way through the gap, groping blindly within. At that moment, a faint sobbing sound rose from beneath the statue. Lin En strained to turn the eyes he no longer possessed downward, and saw a girl kneeling on a prayer cushion. She looked at most 14 or 15, thin as a sentient matchstick. She clutched a rusty cross in a death grip, her face streaked with tears, and snot, praying frantically to Lin En's statue with utter despair. Great Lord of Ashes, please, I beg you, cast down divine punishment and drive away the filth outside. I swear don't want to die and be eaten. Ew. Watching the girl smash her forehead raw against the floor, Lin En's heart sank into helpless despair. Girl, stop praying already. Haven't you heard you shouldn't worship random roadside deities? Even if you bash your head open, I still can't conjure a machine gun to save you right now. This wretched idol was shedding stone chips faster than dandruff. He could scarcely protect himself as it was. Outside, the monster seemed to catch the scent of living humans within. It suddenly loosed an inhuman, piercing howl, making the entire chapel roof shake and rain down dust. It's over. I'm going to end here. Lin En had already resigned himself to closing his eyes for the final fade-out. Yet just as the monster was about to smash through the door, a crisp chime rang deep in his mind. Immediately, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion drowned out the roars beyond the door. Host nearing extinction detected. Fourth Calamity system has forcibly bound to host. Scanning current plane coordinates. Scan complete. Constructing cross-plane, soul bridging channel. Target location: Blue Star. Lin En's numbed consciousness suddenly jolted awake. A system, his long-awaited cheat, had the host may disguise the current real world as a game of 100 full-dive virtual reality and distribute closed beta access to players on Earth through the system. The slaughter, construction, and even emotional fluctuations of players upon arrival will all be converted into your faith value. Reminder: the faith you currently possess is only sufficient to shape 5 of the most basic initial mortal bodies. Please issue beta qualification judiciously. Please immediately edit the game promotion link and deploy it across the Blue Star network. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin En understood in an instant. This was simply asking him to recruit reinforcements, to lure over that notorious Fourth Calamity crowd on Blue Star, the kind of players who would even slap passing stray dogs and have them become his unpaid labor force. Do it. This was his only chance to survive. By now the door was on the verge of collapse. The mutated butcher's horizontally torn maw was already pressed against the crack, drooling as it stared at the little nun inside. System, generate a game link for me at once. The name will be Awakening of the Old God. No need for grand promotion campaigns. There's no time. Keep it as short as possible. Blast it across major game forums, message boards, and social groups for me. Meanwhile, on Blue Star the time was just 1130 at night. In this era on Blue Star, virtual reality technology was highly advanced. Nearly every household owned a VR headset or an inexpensive gaming pod. Yet though the technology had soared, the games themselves still clung to the same tired trio: Reskin's card draws and pay-to-win microtransactions. The people of the world had long suffered under predatory online games. In a male dormitory at a certain university, sophomore student Lu Zi Yi lay sprawled idly on his bunk wearing a VR headset as he furiously scrolled through posts in the new game watering zone of a large gaming forum. He was a hardcore gaming enthusiast known online by the handle passing Pure Love War God. At the moment he was seething with frustration after playing a so-called epic era-defining virtual masterpiece that in truth ran like a lagging slideshow of garbage. What trash! Its combat feels like chopping cotton, and they dare call it era-defining. First managed to surpass simple running games before boasting about crossing eras. Muttering curses, Lu Ziyi was about to exit the forum section when the page abruptly refreshed and an extremely conspicuous post jumped straight to the very top. The post's title was brazenly bold. Awakening of the Old God, era-defining 100 real VR immersive online game. First test limited to 5 players, Lovecraftian dark hardcore survival. No grinding, no pay-to-win, start with a top-tier foreign lowly NPC for free. No queues. Click to play instantly. Lu Ziyi blinked in surprise. You claim to be era-defining too. Could there really be a master at work? He snorted coldly a moment later. 100% real. He scoffed. These backalley companies really dare brag about anything now. Do they not fear violating advertising laws?
林小晴脸色一白，陈志伟握住他的手，司仪声音温和，敲一次钟，审判会告诉你们对方是否为本人。
And then he saw the size of the installation package. What the 1 kilobyte? They weren't even pretending anymore. This has got to be a Trojan, he muttered. Or some mutated spin-off of old-school malware he had.
很小。
His roommate on the lower bunk, busy slurping instant noodles, craned his neck for a glance and curled his lip. Don't click it, man. If your headset's mainboard gets fried, all those dozens of gigs of study materials you stored in there will be gone. Afraid of what? Lu Ziyi's contrarian streak flared. This headset's a piece of scrap I bought at a secondhand market. It's practically empty inside. Tonight I'm going to see just what tricks this so-called hacker can pull. It was late at night, and he was bored anyway. Recklessness was his main theme. Without hesitation, Lu Ziyi clicked download and selected run immediately. And he was not the only one. Across Blue Star's vast population, there would always be a few exceptionally adventurous jokers who clicked open this 1 kilobyte installation package. Beep. Almost the instant the program was executed, Lu Ziyi's VR interface went completely black. An indescribable sensation of weightlessness surged through him as though his entire being had been stuffed into a spinning washer-dryer and was being hurled about madly. I knew it. Really a virus. Lu Ziyi barely began to curse a second time before his consciousness was swallowed entirely by darkness. The gaze cut back to the ruined church in the eerie realm. With a harsh crack, the solid wooden doors that had held out for so long finally gave way under the monster's relentless assault and were smashed apart. A wave of rancid corpse-cold wind poured in as the three-turtle abomination finally forced its way entirely into the church. In front of Lin Un's eyes, the system panel suddenly sprang forth, displaying the creature's detailed information: target locked, aberrant, rot corpse level assessment, tier 1 danger class, traits: a fusion of villager corpses infected by abyssal miasma devoid of pain, possessing tremendous strength, its skin oozing pus, laced with a moderate hallucinogenic toxin. A final line flickered across the interface: recommendation, run, or choose a slightly more dignified posture and wait for death. Lin Un cursed inwardly at the system, seething. I'm a stone statue, how am I supposed to run? What am I meant to do, scrape my pedestal along the floor? Lin Un raged in his heart at the system. Where are the people I summoned? Has the server frozen? The aberrant rot corpse let out a deafening roar. Its masses of flesh swollen with pus-filled boils squeezed and rippled as its blood-red compound eyes locked onto the kneeling Nunshi Weir. In this lifeless, forsaken chapel, living flesh was as enticing as a searchlight piercing the midnight darkness. Watching the enormous shadow envelop her, she Weir trembled like a sieve. Has the Lord God finally and utterly forsaken this cursed world? As the aberrant rot corpse raised its arm, thick as a water barrel, ready to swat the little snack before it into minced flesh, time seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly, without the slightest warning, 5 pillars of pure white light erupted skyward and earthward before Lin Un's cracked stone statue. The radiance was blinding, like suddenly turning a phone's brightness to maximum under a pitch-black quilt. Even the aberrant rot corpse was forced to shield its eyes with its thick arms, letting out a frightened low growl. The pillars of light came swiftly and vanished just as fast. 2 seconds later, the white glow dispersed, and 5 human figures now stood upon the ritual array at the center of the church. Because the loading time had been unbearably tight, the system had not even had time to unlock the facet customization feature. It had barely bothered to refine their starter outfits. Thus what presented itself to everyone's eyes was an exceedingly eye-searing scene: 5 identically featured bald, burly men standing in a perfect line, each wearing nothing but a simple pair of white shorts. The tableau looked exactly like 5 martial monks who had just escaped from a certain ancient temple. For a heartbeat, even the air seemed to congeal. The mindless aberrant rot corpse froze in place. Its walnut-sized brain appeared to have crashed. At that moment, the 5 players finally seized full control of these newly granted bodies. The one whose in-game name was Passing Pure Love War God, Lu Ziyi, snapped his eyes open. No lag, no frame drops, none of that accursed online login interface. Even the mold-tainted stench in the air flowed smoothly into his nostrils. Holy! He stared blankly for a full 3 seconds, then suddenly lowered his head to gaze at his own hands. Clenching his fists, he swung them twice with force. The tug of muscle and tendon translating back into his brain felt even more authentic than in reality. Ayo, Necalobite game, and you pull this on me. Do you have a death wish? Nearby, another bald man slapped himself squarely on the forehead. Well, that actually hurt. This pain feedback. The system says my pain is locked at 5%, but it feels far too real. Even the jolt from the impact registers clearly. This bald man's ID was even minions have dignity. From the name alone one could tell he was fond of absurd antics. The third bald player simply flopped onto the floor heedless of his image and started scraping at the moss in the cracks between the flagstones. This humidity, this texture of soil, even this musty smell. Am I really not dreaming? Ayo, Necalobite installation package. What kind of divine optimization is this? The big studios aren't even worthy to carry this developer's shoes. Kindergarten Top Dog exclaimed as he spoke, then casually scooped up a handful of dirt and shoved it into his mouth. Papa, bitter, with a hint of rust. This game even simulates taste. A masterpiece. This is absolutely the masterpiece of the year. Even if we played this purely as a travel simulator, we'd be profiting in spades. It's leagues ahead, truly leagues ahead. In an instant, the 5 bald men turned the inside of the church into chaotic bedlam. One was furiously doing push-ups to test his body's balance. Another was tugging at a companion's white shorts to see whether any censorship appeared. A third circled a pillar, studying the grain of the ancient wood. By now, the aberrant rock corpse left hanging on the sidelines could finally endure no more. It was after all a Tier 1 danger class aberration hideous enough to make heaven and earth weep, yet these 5 scantily dressed lunatics were treating it as if it were air. With a thunderous step forward, the monster roared so loudly the roof seemed to tremble. Foul yellow slime sprayed from its maw, splattering all 5 men in the face. Ordinary people, upon seeing such a rotting monster worthy of a final boss in a horror film, would scream, feel their legs give out, or even lose control of their bowels. But these 5 were calamities forged in countless zombie games. Their reaction was uncannily unified. Not only did they not retreat, they all stepped forward in unison, eyes gleaming with hungry wolfish green light. Brothers, look at this creature's model. Lu's eye wiped the reeking slime from his face, not disgusted in the slightest. On the contrary, his voice cracked with excitement. The detailed textures of this decayed skin. They even nailed the physical tension of the drooling strands. Incredible. That's nothing. Come look over here. Even minions have dignity. Crouched beside Shi Wei-er, shouting as though he had discovered a new continent. This NPC little sister is rendered far too exquisitely. Look at the tears, those tiny tremors in her movements. Little sister, are you hungry? Your big brother has. Apologies, the system didn't issue a starter pack. My pockets are filled with nothing but. Watching these 5 bald men critique the aberrant rock corpse and herself, as if they were about to press a magnifying glass to their faces, Shi Wei-er's mind sank completely into chaos. The 5 warriors summoned by the Lord God. Why did they seem even more like aberrations than the monsters outside? Upon the divine altar, Lin En watched this scene with speechless exasperation. I can't let them keep analyzing the models. If this goes on, my divinity really will shatter. Lin En immediately summoned the last wisp of energy within the system, igniting the eyes of his stone effigy. In an instant, 2 solemn beams of blue light shot forth from the statue's eyes, enveloping the 5 players. An ethereal oracle, as if descending from the ancient firmament, exploded directly in their minds. Brave wanderers from afar, welcome to the world of awakening of the old god. Dark beings have been detected invading. To safeguard the final sanctum of purity, the main quest is hereby initiated. A clear chime rang out in their minds. In the upper right corner of each player's vision, an extremely minimalistic translucent quest window popped up. Simultaneously, main quest: eliminate the monster defiling the church, aberrant rock corpse. Quest description: don't be cowed, just fight. With your fists, or with anything you can lift, stuff this disgusting lump of flesh back where it came from. Holy! Kindergarten Top Dog squealed like a startled marmot. The main quest is here. Are we supposed to fight a boss already? Passing Pure Love, War God glanced left and right, discovering that he was bare of even a wooden practice sword. Yet such a trivial detail could never stump a seasoned hardcore gamer. He bent down at once, clamped both hands around a broken plank from the church's solid wooden doors, veins bulging, and hoisted it up by brute force. You can actually pick this up? This physics engine even recognizes door planks as weapons. The freedom is absurdly high. Brandishing half a door plank like a berserk wild boar, Lu Zai was the first to charge toward the three-turtle aberrant rock corpse, unleashing a brazen battle cry to protect the last sanctum of purity. We'll beat it to death. Charge. The first kill is mine. Anyone dare steal it, and I'll follow the data lines to pull their power plug. Roaring engines, crush it. In Shi Weiers, utterly stunned, gazed the five bald, broad-shouldered men in their white shorts hurled themselves at the aberration that could easily rend tigers and leopards apart, like five rabid dogs slipped from their leashes, roaring as they pounced. With a dull thud, the sound resonated. The player known as Passing Pure Love War God charged forward, brandishing half of a solid wood door like he was struck heat-in by a speeding truck. The three-turtle corrupted corpse simply waved its arm as thick as a bucket without even using a skill, and Lu Zai was sent flying along with the door. With a crack, Lu Zai twisted in midair into an odd C shape, crashing heavily against the wall. For a normal person, such an impact would likely shatter their organs. Yet under the system's rules, Lu Zai's body did not explode into pixels, instead at the moment of landing, he transformed into a pile of gray ash. Immediately, this pile of ashes seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, slowly drifting back to the base of Lin N's statue. Wow, what an impressive attack power. Can a single punch kill us? Shouted a nearby player by some invisible This guy was a seasoned player. Seeing Lu Zai get taken out, his first reaction was not fear, but to quickly pull out his in-game experience to analyze the boss's mechanics. That guy's attack recovery is about 2 seconds. We can sneak in a hit. Just as he finished speaking, the honest player known as Kindergarten Leader had already picked up a brick from the ground, attempting to smash it onto the corrupted corpse's toe. Roar. The monster felt the pain and stomped down hard. Thud. Kindergarten Leader met a Meanwhile, even Ma Lu has dignity, was crouched in the monster's blind spot, leering as he attempted to study the pus-filled boils on its legs. Guys, this monster's boils are actually dynamic fluid physics. If I poke it, will it lose health? However, the corrupted corpse clearly did not want to cooperate with his assessment, lifting its leg and delivering a war stomp, sending Ma Lu back home. In less than 10 seconds, 3 out of the 5 players were down. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared on the altar, and 3 bald heads stood up, unharmed. Kindergarten Leader touched his smooth forehead, feeling not a trace of defeat from dying, but rather excitement, like a 200-pound child. Wow. This death animation is kind of cool. Turning to ashes and being reborn. Brothers, let's keep charging. As long as we exhaust its health, we can defeat it, even with a massage. The 3 of them shouted and charged again. While this group of foolish players was having a blast, Lin N, sitting at the altar, was completely panicked. His system panel was flashing with warnings. Warning. Faith value 10. Warning. Faith value. Warning. Faith value 10. Lin N's heart nearly stopped. System, come out and explain. Why is my faith value decreasing? Are these players draining my resources? The cold mechanical voice of the system promptly answered, pouring a bucket of cold water over him. Report host, please check your initial account balance. As an endangered deity, your initial faith value is 600 points. It just forcibly consolidated the bodies of 5 players. Each body consumed 100 points, totaling 500 points. Your current remaining faith value 70 points. Lin N was stunned. What was that 30 points deduction just now? The system patiently explained, the host's current title is Lord of Ashes. The players' bodies are essentially remade from your divine power ashes. When they die, their bodies will turn to ash and return to your divine throne. However, each time you reconstitute a body, you must pay the system 10 points of faith value. Friendly reminder, your current balance is only 70 points, which means that after the players die 7 more times, you will go completely bankrupt and your divinity will collapse, ending the game. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin N felt as if his stony forehead was about to explode with anger. He only had 10 resurrection coins, and this group of reckless players had already used 3 in less than a minute since entering. At this rate of taking hits with their faces, he would have to say goodbye to this world in no more than 5 minutes. At this moment on the battlefield, the recently revived players were preparing to rush in again to give themselves away. Meanwhile, the 5th bald player who had been inactive finally made a move. His ID was, I am not Jiahao. Among the 5 bald heads, his demeanor stood out as exceptional. While others were shouting and yelling, he, wearing only a pair of shorts, managed to strike a melancholy pose with his hands in his pockets. Though he had no pockets, his hands could only rest against the edges of his shorts. Watching the other 4 in disarray, I am not Jiahao let out a cold laugh. While my peers mindlessly charge into play games, I study stocks daily, and my perspective is on a whole different level. You understand, right? He thought through a perfect professional avoidance maneuver in his mind, then tilted his head slightly disdainfully, uttering 4 words, no time to die. With that, he executed a tactical slide, attempting to slip through the corrupted corpse's legs for a stylish backstab. However, without shoes, he slipped on the moss-covered church floor. He ended up in a hilariously awkward split position right between the monster's legs. The monster looked down at the bald player who had slipped under its crotch, confusedly scratching its boil-covered head, then unceremoniously sat down. I am not Jiahao was instantly turned to ash. Warning. Faith value 10. Watching his balance drop to 60 points, Lin In was thoroughly enraged. They couldn't keep playing like this. System. Immediately issue a global announcement. Patch it up. Quickly. Ding. Suddenly, a blood-red semi-transparent warning box popped up in the center of the vision of the 5 players currently wreaking havoc in the church. Emergency hotfix announcement. Due to the game being in the testing phase, each player only has 2 free resurrection opportunities. If a third death occurs, the account will be forcibly reclaimed, and the testing qualification will be permanently revoked. As this bloody message appeared, the entire church fell into silence. Even the air seemed to stop moving. Cancel testing qualification. I am not Jiahao froze in place, awkwardly staring at the monster less than half a meter away from him. I am not Jiahao chuckled awkwardly, trying to negotiate with a tone of utmost civility. Big bro, the system issued an announcement. How about we call for a pause? You know what I mean. The response he received was the corrupted corpse's gaping maw and the foul stench rushing. Roar. The monster swatted him down like a fly, and I am not Jiahao was once again reduced to a pile of ash. Warning. Faith value 10. A flash of white light appeared on the formation. I am not Jiahao revived again, but this time upon opening his eyes he saw the blood-red warning, current remaining resurrection attempt 0. What the hell? I only have 1 life left. I hadn't even started playing yet. This is rigged against me. I'm going to write a lengthy complaint on the forum. The immersive experience of this game completely crushed all major titles on the market. If he got banned, it would be worse than dying at their hands. Everyone stop messing around. As a seasoned player, Ji Li instantly took on the role of the leader. This monster clearly isn't meant for us to take heat in. We need to use strategy. Jiahao, you have only 1 life left. Stay back and throw stones to draw aggro. Pure Love War God, and Ma Lu, you two go gather those rotten wooden beams over there. This game's terrain can be destroyed. Let's find a way to control its movement. Leader, come with me to restrain this guy. As long as it falls, we'll target its joints and eyes. Realizing that he could no longer treat his life as a joke, this group of 4th Calamity finally set aside their playful grins, revealing their most terrifying side. In an extreme competition to avoid being banned, the aberrant corpse was in the midst of a fierce rampage, puzzled in its not-so-effective mind as to why these 5 prey seemed as unkillable as cockroaches, showing no fear whatsoever. But now the situation had completely changed. The 5 bald heads no longer charged forward like fools, but instead they became more elusive than eels. With a roar, it lunged at Ji Li, but Ji Li did not meet it heat in. Instead, she executed a textbook tactical roll, taking cover behind a load-bearing pillar. The monster slammed into the stone column, disoriented. Now's the time. Pull the rope. The passerby, Pure Love War God, and Ma Lu also have dignity, somehow managed to dig out a dusty coarse hemp rope, and together they yanked it hard from both sides. Just in time, it got tangled around the monster's thick ankle. The 3-meter behemoth lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, causing the church's floor tiles to shatter. Output. Hit its weak point. Ji Li grabbed a spiked piece of the broken door and, like planting rice, violently stabbed it into the back of the monster's head. I am not Jiahao stood 5 meters away, picking up a fist-sized brick from the ground and smashing it onto the monster's body. At that moment, the situation was instantly reversed. No matter how strong this first-tier aberrant corpse was, as long as it fell to the ground faced with 5 players who completely disregarded martial ethics, it could only be filled with impotent rage. It wanted to run, to crawl out of this terrifying church. These weren't just a few weak humans, they were clearly 5 perverts clad in human skin. But the crowd gave it no chance at all. If it escaped, wouldn't our first kill be gone? Ji Li leaped onto the monster's back, using the sharp wooden spike in her hand to frantically attack the back of the monster's head. The kindergarten boss and Ma Lu also have dignity, clung tightly to the monster's legs, disrupting its movement. The passerby, Pure Love War God, continued to pick up that piece of wood and wildly smashed it against the aberrant corpse's head. Bang, bang, bang. This is for making me fly earlier. 80. The poor first-tier anomaly in the eyes of the local residents was like a natural disaster. Yet it was completely exhausted by these 5 bald heads wearing nothing but shorts in a humiliating manner. Roar. With its final unwilling howl, the monster lost the strength to resist and crashed back to the ground with a thud. It's done for. Give it the finishing blow. Ji Li shouted loudly. Here comes the great fortune. The passerby, Pure Love War God, leaped down from the broken staircase on the 2nd floor, thrusting the sharp edge of the half-door board into the aberrant corpse's nape with the force of gravity. Black foul blood sprayed out. The monster twitched twice, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into a stinking pile of rotten flesh. System prompt: congratulations to the player team for defeating the aberrant corpse. First-year danger level, main quest completed. Participating players: Passerby, Pure Love, War God, Geely Malu. Also have Dignity, Kindergarten Boss. I am not Jiahao. We won. We killed the boss. The first kill is ours. The 5 players excitedly embraced each other, jumping around. Even Jiahao, who had been hiding and shouting 666 from the back, was so excited he forgot to maintain his persona. On the altar, Lin In saw the system panel instantly refresh with a long row of dense data information. Settlement complete. Killed a first-tier aberrant corpse, gaining 100 points of belief value. The system automatically deducted 90 points as the host's server maintenance fee and personal profit. Remaining 10 points of belief value have been converted to experience value according to contribution and distributed to player accounts. Ding. At this moment, the 5 players below received a prompt: simultaneously quest reward issued. You have gained 20 points of experience. Current level LV. 120,100. Lin In looked at the belief value distribution in the backend, unable to help but marvel in his heart. It's so damn dark. Hiding behind and not lifting a finger, directly crying, and profiting 90 points of belief value, while also keeping his life safe. Meanwhile, these 5 players who fought tooth and nail each received only the measly experience converted from 2 points of belief value. This is a typical case of the sheep's wool on the sheep's back. Even a capitalist would have to stand up and salute upon seeing this ratio of commission. However, Lin In's conscience didn't hurt at all. He even felt like laughing. After all, this is an online game. As long as the progress bar is rising, players can feel joy even while growing. Sure enough, the 5 bald heads, upon seeing the experience points credited, were already excitedly hugging each other and shouting. Whoa, 20 points of experience. The progress bar has risen by 1/5. It's a first kill. This is our server's first kill. This game even has such a pleasant sound effect for experience points. The frustration from almost being banned just vanished. It feels great. The 5 bald heads jumped around in the church, resembling a large-scale atavistic phenomenon. After the cheers, the 5 of them pounced on the pile of rotten meat on the ground like starving ghosts reincarnated. For the 4th calamity, not looting the corpse after defeating a monster was more unbearable than killing them. Did it drop gear? Did it drop any gold coins? Does this broken game not even have a drop light? The passerby, Pure Love, War God, unable to care about the foul stench all around, frantically searched through the black flesh with both hands, even pulling out the monster's intestines and shaking them. No gear dropped. No problem. The monster itself is material. Brothers, don't be in a hurry to curse. Malu also have Dignity squatted beside the monster's smashed head, his eyes shining like he was eyeing a Michelin 3-star feast. He extended a finger, dipped it into the thick yellowish pus in the monster's skull, and examined it closely. Based on my years of experience playing open-world survival games, the corpses of poisonous monsters usually provide a hidden buff, like poison resistance 1, when consumed. The other 4 suddenly stopped their actions, staring at him in shock. Even I am not Jiahao, who usually prided himself on being high-end, was taken aback. Whoa, are you serious? This stuff smells like a latrine that has fermented for 10 years. Are you really going to put it in your mouth? While my peers only know about killing monsters and looting gear, I have long begun to explore the food chain logic underlying the game. This is what we call the exploration spirit of hardcore gamers. It's very, you know what I mean, right? After saying that, under the awed and disgusted gazes of the 4, Malu also have Dignity unhesitatingly stuffed that finger smeared with yellow-green pus into his mouth and smacked his lips. The entire scene fell silent. Whoa, this aftertaste is stronger than canned herring. Ugh. Malau's face instantly turned green, and then a red 5 floated above his head. He began to froth at the mouth and convulse on the ground, his health bar visibly dropping. System prompt: player Malu also have Dignity has ingested a lethal hallucinogenic toxin and is in a state of near death from poisoning. Damn, he really is eating. Hurry. Pure Love, Battle God used the door plank to give him a quick end. Watching the 5 bald men over there competing to give their teammates a humane destruction, the native little nun Zyweir, who had been hiding in the corner, felt her worldview shaken to its core. She stared blankly at the distorted, decaying corpse on the ground that had once instilled fear throughout the entire town, able to easily tear down city walls. Now this terrifying monster was cut into pieces, its intestines spilling everywhere. And these believers, summoned by the great deity, they not only showed no fear of the darkness, but even seemed to be tasting the monster's brain matter and venom. Moreover, they were frothing at the mouth while excitedly shouting. What kind of group is this? Even more insane than the eerie, more brutal than demons. Zyweir trembled violently, not from fear of the dead body on the ground, but from extreme reverence. She turned around and faced the cracked stone statue of Lin, and kneeling heavily with a thud. If her prayers before were filled with despair, now her eyes held nothing but fervor and boundless admiration. "Oh, great master, please forgive my previous ignorance and cowardice." Zyweir buried her head deeply against the cold stone slab, her voice trembling with excitement. "What terrifying minions have you summoned from the depths of the abyss? Facing such filthy evil, they find pleasure in playing with and consuming the living. So you are the most indescribable supreme ruler in this world. That hypocritical light church is utterly insignificant before your minions." Listening to the little nun's frenzied and delusional raving, Lin, sitting on the divine platform, couldn't muster a smile. Describable. Supreme ruler. At this moment, although the surface of the statue still pretended to radiate a dignified glow, its insides were bleeding and sweating profusely. Because in the half-minute he listened to Zyweir's prayer, the 5 clueless players, unable to find equipment, actually began to mess with the furnishings of the church. The passing pure love battle god was squatting down, trying to pry off the pure silver candlestick in front of the divine platform. Geely was prying at the iron nails on the church door with a wooden plank, muttering, "This thing is definitely an important material for early iron refining." Even Ma Lu has dignity, who had just been rescued and reborn by his teammates, was now on the ground frantically scraping at the moss growing on the tiles. "Damn it, pure love battle god, don't compete with me. I can melt this pure silver candlestick down to make equipment at the blacksmith." "Nonsense. You poor fool, what do you understand? This thing can definitely be exchanged for the first bucket of gold at the pawn shop. Get off." Inside the dilapidated church, the atmosphere had completely shifted from a dull, hostile hardcore survival to a bandit raid. The passing pure love battle god was stepping on the divine platform, gripping the only still non-rusted pure silver candlestick with both hands, his face turning red, ready to uproot it. On the other side, the high player Ji Li was sweating profusely, prying at the remaining iron nails on the door with a piece of wood that had sharp edges. He was muttering, "In a typical survival game, resources like iron ore are too scarce in the early stages. These few nails are definitely key crafting materials." Meanwhile, the honest player kindergarten boss was trying to dig out the plump mutated tide bugs under the tiles. And Ma Lu has dignity, who had just been humanely destroyed and rescued by his teammates, was now crouched under a stone pillar in the corner, frantically scraping at the moss with his nails. "Brothers, I just tasted something. This moss has a bit of sourness, and the system determines it to be a low-level herb. It can definitely be made into a hemostatic bandage." The little nun Zyweir, hiding behind the divine platform, covered her mouth with both hands, afraid that she would scream out of fear. In her severely malnourished little head, an explosive brainstorm was underway. "Oh my god. Do the deity's followers not spare even stones and iron nails?" At that moment, Lin finally couldn't stand it any longer. These living disasters. This broken temple has only that silver candlestick left to maintain some semblance of dignity, and you want to steal even that? If this group of 4th calamities isn't stopped, they will dismantle this church to the point where not a single whole brick will remain within 5 minutes. System. Immediately initiate full server maintenance. Kick these 5 out of the game first. Lin issued the command without hesitation. Ding. The 5 players who were causing havoc were suddenly covered by a glaring scarlet light curtain in the center of their vision, and a line of large characters popped up. "Emergency update system maintenance notice. Dear players, due to overwhelming data from the first test, current online players 55, the server needs to undergo back-end logic sorting and new profession loading. The game will forcibly log off all players in 10 seconds. Please find a safe area to wait. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Damn. Is it really maintenance now?" The passing pure love battle god shouted anxiously. "Don't. I'm about to pry off this candlestick. I'm just a bit short on durability. Wait. I haven't filled my inventory with moss yet. No, this game doesn't have an inventory system. I haven't stuffed my pants with moss yet." Ma Lu has dignity panicked, his hands digging like an excavator. "I am not." Jia Hao stood aside, hands in the edges of his big pants, sneering. "Hell, while my peers are yelling over a bit of scrap metal, I've already seen through the underlying logic of the game's company controlling production. This is called hunger marketing, you understand, right? Understand your uncle. Come help me pull out the nails." Geely was so anxious that he even forgot his high player demeanor. 3, 2, 1. Force log off. No room for negotiation. The players, who were just jumping around in the church like 5 old monkeys from a May, instantly turned into 5 clouds of gray-white ashes, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. The entire church instantly returned to a deathly silence. Only the howling wind outside and the stench emanating from the distorted corpse on the ground proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Huff. Lin let out a long sigh of relief. This group of ancestors finally left. With the surroundings quieting down, Lin finally had time to sort through the chaotic memories in his mind. Because the process of crossing over and binding with the system was too intense, it was only now that he truly realized what kind of hellish start he was in. In this world, humans cannot survive alone in the wilderness. Because the darkness is filled with indescribable evil gods and the endless bizarre monsters they spawn. Ordinary people will be chewed to the bone in minutes as soon as they leave the safe zone, and even their souls will be dragged away to do dirty work. The so-called safe zone refers to those areas protected by the deities. Towns must rely on the power of the deities to sustain the barrier. Within the barrier is a barely survivable pure land, while outside the barrier is true hell on earth. There is also a strict class hierarchy among the deities. Those orthodox main gods control the most fertile lands in the center of the continent and possess the largest base of followers, while marginal wild gods like Lin and are being squeezed to the edge of the continent, with the only remaining follower being the frail little nun in front of him, and even the church they reside in is drafty. The divine rank might shatter into a pile of fragments at any moment. So this group of fourth Calamity I've summoned are essentially my believers. Their power comes from the Ash divine power I bestow. As they level up by fighting monsters, I can take a cut to restore my strength. It's a case of mutual prosperity or mutual ruin. Lin mused to himself that this wasn't just a survival game, it was damn tower defense management game. Having realized this, Lin immediately summoned the system and began exploring the various functions of this golden finger. What greeted his eyes were two extremely minimalist main panels. First was the idle upgrade panel. Clicking it open, it clearly marked his current territory, current area, decayed church on the edge of the Black Forest faith barrier, radius 50 meters, surviving believers, 1 person, required conditions for upgrade, 1/0 faith points. Upgrade effects significantly expand the barrier range, repair the idle, unlock advanced system functions, like territory construction. Seeing the requirement of 10,000 faith points, Lin silently closed this panel. Sorry, I'm out. Even selling all 5 players into pieces wouldn't cover a fraction of that. It was too distant a prospect for now. He then opened the adjacent player console. It displayed closed beta slots 55, currently online 0. On this interface, Lin could wield the absolute power of being a dog game designer. Whenever he wished, he could mute or ban players, and could even spend 1 faith point to send a telepathic message to a player. At the bottom of the panel was another button, recruit new player, 100 faith points. Lin glanced at the balance in the top right corner, 176 points. Originally, he had been down to a meager 60 points. After reluctantly taking a 90-point cut, the remaining 26 points had all been frenzied faith erupted from the little nun Seville, who had been fervently kowtowing and imagining the supreme ruler. That little girl is a stable passive money printer. Looking at the 176-point deposit, Lin hesitated, but ultimately suppressed the urge to recruit more people. The deposit was too small, there was no room for error. It was better to keep these points as revival coins for the existing 5 players. However, mentioning revival coins made Lin frown. Forced by circumstances to prevent these thrill seekers from dying recklessly, he had lied that they only had 2 revival chances. But such a revival mechanic was extremely unreasonable and unhealthy in a game. But if lives were too scarce, the fourth Calamity wouldn't dare to go wild and fight. If players dared not fight, where would he get his cut to leech power? He had to give them the ability to revive continuously. However, if revival were completely free, those players might become too reckless, and his saved faith points would be squandered in no time. For sustainable development, I need a perfect currency exploitation. A no currency circulation system. Lin rapidly calculated in his mind. Suppose a player kills a monster and extracts 100 faith points. 10 points would be given to the player as experience, but experience can't be spent as money. After thinking for a while, Lin had a new idea. From now on, besides experience, the system would additionally mint and distribute 5 ash coins to the players. Then race the key. If a player dies recklessly and wants to revive, they must pay a fee of 10 ash coins. To gather the 10 coins for revival, players would have to go out into the wild and desperately kill 2 monsters. And for those 2 kills, Lin's system backend would net a profit of 180 faith points. When a player dies, Lin only needs to spend 10 faith points to reshape a body for them. You work to earn 10 coins for revival, while I've already earned 180 from you. With enough players, the profit margin I skim from the middle is terrifying. The more Lin thought about it, the more feasible this currency system seemed. System, immediately create this ash coin trading system for me. Ding. 10 faith points consumed. Ash coin data module has been mounted to the player backend. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin was in high spirits. The 10 faith points spent on system development fees were worth it. This was the ultimate scythe for his future wealth. Having solved the most critical ecological loop, Lin didn't rush to dismiss the system. Since he was going to harvest leaks, he had to put on a full show. These players, though heartless, are still here to help me conquer territories. Keeping them running around naked as bald monks not only tarnishes my reputation as the Lord of Ashes, but also easily causes visual fatigue. Lin decided to give the game's appearance and world-building packaging a major upgrade. System activate the basic character creation system. Also make me a slightly more high-end game loading cutscene. Modify the worldview based on the real background of this world. Twilight of the gods, the invasion of darkness, the ancient sanctuary shattered. And they are the sacred pioneers reborn from the ashes bearing the glorious mission to purify the wasteland and rebuild the divine kingdom. Ding. 30 faith points consumed. Game login module updated. Opening CG for Awakening of the Ancient God loaded. Basic character creation and appearance system mounted. All set. Looking at the remaining 136 faith points, Lin felt an unprecedented sense of security. Everything was ready, he just had to wait for these leaks to come online tomorrow and keep working. Having done all this, Lin's tense spirit finally felt an extreme fatigue. Though gods are above the mortal world in a state of near-death divine exhaustion, there will also require slumber to slowly nourish and recover. Lin slowly closed the system panel. The majestic blue light in the eyes of the stone statue on the altar gradually dimmed, reverting to its ancient mottled gray. In the dark ruined church, only the little nun sleeping peacefully in the corner remained, along with the ancient statue that stood silently in the darkness, waiting to astonish the world once more. Meanwhile, on Blue Star it was already 1 a.m. Luzai abruptly sat up in bed, yanked off his secondhand VR helmet, and gasped for air. He felt his arm, then pinched his thigh. Holy shit. Is this really reality? His mind was filled with the image of the grotesque, rotting corpse that had reeked of intense filth and the texture of the rough stone pillar that had been within reach. Masterpiece. This is absolutely a nuclear-level masterpiece in human gaming history. Luzai was so excited he jumped straight down from the top bunk, didn't even put on shoes, and rushed to his computer, opening the country's largest hardcore gaming forum. The forum was still lively, with countless night owls frantically posting complaints about various companies' new Reskin games. Luzai's hands flew across the keyboard, leaving afterimages, and he posted a bold, enlarged font. Thread, everyone wake up. I played a real 100 full-dive VR online game today. Awakening of the Ancient God is absolute. In the post, he described his experience of tearing apart monsters in the broken church in extremely exaggerated terms. Brothers, can you believe it? When that monster's saliva splashed on my face, I actually felt the temperature and stickiness. The physics engine is maxed out. I smashed a monster with a door panel, and the recoil numbed my tiger's mouth. The craziest part is the installation package is only 1 kilobyte. This is definitely alien tech. Within less than a minute of Luzai's post going live, dozens of replies flooded in. First floor is the internet connection of the mental hospital stable. Third floor, and the saliva is warm, buddy, did you drool while wearing the helmet? Fifth floor, I suggest the poster download an anti-fraud app. You clearly have been hit by a ransomware virus. By tomorrow morning, all your study materials will be encrypted. Seeing the sea of mockery below, Luzai was so anxious that he scratched his head, frantic in the thread. I swear, this game is still in beta testing, with only 5 slots available. Just as he was being ridiculed by netizens, several familiar IDs suddenly popped up in the thread. Kindergarten boss. Brothers, the poster isn't lying. I am also a beta player. The feel of smashing that monster's back of the head was incredible. I hit it with a brick over 10 times, and I could see every flake of brick dust clearly. Maluo also has dignity, real name authentication. This game not only has a powerful physics engine, but also an unbeatable sensory system. I just had a bite of the monster's brain juice in that game to taste. Ugh. Brothers, I won't say more, I just threw up beside the toilet in real life. Ooh, it was overwhelming. As these few people came out to testify, the forum not only didn't believe them, but erupted into chaos. What the hell, a group crime? Does the Water Army Company not even check the copy anymore? What the hell, eating monster brain juice in a game? Are you playing a survival game or a wild food game? Reported these accounts must have been hacked. On another side, in a university class group, I am not Jiahao was showing off in the group. While my peers are playing those trashy pay-to-win games, I just experienced a groundbreaking product called Awakening of the Ancient Gods. It reconstructs the virtual neural chain with 1 kilobyte of underlying code. This is called dimensionality reduction attack, you all understand, right? Groupmate A, Jiahao, have you been brainwashed by microbusiness? Groupmate B, kick him, this guy has been losing money in stocks lately. That night, the hardcore gaming forum was stirred up by the name Awakening of the Ancient Gods, leading to dozens of pages of heated discussion. In the dead of night, although most netizens were mocking Luzai and his group as being hired posters, there were always a few thrill-seekers whose mental state was a decade ahead of others, insisting on being stubborn and saying, I don't believe in evil. Following the 1 kilobyte link in the thread, they actually clicked to download it. What can 1 kilobyte do? It can't even fit a pixelated image. Ooh, I want to see how this virus steals my account. Awakening of the Ancient Gods start. As a result, the VR helmet did not pop up a screen full of ransomware, but went black, displaying a few lines of cold white text. Sorry, the current game is in closed beta testing. Due to server capacity limitations, you have not yet qualified for this beta test. Thank you for your attention. Please look forward to the next recruitment. Netizens trying to download were directly amused. God money. Writing a TXT file just to pretend, is that what you're doing in the middle of the night? No qualification, and you send a hammer link. On the other side in the boys' dormitory, Luzai was in the thread passionately arguing, his fingers typing so fast on the keyboard that they were almost smoking, yet he could not convince these stubborn cloud players. Just as he was about to make a vow to prove he wasn't lying, a private message notification suddenly rang in the background. Upon opening it, he saw it was that old acquaintance who had just spoken up for him. Maluo also has dignity, bro. Stop arguing with these keyboard warriors, they don't understand the mark. I was the one who just consumed the monster's venom. Let's exchange contact information and set up a group to chat. Luzai's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent his contact information. After just accepting the friend request, he was pulled into a small group of 3 called A Loving Family of Ball. Looking at the group members, aside from the one who added him, there was also a guy with a default avatar with the group nickname being Kindergarten Boss. Luzai quickly changed his group nickname to the Pure Love God of War. Then he tossed a silly panda emoji saying, "Hello handsome," into the group. The next second, Maluo also has dignity directly threw in a large meme saying, "Kids am back," setting the tone for the group. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Maluo also has dignity. What a pity I sent a whole bunch of private messages on the forum, but couldn't find the big shot who poked the monster with a wooden stick, nor that show-off who had to keep his hands in his pockets even when wearing shorts. Otherwise, our 5-man group for the first test would be complete. Kindergarten Boss sent a system-generated sweating emoji, and then sighed. To be honest, brothers, this game is incredible. Right now I'm lying in bed staring at the ceiling, and I feel like I'm dreaming. The sensation of smashing that monster's head still makes my palms tingle. The Pure Love God of War. Who says otherwise? It's no wonder that group of people on the forum doesn't believe it. From physical collisions to sensory simulations, this is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. I now suspect that this lousy game company must have unearthed some alien technology spaceship and is directly using alien equipment as our servers. It's absurd. Maluo also has dignity. It might also be a groundbreaking achievement for aliens. By the way, did you see the client when you got kicked offline? There was a countdown next to the icon. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp, we can re-enter the game. The Pure Love God of War directly sent a meme showing someone sitting up in shock. What the hell? Is that for real? We got forcibly kicked offline, and I thought this lousy system would at least take 10 days to half a month to fix bugs. So quickly patched up. Kindergarten Boss, I saw it displayed on my helmet too. The Pure Love God of War, why don't you put on the virtual helmet and take a look for yourself? Seeing this message, Luzai instantly flipped like a salted fish, picked up the secondhand VR helmet that was thrown on his bedside, and put it back on his head. He clicked on the still only 1 kilobyte black icon. Sure enough, in the center of the originally black screen, a row of pulsating blood-red countdowns appeared. Time until the awakening of the ancient gods server reopens. 5 hours, 56 minutes, 23 seconds. Luzai calculated in his heart, and it was just right for tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. He quickly took off the helmet, his heart racing, as if he had just run 1,000 meters. Without wasting time, he took out his phone, turned the volume all the way up, and skillfully set a series of alarms for 6:50 the next morning. No kidding, he was the Pure Love God of War. When the game opened tomorrow, he had to be among the first to work hard. That pure silver candlestick that was just 2 hits away from breaking, he had been thinking about it for half the night. This was his first pot of gold in another world. Who dared to snatch it from him? He would go through the internet cable to bite them. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about how he usually couldn't be woken up, even if his roommate lifted the blanket during the 8 o'clock class. Now to become a bald worker in a game that didn't even have complete textures, he actually set an alarm for 7 o'clock. Contemporary male college students are just so pure and easy to deceive. Amidst the thunderous snoring of his roommate below, Luzai closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep with a sly smile on his face. At 6:30 in the morning, the dawn was just beginning to break. In the room, Geely lay on the bed in an extremely ungraceful big position with the cold air from the air conditioner blowing. She turned over, kicking a long fair leg out from under the covers, completely unguarded and exposed to the air. Geely sneezed without any goddess-like demeanor, rubbing her somewhat messy hair as she groggily climbed. Hiss! Why does my head hurt so much so early in the morning? Geely mumbled as she shuffled into the bathroom, wearing flip-flops. After a simple wash-up, she returned to her computer chair, skillfully turned on her computer, and prepared to log into the forum to check the phishing strategies for the pixel-style farming game she had been obsessing over. As a seemingly aloof yet hardcore gamer, checking strategies every morning was her established ritual. However, as soon as she logged into the forum today, she discovered that her account's backend was flashing with several unread private messages. Geely, biting on a milk straw, clicked on them in confusion. The top private message was sent around 1 o'clock this morning. Malu also has dignity. Hello, big shot. Do you still remember my ID? Leave a green bubble contact. Let's form a group with the brothers from the first test and play together in the future. Geely. She stared at the private message from Malu. Also has dignity. Her mind filled with question marks. What big shot? What first test? She had clearly been playing a single-player farming game recently. Oh, when had she participated in a multiplayer game first test? In a green bubble. Sending such a familiar line in the middle of the night was too suspicious, wasn't it? The more she thought about it, the more it felt like someone was peddling some dubious product. Moreover, in this day and age, there were still people with such abstract IDs. Geely abruptly halted her action of sipping milk, her refined brows knitting slightly. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her expression darkened as she turned her head and yelled towards the tightly closed door, Ji Luo. Did you steal my account to play some weird game again? The outside was quiet for 2 seconds, then a somewhat excited voice of a 17 or 18-year-old boy came from the next room. Sister, I discovered a new game last night. It's amazing. But I can't chat with you now. This server is about to go live. I have to go. Geely couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ji Luo was her younger brother who had just gone through the torment of the college entrance examination last month and was now in a state of a wild horse, venting his frustrations in various games every day. The embarrassing part was that this kid was still a month away from turning 18. To evade the minor protection system, he had recently been hijacking Ji Li's secondary account to run amok. An especially amazing game. Hearing her brother's evaluation, Ji Li was somewhat puzzled. As a seasoned gamer, she understood her hardcore, tech-savvy brother all too well. For Ji Luo to be this excited, even skipping breakfast to wait for the server to open, what kind of divine quality must this game possess? Ji Li's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She casually clicked on the profile of Malu and followed the trail to a thread titled Awakening of the Ancient God that Lu Zai had posted last night. Reading the description of the 1 kilobyte installation package and the flood of ridicule from netizens in the thread, Ji Li fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, Ji Luo had already settled down in the game pod next door. He looked at the pitch-black icon reading Awakening of the Ancient God in the center of his vision. Time 6:59 in the morning. Charge, charge, charge. First kill achieved today. I must level up. Ji Luo was so excited that his palms were sweating. Just thinking about the real sensation of stabbing a wooden board into a monster's skull yesterday sent shivers down his spine. The adrenaline rush was a thrill that no reskined online game could provide. Tick-tock. The time just turned to 7 o'clock. The originally dull icon suddenly illuminated with an eerie blue glow. Ji Luo eagerly clicked to start with his mind. Buzz. This time it didn't directly and violently throw him into a pitch-black church like yesterday. Instead, accompanied by a deep and solemn background music, his entire vision was instantly shrouded in boundless gray mist. Following this, an epic scene that sent shivers down Ji Luo's spine slowly began to unfold. It was the opening CG that Lin En had spent 30 faith points on last night, meticulously crafted by the system. As the vision pierced through layers of mist, the first thing to catch the eye was a vast, desolate ruin. There was no sun in the sky, only a bizarre crescent moon obscured by a scarlet mist casting dark red light upon the earth. When the twilight of the gods descends, the barrier of light shatters. A hoarse narration, as if resonating from the end of ancient times, reverberated in Ji Luo's ears. In the scene, towering and magnificent temples began to collapse, while countless armored knights were torn to shreds under the tide of dark monsters. These monsters were huge and grotesque, covered with writhing tentacles and compound eyes. Just watching the video brought a sense of oppression and despair deep from the soul. The world has plunged into eternal night filth, ravaging the wasteland, and the old order has long turned to ashes. The scene abruptly shifted. At the very edge of the mist, in a dark and damp black forest deep within, an ancient statue riddled with cracks and nearly weathered to pieces stood silently in the ruins. Suddenly the statue's eyes ignited with a faint blue flame. Though the flame was weak, it appeared so glaring in the endless darkness. Yet amid the embers there are still sparks. Answer the call of the Lord of Ashes, lost wanderer. Awaken from death, purify this cursed wasteland, and reconstruct the supreme, divine realm. With a resounding low bass, the mist before Ji Luo suddenly dissipated, replaced by a half-transparent, holy hall radiating blue light. Ji Luo stood there, dumbfounded, layers of goosebumps rising on his body. Holy crap! Holy crap! This opening CG, this scene, this music, this sense of oppression. Yesterday, there wasn't even a PowerPoint when entering the game, and today they directly presented a Hollywood-level epic film. The efficiency of this game company is incredible. Before he could recover from the shock, a brand new character creation interface suddenly popped up in front of him. Moreover, at the very top of the interface, a box saying "Please enter your player ID" had appeared. Last night's situation was too urgent The system didn't even give time to go through the process, directly defaulting to the account ID linked to the VR device. This caused him, a grown man, to be mixed up with a bunch of bald, muscular men under his sister G Lee's name for half the night. Now that he had the chance to restart, he decisively typed in his real name in the box: G Luo. ID confirmation successful, body weaving in progress. Following that, a perfect real-time 3D model of a human body appeared before him. This time, players finally put an end to the era of underwear bald-headed prisoners from the Shaolin Temple. Although the only clothing options still consisted of a pair of novice linen shorts. We can customize our faces. Holy crap, we can even choose hair. After a meticulous operation by G Luo, he finally completed the facial sculpting stage. Current available profession: Ash Apostle. Profession introduction: we are the last ashes of the ancient gods, also the kindling that burns away the darkness. As a sacred pioneer reborn from ruin, all your powers stem from the great Lord of Ashes. Although at the moment, aside from being tough and able to resurrect, you seem to be almost useless. Why does this official description come with official sarcasm? The mental state of this game company is indeed ahead of its time. But is there really only this one profession for now? I guess other options will be unlocked in future updates. G Luo clicked on confirm creation without hesitation. In an instant, the sacred hall transformed into a myriad of flowing light wrapping around him. The familiar sensation of weightlessness, akin to a tumbling washing machine, returned as the world before him was instantly engulfed by pure white light. When G Luo opened his eyes again, the pure white light receded like a tide, and the damp, decayed air rushed back into his nostrils. It was still the familiar, dilapidated church, still the ground covered with shattered tiles. G Luo took a deep breath, preparing to stretch a bit, only to turn his head and suddenly notice a blinding white object in his line of sight. What the hell? Something just flashed in my eyes. G Luo focused his gaze and couldn't help but freeze. Standing next to him was someone whose head was topped with the words "Passing Pure Love War God." Yesterday he was a smooth, shiny bald head, but today he had undergone a complete transformation, sporting a spiky silver hairstyle that could only be described as the standard look for an anime male protagonist. As if that wasn't enough, this guy had somehow exaggerated his muscle definition to the maximum allowed by the creation panel, with a chest that could crush walnuts. On his chiseled face, he even intentionally had a red battle scar running across the bridge of his nose. At that moment, this guy was bare-chested, striking a bodybuilder pose as he admired his biceps. G Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. No, we are playing a hardcore survival game set in a dark Cthulhu world. Why would you sculpt an anime-style hot-blooded white-haired berserker? You must have walked into the wrong scene. The Passing Pure Love War God turned his head, tossing his spiky silver hair and giving G Luo an incredibly flamboyant look. You don't understand the trade. Strength is just a matter of version. That's up to the planners. But looking good is a lifelong matter. White hair, battle scars, and this ripped physique. This is the ultimate form of an action game male god. This wave is called the birth of the two-dimensional life. Lu's eye was admiring himself when suddenly a calm cough interrupted from the side. Both turned their heads in silence. They saw that the kindergarten boss had also logged in. Unlike the Passing Pure Love War God with a look that practically screamed latest ditch Chinibu, the boss facial sculpting emphasized a return to simplicity. He had an extraordinarily standard square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes with a buzz cut on top. His gaze reflected a certain honesty and wisdom, as if he had seen the vicissitudes of life. Standing tall and straight, he cut an impressive figure. If it weren't for the fact that he was only wearing a pair of beginner shorts, others would definitely think he was a community worker inspecting the area or the newly appointed security team leader. Passing Pure Love War God circled around him and couldn't help but comment, "Bro, the system finally gave you high freedom in facial customization, and you just uploaded an ID photo without a hat. Standing here in this broken temple, it feels like you're about to ask us where the fire safety certificate for this church." The boss scratched his short hair, smiling honestly. "Hey, I'm not very artistic. I just made minor adjustments to my own face. I think it's quite good, solid, and gives a sense of security." Just then a chilling whisper of laughter suddenly emerged from the shadows nearby. You guys don't understand. In a game like this with 100 holographic simulation, the highest realm of facial customization lies in the alignment of expressions. The three turned in unison. From the corner of the shadows, a frail figure slowly emerged. The ID above him clearly read, "Even Malu has dignity." This guy's features were actually quite normal, with fair skin, and could even be described as somewhat handsome. But he had stretched his frame to the thinnest with a slight hunch. Most striking was his expression. At that moment, Malu had his eyes slightly squinted, his pupils darting around frantically. A smirk hung on his lips, as if he was saying, "I know your secret, but I'm just not going to tell you." With his hands tucked in front, his steps were light, and combined with his frail frame, he radiated an intensely suspicious vibe. If you were walking down the street in reality with that sneaky look just standing next to a bike, it wouldn't be 3 minutes before a kind-hearted citizen calls the police. What the hell? Passing pure love war god stepped back in fright. Malu, your look is just too criminal. With that appearance you look like at least 3 years in prison, no upper limit. Malu proudly lifted his chin, but as he moved that sneaky aura became even more prominent. This is called hiding in plain sight. But to be fair, this game's eye tracking is too perverse. In reality, I just casually glanced sideways, and the system perfectly rendered that soul-level sneakiness. You should just shut up. Ji Luo facepalmed. When you smile like that I just want to check if my shorts are still there. After teasing Malu, the three finally focused their attention back on Ji Luo. Malu looked at the ID above Ji Luo's head, then assessed his appearance up and down, his eyes suddenly widening. What the hell, big shot, why did you even change your game ID? Ji Li turned into Ji Luo. What shocked Malu even more was the night before he had commanded them in the church to dodge monsters and analyze the boss's post-action recovery, and today he had sculpted a face that looked at most 18 years old. With clean short black hair, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and a hint of a sunny smile at the corner of his mouth. This was clearly the look of a male protagonist who could save the world in the first episode of an anime. No bro, this contrast is just too great, isn't it? Passing pure love war god pointed at Ji Luo with a pained expression. Yesterday, seeing how calmly and maturely you laid out your tactics, I thought you were at least in your 30s, in reality, a seasoned hardcore player. Malu also leaned in, sneaking a look at Ji Luo. Got it, totally got it. In reality, you're a big hairy guy, and in the game you sculpted a face of an 18-year-old fresh meat. This is just an old cow trying to act young, preparing to deceive naive little sisters for an online romance, right? Hiss. Bro, that's really shameless. Even the honest boss side speaking earnestly. Old G, the internet is all virtual. Online romance can be very deep water, you can't navigate it. Ji Luo felt her face flush as she was bombarded by this group of people. She couldn't just loudly announce that she was actually quite young in reality and was using her sister's account, could she? Get lost, stop talking nonsense. I look like this in real life, forever 18. Ji Luo rolled her eyes and forcefully changed the topic. By the way, where's Jia Hao? It's already past 10, why hasn't that guy logged in yet? Hearing that name, the other three looked around, but indeed they didn't see the proud figure attempting to stuff a pair of shorts into his pocket. Could it be that he overslept? The leader asked in confusion. Come on, what oversleeping? The passing pure love warrior sneered, looking utterly disdainful, as if he were possessed by a famous detective. Just look at his tone in the game yesterday. The passing pure love warrior paused, then concluded emphatically, that guy is definitely a middle school student in real life, or maybe even a primary school student just starting summer vacation. Malu slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, right, that kind of essence soaked in middle school syndrome definitely can't be faked without at least 3 years of experience. Ji Luo chuckled and followed along. So why hasn't he logged in yet? Could he be writing summer homework? Writing homework, my foot. Malu laughed mischievously. I bet our insightful young master Jia Hao, who understands the underlying logic of Wall Street, is currently being dragged by his mother, getting a beating with a 7 wolves belt to attend a summer math class for geniuses. Ha ha ha. A burst of gloating laughter erupted in the church. The 4 big guys mocked their absent teammate in the empty, broken temple, creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. While the 4 were chatting enthusiastically, a native little nun named Zivil, who had been hiding in a corner of the ruins, was peering through her fingers, gazing at the 4 returning believers with a look of awe, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Her meager vocabulary could no longer describe her shock at this moment. Yesterday, this group of calamities had all been identical bald figures with no hair. Yet just overnight the divine being had remarkably granted them completely different appearances. Some had hair as white as snow, others looked fierce and mighty, while some, well, even looked more like villains than the cultists outside. But this was clearly the supreme authority of the creator. Zivil trembled with excitement and knelt down once more before the broken statue on the altar, her forehead pressed against the cold stone slab. At this moment, sitting on the altar statue, Lin looked at the 4 quirky players, each with their own distinct styles, chatting animatedly, and couldn't help but facepalm with a pained expression. A non-mainstream berserker, a community uncle, a thief stealing electric bicycles, and a pretty boy. I spent 30 faith points to set up a dark, epic atmosphere for you, and you turned it into a support group for patients. Lin complained wildly in his heart. However, speaking of which, in the first test, there were 5 people, and now only 4 have logged in. Where did the one who constantly talked about underlying logic and was certain to be attending a genius math class, I am not Jia Hao, go? Lin casually opened the system backend for a glance. Good grief, I didn't realize it until I looked, but my blood pressure shot up immediately. The backend data showed that I am not Jia Hao had actually logged in right on time at 7 in the morning. But at this moment, he wasn't lagging or disconnected. Instead, he was thoroughly immersed in the face sculpting system for over half an hour. Lin stared at the screenshots sent by the system and was left in a daze. This guy was crazily enlarging the character's facial model, meticulously adjusting the curl of the left eyelash. What the hell do you think this is, a dress-up game or a plastic surgery clinic? The outer evil gods are about to break down the door, and you're here, fiddling with eyelashes. Lin couldn't be bothered to wait for this deeply middle school syndrome patient any longer. If he waited, the food would go cold. With a thought, he directly bundled the underlying economic plan he had stayed up all night to create and threw it into the system's update package. Ding dong. A crisp system notification sound suddenly rang out in the church, startling the four who were immediately after. A semi-transparent scroll radiating a dark golden light unfolded right in the center of the four players' field of vision. Server-wide system announcement: a new journey has begun. The underlying economic system has been successfully integrated and loaded. From now on, players will receive the game's basic circulating currency ash coins by defeating eerie creatures in the wilderness or completing tasks assigned by NPCs. Hotfix supplementary note: to ensure player experience, the 3 deaths will result in account suspension mechanism has been cancelled. Each player currently has 1 free resurrection opportunity. Once the free attempts are exhausted, each body reconstruction will require a payment of 10 ash coins. Wishing all ash apostles a pleasant hunt. Upon seeing this announcement, the entire church fell silent for a second before erupting into cheers that could almost topple the roof. Whoa, brothers, stop chatting. Monsters drop money now. The gold coin system is here. The passing pure love warrior was so excited he nearly performed a backflip on the spot, his silver-white spiky hair bouncing. I told you this game wouldn't be so dumb as to have permanent deaths. Spending money to buy lives now, that's the purest essence of an online game. Great, finally we don't have to worry about getting our accounts deleted. The leader also rubbed his hands together. Ma Lao's eyes sparkled, drool almost dripping from his mouth, looking like a miser who had just seen the god of wealth. Monsters drop money, tasks give money. Brothers, my motivation right now is simply stronger than a production team's donkey. I'm going to wipe out all the monsters outside. Since the enthusiasm of the workers had been completely stirred up as a competent capitalist, it was time to assign some KPIs. Lin controlled the statue, his eyes once again shining with a majestic blue light. At once 2 brand new task frames popped up to the right of the four's vision. Daily Task 1. The Divine Sanctuary Task. Description: the Great Lord of Ashes requires offerings from his believers, while the poor little nun Zivil has no place to shelter from the wind and rain. Please build her a simple wooden house in the open area outside the church. Task reward: experience 20, ash coins 10. Daily Task 2. The Believer's Ration Task. Description: the nun Zivil hasn't had a full meal for 2 days, and the divine being can't bear to see her starve to death. Go find any edible meat or wild fruits in the wilderness. Task requirement: submit edible supplies. Task reward: 25 ash coins per submission, based on quality, repeatable. With this, the 4 couldn't sit still anymore. With main quests, daily tasks, and currency, this was the true complete online game ecosystem. Brothers, don't rush out just yet, we need to discuss a bit. Just as the passing pure love warrior was ready to head out to hunt monsters alone, Ji Luo, with a sunny scholar-like face, stepped forward and raised her hand to stop everyone. She pointed to the somewhat overcast sky outside and analyzed. Everyone who has played survival or sandbox games should know a hard rule: the danger level during the day is always lower than at night. This game focuses on dark Cthulhu survival, and once night falls, all sorts of terrifying mechanism monsters will definitely spawn outside, and visibility will be severely restricted. Ma Lu stroked his chin, saying, so the boss means we should go out and have some fun. Exactly. Ji Luo snapped his fingers. Our primary task is to take advantage of the daylight and broaden our map. First, let's find some monsters to level up. Once we've earned enough resurrection coins, we can gather wood, thatch, and food in the wild at the same time. When evening comes and it's almost dark, we'll head back to the church, our safe zone, and focus on our infrastructure and quest. Ji Luo summarized: farm in the wild during the day and build huts in the city at night. It's safe and efficient. This is called maximizing profits. Awesome, old G. The passing pure love god of war gave a thumbs up. Perfect logic, let's do it your way. Today I'm going to clear this forest. Me too, I'll carry the wood. The sturdy leader nodded earnestly. Just as the 4 of them reached a unanimous agreement and prepared to boldly step out of the church doors, a loud buzzing sound erupted. The magic circle in the center of the church unexpectedly exploded with a beam of light. The intense white light blinded everyone. Hey, our Wall Street elite has finally logged in after completing the class. The passing pure love god of war whistled, stopped, and turned to look. As the light dissipated, a solitary and aloof figure, even carrying a hint of fragmentation, slowly appeared at the center of the magic circle. The moment they recognized the newcomer, all 4 gasped in unison. They saw that the person bore the ID of I am not Jiahao. This guy had somehow adjusted his skin color to the absolute limit allowed by the system. His entire being was a ghastly white akin to someone just pulled out from formaldehyde. His hairstyle was a flowing black middle part, with fragmented strands clearly subjected to an excessively meticulous pixel-level adjustment. Those long bangs fell at an inhuman golden ratio angle, perfectly obscuring his left eye. Looking at his features, his jawline was sharply defined. Lu's eye swore that if he used that chin to slice steak it would cut through effortlessly. Even more striking was the melancholy beauty mark he had placed below the corner of his right eye, using the system's features to create a sesame's eyes. His lone right eye was slightly open, exuding a demeanor exclusive to a domineering CEO, with a mix of 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. The only flaw was that he was still wearing the newbie linen shorts issued by the system. Jiahao slowly opened his right eye and scanned the crowd with his unobscured gaze. Then, just like yesterday, he habitually tucked his hands into the edges of his shorts and slightly raised that sharp chin. Heh. Jiahao let out a soft laugh, his voice lowered. The aesthetics of my peers are ultimately too superficial. Look at you all still mindlessly pursuing crude muscles and uninteresting features. He flicked his bangs that covered his left eye, his tone filled with a lonely chill from high above. But what I possess is a broken sense of artistry, a kind of decaying beauty that blossoms alone in a world of despair. This is what I call a dimensional reduction in aesthetics. It's quite something. You understand, right? In the empty church there was a deathly silence. 5 full seconds passed. 5 full seconds passed. The passing pure love god of war could no longer contain himself, clutching his stomach as he squatted down, laughing uncontrollably. Paha. What the hell is a broken sense of artistry? Dude, with this skin color and those shorts you look like a male escort who just ran out of a morgue after an indulgent night. Malu leaned in closer, scrutinizing Jiahao's face with a mischievous glint, asking seriously, Jia, I just want to ask, with bangs this long, doesn't it poke your eyes? Don't you have to tilt your head while walking? What the hell do you know? Jiahao's aloof expression shattered instantly as he retorted, his face flushed. This is what I call sealing the dark power of my left eye. Hurry back to the team. The game has launched the gold farming system. If you keep posing here without moving, you won't even earn enough. Hurry back to the team. The game has launched the gold farming system. If you keep posing here without moving, you won't even earn enough for your resurrection shorts soon. Before Jiahao could fully grasp the situation, Lu Zai and Ma Lu grabbed his arms, dragging him out of the church. Hey, don't pull me. My suit will get wrinkled. Wait, I'm not wearing any clothes. On the altar, the statue embodying Lin In quietly observed the 5 loud and quirky figures rushing outside. Although the system had just launched, and these 4th Calamity characters looked increasingly unreliable, Lin In was not particularly worried. After all, these guys' trump card right now was their persistent harassment, combined with unlimited resurrection. Even if they were wiped out by some high-level anomaly outside, they would just turn into 5 piles of ashes, beautifully lining up to be reborn in the magic circle at his feet. As long as they don't dismantle my stronghold, they can do whatever they want. Lin In retracted his gaze and began to slowly sort out other settings regarding this game world. Below the statue, the little nun Zivil had no idea how loud the divine being's calculations were. After witnessing the bizarre new forms of those 5 believers, her faith had completely collapsed. At that moment, she was devoutly kneeling on the mat, muttering words of prayer, contributing her meager but continuous faith power to Lin In. On the other side, as the 5 players officially stepped through the broken wooden doors of the church and caught sight of the outside world, they all suddenly halted, as if collectively subjected to a freeze spell. There were no cheers, no criticisms, only a suffocating silence. What lay before their eyes was a breath-stealing, apocalyptic wasteland. The sky displayed a sickly gray-yellow hue, and heavy clouds pressed down like lead overhead, blocking out any hint of sunlight. The entire world was shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist laced with fine particles. On the distant horizon there were no flatlands or mountains commonly seen in online games, but an endless dark outline, a vast and boundless black forest. The trees were grotesquely tall, with dried and twisted branches resembling countless ghostly hands desperately clawing at the sky. Deep within the black forest, a faint scarlet glow flickered, accompanied by deep, indescribable roars. From afar one could sense that something capable of easily tearing players apart, a big boss, was lurking there. Not far in front of the church was an abandoned medieval European-style village. Ruined walls and devastation were everywhere. On the collapsed stone windmill blades hung desiccated skins of unknown creatures. The gallows at the village entrance was stained crimson, with thick hemp ropes creaking ominously in the cold wind. Black vines crawled like snakes over every dilapidated stone house, and the air was thick with the pungent smells of damp earth and dried blood. Even more astonishing was that this game world was not merely about black and dark, but carried a sense of oppressive epicness. One could clearly see the mutated worms wriggling in the cracks of the tiles, and hear the wind passing through the broken rooftops with echoes that resembled a woman's lament. The extreme realism brought about extreme horror and shock. Hiss. After a long moment, the player known as Passing Pure Love Warrior drew a sharp breath, shattering the silence. Gotta say, bros, even just treating this thing as a walking tour simulator, this damn game would sweep Game of the Year. The art team must be grinding their lives away. Malu stood there with his mouth agape, forgetting to maintain his shifty-eyed demeanor. Brothers, I gotta come clean. When I stepped out earlier, I secretly muttered to myself, wondering if the outside world would just be a bunch of pixelated air walls. But now I'm totally convinced. Malu slapped his thigh hard. How the hell can a seamless open world be this? When we pushed through the door, there wasn't even a black loading screen. The underlying spatial rendering tech is at least 50 years ahead of the industry. Even Jia Hao, who always maintained his melancholic persona, widened his right eye slightly. He brushed aside the bangs covering his left eye, his tone carrying rare admiration. This intensely oppressive post-apocalyptic aesthetic truly suits the taste of a high-end player like me. This game company has some skill. Alright, stop gawking at the scenery. We're here to grind for cash. Ji Luo was the first to snap out of it. He eyed the faint shifting shadows in the village, his tactical mind kicking into gear instantly. Everyone look sharp. That abandoned village ahead should be our newbie resource point. Those daily quests needed wood, thatch, and food, right? The village is bound to have them. And see those shadows? Probably wandering low-level mobs. The kind that drop coins when killed. At the word coins, the eyes of the other four instantly turned green with greed. What epic sense? What unspeakable horror? In the eyes of the fourth Calamity, if a health bar appears, even God himself has to take a couple of brick hits to test its thickness. Jackpot's here. First blood is mine. Passing Pure Love Warrior led the charge, hoisting a solid wooden table leg head swiped from the church onto his shoulder. With his white hair flying, he howled as he charged toward the village entrance. Malu hunched over like a scavenging wild dog, crept along the base of the wall. Kong Batsi, unhurried, picked up 2 hefty cobblestones from the roadside, pocketed them, and followed behind. The group of 5, like 5 starving wolves just released from their cages, silently slipped into the deathly, still ruined village. The village was even more dilapidated than it had appeared from outside. Most of the houses had collapsed roofs, overgrown with thorny black vines. Should stop. Lu's eye at the front suddenly raised his hand in a tactical halt. The others immediately pressed against a half-collapsed stone wall. Following Lu's eye's pointed direction, they saw 3 extremely eerie figures crouching by a dry well in the village center. Target locked, corrupted villager, wandering type, level assessment 0, tier cannon fodder traits, corpses of natives mildly infected by the black forest miasma. Slow movement, no pain, keen sense of smell. Compared to that 3-turtle first tier corrupted corpse from yesterday that could easily smash through doors, these things were child's play. They were about the size of an ordinary person, but covered in dark brownish corpse spots, their clothes tattered, and their hands twisted into unnatural shapes. At that moment, they were crouched on the ground, seemingly gnawing on the remains of some animal. While running into a mob right from the start. Ji Luo lowered his voice, quickly devising a strategy. There are 3 of them, 5 of us. Advantage is ours. Jia Hao, your bangs are in the way. Stand back and throw stones to pull aggro. This time me and Pure Love Warrior will be the main attackers. Malu, you flank and cut off their escape. Kong Batsi, find a chance to smash their heads with rocks. Everyone coordinate. These are walking ash coins. Roger. The group nodded excitedly. But just as Ji Luo finished laying out his perfect strategy and was about to count down from 3 to initiate the attack, a sudden change occurred. Malu, also has dignity, who had been crouched by the wall scouting for a flanking route, suddenly froze, his gaze locking onto the second-floor window of a nearby ruined house. There a large cluster of mushroom-like fungi was growing. The fungi emitted an eerie fluorescent purple glow, and its caps were covered in tiny eye-like tumors. Though utterly disgusting in this 100 holographic simulation game, Ma Lao's damnable life skills expert exploration instinct exploded instantly. He shoved Ji Luo, who was still deploying tactics, aside, dropped the rock in his hand, and drooling sprinted toward that broken house. Holy crap. Brothers, forget those trash mobs. Look over there. Purple fungi. That color screams high-grade alchemy material or rare ingredient. I gotta taste this thing and see what attributes it has. Ji Luo. Passing Pure Love Warrior. What the hell, Malu? You just finished foaming at the mouth from poison last night, and now you want a repeat performance. Ji Luo hissed urgently, trying to keep his voice down. Don't mess with the environment. You might trigger some hidden mechanic. But before he could finish, Ma Lao's frail frame had already nimbly climbed through a hole in the wall and onto the second-floor window ledge. He excitedly reached out with both hands, grabbed hold of the glowing purple, nasty mushroom, and prepared to. But the instant Ma Lao's hand touched the mushroom, all the tiny tumors on it snapped open in unison. Then the entire wall began to tremble violently. With a deafening crack, the half-wall exploded outward. A terrifying monster over 2 meters tall, covered in a hard shell, and sporting 6 razor-sharp limbs, burst forth from the rubble. And the purple mushroom Ma Lu had grabbed wasn't a rare ingredient at all. It was the lure mimic organ on this monster's head used to trap prey. The massive compound eyes locked onto Ma Lu dangling from the window. The monster let out an ear-splitting shriek. Warning. Hidden elite triggered. Target pit lurker level assessment peak first tier dangerous traits extremely territorial heavy armor very fast. Holy shit. Ma Lu stared at the terrifying monster, its maw dripping with acid right in front of him. His lecherous grin instantly froze. The next second the monster's sharp forelimb swung. Thwack. Ma Lu didn't even have time to scream. He was cleaved in two midair, dissolving into a puff of ash and dust that scattered on the wind. 1 minute into the game, Ma Lu also has dignity claimed the server's first kill of the day. Only he was and at the base of the wall, Ji Luo and the other 3 who hadn't even made a move yet stood with mouths agape, staring in shock at the monstrous beast that had burst through the wall. The monster's compound eyes slowly rotated, finally locking onto the 4 little nobodies in their underwear below. Gulp. Passing Pure Love Warrior swallowed hard, the table leg in his hand trembling. Old Ji. He mechanically turned his head to look at Ji Luo, who was already backing away. Didn't you just say? The advantage was ours. Old Ji. Passing Pure Love Warrior mechanically turned his head, watching Ji Luo, who had already begun to stealthily step back, the table leg in his hand trembling. You just said. Where does the advantage lie? Ji Luo twitched at the corner of his eye, barely maintaining the dignity of a tactical master. The advantage lies in it. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the overtwelmed turtle cave lurcher had already leaped down from 6 razor-sharp limbs scraped against the ground with a harsh screech, its speed akin to a fully speeding dump truck charging straight at the remaining 4. Scatter. Run separately. This thing's armor is too thick. Our wooden sticks aren't even fit to scrub its back. Ji Luo bellowed, executing a clean tactical roll and diving behind a half-collapsed stone wall. Passing Pure Love Warrior howled, his flashy white hair streaming behind him as he sprinted toward the village entrance. The boss, despite his simple appearance, was no slouch in speed, following Lu Zai like a gust of wind. Only I am not Jiahao remained. This guy either hadn't adapted to the game's controls yet, or the persona of a pretentious cool guy was too deeply ingrained. Facing the terrifying beast charging at him, he actually didn't run. He just stood there, flicking his thick bangs that covered his left eye, with one hand squinting his right, trying to intimidate the creature with a lone, aloof gaze that seemed to see through life and death. Just a few textures made of basic code. You think you can shake my shattered soul? It's so. You know what I mean. The cave lurcher clearly didn't. It didn't even hit the brakes. Its 2 sharp forelimbs swung down like massive guillotines. Schluck. Jiahao didn't even finish reciting his catchphrase. His upper and lower halves separated, dissolving into a wisp of elegant ashes midair. System notification player, I am not Jiahao has died. Brother Jia passed away so naturally. Pure Love Warrior, running ahead, looked back and gasped. This monster's instant kill mechanic was too unfair. 1 strike 1 kill. As Pure Love Warrior and the boss fled in panic, they happened to pass by the dried up well at the village entrance. As luck would have it, the 3 0-tier corrupted villagers were right there, squatting by the well, staring into space. These 3 cannon fodder mobs weren't bright to begin with. Now that the cave lurcher was rampaging, they were so terrified they just cowered on the spot, forgetting even to flee. As passing Pure Love Warrior ran past them, a lightning bolt of an idea struck him. Wait, even though we're locked on by an elite, we can't go home empty-handed. As the 4th Calamity, even in death, they had to take a bite out of the monster. Boss, stop. Grab a weapon. Passing Pure Love Warrior slammed on the brakes, carving 2 deep furrows in the muddy ground. He raised the broken wooden stick in his hand without a moment's hesitation and swung it viciously at the back of the nearest corrupted villager's head. 80. A dull thud rang out. That pitiful 0-tier mob was fragile to begin with. Lu Zai's powerful blow shattered its skull, and it collapsed on the spot, convulsing before dissolving into a pool of foul black liquid. Immediately, a crisp system notification rang in Lu Zai's mind. Killed 0-tier corrupted villager, gained experience 10 ash coins too. Holy crap, it actually dropped coins. Hearing that pleasant sound, Ji Luo, hiding behind the stone wall, and the boss who was about to run, had their eyes turn red with greed. For MMORPG players, the scariest thing in the world isn't facing a boss, it's knowing you're about to be killed by the boss, but realizing you haven't even recouped the cost of your resurrection. Guys, we're risking it all for the money. Let's kill the other 2 mobs before we die. Ji Luo stopped hiding, pried a half-head-sized broken brick from the ground, and charged out with a green gleam in his eyes. The boss also pulled 2 pebbles from his pocket. His simple, honest look vanished, replaced by the pure aura of a desperado. Now it was the cave lurcher's turn to be confused. Its walnut-sized brain worked overtime, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before it. The prey it had been chasing, who were fleeing in panic just moments ago, suddenly stopped. Not only did they stop, but they also started brutally ganging up on its underlings right under its nose. Thump, thump, smack. The three players surrounded the remaining two corrupted villagers, subjecting them to an inhuman beating. Bricks, sticks, pebbles rained down on them mercilessly. The poor zero-tier mobs were beaten into pieces by these money-hungry players before their boss could even killed zero-tier corrupted villager, gained experience 10 AO Ash coins 2. Killed zero-tier corrupted villager, gained experience 10 AO Ash coins 2. Nice. Split the loot and retreat. Passing Pure Love Warrior shouted. Roar. The cave lurcher was completely enraged, feeling its dignity, as the overlord, had been severely challenged. It let out a piercing shriek, its massive body springing up, and its sharp limbs directly pierced the chest of the nearest boss. Old Lou Little G am going ahead. The boss didn't even cry out in pain. Before dissolving into ashes, he held tightly onto the monster's leg, trying to buy his teammates time to escape. But the speed difference was too great. Shaking off the boss ashes, the monster charged, its forelimbs sweeping across like a scythe cutting wheat. Passing Pure Love Warrior and G Luo didn't even have time to leave a final word before their screens turned black and white. Total annihilation. At the same time, inside the dilapidated church at the edge of the Black Forest, the resurrection array at the center of the temple flashed wildly, white light flickering like a strobe light gone haywire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 figures materialized in the array, standing in a neat line. The moment they opened their eyes, the atmosphere in the church plummeted to freezing point. Passing Pure Love Warrior with his white hair didn't say a word. He lunged at Monkey, tackling him to the ground, and grabbed his neck, shaking him back and forth. You meddlesome bastard. I told you not to touch it. You just had to go and pick that mushroom. Was that a mushroom? That was a death warrant. Cough cough. Bro, let go, I'm seeing stars. Monkey flailed his arms. The pain in this game is way too real, take it easy. I didn't know the ecosystem in this crappy game was so twisted. What kind of mushroom? His eyes. G Luo sat on the ground with a look of utter despair, rubbing his temples. 3 minutes in, and all 5 of us got sent back to town. If we record this and post it on the forums, our reputation as the top closed beta squad will be ruined. Standing aside, I am not Jiahao was quietly arranging his proud center-parted bangs, his voice trembling slightly. That monster's blade is too fast. My underlying logic couldn't even figure out how it attacked. Come on, Jiahao, your underlying logic probably can't even withstand a basic attack from that monster. The Pure Love War god passing by rolled his eyes, then suddenly seemed to remember something and opened his system panel with great haste. Not looking would keep the blood pressure down, but looking made it skyrocket. Brothers, let's check our account books. Our free revival chances were completely used up in that last wave. Hearing this, everyone gasped. What the hell? Is it really game over? Ma Lo anxiously pounded his thigh. I didn't even touch a single monster, and now I've got 0 ashes coins and 0 lives. If we die again, are we really going to be deleted and have to start over? The leader also wore a bitter expression as he pulled out 2 pebbles from his pocket. I just helped kill 2 small monsters and got 2 coins, but it costs 10 coins to revive. We're far from enough. In an instant, the atmosphere in the church became incredibly heavy. Meanwhile, Lin, who had witnessed the players' rapid annihilation from the altar, felt the weight of the situation. Although he appeared steady on the surface, inside, he was as panicked as a wild horse. Is it really that dangerous outside? Lin looked at the 5 players who had just been revived and were now looking glum, feeling that something was amiss. These guys had been outside for less than 10 minutes before the monsters chased them back like chopping vegetables. Not only that, but they had also used up their only free revival card. This group of players couldn't even muster 10 coins for a revival, and now that they had neither lives nor money, they wouldn't be too scared to leave the safe zone, would they? If these workers chose to just log off in the church, or simply found the game too hard and quit, wouldn't my newly started faith value supply chain be immediately cut off? How about I give each of them a compensation package for a free revival chance? Lin frantically calculated in his mind. But reason told him that it was not possible. Arbitrarily changing game mechanics is a big taboo in game operation. It would severely affect the player's immersive experience, especially for a newly launched game like theirs where players were just beginning to immerse themselves, and then you grant them cheats right in the novice village. How could players trust the game rules in the future? Moreover, Lin knew all too well the nature of this group, known as the 4th disaster. If you give them a free revival today, tomorrow they would dare to dance on the faces of elite monsters. And then they would cry and beg you to revive them again. Once the door is opened, it cannot be closed. Let's observe a bit longer. If it's really impossible, then we can ease up a little. Lin steadied his mind. However, he greatly underestimated the psychological resilience and toughness of the 4th disaster creatures. At that moment, Ji Luo, who was standing below, also calmed down. Brothers, listen to me. He clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. We can't go to that broken village for now. That elite monster was clearly a small boss in the area with mechanics that were too overpowered for us to handle at this stage. But let's not forget we have tasks other than just monster hunting, right? The Pure Love War God's eyes lit up. The earlier daily task Sanctuary of the Gods is about building a house for the NPC. Ji Luo analyzed confidently. The reward is a full 10 ashes coins. Just enough to buy us one life. Ma Luo's previously gloomy eyes suddenly burst with the light of a hungry wolf. So what the boss means is, we won't go out, but instead do construction in the safe zone. Exactly. Ji Luo snapped his fingers. It's dangerous outside, but there shouldn't be any big monsters near the safe zone, right? Let's chop trees and build houses at the edge of the church. Once we secure those 10 coins for revival, we can go out into the wild without a care. This is called construction as a safety net, making a fortune in the wild. Ma Luo immediately responded with fervor. Well said. As long as our thoughts don't slide, there are always more ways than difficulties. If we can't take on the boss, we can still pick on the stationary trees, right? Roll up your sleeves and get to work. For a secure foundation. The leader nodded heavily, ready to work like a seasoned farmer. Even I am not Jiahao, who had been striking poses, murmured softly. This could be considered the initial stage of primitive capital accumulation. Looking at how quickly these people reignited their fighting spirit, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't given them another revival opportunity. It seemed the players still had their own strategies in the game. So as a good game planner, the most important thing is not to try to teach players how to play the game. Let them discover various ways to play within the game. That's the most normal game ecology. Brothers, let's go. Time to work. The Pure Love War God took the lead, followed by the other four, marching out of the dilapidated church towards the ominous edge of the dark forest. Although it was called the edge of the dark forest, it was actually several miles away from the terrifying core area of that forest. The five stood in front of a few crooked, dark-skinned trees, lost in brief contemplation. This game didn't even give us starting novice axes. How are we supposed to get wood? Ma Luo circled the tree, scratching the hard bark with his hand. In traditional online games, you could walk up to a tree and press a gather button to automatically obtain wood. But in Awakening of the Ancient Gods, this 100 virtual game world has no strange guiding buttons. The Pure Love War God stared at the tree for 2 seconds, and suddenly the bloodline of a two-dimensional male protagonist awakened. So what if there's no axe? Have you played Minecraft? Trees can be obtained by hand. He shouted, squatting down firmly, raising his fist the size of a sandbag, and hit that thick tree trunk hard. Bang! A dull sound echoed the air, fell silent for a second. Ouch! It broke. My finger broke. The Pure Love War God clutched his bright red right hand, jumping around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, tears nearly bursting out. A tiny red number even floated above his head. 1. You idiot. Ji Luo covered his face. This is 100 holographic. Are you treating it like a block game? Do you understand physical backlash? It really hurts. Is the pain feedback in this broken game turned up? The Pure Love War God was on the verge of tears, shaking his hand. Since we can't do it barehanded, let's use tools. The leader, being practical, quietly stepped back a few paces and brought over a sharp-edged giant brick from the ruins. Anything in this game can be used as a tool if you're strong enough. Everyone follow my lead. The leader took a deep breath, lifted the heavy brick weighing over 10 pounds, and smashed it against the bottom of the tree trunk. Crack! The hard bark was smashed open with chips flying everywhere. It worked. Ma Luo's eyes lit up. Brothers, grab your tools, and let's get to work. In the next scene, 5 muscular men in oversized shorts began to attack the nearby large trees with various tools. In just half an hour, these construction maniacs, relying on primitive methods, managed to chop down 3 trees that could be hugged by 2 people. Not only that, but Ma Luo also showcased his talent for never leaving empty-handed, pulling up all the vines and dry reeds around the tree. Ding! A prompt simultaneously popped up in the vision of the 5. Daily Quest 1: A Divine Sanctuary Material Collection phase completed. Please proceed to the designated area of the church to begin construction. We've got enough materials. Retreat, retreat. The 5 of them walked back to the main entrance of the church, each carrying a heavy bundle of wood and vines, panting like victorious bandits. When they dumped the mountain-like pile of materials onto the ground outside the church with a loud thud, the nun Zivil, who had been waiting there, was completely dumbfounded. The little girl rubbed her eyes, looking at these 5 believers who were drenched in sweat and covered in dirt and wood chips. Oh, divine beings above! These divine believers, who could easily crush monsters, had actually gone into the forest to chop down trees for her. They even used their precious hands to knock down the wood bit by bit due to the lack of tools. Zivil's eyes turned red and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She knelt down with a thud, facing the statue of Lin in the church, praying in her heart. Great Lord of Ashes, Your mercy shines upon this humble servant like the sun. Even if Zivil were to be shattered to pieces, I could never repay your kindness. Sitting on the altar, Lin was speechless. He looked at the little nun's frenzied expression, which was beyond redemption, while in the system's back end the faith value contributed by Zivil was rapidly increasing due to her extreme emotion. Lin silently sighed in his heart. Silly girl, why are you so moved? They are not doing the work of a mason for you. They are doing it for the 10 ash coins I issued as the cost of resurrection. And the 5 players outside couldn't hear Zivil's prayers in her heart. In their eyes, there was only the house they were building and the ash coins they would soon acquire. Old G, this game doesn't have a one-click build function. How do we stack this wood? The pure love war god looked at the pile of materials in confusion. What are you afraid of? G Luo patted his thigh. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? Have you ever seen those hand-built wooden house videos or survival videos for 300 days on short video platforms? Yes. Ma Lao's eyes lit up. I've seen that guy to Yi and those brothers who dug swimming pools in muddy fields. It's just stacking building blocks, let's do it. They immediately got to work. These 5 internet-addicted youths who struggled to change a light bulb in real life were forcing out the construction DNA passed down from their ancestors in this so-called 100 holographic otherworld. Due to the lack of any iron nails and mortise tools, they had to use the most primitive binding method. The kindergarten boss transformed into a human pile driver, smashing 4 holes into the ground with a big brick on the side of the church to serve as the foundation. The pure love war god used his eye-catching white hair and muscles to single-handedly lift a stout black wooden stick and stand it in the hole. Malu, who also had dignity, utilized his agility, climbing the tree like a real monkey and tightly binding the beams with the resilient vines he had pulled up. As for our broken sense male god, I am not Jiahao. He was too weak due to his body settings, standing below to pass reads to everyone. While handing them over, he didn't forget to flip his annoying middle-parted bangs, pointing at the crooked frame and saying, while peers are working on assembly lines of screws, we are reconstructing spatial order in the wilderness. This is a raw aesthetic full of postmodern deconstructionism. It's very that you understand, right? I understand your grandpa. Hurry up and pass that bundle of reeds. I need to lay the roof. On the roof, Malu almost stepped into thin air, cursing in fright. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of this construction site, time ticked away. By the afternoon, the 5 big men were already panting, heavily drenched in sweat. The new shorts were covered in black mud and tree sap. At this moment, Sister Zivil timidly walked out from the dilapidated shrine. She was holding what looked like a rough water bowl made from a beast's skull filled with slightly murky well water. Great messengers. Zivil blushed, carefully handing the water bowl to the group sitting on the ground, panting, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. You have suffered for Zivil, please. Have some water. The pure love war god was taken aback, took the water bowl, and gulped down a large mouthful. Holy crap. He widened his eyes, wiping his mouth. This water is actually a bit sweet with a hint of earthy taste. This taste simulation is incredible. Ji Luo also leaned over to take a sip, repeatedly exclaiming, the key is that this NPC's intelligence level is terrifying. It even notices our stamina bar decreasing and actively comes out to offer water. This interactive logic is something those so-called AI engine-powered masterpieces on the market can't even match. Ma Lao's eyes turned, and he slyly leaned closer to Zivil. Little sister, can you do other intelligent interactions? Like issuing a hidden quest or something? Seeing Ma Lao's face, which exuded a criminal aura, drawing near, Zivil was frightened like a startled rabbit and quickly stepped back 2 paces. Get away, don't scare the NPC with your face. Oh, what if her favorability drops? Ji Luo kicked. After resting for a while, the group began to work tirelessly again. By evening, with the last bundle of reeds thrown onto the roof, the great work of the 5 was finally completed. A small wooden house less than 2 meters high with corners that are not on the same level and filled with a battle-damaged style proudly stood in the cold wind of the wasteland. Although its appearance was truly hard to praise, at least, it was indeed a shelter one could fit into. Ding! The crisp system notification echoed in the minds of the 5. Daily Quest 1 Divine Sanctuary completed. Evaluation. Although it looks like an illegal building that could collapse at any moment, it does manage to provide some shelter from the wind and rain. Quest rewards granted: experience 50, ash coins 10. We got paid. Hearing the sound of coins being deposited, Malu was so excited that he slid to his knees in the muddy ground, looking up to the sky and shouting, I finally got the chance to indulge again. Whoa, the money for the revive coin is here. Brothers, our lives are redeemed. The pure love war god also excitedly waved his fists. In that moment, they suddenly grasped the essence of the game. This was not merely about leveling up by defeating monsters. It was clearly a hybrid masterpiece that combined scavenging, retreating, and hardcore survival mode. Every time they ventured out, if they couldn't earn enough ash coins for revival, they would go bankrupt directly. If they did find something good and made a lot of ash coins, they could enjoy a feast. Wasn't that just playing a scavenging game? Moreover, while building houses, they also managed to create a little surprise. Old G, what do you think of this thing I made? The sturdy guy walked over holding an extremely rudimentary weapon. He had tied a sharp, elongated piece of blue brick tightly to a sturdy table leg with vines, creating a makeshift stone hammer. Ji Luo focused her gaze and saw that the rough stone hammer indeed had the system's attribute panel appearing above it. Item: simple stone hammer, rudimentary, homemade. Weapon: damage, weak, durability 15/15, easily damaged. Evaluation: a crystallization of primitive wisdom. It will still hurt if it hits someone on the head, but it will likely fall apart after a few hits. Ji Luo also pulled out a sharpened wooden spear from behind her. The attribute prompt for sharpened wooden spear, rudimentary, also popped up. Wow, you can really create items by hand. Ma Lu was stunned, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. The design of this game is simply outrageous. As long as it complies with physical laws and real-world logic, the system can actually give a judgment on the things we assemble ourselves. This is amazing. The pure love war god passing by its shining eyes. Then in the future, when we find iron, or can't we handcraft firearms and cannons? Physical demon slaying, this is a man's romance. Just as everyone was so excited that they couldn't wait to grab their newly created Stone Age weapons and go to the village for revenge on that big bug. The sky had turned completely dark. The originally gray sky now looked as if it had been splashed with a thick, the round scarlet crescent moon was completely hidden within the clouds, leaving only the faint blue glow emitted by the Church's barrier as the source of light in the entire world. In the depths of the black forest where that light did not reach, as well as in the distant abandoned village, various chilling and terrifying howls echoed continuously. They were at least 10 times denser than during the day. There was even a massive shadow that swooped across the sky above the black forest, stirring up a gust of foul wind that made it hard to stand. The 5 people who had just been shouting to go out and slay monsters instantly went silent like ducks caught. The temperature around them was rapidly dropping, and even with their sense of pain dulled, they could still feel the bone. Ji Luo swallowed, glancing at the wooden spear in her hand, and then at the freshly acquired ash coins on the panel. Brothers, according to the survival game rules, the number of monsters tonight will not only increase significantly, but their attributes will likely double as well. Old G is right. The pure love war god passing by shrank into the glow of the Church's barrier, feeling very much from the. We worked hard to move bricks all afternoon and only managed to earn 10 coins. If we go out now and get killed by some godly being, then we'll be broke again. No. Working half a day just to go bankrupt in a second. This deal is too unworthy. After finally saving up a bit of capital, who would want to go out in this pitch black, visibility restricted night for nothing? We've been moving bricks in this game for an entire afternoon. In reality, it's probably getting dark too, right? The pure love war god passing by suggested to everyone, since we won't be going out to team up to fight monsters at night, why don't we log off and grab something to eat? After hearing this suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Ji Luo also added, by the way, don't just sit idle after going back, search online for videos on wilderness survival to catch up. We need to use the information gap in reality to strike down the native monsters of this other world. Old Jai's words are spot on. The sturdy guy nodded earnestly. He'll go back and see how to sharpen stone tools to make them sharper. Tomorrow he'll definitely give that big bug a good whack. Everyone quickly reached a consensus and pulled up the logout panel. Just as they were about to turn to ash and log off, Ma Lu suddenly shouted, wait. Old Ji Jiahao, you two haven't joined the group yet. Hurry and give me your green bubble numbers, I'll add you. After we eat, let's meet in the group to discuss tomorrow's strategy. Ji Luo and Jiahao quickly reported a series of numbers, and then the 5 of them disappeared neatly from the dilapidated church amidst white light. On Blue Star, Luzai suddenly sat up in bed, hastily removing the secondhand VR headset that was slightly damp with sweat. The sky outside had completely darkened, and the smell of stir-fried rice noodles from the street vendors wafted up from below the dormitory building. Luzai let out a long breath, feeling a dull ache in all his muscles. Although the sense of pain was dulled in the game, the high-intensity mental focus and realistic feedback from the movements still created the illusion in his brain that I really did physical labor for an entire afternoon. But despite the fatigue, his mental state was exhilarated, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. After casually ordering takeout on his phone, Luzai didn't even bother to take a shower and directly opened his computer to log onto the game forum. As expected, the post he made last night not only hadn't sunk, but had instead been built into a tower with thousands of replies, all mocking them, as if they had escaped from a mental hospital. Luzai sneered, placing his hands on the keyboard, and transformed into a Zwan pianist, passionately countering, keep calling cloud players. This afternoon, not only was I killed by elite monsters in the game, but the 5 of us even built a small wooden house from scratch without any tools. The physics engine of this game is simply divine. binding vines to wood using pebbles to smash tree bark. The force feedback rivals the real world. You can only envy from the outside. You don't understand the value of this 1 kilobyte. As soon as the post was updated, the onlookers flocked to it, like sharks smelling blood. Netizen A, wake up OP. Building a house by hand. Do you think you're playing Minecraft? At least draft some notes before boasting. Netizen B, so pitiful. Is there anyone managing these cyber lunatics? Have they been brainwashed by some? Netizen C, laughing to death, 5 big men playing in the mud to build houses in a game. I wouldn't play such a broken game, even if it was offered to me. Is this what you call a groundbreaking masterpiece? Just as Lu Zai was fighting a lone battle and struggling to counter the insults, familiar allies finally arrived on the battlefield. The kindergarten sturdy guy brothers, the OP, isn't lying. I spent the whole afternoon smashing trees with a broken blue brick, and the sensation was incredible. Now that I'm offline, even holding a cup of water makes my hand shake. This immersion experience surpasses all current VR games on the market. Malu also has dignity. You guys don't understand. A bunch of meat machines. If you can't play it, just shout. The tone of these few people was genuine and furious, completely unlike professional trolls paid to post. In an instant, a considerable discussion wave surged through the forum. Some of the old forum members finally sensed something was off. Could it be that these madmen were telling the truth? Is there really a mysterious internal test game on the market that's only 1 kilobyte, but surpasses everything in terms of graphics and interactivity? While the forum was in chaos, a large number of lurkers clicked on that 1 kilobyte link in an attempt to try it out, only to be ruthlessly rejected. In the green bubble group of the 5-man squad, a new member had also joined. System notification G Luo joined the group chat. System notification I am not Jiahao joined the group chat. Accompanied by the joining notifications, everyone instinctively clicked on the new members' avatars. G Luo's avatar was a simple landscape photo, perfectly fitting his identity as a prospective college student. However, when Jihao's avatar appeared, the atmosphere in the group instantly became profound. It was an anime boy's head in black and white. The boy in the image had his head down with bangs covering his eyes, emanating a sense of melancholy and brokenness that conveyed, "Don't love me, it won't end well." Lu Zai nearly spat out the stir-fried rice noodles he had just received onto the screen. This flavor is spot on. If Jiahao is actually over the 2nd year in real life, I swear it'll eat my phone screen right here. However, everyone in the group tacitly avoided exposing Jihao's persona. After all, having an extra teammate with a bit of a delusional complex might bring unexpected entertainment in the game. Malu also has dignity, casually changed the group name from Loving Bald Family to Confidential Operation Meeting of Elite Players. Malu also has dignity, brothers. Have you finished eating? It's time for online classes. I just found a video titled How to Use Mud to Build a High Furnace and sent the link to the group. Everyone take a look. G Luo sounds reliable. Tomorrow when we log in, let's not go to the ruined village first. According to the terrain, the village is southeast of the church, while the dark forest is directly north. Tomorrow we can sneak around the outer edge of the dark forest, avoiding the elite monsters in the ruined village, while collecting new supplies. Kindergarten boss, I think it's fine. Let's make a few long spears with wood and stones first. The longer the spear, the stronger it is, much better than poking with a stick. Everyone in the group became increasingly enthusiastic, discussing how to set traps to take down the big bug in the ruined village. Before long, it was past 11 at night. Lu Zai let out a long yawn, rubbed his sore eyes, and sent a voice message in the group. I can't do it anymore, brothers. My eyelids are fighting. I've been gaming and arguing online all day. My brain is about to boil. I'm logging off now. Oh, remember we meet in the game at 7 tomorrow morning. G Luo, I'm going to sleep too. See you in the morning. Kindergarten boss, everyone get some rest. Let's continue working hard. I am not Jiahao. The physiological limit of carbon-based life is ultimately fragile. Good night. After a few mutual good nights, the group gradually fell silent. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zai, half awake, casually checked his phone and looked at the group chat. He muttered, why hasn't Ma Lu made a sound for so long? He was the one who had been most animated with the expressions earlier. Did he just fall asleep in the middle of the conversation? Lu Zai shrugged it off, tossed his phone aside, rolled over, and started snoring loudly. However, no one expected this. In the world of online games, there is an unchanging truth: never trust a gaming friend who says I'm going to sleep. Because behind the act of sleeping often lurks the most shameless kind of secret hustle. At this moment in the game world, it was midnight. Outside in the dark forest, the howling wind whipped up a gray mist, emitting a wailing sound like a ghost. Inside the dilapidated church, the once empty resurrection array suddenly flickered with a faint white light without any warning. As the light faded, a thin, sneaky figure quietly appeared in the center of the array. Malu also has dignity, has logged in. He tiptoed out of the array, peeking cautiously at the pitch-black night outside the church. Although the howls from outside sent chills down his spine, a mischievous smile crept across Ma Lau's face, radiating a sense of wickedness. Sleep my ass. Let's get hyped. Ma Lu chuckled foolishly, skillfully opened his attribute panel. At this moment his experience points were stuck at 40,100. This included 20 points from killing a mutated corpse when he first entered the game, and another 20 points from helping Xiweir build a house. He only needed 60 more points to level up to level 1. Lao Lu and Lao Ji, those so-called social butterflies, seem fine during the day, but at night, they become timid as quails. They say the wilderness at night is hell, but high risks often come with high rewards. What if a solitary low-level monster spawns at the edge of the Chuch's barrier tonight? As long as I can stealthily kill a few of them tonight, and get those 60 experience points when they log in tomorrow morning, I can scare them to tears. Just the thought of being able to show off his dazzling level 1 in front of everyone tomorrow, casually putting his hands in his pockets and pointing out the world, made Ma Lu filled with excitement. What danger does the night hold? In the face of the contemporary players' obsessive mindset of not giving up until their teammates are dead, even the ancient rulers would have to step aside. Hee. Sorry brothers, but I'm going for that number 1 spot in the entire server. Ma Lu hunched over like a weasel descending the mountain, dragging his rough wooden spear, and completely merged into the unknown darkness. At this moment, after Ma Lu also has dignity left the church, Lin N's consciousness began to slowly awaken within the statue. Isn't that the player called Ma Lu? Lin N thought curiously. Didn't this group of 4th calamities say they were logging off to sleep? Why are they secretly getting online in the middle of the night? But after a moment's thought, Lin N understood. This is the current state of internal competition in online games. Do you think your teammates logging off means they are going to sleep? Wrong, they are just pretending to rest, while secretly logging on at midnight to level up, preparing to amaze everyone. For such proactive workers who work overtime without pay and even risk their lives, Lin N, as a capitalist, naturally welcomes them with open arms. However, the night outside is no joke. Lin N looked curiously at the figure of Ma Lu disappearing at the church door. Currently trapped in the statue and unable to leave the barrier, Lin N actually lacked a direct understanding of the dangers of the night outside, only knowing from the original owner's memories that it was far more dangerous than during the day. This was a perfect opportunity to send this headstrong player to scout the way. System, can I see the player's first-person or third-person perspective in the wild? Lin N asked in his mind. Ding. Activating Divine Observation Function. Consumption 1 Faith Point Hour. $1 an hour for internet access. This deal seems quite worthwhile. Lin N paid without hesitation. Although this afternoon those 5 unfortunate souls were wiped out by the big bug, deducting 50 faith points needed for reshaping his body made him feel quite pained. But fortunately, before those 3 players died, they managed to smash 3 0-level corrupted villagers with bricks. According to the system's energy conservation law, killing 1 0-level cannon fodder allows the system to extract 10 faith points. Lin N unceremoniously took away 9 points, and the remaining 1 point was converted into 10 experience points and 2 ash coins given to the players. 3 small monsters allowed him to barely recover 27 faith points. Although it ultimately still resulted in a loss, at least it stopped the bleeding. Ma Lu, you must give it your all tonight. Strive to kill a few more small monsters to help your boss recover some health. Lin N eagerly activated the system panel, and his view instantly switched to the third-person holographic perspective from above Ma Lu's back. At this moment it felt just like watching a 3D immersive live stream, with even the surrounding sound effects and wind perfectly synchronized. At this moment Ma Lu was crouching low, cautiously stepping out of the faint blue light that enveloped the Chich's barrier. The moment he stepped into the true darkness of the wasteland, he felt as if he had been thrown into a vast ice pit. The biting cold wind pierced through the seams of his oversized beginner's shorts, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The crimson crescent moon in the sky was half hidden behind clouds, providing only extremely limited visibility. In the distance, the black forest loomed like a colossal beast lying in the darkness, and from the ruined village came chilling sounds of gnawing and fingernails scraping against walls. Damn, the atmosphere tonight is absolutely stunning. But I guess players with weak hearts might just have to quit the game right away. Ma Lu swallowed hard, gripping the wooden spear tightly. His current experience bar read 40,100, and he needed a full 60 points to level up to level 1. This meant he would have to defeat at least 6 level 0 monsters in this cursed place tonight. For the honor of being the top player in the entire server, I'll give it my all. Ma Lu took a deep breath, pressed against the collapsed stone wall beside the church, and prepared to sneak into the grass at the village's edge. However, just as he had moved about 50 meters away from the Chuch's barrier, an unexpected change occurred. A layer of faint black mist had silently permeated the already thin air around him. The black mist seemed to possess life, slowly crawling up his ankles. At the upper right corner of Ma Lu's vision, a terrifying blood-red warning box suddenly popped up. System warning: you have left the divine protection barrier. You are currently in a night zone encountering a unique environmental mechanism, dark moon black mist corruption. Conducting sanity check. Check failed. Your sanity is slowly decreasing. What the hell? A sanity mechanism. Why wasn't this in effect during the day? Malu was taken aback. In the next moment, he personally experienced what it meant to be in a next-generation horror online game. As the black mist enveloped him, the scene before his eyes began to distort slightly. The edges of his vision were crawling with dark red vein-like filaments. Whispers began to echo in his ears. The voices fluctuated in distance like someone was blowing air on the back of his neck or a group of women were wailing mournfully in a ruined well. Even more chilling, when he turned his head, he could always catch glimpses of twisted shadows flitting behind the trees, but when he focused there was nothing there. An extreme psychological pressure. Damn it, the planner of this game must be a master of psychological horror. Malu was so frightened that his scalp tingled and his calves were cramping, nearly causing him to sit down. Watching the live stream from backstage Lin In was also filled with dread. He finally understood why the locals couldn't survive a night in the wilderness. The night not only spawned monsters, but the environment itself carried a form of mental pollution. Leaving the protection of the divine meant placing one's sanity over an open flame. This damn monkey won't just quit the game out of fear, will he? Lin In felt a bit worried. But he soon realized that he had underestimated the drive for experience points that Malu had. Suddenly, he saw Malu slap himself twice hard across the face. Smack! Smack! The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the night. It's all an illusion. Just fucking illusions. Ma Lao's eyes turned bloodshot. Not only did he not retreat, but he also gritted his teeth and glared at the darkness, his face once again displaying that extremely lewd and manic expression. You think you can scare me off with this kind of psychological attack? Dream on. Malu steadied his mind, enduring the constantly dropping sanity and the cacophony of wails, and he managed to sneak to the very edge of the ruined village. Heaven rewards the diligent. Behind a collapsed mill, he finally found his prey. They were two solitary level 0 corrupted villagers. They seemed to be enhanced by the night's black mist, their eyes glowing faintly red, moving significantly faster than during the day, wandering aimlessly. 2. Just right. Malu didn't rush in, instead he replayed the wildlife hunting techniques he had studied after logging off. He carefully picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and hurled it with all his strength at a broken water barrel to the right. Clang! The crisp sound of impact immediately drew the attention of the two monsters, which growled as they moved towards the direction of the water barrel. Now's my chance. Malu suddenly lunged out from behind the ruins, completely shedding his usual frail demeanor. With both hands tightly gripping the hardened and sharpened wooden spear, he used the momentum from his sprint to slide around behind one of the monsters. As a seasoned player, he understood the importance of attacking weaknesses. Additionally, his angle of attack was cunning, ruthless, and utterly underhanded. 1,000-year kill. Die for me. The wooden spear in Ma Lao's hand accurately pierced into the rear of the corrupted villager. He even twisted it vigorously twice. A whoa! The monster let out an inhuman piercing scream, and a large red number weakness critical hit 100 exploded above its head. Its already decayed body couldn't withstand such a humiliating and lethal blow, collapsing to the ground and turning into a puddle of black water. Killed level 0 corrupted villager experience 10 Ash coin 2. System extracted faith value 10. Lin In, watching this scene from the altar, silently clenched his legs together. That was too damn dirty. But I like it. This monster hunting efficiency is top-notch. The remaining monster, enraged by the sudden death of its companion, charged at Malu. But Malu was already in the zone, using the cover of the night to circle around the stone pillars of the mill while dodging the monster. Come on, you idiot. Can't touch me, can you? The monster slapped a claw against the stone pillar, sending debris flying. Seizing the opportunity during its follow-throw, Malu slipped to the side and accurately pierced the monster's kneecap with his wooden spear. The monster lost its balance and fell to its knees. Malu swung the rough end of the wooden spear and struck it hard on the back of its head. Bang! The second monster turned into black water. Experience and currency were credited again. Current experience 60,100. Awesome. This is what I call skillful play. Leaning against the stone pillar, Malu panted heavily, excitedly watching the experience bar rise. At this rate, as long as he pulled in 2 more groups, leveling up to level 1 would be a sure thing. However, just as Malu was preparing to continue throwing stones to lure monsters deeper into the village, the sanity value icon in the upper right corner of his vision suddenly changed from yellow to a blinding crimson. The eerie whispers in his ears instantly amplified tenfold, as if countless insects were gnawing at his brain. Simultaneously, a lantern emitting a ghostly green light suddenly lit up in the depths of the ruined village's decayed streets. Accompanying this was the chilling sound of chains dragging across the bluestone tiles. A terrifying figure towering at 2.5 meters tall, draped in a tattered black robe and holding a ghostly green lantern, its face obscured, was gliding through the thick black mist directly approaching the mill where Malu was. Lin In, who was still watching the show, activated the remnants of the original owner's memories the instant he saw that lantern-bearing figure. A wave of extreme cold surged up to his crown. Level 1 Aberration Lantern Wraith. This type of monster is one of the unique nighttime wanderers in this world. It has no physical weaknesses and specializes in devouring the souls of living beings whose sanity has collapsed in the black mist. Damn, how did this thing get drawn out? Lin In the statue anxiously wanted to slap his thigh. Meanwhile, Ma Lu was still foolishly squatting behind the mill, peeking out with half his head, staring at the terrifying figure holding the green lantern, unable to help but swallow. That look doesn't seem like a level 0 minion at all. Could it be? I stepped in dog shit tonight and stumbled upon a hidden outdoor boss. Could it be that tonight I stepped on dog poop and stumbled upon a hidden outdoor boss? Crouched behind the ruins of the mill, Ma Lu stared at the approaching figure with a lantern, not feeling fear, but rather a glint of greedy green light flashing in his squinted eyes. In the logic of traditional online games, encountering a monster with a flashy appearance and exclusive sound effects in the wild is definitely a gift of elite monsters or hidden bosses. Once such a monster drops loot, it must be filled with exceptional equipment and materials. Let's go for it. A bike can turn into a motorcycle. As long as it has a health bar tonight, it will be the perfect stepping stone for me to level up. Ma Lu was completely intoxicated by the imminent honor of the first kill. He even ignored the glaring red light warning of his sanity value flashing in the upper right corner of his vision, gripping the sharpened wooden spear tightly in his hands. When the lantern-wielding nightmare was less than 10 meters away from him, he shouted, "Give me gold coins." Ma Lu yelled like a lean monkey ready to spring, suddenly darting out from the shadows of the mill. He used the fastest speed of his life, executed a perfect tactical slide, closing the distance, and the wooden spear rushed toward the head concealed under the hood of the black-robed monster. Whooshed! The wooden spear accurately struck its target. However, the sensation of wood-piercing flesh that Ma Lu expected did not come. He felt as if he had thrust into a pile of cold, piercing cotton. The wooden spear effortlessly penetrated the monster's head and plunged straight into the air behind it. No physical collision volume. The fervor on Ma Lu's face instantly froze. What the hell? Physical immunity. A magic-type monster. This game does not follow the rules. Before he could pull back the wooden spear, the lantern-wielding nightmare slowly lowered its head. Beneath the tattered black hood there were no features, only a swirling mass of fog that emitted a ghostly green light. Whooshed! The iron chains in the monster's hand swung violently. There was no substantial contact, yet Ma Lu felt as if his soul had been struck hard by a huge iron hammer, plunging his mind into a blank state. Warning. Sanity value depleted. You have been subjected to mental lashings, falling into a state of extreme fear and paralysis. Ah! Ma Lu's vision was instantly covered by a scarlet haze, and the whispers in his ears transformed into countless torn mouths ravenously gnawing at his nerves. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his eyes rolling back, unable to move a single finger. He could only watch helplessly as the lantern monster slowly raised a pale, bony claw. At this moment, Lin In, sitting in the statue, felt a jolt in his heart as he observed this scene from a divine perspective. What the hell? If Ma Lu dies now, it will cost 10 faith points to reconstitute his body. This kid just killed 2 low-tier monsters and has no money to buy resurrection coins. Will it affect his work enthusiasm? As a marginal wild god who has to support a family and is extremely frugal, Lin In felt he needed to find a way to save Ma Lu. Lin In quickly glanced at his system panel. Although he could not descend directly to engage in melee combat, he was the highest authority back-end administrator. System. Immediately use your authority to forcibly broadcast the highest level warning in Ma Lu's vision. Use the largest font, the brightest red light, and wake this kid up. Ding. The collapsed Ma Lu, with a desperate gaze, suddenly saw a wildly pulsating blood red pop up, detecting an unspeakable source of mental pollution. Tier 1 Aberration Lantern Nightmare. This creature is a spiritual type, being current physical attacks are completely ineffective. Run. The poison circle is coming. Run back to the barrier immediately. Run. Run. This sudden high-level red warning, along with the glaring red light and the system's forced vibration prompt, tore open a clarity within Ma Lu's paralyzed nerves. Especially the phrase, "the poison circle is coming," instantly activated the survival instinct etched in the DNA of the fourth Calamity. Physical immunity. The Battle Royale poison circle mechanism. Ma Lu used the last bit of strength in his body to fiercely bite down on his tongue. Protected by dulled pain sensations, although he didn't actually bite through his tongue, it was enough to produce intense stimulation. He suddenly broke free from his paralyzed state, rolling and leaping up. He discarded the wooden spear and scrambled towards the church barrier that shimmered with a faint blue light hundreds of meters behind him. I was wrong, big brother. I will never be the king of scrolls again. Don't chase me. Ma Lu shouted as he ran, tears and snot streaming down his face. The lantern nightmare behind him clearly did not want to let go of this delicious soul, oh it floated in the air, the chains dragging across the ground with a piercing sound. Its figure seemed slow, yet in reality, it was like teleportation, tightly biting on Ma Lu's back. Every time the lantern's ghostly green light flickered, Ma Lu felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Faster, even faster. Ma Lu exerted every ounce of strength he had. He could swear that if this thing had been chasing him during his physical test, when he ran 1,000 meters, he would definitely break the National College student record. 100 meters from the church barrier. 50 meters. 30 meters. Whoosh! The lantern nightmare suddenly swung the iron chains in its hand, directly wrapping around Ma Lu's ankle. What the hell? Ma Lu fell heavily to the ground, landing face first on the cold stone slab, sliding 2 meters away. A bone-chilling cold surged through the chain, frantically draining his remaining vitality and sanity. The faceless hood of the lantern nightmare slowly approached his back, seemingly ready to enjoy its feast. It's over, I'm really going to die today. Ma Lu desperately closed his eyes. Just at this critical moment, boom. From less than 20 meters ahead in the church, the dilapidated ancient statue suddenly erupted with a dazzling deep blue divine light, like a sword. Finally, Lin In was within range to intervene. He used the divine power he had restored during this period to forcibly activate the protective barrier of the church. That deep blue divine light expanded like a tsunami, instantly enveloping Ma Lu and violently striking the lantern nightmare. Sizzle. The monster let out an extremely piercing wail, as if it had been splashed with concentrated salt. The chains wrapped around Ma Lu's feet instantly shattered into black smoke, and the monster's ghostly green lantern flickered violently a few times before its entire body, as if electrocuted, wildly retreated until it vanished back into the endless dark wasteland. The protective barrier of the deity, remnants of the old laws, made this low-tier aberration dare not confront its edge directly. Huff, huff. Within the barrier, Ma Lu lay on the ground like a dying dog, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. So, Ma Lu flipped over, lying on his back on the cold ground, staring at the broken roof of the church, while a twisted smile gradually spread across his face. This game is really damn exciting. The pressure from this magic-type monster, the adrenaline rush from running from poison, it feels so damn good. Inside the church, Lin In looked at Ma Lu, who was slumped on the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief, casually wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I saved my life, and I've also gained 10 faith points. However, since Ma Lu did not die, Lin In planned to take advantage of the situation and turn this thrilling escape from death into a motivation for the players to continue exploring. He immediately brought up the system control panel and sent a special prompt to Ma Lu, who was still grinning on the ground. In Ma Lu's field of vision, a system scroll emitting a dark blue glow instantly popped up. Explorer achievement unlocked, hidden. You survived the pursuit of the lantern wraith in the dark. Achievement titled Dark Knight Survivor. Unlocked core game mechanics information. In the world of Awakening of the Ancient God, there exist numerous incorporeal entities that are immune to physical damage. Please strive to level up, complete quests, and enhance the prosperity of your territory to unlock more skills of the Ashen Apostle to combat monsters with special attributes. Friendly reminder: your mind has been severely polluted. Please log off immediately to rest. The system will perform a deep soul repair. After reading this pop-up, Ma Lu was initially stunned, then suddenly sprang up from the ground. What the hell? A hidden achievement. And information about game mechanics. It turns out this profession has accompanying combat skills. Ma Lu was so excited that his hands were trembling. This was a top-secret piece of information unique to the entire server. Huh, I am indeed the chosen one. Ma Lu laughed wildly as he pulled up the system panel and eagerly clicked on Exit Game. He needed to log off immediately and boast grandly in their top player's secret operations room. Whoosh. With a flash of white light, Ma Lu instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. As Ma Lu vanished, the blue barrier that had just expanded outward slowly receded like the tide. It shrank back to its original size, just enough to encompass the entire dilapidated church and the small wooden house pressed against its outer wall. Inside the wooden house, Sister Zivel was deeply asleep, wrapped in a rough burlap blanket. Unaware of the life and death escape just outside the barrier, she wore a faint smile in her dream, as if she was dreaming of the great scene of divine awakening. Meanwhile, Lin In, sitting on the divine altar, did not rush to sleep. Tonight's maneuvers saved me some resurrection fees, but it also served as a reminder. Lin In looked at the empty church, secretly pondering in his heart. Currently, these 5 players were full of enthusiasm, unafraid of death, and willing to confront monsters heathen. But ultimately, they were still just 0 tier and couldn't even be considered Ashen Apostles. So right now, Awakening of the Ancient God seemed more like a hardcore wilderness survival game, with a bit of pain sensitivity, relying solely on physical laws and handcrafted tools to confront monsters. For instance, the Lantern Wraith, immune to physical attacks, posed a situation where players had no means of countering. They could only flee or wait to die. Only by having them gradually fight monsters to gain experience and level up will they be able to gradually mobilize more Ashen Divine power and unlock a variety of skills. At that time, they will truly experience the supernatural powers of being a believer of a deity. However, Lin N's brow furrowed slightly. Even if the Ashen Apostles can learn skills as their level increases, fundamentally, this profession's positioning in traditional online games leans more towards that of an elemental mage. What is the core attraction of online games? It's the diverse combinations of professions. There are no warrior mage priest systems, no assassins or archers. Relying solely on a group of Ashen Apostles to blow up monsters will surely lead to confusion when encountering special mechanics. Regarding how to unlock new professions for players, Lin N had already formed an extremely crazy and bold idea in his mind after browsing the remnants of the original deity's memories. In this world, a deity's authority is not unchangeable. Divine power can be devoured and fused. Lin N, now the Lord of Ashes, could evolve if he found another dying wild god. For instance, if there was a dying deity, known as Lord of the Forest, Lin N could devour its remaining divine power before it completely dissipated. Then Lin N would evolve into the Lord of Forests and Ash. As long as Lin N's authority increased, the players who believed in him would have an additional profession option of Forest Apostle in the class transfer system. This would grant them the ability to manipulate plants, heal, or use nature magic. Furthermore, if he devoured a deity that governed metal, players could transform into indestructible heavy armored knights. As long as I devour enough divine powers, the professional system of this fourth Calamity will become larger and more complete. Lin N's eyes sparkled with ambition. However, that light soon dimmed. Lin N glanced at the pitiful balance of faith points in his system back end and let out a helpless chuckle. Right now, let alone devouring others, it's already good enough not to be devoured by other deities. First, let these players obediently farm and earn resurrection coins. Today's twists and turns, coupled with the forced activation of the barrier, left Lin N feeling deeply fatigued. He slowly closed his eyes. The profound blue divine light within the statue gradually extinguished, and the ancient church once again fell into absolute darkness and silence. Deities also need to sleep. Blue Star 2:30 a.m. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Zai was sprawled across his bed, snoring loudly. In his dream, he was holding a Gatling gun, spewing blue flames, blasting the giant bug that killed him during the day into a hornet's nest. The passerby, the pure love warrior, exclaimed, "What? Are you really a CS? While we were sleeping, did you sneak online to become the champion?" Ji Luo responded, "What the heck is going on? Did you really go exploring the Black Forest at night? Quickly tell us, what was it like outside at night?" The kindergarten tough guy said, "Xiaoma, staying up late is bad for your health." "But what does your picture say? Night survivor." Lu Zai hurriedly clicked on the screenshot sent by Ma Luo. Although the image was captured through consciousness and the background was somewhat blurred, the system scroll emanating a dark blue glow and the clear text on it could not be faked. Achievement unlocked, hidden night survivor. After seeing this screenshot, Lu Zai's morning grumpiness instantly vanished, his eyes widening like copper bells. The passerby, the pure love warrior, exclaimed, "Holy cow. Physical immunity. A magic-type monster. The most critical point is that our initial class Ash Apostle can actually unlock skills." They had been complaining all day that this game was just a pure survival game with no active skills, relying entirely on turtle punches and handcrafted spears. Now, upon seeing the words "unlock more skills for Ash Apostle," everyone instantly became alert and no longer sleepy. Skills. That is the soul of an online game. Who wouldn't want to stand in a safe zone and cast fireballs instead of going up to monsters with a piece of rotten wood for close combat? Ma Luo also with dignity sent several arrogant voice messages. Tremble mortals. I just encountered an elite magic-type monster with its own BGM outside. I ran hundreds of meters to escape the poison and narrowly survived by dodging its attacks. The system directly awarded me the only hidden achievement in the entire server. Also, I'm just a few points of experience away from level 1. When I log in tomorrow, please call me God Ma Luo. After listening to the voice message, Lu Zai was so angry that he almost ground his back teeth to dust. "You, the thick-browed and bijid Ma Luo. We agreed to all log off and rest until we turn old, yet you secretly farmed experience and achievements behind our backs." Ji Luo's focus shifted more towards game mechanics. This information is too important. It turns out leveling up and improving territory prosperity can unlock skills. The game's completion is even higher than we imagined. The subsequent gameplay will definitely be very hardcore. Jihua, who had been silent, couldn't help but chime in. "Are there spiritual-type monsters?" No physical collision volume. This is correct, it aligns perfectly with my conjecture about higher dimensional life. Only by abandoning the crude carbon-based flesh can one achieve the sublimation of the soul. You all understand, right? Although the words still carried a cold and broken feel, anyone could sense the strong sourness in Jiahua's tone through the screen. He had spent all of yesterday in game posing and styling his character, gaining nothing. Now watching Ma Luo flaunt his achievements was even more painful than being killed. Ma Luo also with dignity declared, "I'm not chatting with you guys anymore, I'm going to the forum to show off. Tonight, I will be the most dazzling one on the forum." Saying this, Ma Luo immediately slipped away, heading to the forum to post that screenshot unchanged. At this moment, the cloud players who had been mocking them as water armies fell silent for a moment. Then what the heck? This UI interface, this lighting quality, don't tell me you drew it up temporarily with Photoshop. Hidden achievement. Territory prosperity. Unlocking apostle skills. This game has such rich gameplay. Monsters with physical immunity. A running poison mechanism like a battle royale. Hiss. Sounds so thrilling. Willing to pay a hefty price for a beta code of Awakening of the Ancient Gods. Price is negotiable. DM me. That night, countless heavy gamers turned restlessly in their beds because of this screenshot, staring at the prompt saying no qualification on the 1 kilobyte installation package, drooling crazily. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the curtains into the dormitory. Ding-ling-a-ling. The life-threatening alarm clock Lu's eye set rang promptly at 6:50. He sprang up from bed as if resurrected. There was no need for his roommate to call or for him to take a nap. He kicked off the blanket, rushed into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, and then sprinted back to bed at a 100-meter dash speed, putting on the VR headset. Jokingly, after being outdone by that kid Ma Luo all night, if he didn't get up now to grind, he wouldn't even get to taste the soup today. At 7 o'clock sharp. In another world, inside a dilapidated church by the coastal cliffs. Morning mist rose from the sea, enveloping the abandoned village and the distant black forest, bringing a chill. Familiar lights flickered continuously on the resurrection array. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 figures dressed in linen shorts appeared exactly in the center of the temple. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lu's eye couldn't wait to rush up and wrapped his arms around Ma Luo's neck, delivering a merciless chokehold punishment. "You old rascal. If you dare to sneak online to be the champion again tonight, it'll poison the water you drink tomorrow." Cough, cough. "Let go. Old Lu, be gentle. The pain in this game is no joke." Ma Luo frantically slapped Lu's eye's arm, but the smugness on his face couldn't be hidden. "What's wrong? Are you jealous that I got a hidden achievement? This is strength, do you understand?" Ji Luo helplessly looked at these two goofballs, clapped his hands, and gathered everyone's attention. "All right, stop messing around, let's get down to business." Ji Luo instantly transformed into a tactical commander, his expression growing serious. After yesterday's afternoon and Ma Luo's late-night explorations, we now have a basic understanding of the strength of the novice village. The abandoned village is definitely a high-risk monster zone, not only with first-level bosses that move at super speed, but also possibly wandering spiritual-type monsters that are immune to physical attacks like the one Ma Luo encountered. With our current configuration of being bare-chested and armed with wooden sticks, entering the village would be a death sentence. Ji Luo pointed to the back of the church. "So today's strategic directive is very clear, do not go to the abandoned village. Let's move east along the border between the church and the Black Forest. First we will gather scattered stones, vines, and wood, and everyone will work together to make a spear or stone hammer. Secondly, we will specifically target the corrupted villagers wandering on the outskirts. If we encounter stragglers, we attack in groups. If there are more than 5, we run. Today's core goal is to gather ash coins and conveniently level everyone up to level 1. The tough guy clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. "I'll follow Little G's plan of taking careful steps is the way to go. I need to smash a few more small monsters today to earn enough resurrection money for 3 lives. Jiahua also placed one hand on the edge of his pants and nodded slightly. "Steady capital operations and risk hedging. This aligns perfectly with my logic." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Great fortune is coming." The passerby, the pure love warrior, shouted, and was the first to burst out of the church doors. On the altar, Lin In, who had just awakened from slumber, watched with great interest as this energetic group of after a night of recovery and continuous prayers from Zivil, Lin In's faith value balance now stood at 135 points. Although this amount was pitifully small, it could at least support them for 10 revivals. "Go forth, my dear disciple. Clear out all the small monsters outside for me. Whether our game can grow bigger depends on you all." Lin In silently cheered for the departing crowd. The 5-man squad stepped out of the protective barrier, facing the dim morning light of the wasteland world like a group of well-trained bandits diving into the withered grass at the outskirts of the Black Forest. On the outskirts of the Black Forest, in the early morning, thin mist swirled among the dark treetops. This scene was originally a canvas of desolation and oppression, but at this moment it was thoroughly disrupted by the sound of energetic bangs as stones were struck. Old Lu, what on earth are you binding? A wolf's tooth club. Your taste has truly regressed to the Stone Age. As Ji Luo tightly wrapped a sharpened flint shard with vines, she couldn't help but make fun of Lu Zai, who was sweating profusely. What do you know? The passing pure love war god wiped the sweat from his forehead and proudly raised the thick black ironwood stick in his hand. At the front end of this large stick he had bound dozens of sharp stone fragments with vines and resin layered thickly. It looked like an abstract stick covered in pimples. Item fragmented stone wolf tooth club roughly made blunt weapon damage. Low effect has a chance to cause slight dizziness when hitting the head. Evaluation, although its appearance is hard to describe, hitting someone on the head will definitely lead to physical. The passing pure love war god proudly flicked his white hair. I call this the Great Luck Skull Crusher. With one swing the person has actually been gone for a while. Beside them the leader had already sharpened a dull stone axe while Ma Luo was crazily polishing his stone spear. It must be said that Ma Luo truly had a talent for research in the lower three routes. He had ground the tip of the stone spear to be both thin and long, even adding a slight barb. Ji Luo watched her eyelids twitching. Ma Luo, why does your spear look so indecent? Ma Luo chuckled, his eyes gleaming mischievously. This is called targeted tactical strategy. I'm planning to greatly promote this localized necrosis flow tactic today. Enough chit-chat, let's go. Ji Luo slung the newly made flint spear over her shoulder and led the way into the withered grass on the southern side of the Black Forest. They were now exploring eastward along the edge of the Black Forest. This area had a relatively open terrain, with half-meter-tall withered yellow grass growing in the soft black mud, providing them with perfect cover for stealth. The five of them bent low, stepping on the soft black mud like a group of street kids sneaking through the wilderness on electric scooters. Stop! There's something ahead. Ji Luo suddenly gestured and crouched down. Everyone immediately followed suit. Peering through the gaps in the withered grass, they spotted two swaying figures about 30 meters away by a target. 0-level corrupted villager, wandering type 2 of them. Just enough for us to share the spoils. The passing pure love war god licked his lips, his eyes shining with extreme hunger. Ma Luo, aren't you still 40 experience points short of leveling up? Well, take the lead and you can have all the finishing blows on the last two monsters. Ma Luo was moved to tears. Old Lu, are you serious? Why are you so generous today? Weren't you trying to strangle me last night? No nonsense, let's get you leveled up and see what skills the Ashen Apostle can unlock. If you learn a skill, our efficiency in monster grinding might just improve. The passing pure love war god poked him. Hurry up, stick to the plan. After saying this, the passing pure love war god charged out of the grass, first wielding his pockmarked fragmented stone wolf tooth club. The 2 days corrupted villagers heard the commotion. As they turned their heads, they saw a white-haired muscular man charging at them like an out-of-control truck. Here I come. The passing pure love war god leaped high, holding the wolf tooth club with both hands, and delivered a powerful strike to one of the monster's foreheads. Bang! Stones and rotting flesh flew as the small monster fell to the ground. Old Lu, you're awesome. He'll control it. The leader charged in from the side, a sinister grin plastered on his honest face. He lunged forward like a wrestler, using his strong arms to lock the neck of another small monster, pinning it to the ground and rendering it immobile. Take this. Ji Luo's spear darted like a viper, precisely piercing the chest of the creature that was being held, causing a stream of putrid black liquid to surge forth. Compared to the chaotic punches that killed the master on the first day yesterday, this combination had evidently reached a qualitative leap. Ma Luo, it's your turn. Get the head too. The passing pure love war god yelled while using the wolf tooth club to suppress the monster on the ground. Coming. Ma Luo bent low and sprinted around to the back of the small monster pinned to the ground. He took a deep breath, aimed his specially made barbed stone spear at the creature's rear, and shouted, taste my signature, move the anal rupture strike. Splat. Illo. The corrupted villager let out a shriek that nearly tore its vocal cords apart. Even without the consciousness of a living being, this dual physical and mental assault still caused it to twitch violently in pain. Damn, Ma Luo, your fighting style is simply perverse. Ji Luo gasped in shock from the side. Who cares if it's perverse or not, as long as it works? One more time. Ma Luo withdrew the stone spear and immediately delivered another vicious thrust, completely draining the health of this injured monster. Then he casually sent the small monster that the leader had bludgeoned into a daze off with a spear as well. Kill 0-level corrupted villager, experience 10 Ashen coins 2. Kill 0-level corrupted villager. In this desolate outer area of the Black Forest, the 5-member team began their ruthless assembly line work like a group of tireless cleaners. Identify the target, draw aggro, apply physical suppression, and finally deliver a critical hit to the mind. Ma Luo executed the combo with fluidity, growing increasingly in sync with his teammates. Before they knew it, it was already past 10 in the morning. As the two zero-level monsters dissolved into water, two streams of white light once again floated into Ma Luo's body. System notification experience has reached 100,100. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 1 Ashen Apostle LV. 1. Boom. With the system notification sound, the originally thin and awkward Ma Luo suddenly burst into flames, engulfed in a surge of grayish fire. Countless ash particles bearing dark red embers emerged from the void, swirling around him like a divine blessing, and finally seeped into his limbs and bones. Holy crap, this effect is incredible. The passing pure love war god wielding the wolf-tooth club was so envious that he was nearly drooling. Why does it look like a Super Saiyan transformation? I'm so jealous. Ji Luo and the kindergarten leader looked at Ma Luo with faces full of envy. In traditional online games, leveling up would at most result in a flash of yellow light on the character. But in Awakening of the Ancient Gods, they had gone for a deeply immersive baptism that resembled a divine miracle. As the light faded, Ma Luo was still the same sly-eyed Ma Luo, but there was a noticeable change in his aura. It was as if an unearthly power stirred within him, infusing his otherwise petty, thieving demeanor with a subtle, dangerous edge. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Ma Lu's smug grin stretched nearly to his ears. He hastily pulled up his skill interface, and upon seeing the two newly unlocked icons, instinctively drew a sharp, icy breath. Brothers. Skills unlocked. Pure divine techniques, one offensive, one defensive. Ji Luo and Gang Botzi hurried over at once. Quick, post the skill descriptions in the group. No, just read them aloud. Ma Lu cleared his throat and recited with theatrical flair. First skill, Ash Bolt. Consumes minimal spiritual energy to launch a black smoke-laden projectile trailing embers. Effective against both physical entities and ethereal anomalies like Last Night's Spectre, inflicting minor damage. Upon impact, it detonates into a burst of ash, plunging enemies into brief blindness. Effective against both physical and spectral foes, and induces blindness. This is essentially a sorcerous fireball fused with smoke blinding powder. Ji Luo arched a brow, skeptical, yet intrigued. And the second skill, eh? Gang Botzi asked earnestly. Even more extraordinary, the ash shaping. Ma Lu waved his hand through the air, exhilarated. I can command ambient ash, condensing it into any form I envision. For instance, when danger strikes, I may gather ash before me to forge an impromptu barrier, blocking enemy assaults outright. Or, if my spear shatters mid-battle, I can instantly sculpt ash into a sword or lance ready for though the system notes hardness and duration depend entirely on my available spiritual energy. Damn, this level of freedom is unreal. Even Jia Hao, who'd remained quietly reserved, turned his head, his fringe shifting slightly over his left eye, gaze alight with sudden fascination. Reshaping matter through will alone. This brushes against the world's foundational idealist laws. You know what I mean. Talk is cheap. Ma Lu tested on that dead tree now. Let's see it in action. Lu Guo de Chun Ai Zhan Shun shoved him eagerly. On it. Watch me perform high-tier thaumaturgy. Ma Lu took a deep breath, mimicking anime protagonists casting spells. He thrust his right hand forward, fingers curled like claws, aiming at a desiccated blackwood trunk 30 meters away, squinting intensely as his inner drama surged, then bellowed, perish. Kamehameha, no ash bolt, fire. At his cry, a wisp of inky smoke erupted from the door. The smoke coalesced rapidly before Ma Lu's palm, solidifying into a fist-sized orb of ash flecked with flickering tangerine sparks. Whooshed! With a faint sonic ripple, the ash bolt streaked across the air, a black arc ending precisely on the brittle trunk. Boom! The projectile detonated, spreading a cloud of jet-black ash interlaced with scattered embers across the bark. An ash-blackened crater the size of a wash basin now marred the trunk, smoke billowing violently, even igniting nearby withered leaves. Nice! This hits harder than whacking things with sticks. Lu Guo de Chun Ai Zhan Shun leapt skyward in delight. Now try ash shaping, Ji Luo urged. Emboldened by success, Ma Lu's confidence swelled. He approached the pile of charred blackwood ash, raised both hands in a wizardly gesture, and intoned solemnly, Ash, obey my command. Become an endless blade of light. Under his will the ash and debris writhed like sentient slime, crawling up his palms and swiftly congealing into a crooked obsidian-hued short sword. Damn, so cool. Ji Luo had barely voiced his awe, when before Ma Lu could savor 3 seconds of glory, the freshly forged black blade suddenly lost cohesion, collapsing back into lifeless, inert ash scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Ma Lu staggered violently, his face bleaching bone white as he clutched his skull and crumpled to his knees. Ow, my head's splitting open. Feels like someone's drilling into my temples. He groaned in agony. Alarmed, the others rushed to support him. Ma Lu, what's wrong? Your health bar's full. Why are you collapsing like this? Ma Lu, still gripping his head weakly, pointed to his attribute panel. Empty. My spiritual energy is utterly depleted. A crimson warning flashed, severe spiritual exhaustion. Ji Luo quickly scanned the panel, frowning. Let's calculate. You fired one ash bolt and shaped a short sword lasting under 3 seconds, and your mana bar drained completely. Exactly. These two abilities plunged me straight into post-casting lethargy. Ma Lu grimaced. And the system says full natural recovery takes nearly half an hour. So this game remains brutally demanding. No infinite skill spamming allowed. Ji Luo stroked his chin, analyzing. Based on Ma Lu's inaugural trial, at level 1 a player's spiritual energy permits only 3 consecutive basic skill uses. After that, a 30-minute cooldown is mandatory. Hence, these skills must be wielded sparingly, reserved as decisive trump cards in battle. That makes perfect sense, Lu Guodachun, AI Zhanshin shrugged, unfazed. If we could spam skills endlessly, wouldn't we be invincible? What kind of hardcore survival game would that even be? Let's go. Brothers, back to grinding. I'm leveling up too. I'll become a white-haired explosive mage. For the rest of the afternoon, the 5-member squad moved with growing synchronicity through the withered grasslands bordering the Black Forest. Under Ji Luo's tactical command, Lu's Eye's pustular wolf-tooth club struck first, inducing physical stasis. Gang Botzi, thick-shouldered and unyielding, closed in to choke, grapple, and immobilize. Ji Luo's flint-tipped spear darted between openings, delivering relentless damage. Meanwhile, Ma Lu, now leveled to level 1, retreated to the rear, assuming the role of their pivotal. Whenever 2 or more minor foes appeared, or when a teammate risked taking a hit, Ma Lu launched an ash. Its instantaneous ash burst inflicted 3 to 5 seconds of blindness, during which Lu Zai and Ji Luo descended in furious assault, overwhelming monsters decisively. As for Jia Hao, frailest among them, he hurled stones from the periphery to draw aggro, then methodically scavenged corpses after each kill, searching for usable materials. Through an entire day of relentless grinding, the zero-tier corrupted villagers along the Black Forest fringe suffered devastating annihilation at the hands of these 5 ragtag brigands. By dusk, the familiar chime echoed again from the direction of the chapel. Deep, resonant, 4 times boom, 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 boom. 4 somber gray lights flared across the withered grass. 4 silhouettes, excluding Ma Lu Yi Zun Yen, glowed with muted gray ascension effects. All 4 advanced smoothly to Tier 1 level 1. 5 true Ash Apostles had officially emerged. Upon the altar, Lin En watched faith points surge wildly in his system dashboard, his grin stretching ear to ear. These laborers, truly indispensable. On the outskirts of the Black Forest, a 5-member team that had just leveled up to level 1 was currently swelling with an inflated sense of self. The passing pure love war god closed his eyes, feeling the surging dark gray energy within him, and excitedly slapped his thigh. Brothers, can you feel it? This is power. This is the confidence of the mage. He eagerly extended his right hand and silently chanted a skill. A cloud of black smoke gathered in his palm, instantly morphing into a missile speckled with sparks. He casually flicked his wrist, and with a booming sound, a patch of dry grass nearby was instantly blown apart, leaving a charred shallow pit. Although the power isn't particularly strong, yet the blinding effect and explosion sound are truly practical skills. The passing pure love war god's eye sparkled. Beside him, Jia Hao had completely taken a different path. This guy surprisingly didn't test the missile. Instead, he formed seals with both hands, earnestly using the skill, ash shaping. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the ashes on the ground spread to his face, along his fingertips, forming the outline of a retro British-style monocle on his right eye. Jia Hao adjusted the ash monocle, a proud smile curving his lips. While my peers are busy figuring out how to hunt monsters, I've already begun exploring the deep connections between the character customization system and the skill system in this game. This monocle perfectly completes the last piece of my charisma puzzle. It's just so. You know what I mean. Slap. His pretentious display lasted barely 2 seconds before, due to mental exhaustion, the ash monocle turned into a puddle of black ash, accurately smearing Jahaya's face and instantly transforming him into a coal miner just crawled out of a coal mine. Huh. Jia Hao, your charisma just fell to the ground. Hurry up and pick it up. Ma Lu mercilessly mocked. Alright, enough playing around. Ji Luo glanced at the sky. The scarlet crescent moon had begun to rise on the horizon, and the surrounding mist gradually turned cold. Conserve your mental energy. Although we are in good shape now, the night world is not to be trifled with. If we want to avoid encountering the monster Ma Lu faced yesterday, we should prepare to head back early. The group nodded in agreement, gathering their day's loot and preparing to return home. As they followed the dry creek back, they were nearing the edge of an abandoned village. Crack, crack. A series of cringe-inducing chewing sounds drifted into the ears of the group on the night wind. The 5 instantly became alert, crouching behind a broken wall, peering out. They saw a massive shadow hunched over next to a dry well at the entrance of the abandoned village, frantically gnawing on a corpse dressed in an unknown robe. The creature stood over 2 meters tall, its body covered in hard shells with 6 sharp appendages sprouting from its back, and its grotesque mouth dripped with foul-smelling green acidic liquid. Holy crap, it's it. The passing pure love war god recognized the creature at a glance. Wasn't this the burrowing lurker that had wiped them all out 5 minutes into the game yesterday? What a narrow road for enemies. Malou licked his lips, a glint of ferocity flashing in his narrowed eyes. It was this thing that had bisected him yesterday. Old G, are we doing this? The leader tightened his grip on the stone axe, turning to Ji Luo. Though his tone was simple, his gaze sparkled with the gambler's light unique to the fourth Calamity. Ji Luo's mind raced. This monster was at the peak of the first tier, while yesterday they had been at 0 tier, completely crushed. But today all 5 of them were first-tier Ash Apostles, not only with greatly enhanced physical qualities, but more importantly each of them had learned new skills, with the blinding effect of Ash Missile combined with the enhancement of Ash Shaping. Ji Luo gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Fortune favors the bold. If we can take down this elite monster, we will feast tonight. Big luck is coming our way. The tactical command was finalized, and the passing pure love war god instantly dropped the pretense, brandishing his acne spike club, howling as he leapt out from behind the broken wall. The burrowing lurker caught up in its meal, suddenly turned its head at the noise. When its massive compound eyes recognized these familiar humans in oversized shorts, it clearly froze for a moment. Didn't these freaks get turned to ash by itself yesterday? How could they be bouncing around again? But the monster's logic was simple. Regardless of whether you were dead or alive, as long as you were on its territory, you were all just snacks. Hiss. The burrowing lurker let out a sharp hiss, its 6 appendages suddenly pushing off the ground, its massive body charging at the pure love war god, like a bulldozer, bringing a howling stench with it. Its speed is still this fast. The passing pure love war god narrowed his pupils. Attack! Ji Luo bellowed. Just as the monster was about to collide with Lu Zai, Malou Jiahao and Ji Luo, who were hiding behind, simultaneously raised their hands, aiming at the monster's massive compound eyes, and threw out 3 ash missiles at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black smoke missiles with orange sparks traced elegant arcs in the air before precisely smashing into the burrowing lurker's head. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 dazzling sparks exploded on contact, accompanied by thick black smoke. The densely packed compound eyes of the monster were pierced by the high-temperature ash, immediately letting out a scream 10 times more miserable than before. Its charging trajectory instantly shifted, its 6 legs frantically digging into the ground, falling into an absolute blind zone for 5 seconds. Take advantage of its blindness. Go for the kill. The passing pure love war god slid aside to dodge the monster's chaotic charges, swinging his spike club roundly and smashing down on one of its joints. Crack! A clear sound of shattered shell echoed. But after all, this was an elite monster. Even when blind, its instinctive retaliation was still deadly. Its sharp forelimbs swept towards the pure love war god's waist like scythes. Not on my watch. At this crucial moment, the leader charged forward. He didn't use a weapon, but slammed both hands on the ground, shouting, Ash Shaping. The black mud and ash on the ground surged up, forming a half-meter thick black ash shield in front of the pure love war god. Bang! The monster's forelimbs struck heavily against the shield. Although the ash shield only held for less than 2 seconds before shattering, the leader was also knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But those 2 seconds were enough for the pure love war god to roll away. Old G, it's your turn. Malou shouted from the back. Coming. Ji Luo leaped high on a collapsed stone mill beside him. In midair, he drained all the remaining mental energy from his body. The ordinary stone spear in his hand instantly became coated with a layer of rapidly spinning black ash, transforming into a highly penetrating ash spiral gun. Die for me. Ji Luo, using the force of gravity from his fall, aimed directly at the monster's weakest point, the center of its compound eye, and thrust down hard. PFF. The ash spear pierced through the burrowing lurker's eye socket with unstoppable force, deeply embedding itself into its walnut-sized brain. The monster's massive body stiffened suddenly, its 6 appendages twitching wildly in the air for a few moments, then it crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. It transformed into a puddle of foul-smelling dark green sludge. As the dungeon stalker was defeated by the players working together, a notification sound appeared before them. First kill announcement: the player team has successfully slain a peak elite monster of the First Order Dungeon Stalker. Participants: the Pure Love War God Ji Luo, Kindergarten Leader Malou also has dignity. I am not Jiahao. Level up kill experience points significantly increased. Reward distribution: experience points 100, ash coins 20. We won. Looking at the massive creature turned into a pool of liquid, the 5 of them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy. There was no backdoor, it was entirely due to their teamwork. This was the purest and most exhilarating hardcore experience of clearing. Meanwhile, in the church, Lin, who had been watching the live broadcast from a divine perspective, was almost moved to stand up from his divine seat, if only he had legs. Damn, these 5 players really killed a peak first-order monster. Lin glanced at the system's background bill. Killing a peak elite monster of the first order, the system extracted a whopping 500 faith points. As per the usual practice, the system heartlessly withheld 450 points, leaving 50 points to be converted into experience for the players. Adding to the pile of small monsters they had slain during the day, Lin's faith points balance skyrocketed to 786 points. Overnight wealth. This was faster than any financial product. Awesome. So awesome. This is the charm of capital. Lin laughed like a pig in the statue. At this time, outside the ruined village, the players who had caught their breath began excitedly engaging in their traditional craft. Looting the corpses. Ma Lu was the first to rush forward, frantically searching through the pool of dark green slime. This is the first elite monster aside from the dead salary from the system. There must be extra drops. Sure enough, he found 2 pieces of hard shell emitting a faint glow, as well as the corpse that the monster had just been gnawing on. The corpse was wearing a tattered priest's robe, and a silver badge depicting a weeping goddess hung from its chest. Brothers, come check this out. Jia Hao walked up to the corpse, pulling out a small wooden stick from nowhere, prying open the tightly clenched right hand. In that bloodied, mangled hand, it clutched a scroll stained with blood on one side. Jia Hao picked up the letter, brushed off the dust, and a golden quest prompt appeared in his view. Triggering the main quest of the area, the call for help from Fog Town. Letter content: the evil cultists have breached the outer defenses, and the weeping mother of Fog Town is about to shatter. We were ambushed by aberrations at the edge of the Black Forest, and hope this letter reaches others within the divine barrier. Save Fog Town. Quest objective: investigate the situation in Fog Town and help the residents drive away the evil cultists. Quest hint: it is recommended that players level up and wait for more companions to join before exploring. A major area main quest. Fog Town's call for help. Looking at the bloodstained parchment in Jia Hao's hand, the 5 players who had just experienced a life-and-death battle instantly straightened their backs. The pure love war god leaned in to take a closer look, loudly reading the last line of the quest hint. It is recommended to level up and wait for more companions to join before exploring. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Brothers. Key point alert. Waiting for more companions to join. What does this mean? It means this broken game is finally going into the second test. Ji Luo's tactical DNA instantly activated, her eyes shining brightly. This kind of regional offense and defense battle is definitely beyond our 5-man team. Fog Town must be a new large map, right? The protective deity there is almost shattered, and the outskirts are crawling with cultists and aberrations. This is clearly a large multiplayer dungeon. Damn, the second test is coming. Then aren't we the oldest players in the entire server? Ma Lu excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes twinkling. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly clean up this giant bug's corpse and haul it back to the novice village. This hard shell looks tough. Bringing it back will definitely allow the system blacksmith to craft us some armor. When the newbies log in later, we can change into it and act like big shots. That makes sense, let's move. Without hesitation, this group of 4th Calamity players had no concept of fatigue. The 5 found some sturdy vines and tied up the 2 heavy carapaces of the dungeon stalker. Then, like boatmen pulling a rope, they shouted in unison, struggling to drag the monster's shell, which was larger than them, back toward the church. Half an hour later, when the 5-member team threw the 2 huge shells still dripping with green slime onto the ground outside the church with a thud, the nun Shiwei, who was praying in front of Lin's statue, was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the remnants, emanating a terrifying pressure, her head buzzing. If she wasn't mistaken, this was the dungeon stalker that had once slaughtered an entire squad of elite knights in the abandoned village. It was the absolute overlord of the wilderness perimeter. What was the result? The 5 faithful summoned by the divine being had left this morning with bare arms, wielding broken sticks and stones. By evening, they had actually dragged back the shell of this overlord, as if they were hunting a wild chicken, laughing and joking. Looking at these 5 players covered in black mud and monster blood, yet still intensely discussing whether this shell should be made into a chest plate or a frying pan, Shiwei felt her legs weaken and with a thud fell to the ground. Praise the great Lord of Ashes. The young nun clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face. The messengers you sent are simply walking war machines. With them here, this wasteland will surely see the light. Ding. Extreme shock from the devout believers. Faith points 5. On the altar, Lin comfortably accepted this extra tip. He looked at the 5 overly excited players below and quickly calculated in his mind. Through the system's introduction and some memories from the original host, he had learned about the general information of Fog Town. Fog Town is a small town located at the edge of the Black Forest. Originally, it relied on the protection of the Weeping Mother to firmly block the infiltration of the cult, But now that the protective deity is damaged, the entire town has fallen into a crisis. The quest for Fog Town has been triggered, and players will soon be in contact with the dying divinity of the Weeping Mother. As long as I swallow that divinity, I will gain the power of the Weeping Mother. At that time, players should also unlock a new combat system. But problems soon arose. Fog Town is over 10 kilometers away from here, separated by vast wilderness and monster hordes, and the town is surrounded by countless cultists. Relying on these 5 primitive individuals to take down Fog Town. That would simply be delivering takeout to the monsters, and even with free shipping. We must expand the recruitment, and it has to be a large-scale expansion, at least bringing in 50 new players to help. Current faith value balance, 791 points. According to the system, reshaping a new body costs 100 faith points per person. To recruit 50 people, that means a total of 5,000 faith points. Damn, it's still poor. With all my possessions, I can only afford to recruit about 7.5 people. The gap is too big. Waiting for those 5 people to slowly grind monsters for money. That efficiency is far too slow, the opportunity would be lost. And if the divine being in Wuzhen collapses early, I won't even have a place to cry. No way. As an excellent planner, how can I bear the development costs myself? This money must come from the players. A glint of cunning flashed in Lin N's eyes, unique to capitalists. He immediately pulled up the system's editing backend and began crafting the first major version update preview for Awakening of the Ancient Gods. Since you all are looking forward to the second test and new companions, he'll set up a crowdfunding goal for transferring the cost of recruitment to the players, making them work hard to welcome the newbies. What is this called? This is called using the sweat of the old players to nurture the sprouts of the new ones. A perfect closed loop. That night in Blue Star, Lu Zai and Ji Luo, along with 3 others, didn't even have time to eat before they rushed to the group to discuss, and then headed straight for the game forum. The screenshots posted by Ma Lu last night had already set the forum ablaze. Today they returned with the proud record of first kill of elite monsters in the entire server. Without any hesitation, Lu Zai posted a report titled, "On the second day of server launch, 5 Baldies hardcore tear apart the regional overlord. This game is truly not for the dim-witted." In the most prominent section of the forum, the report showcased not only the unbeatable speed and blinding tactics of the dungeon lurker, but also shared the embarrassing story of Jia Hao's failed attempt at looking cool with an ass-shaped monocle. The forum erupted in chaos. A monocle? Face shaping and skills can interact like this. What kind of divine physics engine is this? Spell-imbued spear directly headshot. The freedom of combat is absolutely outrageous. The poster is just making this up, I don't believe it. Unless you hand over the beta test code, and let me see for myself. Countless users begged for beta test qualifications, with some offering up to 500 RMB just to obtain an account. As the entire forum lamented the lack of beta test qualifications, and even questioned whether those 5 were colluding to hype things up. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the official website of Awakening of the Ancient Gods, which had only shown a pitch-black background and a 1 kilobyte download link, suddenly refreshed without warning. Wow, the official website is alive. Look, a new CG is out. Countless players who had been waiting rushed into the official website. What met their eyes was the epic cutscene created by Lin In using faith points. Accompanied by a despairing low-bass BGM, a desolate wasteland, crumbling temples, a crimson remnant moon, and those nauseatingly distorted monsters hidden in the black mist. It struck the retinas of every Blue Star player entering the site with an unmatched realism. The quality of the visuals, the rendering of light and shadow, made one feel the overwhelming aura of despair and decay even through the screen. When they saw the last shot where the ruined statue's eyes lit up with deep blue divine light, all players watching the video were covered in goosebumps. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the computer. Which divine studio made this? The graphics are leagues ahead of all the AAA titles on the market. I declare that Awakening of the Ancient Gods is this year's true god. Who agrees, who disagrees? After the CG ended, the website page did not conclude, but slowly revealed a line of dark golden text burning with flames. Major version event: the lament of Wuzhen. Allies in the distance are suffering from evil slaughter, and the Lord of Ashes has set his gaze upon that land. But the glory of the gods requires more apostles to bear it. Server-wide preparation event: the reconstruction of the Ashes portal has officially begun. Below was an extremely intuitive progress bar, currently showing 0. Event rules: 1. Players from the first test will kill monsters in the game, and the system will automatically absorb the stray dark energy, converting it into reconstruction progress. 2. Players who did not qualify can click the Faith Resonance button below to apply for beta test reservation. 3. When the server-wide reconstruction progress reaches 150 beta test slots, will be officially unlocked, and exclusive titles for first test players will be distributed. This announcement caused a massive earthquake in the gaming community across Blue Star. In the small group of Lu Zai and the others, the news flooded the chat instantly. Ma Lu also had his dignity. Damn. The beta test is really coming. 50 slots. The official is making a big move. Server-wide joint progress. The immersion is incredible. Brothers highlight this exclusive limited title. This is the ultimate tool for old players to show off. We must fill this progress bar. Meanwhile, in various forums and discussion boards, the hundreds of thousands of cloud players who had been desperately waiting for beta qualifications were all readied after watching that shocking CG. Brothers, where's the reservation button? Click it until it smokes. Damn, there are only 50 slots, and there are tens of thousands of people competing for them. This is harder than taking a civil service exam. What about the 5 big shots from the first test? Pure love, God of War, Godfather. Please don't sleep, hurry up and get online to grind monsters. Exactly. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest like this. You guys hurry and fix that portal. The brothers are still waiting to play. A million heartfelt requests asking the first test big shots to work overtime. Watching the sudden shift in the forum's attitude, Lu Zai and Ma Lu, who were just called Water Army Dogs yesterday, were now warmly addressed as Godfather by countless players. Seeing the users frantically urging them to work, Lu Zai sat in front of his computer lost in deep thought. So this dog planner created this server-wide goal, then handed all the pressure over to us 5 free laborers. Hundreds of thousands of eyes online are watching us grind in the game. Isn't this a moral coercion? But then he thought of the exclusive limited title and the glorious image of leading 50 newbie little brothers to show off in the wasteland. Let's do it. Worst case, I won't sleep for a few days. My health is burning. Meanwhile, in the church of another world, Lin In watched as the number of reservations on the back end surpassed 100 in just half an hour and continued to soar at a terrifying rate, snapping his fingers happily. Emotional value has reached its peak. Next, I'm waiting to see how my 5 strongest workers will wipe out the monsters around the Black Forest tomorrow. 5,000 faith points should be gathered in just a few days, right? The happiness of capitalists is often so simple and mundane. Early the next morning, the sky was still not fully bright. The major hardcore gaming groups in Blue Star were already in an uproar. Countless bleary-eyed cloud players were fixated on the progress bar labeled Reforge the Ashen Portal on the official website of Awakening of the Ancient Gods. The current progress was 0. 1. Damn, are these 5 firstest big shots made of iron? The progress bar moved at 6:30 in the morning. Foster father. The pure love battle god is my dear foster father. This is literally risking their lives to help us establish our territory. Brothers put up protection on the screen. As long as they can grind out the second test slots once I get into the game, I'll serve them tea and water every day as a little brother. Meanwhile, outside a dilapidated church on the edge of the dark forest in another world, the 5 foster fathers, worshipped by cloud players across the internet, were currently sporting dark circles under their eyes, frantically digging in the side yard of the church with various broken tools. Hurry up, Lao Lu, dig your pit deeper over there. Tough guy, go sharpen those black logs we chopped yesterday and stick them at the bottom of the pit. Ji Luo was vigorously using a stone axe to dig mud while directing the scene. Last night, seeing thousands of forum users call him foster father had greatly satisfied the vanity of these 5 firstest players. In order to earn the limited edition first test exclusive title and show off to the 50 newbies who would join later, these 5 people collectively resurrected online at 6 in the morning. As soon as these guys logged on, they started the insane trap digging project under Ji Luo's command. Old G, are we really just digging like this? Passing pure love battle god dug out a large chunk of black mud with both hands, panting heavily. Aren't we supposed to be magic users? What do you know? Standing nearby, Jia Hao, who was trying to reinforce the edges of the pit with ash molding skills, pushed up his non-existent glasses, looking inscrutable. Fighting monsters as peers relies on brute force and individual heroism. But that efficiency is too. Yesterday, the 5 of us barely managed to defeat an elite monster after revealing all our trump cards. Can this solitary combat mode support the overall progress KPI for the entire server? Jia Hao pointed at the pit in front of him, 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep, with a tone that exuded the coldness of a Wall Street capitalist. Therefore, we need to change our mindset. We need to establish a fully automated monster physical transcendence assembly line. Let's turn monster hunting into a large-scale industrialized low-cost harvest. This is the underlying logic for achieving primitive capital accumulation. Speak human. Passing pure love battle god rolled his eyes. What I mean is dig a pit, lure the monsters, and take them all out in one go. Ma Lu excitedly chimed in. I'll go act as bait and lure the small monsters over in droves. They'll fall into the pit and get half killed by the wooden spikes. Lao Lu, you guys just poke them with long spears and drop rocks on them. Focus on a no-damage money farm. Brilliant. Passing pure love battle god clapped his thigh. Isn't this just a tower defense game? Let's do it. The 5 cybernetic beasts instantly erupted with terrifying power comparable to a production team's tractor. In less than an hour, a simple, yet deadly, trap formation took shape at the edge of the Chuch's protective barrier. The bottom of the pit was filled with sharpened wooden stakes covered with a thin layer of dry grass and loose soil. Ready? Ma Lu, it's up to you. Ji Luo tightened her grip on the spear in her hand, her gaze sharp. You'd better do it right. Ma Lu chuckled and loosened his skinny wrists and ankles like a wild dog that had broken free, plunging into the dimly lit outskirts of the dark forest. 5 minutes later, in the withered wood thicket at the edge of the dark forest, a heart-wrenching shriek suddenly rang out, "Son of a bitch! Come chase your grandpa." A group of mindless, filthy creatures who do they think they are looking down on. Accompanied by this extremely arrogant taunt, Ma Lu tumbled out of the woods. Behind him followed a good 7 or 8 zero-level corrupted villagers with blood-red eyes, claws bared. Even in the mix was a slightly larger first-level mutated hunting dog covered in flesh lumps. This hunting dog was incredibly fast, opening its mouth full of fangs, saliva flying everywhere, and several times it nearly bit Ma Lu's backside. Damn, Ma Lu, did you poke the monster's hornet's nest? How come you brought a dog back with you? Passing Pure Love Battle God was startled and quickly raised the stone wolf-tooth club in his hand. No time for chit-chat. This dog is too fast. I'm about to be caught. Save me. Ma Lu howled, just about to reach the edge of the trap. Watch this. Jia Hao, standing on the opposite side of the pit, suddenly clapped his hands together. Ash. In an instant, a mass of black ash condensed into a sinister-looking ash snare just half a meter behind. The fastest first-level mutated hunting dog didn't notice the trap beneath its feet and tripped over it with its front legs. Accompanied by a howl, the large hunting dog completed an incredibly graceful Thomas spin in midair, soaring over Ma Lu's head and crashing down into the disguised trap. The sharp wooden stakes at the bottom instantly pierced its abdomen and black blood gushed out. Beautiful. Ma Lu hit the brakes, rolling aside just in time to perfectly evade the subsequent attack. Meanwhile, the group of corrupted villagers with negative IQ only had a thirst for living flesh and blood, and like dumplings they all fell into the pit with a splash. Close the door. Beat the dog, Ji Luo shouted angrily. The 4 at the edge of the trap instantly transformed into ruthless butchers. 80. 80. 80. The tough guy lifted the big bricks he had prepared and mercilessly rained down physical damage on the heads of the struggling monsters in the pit. The accuracy was simply steadier than a pile driver at a construction site. Ash Missile. Passing Pure Love Battle God and Ji Luo targeted the densely packed monsters and unleashed 2 fireballs of black smoke. Boom. Boom. Sparks flew as the fiery ash exploded at the bottom of the pit. The monsters were instantly burned, their skin charred, and they fell into a state of blinding chaos, clawing and biting each other. Stab. Stab hard. Ma Lu, recovering his momentum, grabbed his specially made barbed stone spear and started stabbing at the wildly scrambling monsters below. With each jab, a piercing scream erupted from the monsters. In less than 3 minutes, the commotion at the bottom of the pit completely ceased. 7 corrupted villagers and 1 first-level hunting dog were all reduced to black pus and weathered ashes. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp system notification sounds flooded the minds of the 5. Kill 0-level corrupted villager, gain experience, 10 OE ash coins too. Holy crap, we struck gold. Looking at the barrage of reward notifications, the Pure Love warrior's eyes turned red with excitement. He excitedly slapped his thigh. This efficiency is 100 times better than our full map monster hunting yesterday. Don't just stand there. Jia Hao, go loot the corpses for materials. Old Lu Yu and the leader clean the bloodstains from the traps and lay down new grass. Ma Lu, keep bringing in. Ji Luo completely entered the state of a ruthless contractor, loudly directing the assembly line. Today we not only need to fill the progress bar, but we also need to level up to level 3. Roll it up for me. Got it. You scoundrels, your grandpa Ma is back. Ma Lu, without any complaints, dove headfirst into the outskirts of the Black Forest again, as if he was on a caffeine high. For the entire morning that followed, the outskirts of this wasteland witnessed an unprecedented ecological cleanup. If any outside adventurers were to pass by, they would surely be left dumbfounded by the scene. Those bizarre monsters, which represented despair and terror in the eyes of the natives, were now, like livestock waiting for slaughter, being lured into a pit by a skinny monkey with a treacherous look. They were then brutally executed in various ways by 4 big men who were grinning even more madly than the villains. The scene held no sense of Cthulhu's oppressive atmosphere, but instead was filled with a bizarre contrast of absurdity and industrial slaughter. This scene, observed in secret by Sister Zivil in the church, took on an entirely different flavor. The young nun knelt before the statue, gripping the cross tightly to her chest. She watched the mountain of monster carcasses piled at the bottom of the pit, as well as the 5 players drenched in blood, who laughed maniacally, with every monster they killed showing no fear. Her body trembled violently from extreme reverence. How terrifying. Is this the power of the divine? Zivil swallowed hard, her mind racing with wild thoughts. They must be the bloodthirsty demons from the abyss. No, they are even more brutal than demons. Facing those monsters that even the Chuch's knights would avoid, they actually toy with and slaughter them like livestock. Moreover, with every filthy creature they kill, their aura seems to grow stronger. Praise my lord. What kind of great power have you used to tame these terrifying calamities? Zivil deeply pressed her head to the ground, filled with utmost devotion. Ding. The ultimate shock and reverence from the natives' faith value 20. On the altar, sitting majestically in the statue, Lin En watched as faith points poured in, a grin stretching across. This feels amazing. So freaking amazing. Lin En opened the system back-end, watching the balance soar rapidly. Just last night, he had a pitiful 791 faith points. Yet by this morning, under the merciless monster luring and slaughtering of these 5 assembly line butchers, his balance rocketed past 2,000 points. Moreover, as the progress bar for the server-wide event reforged, the Ashen Portal moved little by little on the official website. The cloud players on the Blue Star side had completely lost their minds. Countless people were refreshing the official website page so much that the F5 key was almost smoking. Every time they saw the progress bar move by 0. A wave of celebration erupted in the forums, and some even began writing support essays for Lu Zai and the others. Under the triple incentives of exclusive title, old and new transition privilege, and universal oversight, the productivity unleashed by these 5 fourth calamities brought tears to the eyes of even the most hard-nosed capitalists. At this efficiency, by tomorrow noon at the latest, we can gather the faith points required for 5,000 recruitment slots. Lin En stretched lazily, albeit only in a spiritual sense. Since the employees were working so hard, the boss naturally had to show some appreciation. Lin En made a mention. In the open space directly in front of the abandoned church, the outline of an ancient stone door formed from dark ashes and rubble began to slowly materialize. The middle of the stone door remained hollow for now, but with each monster the players killed, a faint light would gather on the door, making its outline slightly clearer. This was the visual spectacle that Lin En had created with 15 faith points. It was like dangling a visible, tangible premium carrot in front of a donkey. As expected, the pure love warrior who was outside transporting monster corpses turned around and saw the magnificent portal taking shape at the church entrance, his eyes widening in astonishment. Holy crap, brothers, look, the portal is forming. The pure love warrior exclaimed with excitement, his voice cracking as he thrust his wooden spear into the ground. Did you see that? Our efforts weren't in vain. The officials didn't lie to us and are updating the map structures in real time. So what are we waiting for? Keep bringing in monsters. Ma Lu, as if on a caffeine high, charged back into the Black Forest, his eyes bloodshot. Even if the King of Heaven arrives today, all the monsters on the outskirts of the Black Forest must die, I'm telling you. As the sun set and the moon rose, the mist around the outskirts of the Black Forest grew thicker and chillier. Yet beside that massive pit outside the church, a bustling scene unfolded. 56th one. Let's go. Accompanied by Lu Zai's furious shout, an ashen missile detonated precisely at the bottom of the pit, the blinding sparks ripping apart 2 corrupted villagers who were scurrying around. Following that, the leader's blue bricks and Ji Luo's spear fell like raindrops, seamlessly reaping. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, I really can't move any longer. Ma Lu slumped like a dead dog at the edge of the pit, lacking the strength to lift even a finger. From 6:30 in the morning until now, he had run back and forth between the outskirts of the Black Forest and the traps at least 70 or 80 times. Though his physical stamina hadn't exhausted, the prolonged, intense focus had his nerves stretched tight, causing his head to buzz. No need to pull anymore, we've practically wiped out the monsters around here. The pure love warrior plopped down on the mud-covered ground, panting heavily. I just walked nearly 500 meters forward and didn't see a single strand of monster fur. We've effectively cleared the outskirts of the Black Forest. The 5 of them lay sprawled haphazardly beside the pit, looking at the pool of black water and ashes, each face adorned with a blissful smile that reflected the happiness of being drained by a capitalist, yet still feeling grateful. Because the industrialized monster farming of this day yielded absolutely terrifying returns. Old G calculate the earnings. I am not Jiahao adjusted his ashridden glasses, attempting to maintain an air of elitism. Ji Luo struggled to sit up, opening the team statistics panel in the system, her voice trembling. Today we killed a total of 214 0-level corrupted villagers and 12 first-level mutated hounds. The experience points each of us received were just enough to level us all up to level 3. As for the ashen coins, each of our accounts has already surpassed the 100 mark. Over 100 ash coins. Ma Lu sprang up from the ground, his weary eyes instantly blazing with a sharp gleam. That means each of us now has enough for 10 lives worth of resurrection in our pockets. Huh, we don't have to fear death anymore. Kindergarten boss exclaimed, pounding his thighs in excitement. Not only that, look over there. Ji Luo pointed at the open space in front of the church. With the massive slaughter of monsters throughout the day, the colossal outline of the portal formed from ash had already solidified halfway. A deep blue divine light began to flow along the doorframe. Brothers, the day when 50 newbies come online is not far off. Passing Pure Love Warrior rubbed his hands together eagerly. Once they log in, us 5 level 3 bosses will be the gods they look up to. Gazing at the magnificent portal now half solidified, the 5 of them felt their fatigue swept away, replaced by sheer exhilaration. Brothers, keep pushing. While it's not completely dark, yet let's sweep through the woods one more time. Tonight we'll finish this gate no matter what. Passing Pure Love Warrior like a pumped-up cult leader grabbed his battered spiked club and charged out. Stop! Are you out of your mind? Ji Luo grabbed him and pointed at the sky. The crimson crescent moon had fully risen, and thick, eerie black mist began to seep from the depths of the dark forest. Accompanied by piercing howls, something terrifying seemed to be awakening. Remember what happened to Ma Lu last night? Ji Luo said sternly. At night, there are not only magic-type elite monsters immune to physical attacks, but also an environmental mechanic that drains your sand value. We might have 10 resurrection coins each, but that won't last long. Besides, Ji Luo rubbed his throbbing temples and smiled wryly. Even if you're not tired, my brain feels like it's boiling dry. Industrialized farming might be efficient, but the fatigue from neural connection is too real. If I don't log out soon, I'm afraid the pod will alarm and declare me brain dead. Same here. Boss nodded earnestly and plopped down on the ground. My limbs are weak. In reality, I'm probably starving. Jiao Hao chimed in. The primitive accumulation of capital must follow sustainable development. Overworking leads to diminishing marginal returns. You get it right. Alright, log off and rest. Passing Pure Love Warrior was reluctant, but seeing the increasingly sinister environment, he had to obey his instincts. Everyone go eat a hot meal and get a good night's sleep. We'll log in at 7 tomorrow morning and finish the remaining progress. Welcome the second test, newbies. Ji Luo concluded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several flashes of white light, 5 muscular men in boxers turned to ash and vanished from the resurrection circle in the church. Blue Star late night. Ji Luo sat up abruptly from the game pod. He gasped for air, his pajamas soaked. Though physical exertion in the game didn't carry over to reality, the mental fatigue from prolonged intense focus made stars dance before his eyes. Grumble. His stomach roared in protest. Ji Luo pushed open the bedroom, doors shuffled in slippers, and staggered toward the living room. This was a high-end duplex penthouse in the city center, decorated in a modern minimalist style. Every ornament in the living room was worth a fortune. Ji Luo came from a wealthy family. His parents were always abroad on business, leaving him and his sister, Ji Li, alone in this house. As he reached the stairway, he caught the enticing aroma of instant noodles. At the spacious open kitchen bar on the first floor, Ji Li, wearing a silk slip nightgown, was squatting on a chair without a shred of elegance. Her long fair legs crossed, she held a bowl of braised beef noodles, slurping loudly. Sis, eating instant noodles in the dead of night. Aren't you always saying you're on a diet and don't eat after dark? Ji Luo stared at his sister as if seeing a ghost. Normally, Ji Li was known as an aloof ice queen with suitors lined up from the neighborhood entrance to the next street. But at home, she turned into a gaming-addicted shootin'. Stop blabbering. There are frozen dumplings in the fridge. Cook them yourself. Ji Li didn't even look up, her eyes fixed on the tablet propped beside her, while her chopsticks gestured in the air. Ji Luo leaned in and saw the 9th Art Gaming Forum interface on the tablet. The forum was nearly flooded with posts about awakening of the ancient god. At the top, a pinned hot post had a bold, blood-red title. Progress bar breaks 50. Hail the grinders. Second test slots are just around the corner. Brothers, rush to the official site and register now. Below, replies flew at a dizzying speed. Guys, I've been watching the official site. The progress bar is moving like a rocket. This isn't a locked data bar. Those 5 firstest players are really grinding like crazy in the game. Godfathers. They're all my dads. I just checked the reservation page. Over 3,000 people have signed up. 50 slots for 3,000 people. The odds are worse than the lottery. 3,000 is nothing. Foreign players are already using VPNs to register. The game's opening CG has gone viral overseas. Watching the chaotic frenzy on the forum, Ji Luo couldn't help but grin widely. That progress bar was built by us. Handcrafted traps and brick by brick. Sis, you're up all night just for this. Ji Luo grabbed a cola from the fridge, took a big gulp, and leaned against the bar with a smug look. Obviously, Ji Li finally tore her gaze away from the tablet, giving her brother, who clearly wanted praise, a complicated look. Xiao Luo, be honest with me. Ji Li suddenly put down her chopsticks, her expression unusually serious. Is awakening of the ancient god really as amazing as the forum claims? 100 full immersion, completely faithful to the physics engine, even simulating pain and taste. It's even more than that. Ji Luo perked up at the topic, pulled up a chair, and gestured excitedly. Sis, let me tell you, this game is... Today the five of us dug a huge pit and set up a trap array. I molded a tripwire from ash and tripped a monster right into the pit. The gravitational acceleration combined with the feedback of wooden spikes piercing flesh felt so real I thought I'd actually learned magic. And the NPC intelligence is insane. At night, there are magic-type monsters with a mental corruption mechanic that drains sand value. Seeing her brother's flushed face of excitement, Ji Li, as an industry insider, felt an indescribable. Ji Li muttered to herself, frowning. This sounds like something beyond Blue Star's technology. Aren't you exact? It's true, sis. You have to believe me. I've experienced it all firsthand. Why would I lie to you? Ji Luo flicked his bangs proudly. And your little brother is now one of the only 5 level 3 bosses in the whole server. When the progress bar is maxed out tomorrow and the second test opens, he'll be the instructor for those 50 newbies. Ji Li looked at her brother's smug expression and suddenly smiled like ice and snow melting for the first time. She extended a slender finger and playfully lifted Ji Luo's chin, her tone sweetly overwhelming. Little Luo, my dear brother. Stop. Stop it. Sister, please don't talk to me like that, it scares me. Ji Luo felt goosebumps all over his body and instinctively shrank back. Can you do me a favor? Ji Li looked at him with a smile. Could you? Lend me the gaming pod for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes, I want to take a look at its artistic modeling. No way. Absolutely not. Ji Luo covered his chest like a wolf cub guarding its food. Sister, dying in this game costs money. You're a newbie who has never played such a hardcore survival game. What if you get killed by a monster in there? My hard-earned 10 ash coins will be gone. That's my lifeline. Greedy. They'll transfer you 5,000 yuan as pocket money. Is that what? It's about dignity. It's my trump card for resurrection in the game. The siblings engaged in their usual battle of wits in the kitchen over a chance to experience the game, while elsewhere in Lu Zai's university dorm a similarly intense drama was unfolding. Old Lu, you are my real dad, my grandpa. Just let me wear the helmet for a quick look, just a glance. Lu Zai was wolfing down a box of cold takeout, while his roommate Old Wang clung to Lu Zai's leg crying with snot and tears. Old Wang was also a heavy gamer and had just returned from an elective class this afternoon. As soon as he turned on his phone, he was bombarded with news about Awakening of the Ancient Gods. After finally squeezing into the official website and watching the breathtaking CG, he went completely insane. He turned to see that his top bunk brother, who usually only attended class and snored, was visibly active on the discussion forum for Awakening of the Ancient Gods. Moreover, the logged-in account was none other than the notorious, passing pure love god of war on the forum. This pushed Old Wang over the edge. Old Lu, normally, when you don't have money for food, I treat you to instant noodles. I take attendance for you when you skip class. We are like brothers from different mothers. Old Wang clung tightly to Lu Zai's leg, refusing to let go. How could you be one of the 5 top testers on the entire internet? You've been hiding this from me so well. I beg you, just let me borrow the helmet for 10 minutes. Even if I just go in and scratch a brick, I'd die without regrets. Get lost. Don't rub your snotty hands on my pants. Lu Zai, while shoveling food into his mouth, ruthlessly kicked Old Wang away. It's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but the game is bound to brainwaves and soul frequencies. Even if you wear my helmet, ITLL, just be a black screen for you. Only my chosen head can log in, got it. In truth, Lu Zai wasn't sure if switching the helmet to someone else would work, but he certainly didn't dare to gamble. What if Old Wang went in and not only messed around and wasted his precious resurrection coins, but also accidentally triggered the system mechanism, getting his painstakingly leveled account banned? Who would he cry to then? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You were just unwilling to lend it to me. Old Wang sat despondently on the floor like a jilted woman. All right, stop wailing. Lu Zai finished his last bite of food and wiped his mouth. Didn't the official website say that once we fix the portal, they will issue 50-second test slots? Hurry to the official website and register. As long as you're quick enough and lucky enough, you might just hit the jackpot. Registration. Old Wang sprang up from the ground like he had grasped a lifeline and dashed toward his computer. I won't sleep tonight. He'll spam click this registration button with an auto clicker. I can't believe I won't win a draw. Seeing Old Wang's frenzied state, Lu Zai contentedly burped. The feeling of being envied by the whole world, with everyone yearning for the privileges in his hands, was 1,000 times more exhilarating than being in love. Just wait tomorrow. Tomorrow I will definitely grind out that portal and welcome my 50 disciples. Lu Zai lay back on the bed, a dragon-like smile on his lips, and fell into a deep sleep. In the game world late at night, inside the dilapidated church on the edge of the Black Forest, only the broken statue remained, along with a solitary candle flickering beneath the deity. After the 5 noisy fourth Calamity players logged off, the church returned to its oppressive silence. Only the occasional monster roars outside the barrier reminded of the world's cruelty. Within the deity's statue, Lin In was not asleep. He was watching the system back-end with a balance of 3,634 faith points, smiling like a newly minted millionaire who just scored big in the stock market. So exhilarating. Based on the efficiency of those 5 bandits in industrializing monster hunting today, gathering 5,000 points for the second test tomorrow is a sure thing. So exhilarating. Based on the efficiency of those 5 bandits in industrializing monster hunting today, gathering 5,000 points for the second test tomorrow is a sure thing. Not only would he ensure they willingly grind monsters on the outskirts, but he would also squeeze every last ash coin from their hands. Weapons need to be sold right. Resurrection costs money right. Even if they want to buy a glowing title to show off, I will charge them 800 coins. Lin En's inner capitalist spirit was ablaze. Just as he was lost in his dreams, a soft yet exceedingly devout voice from beneath the altar interrupted Lin En's thoughts. Great Lord of Ash. Looking downward through the deity's perspective, Lin En saw Sister Shi Wei kneeling on a mat. She wore a faded patched coarse robe, and her frail figure appeared especially thin in the candlelight. The little girl clutched a rusted cross tightly to her chest, her forehead pressed against the cold stone, engaged in her nightly routine of prayer. According to the original owner's memory, this little nun had been guarding this crumbling church alone ever since the old priest died. Each day she survived on wild grass and well water, managing to hold on until now. Even when nearly devoured by monsters attempting to break in, she never ceased her prayers. In Lin En's eyes, although this girl had an extremely vivid imagination, she was his only true native believer. She required no ash coins, no salary, and provided a daily supply of free pure faith points, making her a top-quality employee. At this moment, Zai Wei's ethereal voice echoed in the church, imbued with a sense of survival and infinite reverence for the deity. My lord, I praise your mercy and greatness. Today I saw the noble messengers you summoned. They are truly powerful. And yes, I'm so unique. The little girl seemed unable to find suitable words to describe the actions of those 5 hefty men today, settling for the term unique instead. I once thought this world was left with only darkness and despair. My parents were cruelly killed by cultists on their pilgrimage to Winter City. The old priest died at the edge of the Black Forest while trying to protect me. Everyone says you are a dying false god, and this barrier will eventually be swallowed by darkness. But I know you have not abandoned us. You are merely gathering strength in the abyss, waiting for the day to reignite the ashes. Listening to the little nun rambling about her tragic past, Lin En remained silent within the statue. However, for Ziviel, a native of this despairing world, it was a real and brutal battle for survival. In this wasteland, the lives of ordinary people were worth even less than a blade of grass by the roadside. Without the protection of gods, closing their eyes to sleep at night was a luxury. I can't just treat her as an NPC providing faith points. After all, she is the most loyal follower of this novice wild god. Moreover, the second beta test is about to start, and players need an NPC to guide them, which will enhance their sense of immersion and identification. Lin En looked at the little girl below, whose shoulders were shaking from crying, and decided to have a good communication with his only follower. Buzz. Within the temple, the originally dim candlelight suddenly flickered violently. Immediately after, the deep and gentle blue divine light suddenly shone from the broken statue's eyes. A celestial proclamation, ethereal, yet no longer cold, like the synthesized voice of the system, echoed deep within Ziviel's mind. Lift your head, my child. Ziviel trembled violently. She abruptly raised her head, looking incredulously at the statue, glowing with divine light, her big eyes filled with tears, her lips quivering, unable to articulate a word. My lord, you responded to me. Ziviel trembled with excitement. I heard your devotion and suffering I have seen with my own eyes. The darkness will eventually recede. The long night before dawn will be watched over by us together. With these words, Ziviel broke down. She collapsed on the ground, weeping inconsolably, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances and fears she had suffered over the years. Once she had cried enough, Lin En finally got to the point. Ziviel, what do you think of the apostles I summoned? Hearing the divine inquiry, Ziviel hurriedly wiped her tears, her little face turning extremely serious and reverent. Reporting to my lord, they are the bravest and most fearless warriors in the world. Facing monsters, they showed no fear at all. Instead, they were as fervent as if they had seen a feast. They can dig fatal traps with their bare hands, slaughtering those demons like livestock without needing your divine power. They might be a bit too fervent. Lin En silently complained as they saw the monsters as walking coins. But although they are brave, they are like a group of newborn cubs lacking reverence for the laws of this world. Lin En began to speak seriously. They are souls reshaped from pure ashes with damaged memories. Sometimes their behavior can seem very abstract, even incomprehensible. For example, rolling on the ground, saying things that can't be understood, or even tasting the venom of monsters. Ziviel nodded in deep agreement at the thought of the mallow that had previously eaten monster brain matter and foamed at the mouth. My lord, I understand it must be because the power within them is too vast, occasionally causing confusion in their consciousness. Yes, your understanding is sufficient. Lin En was impressed by the girl's imaginative capabilities. So Ziviel, I have a sacred mission to entrust to you. Lin En's tone became serious. Please command me, my lord. Ziviel would risk her life for this. The little nun straightened her body, her gaze resolute. In the days to come, more ash apostles will descend upon this church. I need you to be my guide in this world. When they arrive or feel lost, you must guide them to gather wood stones and build camps. If they bring you food and materials, as the divine representative, you can reward them with smiles and praise. Lin En was steadily setting up an NPC that would provide daily tasks and emotional value for the players. Guide those esteemed messengers. Ziviel waved her hands in a bit of panic, but they are so powerful, I am just an ordinary person. They will. Lin En's voice carried an undeniable authority. Remember, Ziviel, you are the nun personally chosen by me. In their eyes, you are not just a girl, but a messenger of divine will. When they approach you, you must maintain your composure. If an apostle greets you, you can respond with, "May the ashes bless you, undying warrior." If an apostle dares to act rudely towards you, do not be afraid. Reprimand them loudly. I will directly descend divine punishment and reclaim their bodies. After hearing the divine instructions, Ziviel felt an invisible force infusing her being. Her originally timid gaze became bright. The divine master had entrusted her with such a sacred mission. What a level of trust. Ziviel understands. The little nun clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed deeply. I will take good care of these brave, yet somewhat mischievous esteemed apostles for my lord. Very well, go to sleep, child. Tomorrow will be a busy day. As the last trace of divine decree faded, the blue light in the statue's eyes gradually dimmed, and the church returned to tranquility. Ziviel stood up with a flushed face, cautiously exiting the temple and returning to the crooked little wooden house built by the players during the day. Although the house had drafts everywhere lying on the straw pile, Ziviel felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. May the ashes bless you, undying warrior. She softly practiced the lines the divine had taught her, falling into a deep sleep with expectations for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lin En watched the guiding NPC who had fully engaged in the role, smiling with satisfaction. Under the current harsh conditions, he had to let this little girl serve as both a light pole commander and a novice guide. Once he had sufficient faith points, he would not only renovate this dilapidated church into a grand fortress, but also enhance this girl significantly. As the only representative of this deity in the world, how could I not have some influence? Lin En imagined a grand vision for Ziviel in his heart. Once the system unlocked more advanced permissions, he could use faith points to open a backdoor for Ziviel, granting her some divine authority. For instance, giving her a group life recovery aura and dressing her in a magnificent holy gown with a certain degree of absolute defense. This would not only grant her strong self-defense capabilities in this treacherous and desperate wasteland, but most importantly, how could a game lack a mascot? Currently in Awakening of the Ancient Gods, what roamed about were either white-haired delinquents, rough men, or thin monkeys stealing electric bicycles. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly masculine, making it suffocating. There was an urgent need for a beautiful, kind-hearted, and gently saying, "May the ashes bless you, pure saintess," to balance the masculine energy. Lin En understood the nature of the fourth calamity all too well. As long as the NPC was beautiful enough and had a good character design, players would throw away their lives without a second thought. If one day a monster dared to touch a single hair on Ziviel, those players would undoubtedly go berserk, digging up the monster's ancestors for generations and beating their corpses. This is the ultimate productivity that stimulates players' spending and grinding. Sleep well, little girl. Better days are yet to come. Lin En snapped his fingers in satisfaction within his mind, then slowly withdrew his consciousness, falling into a deep slumber. In this world filled with the bizarre, the Ashen Cathedral at the edge of the Black Forest was but a speck of dust on the vast wasteland. The perspective pulled back, crossing the rolling, desolate hills and traversing the snow-covered Death Canyon in the very center of the continent, hundreds of kilometers away from the Black Forest. Here stood a grand and magnificent giant city, Winterhold. It was completely different from the moldy, dilapidated despair of the Black Forest. Winterhold was firmly enveloped by a translucent, pure white light curtain rising hundreds of meters high. Under the protection of the light curtain, the city was brightly lit with spires towering and gigantic windmills slowly turning in the snow. On the streets, one could even see nobles dressed in luxurious furs riding in carriages protected by patrolling knights. At the highest point of the city stood a grand temple made entirely of pure white marble. Deep within the temple, a massive fireplace burned with an unquenchable flame, warming the entire hall like spring. In the center of the hall stood a statue of a deity towering several dozen meters high. That was the legitimate chief deity of Winterhold, the Lord of Winter and Contracts. At that moment on the soft beast skin carpet of the temple, a high-ranking archbishop clad in a platinum and white robe held a glass of dark red wine, gently swirling it. Your Excellency, the archbishop. A knight in silver armor strode into the hall, kneeling on one knee with a respectful demeanor. We have received news from the rangers in the wilderness. Fogtown, located 100 kilometers to the southeast, is currently under siege by a large number of fallen cultists and aberrations. The protective deity of Fogtown, the Weeping Mother, is severely weakened, and the barrier may collapse at any moment. They have sent us a plea for help, requesting Winterhold to send reinforcements. Upon hearing the knight's report, the archbishop didn't even raise his eyelids, simply downing the wine in his cup and curling his lips into a contemptuous sneer. Fogtown, that backwater place that only produces low-quality coarse grains and inferior beliefs. The Weeping Mother, a fringe wild deity that should have long since faded. If she dies, then so be it. In this cannibalistic world, weakness is the original sin. But Archbishop, the knight hesitated. If Fogtown falls completely, the influence of those cultists may just a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins causing a ruckus. In that shabby place of Fogtown, there are probably only a few village deities left, right? Even if they are all swallowed up by those cultists, they pose no threat to us in Winterhold. The noble knights of Winterhold should not waste their blood on those rural bumpkins. However, we still need to maintain appearances lest other city-states accuse our Frost Church of inaction. Send my orders. Casually pick a team of trainee knights to head toward Fogtown. No need to fight seriously. Once the barrier of Fogtown completely shatters and the cultists retreat, you can take over the remaining territory and capture the survivors who have lost the protection of their deity as laborers. Understood, Your Excellency. The knight accepted the order and respectfully withdrew. The Grand Temple once again fell into silence. The archbishop arrogantly gazed out at the snow falling outside the window, completely disregarding the lives of those fringe deities deep in the wilderness. Clearly, this group of lofty city dwellers had been too comfortable in their warm barrier for far too long. They had no idea what kind of monsters had emerged in that rural and remote area they despised. A certain wild chicken deity they referred to as a village god had just summoned a horde of insane fourth Calamity beings from another high-dimensional world called Blue Star. Arrogance is often the prelude to destruction. A night of silence. The next morning at 6:45 a.m. Blue Star time. There were still 15 minutes until the agreed-upon online time. However, in Lu Zai and his group's small 5-person chat, they were already brimming with excitement, ready to plunge into the action. Brothers, are you all awake? I've already downed my soy milk and fried dough sticks. Today we must push through and blow up the remaining 50 progress bar. I've been ready for a while. Last night, the number of reservations on the official website surpassed 5000. The entire internet is waiting for us to open the doors. Today we shall be saviors. Hee when those 50 newbies come in and see that we 5 are all level 3 experts with skills, just imagine that scene. Tisk, just thinking about it is exhilarating. At exactly 7:00 a.m., 5 familiar beams of light lit up in the dilapidated chapel of the other world. As soon as they logged in, the 5 of them didn't even have time to greet each other. Hurry. Get into position. Ma Lu go lure the monsters. Lao Lu prepare to cast skills, and the leader lift the brick. Ji Luo was like a ruthless capitalist overseer, immediately leading everyone to the fully automatic slaughter trap that had wiped out hundreds of small monsters yesterday. Great luck is coming. Today I aim to smash 100 skulls. Ma Lu brandished his spiked club, already smeared with black blood and brain pulp, howling as he took his place. Ma Lu was even more familiar with the terrain, darting into the misty outskirts of the black forest like an arrow. 5 minutes later, the 4 standing at the edge of the trap were on high alert, their bricks and spears already straining. Strange, why hasn't Ma Lu brought over the monsters yet? He already pulled the second wave around this time yesterday. The leader scratched his head in confusion. Another 10 minutes passed. The dry grass ahead rustled, and Ma Lu, panting heavily, emerged from within, utterly empty-handed, not even a ghostly shadow behind him. Where are the monsters? The passing pure love war god widened his eyes. Did you bring back air? Ma Lu plopped down at the edge of the trap, wiped the sweat from his face, looking utterly perplexed. There are no monsters left. Not a single one. I just ran a full kilometer out there and didn't see a single corrupted villager. How is this possible? Don't online games refresh monsters on time the next day? Ji Luo furrowed his brow. This completely contradicted his years of online gaming experience. Old Ji, could it be possible? I am not. Jiahao adjusted his non-existent monocle, his tone somberly pointing out the blind spot. This so-called 100 fully immersive cross-era masterpiece has no concept of refreshing at all. This is an absolutely realistic hardcore world. Jiahao pointed to the dead silent edge of the black forest. The monsters here are not mere images generated by lines of code, but real beings that exist in this world. If an area is exterminated by us like yesterday, then they are genuinely extinct. In an instant, the 5 veteran players exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a dead silence of awkwardness. The pure love war god passing by twitched his mouth. So what you're saying is, we were too ruthless yesterday and directly destroyed the ecology of the novice village. Thoroughly destroyed, Ma Luo shrugged. Not only the monsters, but I've even uprooted the herbs from the ground. There are no monsters left outside for us to kill. Without monsters, there was no energy to absorb, and the progress bar would be stuck here. In the statue, Lin watched this scene with a mix of laughter and tears. He was so focused on having these players grind away, yet he overlooked that this world was a real wasteland. The low-tier aberrations wandering around the outskirts of the Black Forest were already few, and yesterday, they had been slaughtered by over 200. That was the accumulation of several years in this area. What do we do now? By the trap, the pure love war god was scratching his head in a panic. There are tens of thousands of people watching us online. If the progress bar is stuck here, not only will we be unable to show off, but we will probably also be drowned by the criticism of the forum veterans. We can't just sit idle. Ji Luo's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards the southeast direction of the church to the abandoned village shrouded in gray mist. Since we've cleaned out the outskirts of the Black Forest, there's only one choice left to continue advancing the progress bar. Ji Luo pointed towards the abandoned village. Let's go there. Everyone followed his direction and swallowed. That was where they encountered the region's overlord, the burrowing lurker, which was as fast as a mud truck. Although they had worked together to kill that peak-tier elite monster last night, who knew what other monsters were hiding in that broken village? Especially Ma Luo, who had witnessed firsthand how terrifying the lamp nightmare immune to physical attacks was deep within the village. Old G, are you sure we want to touch this bad luck? The pure love war god rubbed the back of his head as if he could still feel the excruciating pain from being one-shotted yesterday. Otherwise, are we just going to stare at each other here? Ji Luo sighed, pointing at the motionless teleportation portal behind everyone. With hundreds of thousands of eyes watching us online, if we can't fill this progress bar today, won't we be roasted in the forum? Jiahao adjusted his single-lens glasses made from ashes, his tone serious. High rewards often come with high risks. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Let's do it. At worst, well, just lose 10 ash coins. The leader slammed his thigh. We have savings, so what are we afraid of? Once the opinions were unified, the 5-man team set off again towards the abandoned village. This time, because the wandering small monsters and the burrowing lurker guarding the entrance had been completely cleared, the 5 of them sailed smoothly into the depths of the abandoned village. But the deeper they went, the more they felt an indescribable sense of oppression. The smell in this village. The pure love war god wrinkled his nose. The game's 100 holographic taste system became a torment at this moment. In addition to the musty, earthy smell, an extremely strong and nauseating smell of blood began to permeate the air. Moreover, on both sides of the road, bizarre runes painted with dark red blood began to appear on the remnants of walls and broken buildings. Those runes seemed alive, writhing slightly in the dim shadows, making one feel a tightness in the chest just from a glance. Chill. Something's moving. Ma Luo at the front suddenly made a hand gesture signaling everyone to be quiet. He immediately got into position, moving like a boneless cat, sticking closely to the wall, his steps so light that not even a fallen leaf made a sound. He deftly slipped into an extremely narrow, dark alley. Watching Ma Luo's incredibly skilled stealth, the pure love war god couldn't help but lower his voice to Ji Luo beside him. Old G, guess what Ma Luo does in reality? With his level of skill, if he doesn't have 2 or 3 burglary charges on him, I might as well eat my Wolf Fawn Club raw. Don't talk nonsense, he might just be a kind-hearted locksmith. Ji Luo stifled a laugh and carefully led everyone to follow. Following the direction of the strongest blood smell, the 5 stopped outside a dilapidated priest's residence. Ma Luo crouched on the half-collapsed windowsill, peering inside with half his head sticking out, his pupils suddenly contracting. He immediately waved his hand back, signaling everyone to come and look. As everyone crowded closer to take a look, they couldn't help but gasp. In the spacious hall of the residence, there were actually over a dozen figures clothed in dark red robes, with pale bone-like masks covering their faces. They formed a circle, performing an exceedingly cruel blood and flesh sacrifice. The original statue in the center of the hall had been smashed, replaced by a grotesque mass of flesh and blood made from countless human and monster limbs. At the forefront stood a tall figure in red robes holding a bloody bone blade, fervently chanting a nauseating incantation. Could they be cultists? Ji Luo's eyes narrowed as he immediately recalled the distress signal that had been revealed yesterday. At that moment, the red-robed leader stopped chanting and turned to his followers, roaring, "Speed up the blood sacrifice. The great Lord of the Abyss will not allow any heretical deities to continue to linger." A disciple respectfully inquired, "My lord, what about the Fog Town?" The pseudo-god called the crying Holy Mother in Fog Town is about to have her barrier shattered. Don't worry about her. She is destined to become the nourishment for the resurrection of the Holy Lord. The redrobed leader sneered, pointing towards the direction of the black forest outside the village, his tone filled with fervor and disdain. Our task this time is to eliminate all the wild gods at the edge of the black forest. Do they really think they can share a piece of the pie in this wasteland when their temples are barely standing? The 12 anomalies under the Holy Lord have begun to awaken, and we will use this sacrifice to summon an entity representing the authority of devouring, forcefully tearing apart that wild god's barrier, completely corrupting him and bringing him into the Holy Lord's camp. The redrobed leader's words were clearly heard by the 5 hiding outside the window. Damn it, these bastards not only want to attack Fog Town, but also want to invade our home. The pure love war god widened his eyes, cursing in a low voice. How could this be tolerated? If the Lord of Ashes were to be corrupted, wouldn't all of them, the Ash Apostles, be deleted along with him? This was a deep grudge of severing one's means of livelihood, a vendetta against the parents. Just then, as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, a chilling sound of flesh writhing suddenly erupted from the altar in the center of the hall. Gurgle, gurgle. Only then did they notice that the grotesque mass of flesh towering 3 meters high in the center of the hall was constantly writhing. Its surface was covered with dark red veins resembling a semi-transparent giant flesh cocoon. The cocoon pulsed powerfully on the altar like a colossal heart. With every heartbeat, it released a terrifying pressure that made one's sanity plummet. At the same time, a blinding crimson warning panel popped up in the center of the 5 players' view. Target locked, incubating disaster entity, Flesh Mergers Tier 2. Background information: a projection of one of the 12 original disasters under an unspeakable ancient evil god. It represents the authority of the evil god devouring. Current status: incubating. Second tier. Upon seeing those words on the panel, Malu nearly fell to the ground, his voice. Yesterday, the 5 of them, with all their trump cards revealed, and in a frantic state, barely managed to grind down a peak first-tier giant insect. Now these cultists have actually concocted a second-tier super boss in this rundown village. Moreover, the background introduction is so high-profile, it's a projection of one of the 12 enigmatic subordinates of the Dark God. If it hatches, let alone them being 5 level 3 newcomers, even if they called in 50 new players today, it might not be enough to fill its jaws. Old G, we can't deal with this monster. Is this thing even something we can fight at this stage? The sturdy leader's honest face also showed fear, his hand gripping the stone axe drenched in sweat. Ji Luo stared intently at the writhing flesh cocoon, her mind racing. We definitely cannot retreat. Ji Luo gritted her teeth. These cultists are targeting the Lord of Ashes, which is our novice village. If this thing hatches and attacks the church, we're all done for, and our progress will be completely ruined. What do we do then? That's a second tier, brother. Malu panicked. Look at the panel, it's still in the hatching phase. Ji Luo pointed at the row of red text, her eyes becoming incredibly sharp like a gambler driven mad. Since we can't defeat a second tier monster, let's smash this incubator before it evolves to the second tier. Take advantage of its weakness, strike it down. Break that cocoon. Old G is right. This broken game can't possibly spawn an unbeatable deadlock at our current level. Since the system indicates it's still hatching, it means there's a backdoor mechanism left for us. The passing pure love war god's eyes widened, the aura of the 4th catastrophe emanating fiercely. Jia Hao also took a deep breath, pushing up his non-existent monocle with one hand. The capital market's greatest taboo is indecision. Since we've been cornered, we can only go all in. Interrupting its hatching is the only fundamental logic. Let's do it. Worst case, we drop 10 ash coins and 10 minutes later, I'll be a good man again. The sturdy leader hefted the stone axe, his honest face filled with a sense of bravery in the face of death. After unifying their stance, the 5 did not hesitate at all. For the 4th catastrophe, once they made up their minds, no matter what ancient evil god it was, as long as it had a health bar, even the King of Heaven would have to take a couple of hits. Attack! With Ji Luo's command, the 5 level 3 apostles of Ash charged in like 5 hungry wolves, descending the mountain, directly kicking down the precarious wooden door of the priest's residence, roaring into the hall. Good fortune is here. Everyone die for me. The pure love war god leading the charge locked onto a cultist standing guard at the door. The cultist had yet to react when a flash of white light appeared before him, and a wolf-tooth club bristling with sharp stones came crashing down on his forehead with thunderous force. Bang! The bone mask shattered, and before the cultist could let out a scream, he was obliterated by the pure love war god's club, turning into a puddle of mush on the spot. Killing a 0-tier fallen cultist. Experience 20 ash coins for. Damn humanoid monsters drop more money than aberrations. Brothers, we've struck gold. The pure love war god shouted excitedly. The sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so cultists in the hall holding a ritual to go into chaos. The redrobed leader was both shocked and angry. He never expected that at the most critical moment of the blood sacrifice, several bare-chested wild men would rush in to ruin everything. Heretics, dare to desecrate the arrival of the Lord. Kill them all, and add their flesh and blood to the altar. The redrobed leader roared, swinging the bone blade in his hand as he charged forward. But he clearly underestimated the combat power of these 5 wild men, and even more so the shamelessness of the players. Cover with missiles. Leader, ignore the small fry, charge to the altar with me. Ji Luo shouted while raising her hand along with Ma Lu and Jia Hao behind her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ash missiles laced with orange fire sparks accurately struck the densest crowd of cultists. Boom. Blinding flames and thick black smoke erupted instantly. In an instant, cries of agony filled the hall as 7 or 8 cultists clutching their burned eyes stumbled around like headless flies. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, Ji Luo and the kindergarten leader side by side bulldozed their way through the chaotic crowd of cultists, carving out a bloody path. The two rushed straight for the enormous flesh cocoon in the center of the hall. Stop them. Quickly stop them. The redrobed leader's eyes turned red with urgency as he recklessly lunged at Ji Luo, the bone blade in his hand cutting through the air. Your opponent is me. The pure love war god grinned wickedly as he burst out from the side, the wolf-tooth club sweeping through the masses, meeting the redrobed leader's bone blade Heaton. Crack. The immense force of the collision caused the pure love war god's hand to shatter, almost sending the wolf-tooth club flying from his grasp. However, his support still delayed the redrobed leader's speed. At this moment, Ji Luo and the kindergarten leader had already reached the edge of the altar. Feeling the pulsating flesh cocoon that resembled a gigantic heart up close, both felt a deep sense of dread and nausea from the depths of their souls. But there was no hesitation in their actions. Let me smash it. The leader roared, his muscular arms bulging. He swung the heavy stone axe with all his might, aiming for the writhing blood vessels on the surface of the cocoon, and brought it down forcefully. This axe blow felt as though it struck a piece of extraordinarily resilient rubber. With a dull tearing sound, a large amount of foul-smelling dark red liquid gushed forth from the wound of the cocoon, splattering all over the leader. Whoa! A chilling, eerie shriek suddenly echoed from within the cocoon. This sound pierced the soul, causing everyone in the hall to cover their ears, collapsing in pain. Not good. It's coming out. Ji Luo gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her mind loudly. The cultists who had been fiercely battling, upon hearing that shriek, all abandoned resistance, kneeling on the ground with expressions of extreme fervor and fear. The redrobed leader frantically bowed his head, muttering, Lord, quell your anger. Lord, quell your anger. The vessel for the arrival is still not perfect. Boom. The entire priest's residence began to tremble violently. In the center of the altar, the blood meat cocoon, which had been split open by the leader, began to twist, and immediately a massive arm composed of countless twisted muscles and sharp-boned spines tore through the outer flesh membrane and emerged from within. With a loud bang, the meat cocoon shattered completely, sending blood mist and flesh flying in all directions. Within the thick blood mist, a terrifying monster, nearly 4 meters tall, lacking any fixed form, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of countless human corpses stitched together, slowly stood upright. Its head had no facial features, only a massive flesh tumor located where its chest should be, as deep and dark as a black hole surrounded by layers of sharp teeth. System warning: the hatching process has encountered irreversible damage. Target locked. Flesh emergent. Premature body. Current level assessment: peak stage 1 LV. 17. Danger is extremely lethal. Please evacuate immediately. Peak stage 1. Seeing the notification on the panel, the crowd did not feel fear. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. Old G, you truly are a genius. We have eliminated its stage 2. Its current level is the same as that underground ambusher from yesterday. Don't be careless. The pressure from this creature is far stronger than that big bug. Ji Luo stared intently at the monster before them, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Though both were at peak stage 1, the suffocating evil pressure emitted by the flesh emergent was not something that the physical creature could compare to. This was a bizarre entity imbued with a trace of the power of an evil god. The monster slowly turned its head, which lacked facial features, as if sensing the world around it. When it gazed upon the cultists who were kneeling and trembling, the massive flesh tumor in its chest suddenly, with a hissing sound, dozens of dark red tentacles shot out like lightning, precisely wrapping around the necks of all present cultists, including the redrobed leader. Saint. No. I am your most loyal. The redrobed leader screamed in terror, but the monster ignored him entirely. In the astonished eyes of the 5 players, those dozen cultists had no chance to resist, and were forcibly dragged into the monster's gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Crunch. Crunch. The chilling sound of chewing echoed through the hall, the sound of bones breaking, sending chills down spines. As the monster consumed the flesh and blood of these cultists, its previously waning presence, due to the premature hatching, began to surge at a visible rate. Holy crap! It can eat people for health and buffs. Malua was so scared that her voice cracked. How are we supposed to fight this? After devouring the cultists, the flesh mergent finally turned its attention to the 5 players who had spoiled its feast. It slowly raised its massive bone-spiked arm, and from the flesh tumor in its chest came a roar filled with boundless fury and killing intent. Roar! In the next moment, the monster did not charge like an ordinary creature. The writhing flesh on its body suddenly churned violently like boiling water. Then thousands of sharp blood spikes erupted from its body like a torrential storm, instantly covering every corner of the hall. Quick, find cover. Ji Luo's warning was cut short. Puff, 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 puff. They had no time to react, not even feeling pain. The 5 players who had just reached level 3 and were ready to show off were instantly turned into a beehive under the downpour of blood spikes, without even touching a hair of the monster. In just one encounter, the 5-man team was annihilated, reduced to 5 piles of frustrated ashes disappearing into the air. Within the dilapidated chapel at the edge of the Black Forest, Lin, seated on the altar, was gleefully admiring the steadily rising number of reservations on the system backend. Suddenly, an extremely piercing alarm rang out in his mind, shaking his stone statue a couple of times. Emergency divine domain warning. A high-risk anomaly has been detected. Coordinates abandoned village. Warning: this creature carries the devouring authority of an evil god and is highly aggressive. Warning: target locked on Ashen Chapel. Summoning nearby aberrations to form a small beast tide expected to breach the divine barrier in 3 minutes. Lin In's smile froze instantly. What the hell? A beast tide is coming to our home. Before he could curse, a burst of dense, white light suddenly erupted from the resurrection array before him. Swish, 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 swish. 5 ashen apostles, as if just fished out of a blender, appeared with pale faces, gasping for breath, lined up in a row reborn. Holy crap, what the hell is that twisted mechanism? As soon as the passing pure love war god opened his eyes, he was so angry that he scratched his head. Full screen, no dead angle, AoE instant kill. We didn't even have a chance to get close, and were turned into... Ma Luo patted her chest, still shaken. Too terrifying. This monster is definitely the final boss of the current version. Our small movements are simply a joke in the face of full-screen attacks. While the 5 were cursing and preparing to discuss how to use cover to take revenge, the ground outside the chapel suddenly began to tremble irregularly. Dong! 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 It was as if countless muffled drums were being struck simultaneously. The crowd froze and rushed to the chapel's dilapidated door, peering outside. Upon seeing this, the 5 of them felt their scalps tingle. In the distance, from the direction of the abandoned village and the edge of the Black Forest, dense black mist rolled in like floodwaters, breaching a dam towards the chapel. And within that black mist, countless crimson eyes were flashing wildly. Those roaming in the depths of the Black Forest, the Stage 1 mutated werewolves, the remaining 0 stage corrupted villagers in the village, and even various large, unknown monsters. At this moment, they seemed to be under the absolute control of some supreme will. They formed a dark tide surging towards the blue barrier of the Ashen Chapel. At the center of the beast tide, the flesh mergent, towering at 4 meters tall, and composed of countless severed limbs and flesh, moved like a mountain of meat, crushing all obstacles in its path. It has brought all the monsters from the village to attack our home. Maluo too was terrified, her voice trembling, her legs feeling weak. Facing a charge composed of dozens or even hundreds of monsters, the overwhelming sense of pressure was enough to make anyone wet their pants in reality. However, Ji Luo, looking at the monster tide in the distance, despite her shock, let out a long sigh of relief. Brothers, a blessing in disguise. Ji Luo let out a bitter laugh. Luckily, yesterday we wiped out all the monsters on the outskirts of the Black Forest and the village entrance. Look, though this beast tide seems terrifying, there are only about 100 of them. If we hadn't conducted that assembly line slaughter yesterday, the number of monsters today would have at least tripled. Then this gate would have been smashed to pieces in a second. The crowd broke into a cold sweat at his words. Yesterday they had truly slain over 200 minor monsters. If those creatures were mixed in today, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, they would have perished on the spot. But kindergarten boss frowned deeply. If we stubbornly defend the gate with the meager ashen coins we have, we'd go bankrupt within minutes. Without money to revive, isn't this game over? After hearing boss analysis, the atmosphere in the church plunged to freezing point. Meanwhile, Lin, in monitoring everything from within the deity statue, also realized the gravity of the situation. Once the barrier is breached and the statue destroyed, I'm utterly finished. Lin In glanced at his hard-earned faith value balance of 3,652 points, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Money is a bastard, spend it, and earn it back. What use is this money if I can't defend my home today? To survive, I must fire up these workers to the max. System. Issue the highest level emergency announcement on all players' panels. Just as the 5-person squad felt despair and considered logging off to weather the storm. Ding. Accompanied by an extremely piercing system chime, like a war horn, a massive translucent scroll ablaze, with roaring flames unfurled dramatically in the center of everyone's vision. Limited time emergency event, the sanctuary's defense. Calamity has descended. The great Lord of Ashes will not allow filth to tread upon his holy ground. Event rules: take up your weapons and use your flesh and blood to block all monsters outside the barrier's breach. Protect the church statue from destruction. Then at the very bottom, a line of gilded characters seared into everyone's eyes. Event rewards: the deity stands with you. During the defense, the death penalty mechanism is lifted. All participating players enjoy zero-cost unlimited free revival. A brief silence. The church was so quiet that only the pounding footsteps of monsters outside could be heard. Then, holy shit! A roar that threatened to tear off the church's shattered roof exploded from their throats. Unlimited free revival. No more revival coins. The eyes of the passing pure love warrior instantly turned bloodshot, veins bulging with extreme excitement and madness. Not just him, the previously gloomy Ma Luo Ji Luo Jia Hao and boss, upon seeing those 6 words, unlimited free revival, had all fear and despair wiped from their faces in an instant. In its place was a crimson glow more brutal and bloodthirsty than the monsters outside. For the 4th Calamity, a game with revival limits was a harsh survival wasteland. But without that limit, brothers, Pure Love Warrior pried a massive blue brick from the ground, roared to the heavens with his white hair dancing in the wind. This game is now freaking Dynasty Warriors. Here comes the luck. Charge with me. Charge. Charge. Kill 1 and break even. Kill 2 and it's profit. Die and rise instantly. Just fight. Ma Luo, like a frenzied monkey, wildly brandished a wooden spear and charged howling to the barrier's edge. Am not Jia Hao even rare cursed? To hell with high-level tactics. Today I'll drown these carbon-based trash in my own life. Just die, all of you. What should have been a tragic and desperate city defense, under the blessing of unlimited free revival, instantly transformed into a carnival feast exclusive to the 4th Calamity. 5 humans in baggy shorts wielding broken stone tools, facing over 100 terrifying monsters that roared and charged. They not only refused to retreat, but like starving mad dogs launched the most brutal and absurd countercharge against the beast tide, a meat grinder itself. Boom. The first wave of the beast tide finally slammed violently into the church's crumbling blue. Though the deity's protective barrier had some deterrent effect on low-level monsters, the sheer number of this wave, with a piercing screech and violent flickering of the barrier's lightest section of the light screen facing the gate, finally buckled under pressure. With a crack, it split open, a gap about 3 meters wide. Roar. 7 or 8 corrupted villagers and mutated hounds with bulging eyes and fanged mouths squeezed through the gap, snarling like sharks scenting blood. Hold the gap. Don't retreat an inch. Ji Luo gripped his flint spear tightly, standing at the center of the breach, his gaze as cold as ice. Old Lu and Boss hold the front. Jia Hao follow Ma Luo for rear support. Even if we die outside the barrier and block the path with monster corpses. Leave it to me. Pure Love Warrior acted as if he didn't know the meaning of the word die. Without even using a weapon, he spread his arms wide like a human sandbag and hurled himself straight at the largest first-order mutated hound. Bang! The hound was incredibly fast, and using its charging momentum, it bit down on Pure Love Warrior's shoulder. Sharp fangs instantly tore through muscle, blood gushing out. Even with the system's pain reduction, the raw tearing sensation twisted his face in agony. But instead of retreating, he let out a sinister laugh and clamped his arms around the hound's thick neck. Old G, stab through me. Quick. Ji Luo didn't hesitate. His spear shot out like a viper. Uffed. The spear pierced through Pure Love Warrior's side, its momentum undiminished, and struck precisely into the mutated hound's eye, driving deep into its brain. Howl! The hound let out a wretched scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. Lu's eye, due to massive blood loss and fatal injuries, had his health bar depleted instantly and turned into a pile of gray-white ashes. First one, Pure Love Warrior, was still laughing maniacally before death. Here comes the luck again. Before the next monster could step over the hound's corpse, a white light flashed on the revival array behind them. After only 3 seconds, Lu's eye, with his white hair, once again burst out of the church like a cannonball, grabbing a broken stone used to prop up a table leg on the way. Bang! He rushed to the gap and smashed the stone viciously into the forehead of a corrupted villager, blowing its head apart on the spot. This is the terrifying aspect of the 4th Calamity in its infinite resurrection state. There is no fear of death, no concern for dwindling stamina. It is merely a relentless group of tireless killing machines born solely to harvest experience. With a crack, the leader swung his stone axe, severing one side of a monster's neck. But he was immediately tackled by two other monsters rushing from the side, who bit through his throat. 2 seconds later, a flash of white light appeared, and the leader revived with full health, his eyes red, charging back into the pile of monsters like a mindless meat grinder. Ashen Missile, go! The rear guards Ma Lu and Jia Hao were not idle either. They stood in relatively safe positions, pouring out their mental energy without hesitation. Missiles of black smoke mixed with sparks exploded at the breach, blinding a large number of monsters and greatly relieving the pressure on the three in the front. Damn, there are too many monsters and my blue bar is empty. After firing his third missile, Ma Lu clutched his head. The negative state from mental exhaustion gave him a splitting headache and his combat power plummeted. No blue. Then send me back to town to recharge. Ma Lu gritted his teeth and made a fierce decision. He burst out from behind, cover charging at a corrupted villager that was clawing at the air. He opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the monster's nose, even tearing at it. Crack! The monster in pain slapped Ma Lu's head, instantly killing him. 3 seconds later, the magic circle flashed with white light. Newly revived Ma Lu not only healed all his wounds, but also instantly restored his exhausted mental energy to full. This is the self-created suicide recharge technique of mine. Ma Lu shouted excitedly, raising his hand to launch another ashen missile into the monster pile. Brothers, if you run out of blue and health, just charge in. Dying back means a free stay at the spring. Jia Hao's eyes lit up as he heard this. He imitated Ma Lu charging into the monster pile as soon as his blue bar emptied. Even before dying, he aimed to poke a monster's eyeball, focusing on a sticky fight. The breach of the entire church had completely transformed into a gruesome meat grinder. The roars of monsters, the maniacal laughter of players, the sounds of spears piercing flesh, and the cracking of bones intertwined, creating an extremely bizarre death symphony. Under the near-desperate suicide rush and self-recharge tactics of these 5 players, even with the beast tide numbering in the hundreds, they managed to hold the breach for a full half hour without allowing a single step forward. Damn, these players are truly a bunch of lunatics. From his divine perspective, Lin En watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress a gulp. He observed the resurrection counts in the system back in skyrocketing. In just this brief half hour, the pure love war god died over a dozen times, and kindergarten leader perished 26 times. Ma Lu and Jia Hao combined died over 40 times just to recharge. As the commander and main force, Ji Luo, though better at positioning, also died over 10 times. This is a 100 holographic simulation game. Even with dulled pain perception, the experience of being torn apart by monsters, being chewed raw, and having one's skull smashed is all too real. For an average native, dying once would likely cause a mental breakdown. Yet these 5 guys not only grew more excited with each death, but even developed a tactical suicide method to maximize interference with monsters. Is this the resilience of the 4th Calamity? It's even stranger than the anomalies on this wasteland, Lin En mused. However, although the onslaught of small monsters was forcibly restrained, Lin En's expression did not relax. Because he could clearly see that behind the beast tide, the towering, tall, flesh-melding beast had finally lost its patience. Watching its subordinates being thoroughly blocked by these stubborn little bugs, suffering heavy casualties. Its massive flesh tumor filled with sharp teeth at its chest suddenly opened wide. Roar! A deafening roar mixed with an endless aura of the evil god erupted. A substantial dark red sound wave directly cleared out the remaining small monsters at the breach, crashing violently against the blue barrier. Crack! Crack! The already shaky barrier instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks under this terrifying force, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. And on the divine platform, Lin En felt as if struck by lightning. Although he was a statue, he felt a tearing pain resonate deep within his soul. Damn it, this boss is too powerful. If it charges in the barrier, we'll definitely break. Lin En gritted his teeth and endured. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the massive body of the flesh-melding beast had become a moving fortress, crashing toward the trembling breach with a crushing momentum. Brothers, the main event is here. Ji Luo stared at the terrifying flesh mountain that nearly blotted out the sky, gripping tightly the spear he picked up from the ground. The pure love war god wiped the blood from his face, not feeling fear, but instead revealing an extremely— Come on, I've been waiting for you. Brothers, prepare for the final battle. Let's show these indigenous people of the wasteland what an indestructible spirit looks like. Boom. The tall, flesh-melding beast charged with the momentum of an avalanche, smashing into the breach of the church's barrier. The half-meter-high makeshift defensive wall, made of monster corpses, looked like paper in front of it. instantly crushed into a cloud of bloody fragments. The terrifying backlash sent the pure love war god and the leader flying. Cracked two crisp sounds before they could land, their insides shattered in midair, turning to ashes. Roar. The head of the flesh-melding beast, devoid of features, slowly lowered, and its massive flesh tumor suddenly opened, revealing layers of razor-sharp teeth, like a meat grinder. The muscles stitched together from countless severed limbs began to writhe violently, and numerous tentacles the size of infant arms shot out toward the remaining three of Ji Luo, like venomous snakes. Scatter! Ji Luo shouted, rolling awkwardly to narrowly avoid a tentacle that brushed past his. But behind him, Ma Lu and Jia Hao were less fortunate. Puff! Puff! Two tentacles pierced through their chests, lifting them high into the air. The monster can still absorb blood. Ma Lu watched as his health bar plummeted like a waterfall. Within just 2 seconds of struggling, the two of them were drained to mere corpses, scattering with the wind. In a brief encounter, the 5-member team was reduced to just Ji Luo, a lone commander. Moreover, half of the flesh and blood amalgam was already squeezed into the barrier less than 20 meters away from the central statue of Lin In the temple. This isn't good. The barrier won't hold much longer. Lin In within the statue felt his soul tremble as the already weak divine power was rapidly depleting at a terrifying speed. Buzz. For beams of white light shot up into the sky from the resurrection array. The pure love warrior, the big guy Ma Lu and Jia Hao, who were just instantaneously killed, emerged once again full of health and vigor, as if nothing had happened. Good fortune has arrived. You ugly creature, I'm taking you on today. The passing pure love warrior's eyes turned blood red. This time, he didn't even bother picking up the broken bricks on the ground to use as stepping stones. With his shirt off, he spread his arms wide and charged towards the monster's massive body like a crazed wild boar. Old Lu, you're insane. Our regular attacks are just like scraping. Ji Luo shouted anxiously. We have to hold it back. We can't let it touch the statue. The passing pure love warrior didn't even try to dodge the attacking tentacles, allowing 2 of them to pierce through his thigh and shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, and using the force of the pull, lunged towards the monster's thigh covered in flesh tumors, opening his mouth and biting down hard. Phew! Lu's eye forcibly tore off a piece of rotten flesh covered in acidic fluid, refusing to let go like a piece of gum stuck to the sole of his shoe. This is possible. Jia Hao, who was looking for cover, was stunned by this scene. The strategy he had been contemplating for breaking the boss mechanism was instantly shattered by this primitive and somewhat abstract method. Since we can't play in a high-level game, let's resort to something dirty. Jia Hao pushed up his non-existent glasses and thrust his hands forward forcefully. Ashen missile. However, the target of his missile was not the massive body of the flesh and blood amalgam. Instead, swish, the black smoke missile with sparks accurately struck into the monster's chest cavity, which was wide open, filled with sharp teeth and a huge flesh tumor. Boom. The still burning ashes exploded inside the monster's mouth, or rather its stomach, with a thunderous blast. Hiss! The flesh and blood amalgam let out an unprecedented piercing scream. Its massive body staggered violently. The numerous tentacles that were previously swinging suddenly froze, thrashing wildly in the air in agony. It was as if it had swallowed a mouthful of scalding chili oil. The intense sensation caused it to enter a state of mechanical rigidity for 2 to 3 seconds. Effective. The weakness of this thing is that big flesh tumor. Jia Hao shouted excitedly. Its physical defense is indeed monstrous, but its internal organs are unarmored. Well done, Jia Hao. Ji Luo's eyes lit up instantly. Brothers, we've found the mechanism. Let's pile on with. Let's shove that lime powder right into its mouth. The ensuing battle completely evolved into a no-bottom-line rogue strategy textbook that even Lin In marveled at. Facing this calamity entity with peak first-tier power, even carrying a hint of the powers of an evil god, the 5 players maximized the advantage of unlimited free resurrection. The big guy and the pure love warrior completely abandoned defense and weapons. They charged like 2 suicide squad flies, rushing straight at the monster's legs and waste the moment they resurrected. Pierced by tentacles, corroded by acidic fluid, ground into meat paste. It doesn't matter. As long as they can cling to its thigh, pick at the tumors on its body, or distract it for even a second, that's a huge profit. Meanwhile, Ma Lu, Jia Hao, and Ji Luo, the 3 magic-based attackers, hid behind the stone pillars of the church, keeping a close eye on the large flesh tumor in the monster's chest. As soon as the monster opened its mouth to spew acid or launch tentacles, swish, 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 what would come their way would be 3 highly accurate ashen missiles. Boom. Black smoke and sparks constantly exploded in the monster's mouth. The flesh and blood amalgam had never fought such a suffocating battle in its life. It clearly possessed absolute power to crush these humans, able to turn them to ashes with a mere slap. Yet these humans showed no fear of death. Just a second ago it had torn this white-haired one in half, and the next second, he was back alive and jumping at its toe, gnawing furiously. As it prepared to unleash a powerful move to smash the statue, it opened its mouth only to have a mouthful of fiery ash shoved right in. It choked so much that it couldn't even gather its ultimate move. What is this? This is clearly being tormented by a bunch of lunatics. Roar. The flesh and blood amalgam was thoroughly enraged. Since it couldn't unleash its ultimate move, it would use pure physical strength to flatten this place. Ignoring the pure love warrior and the big guy still clinging to its legs, its massive body lunged forward, and its two gigantic bony spikes swung like giant war hammers, smashing down on Ma Lu and the others hiding behind the stone pillar. Boom. The three players who failed to dodge were once again turned into meat paste. Damn it, this boss has too thick a health bar. Our missiles barely do anything. At the resurrection array, Ji Luo gasped for breath as she was reborn, looking at the monster still full of vitality, her brows knitted tightly. They had thrown at least dozens of missiles. Although they had interrupted the monster's attacks several times, its massive size meant that the explosive damage was not lethal to it at all. Watching his faith points nearing the critical threshold of 2,500 Lin, In felt a pang of pain in his heart. However, to survive, he would have to use these faith points. Even if he burned through all these faith points today, he had to hold on until the last moment. However, as the battle dragged on, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. After reviving, Ma Lu suddenly noticed something and let out a strange cry. Old Ji, quick look. Has that monster gotten smaller? Everyone followed the direction Ma Lu pointed and froze in shock. The flesh and blood amalgam, which had previously stood 4 meters tall, was now still frantically smashing the surrounding ruins, but its size had shrunk by nearly a third. Its once full muscles, now with visible veins, had become somewhat emaciated. Even the speed at which it swung its tentacles had noticeably slowed down. It has no mana left. Jiahao suddenly had a flash of insight and quickly came to a realization. I understand. This monster was hatched from countless stitched-together corpses. It had previously relied on devouring cultists to replenish energy. Now, without supplies, it was continuously generating flesh and firing tentacles, madly overexerting its own primal power. So we just used the unlimited resurrection to trick it into exhausting its stamina, right? The pure love war god was so excited he nearly jumped up. What a great opportunity. Ji Luo keenly grasped the turning point of the battle, saying, its shell's defense must be at its lowest now. Old Lu, the leader, don't hold back now. Its movements have slowed down to find a chance to get close to the massive tumor in its chest. Ma Lu and Jiahao, you two drain all the blue bars and use the ashes to forge 2 sharp long spears for Old Lu and the leader. Got it. At that moment, the synergy of the 5-person team exploded. Jiahao and Ma Lu pressed their hands firmly on the ground, exerting every ounce of their mental energy. 2 long spears of ash, shimmering with a dark gray glow and measuring 2 meters long, instantly took shape in the hands of the pure love war god and the leader. Great fortune is upon us. The pure love war god and the leader each held a spear of ash resembling 2 fearless Spartan warriors. They charged towards the monster's clawed arms, which now seemed somewhat sluggish, launching their final and most desperate attack. Roar. The flesh-melding entity sensed the lethal threat. The tumor in its chest wildly expanded, attempting to eliminate the 2 in front of it. Now's the time. Just as the monster's massive jaws opened, Ji Luo leaped high from the side. Although he had no weapon, he used his body as a sandbag, blocking the monster's gaping mouth, forcefully obstructing a surge of corrosive acid. Sizzle. Ji Luo's body was instantly melted halfway by the acid, but he clung tightly to the edge of the monster, shouting, stab it in. Die. The pure love war god and the leader seized the brief moment Ji Luo had sacrificed himself. With a furious roar, they plunged the 2 extremely sharp spears of ash deep into the monster's wide-open mouth, driving them straight to the hilt. A thick stream of dark, foul blood erupted from the monster's body like a fountain. The enormous body of the flesh-melding entity trembled violently, and the stitched-together corpses on it seemed to lose their energy, beginning to show signs of peeling away. We've done it. Just when everyone thought they were about to win this defensive battle, an unexpected change occurred. A roar more terrifying than any before it erupted from the monster's broken chest, as if it came from the very depths of the abyss. The roar was interwoven with endless pain and a sort of evil majesty that sent shivers through their. The pure love war god and the leader were instantly knocked away by the explosive sound wave, crashing heavily against the stone pillars of the cathedral, their health bars dropping to 0, turning to ash. Just resurrected in the magic circle, Ji Luo felt a painful ringing in his ears as his vision turned red. What the hell, it's still alive. What kind of health bar is this? Ji Luo covered his ears, shocked, as he looked outside the door. The flesh-melding entity, which should have been on its last legs, was slowly straightening up. The huge tumor in its pierced chest began to wriggle frantically. Numerous tentacles, longer and dripping with dark red slime, extended from the wound like an octopus. Even more terrifying, as the monster roared, the small monsters that had been wandering outside, unable to breach the barrier, suddenly halted their movements. They all turned in unison to face the flesh-melding entity, emitting a low murmur, as if in pilgrimage. What is it going to do? Ma Lu swallowed hard, a foreboding feeling rising within him. In the next moment, the answer was revealed. Tentacles from the flesh-melding entity shot out suddenly, accurately, ensnaring the nearby small monster. Without any struggle, those small monsters were drained of life like they were being sucked dry by a pump, turning into shriveled husks within seconds. The essence of flesh and blood within them continuously flowed into the monster's body through the tentacles. Devour. This was its exclusive power as one of the 12 calamities under the ancient evil god. As it frantically devoured its kin, the flesh-melding entity, which had originally shriveled, not only regained its form, but began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. Its muscles became more sinewy, its shell sprouted sharper bone spines, and even its featureless head faintly revealed several cruel red glowing compound eyes. Ding! In the center of the 5 players' vision, the system warning panel flashed wildly, glaring red. System high-level alert. Target flesh-melding entity initiating devour power. Current level skyrocketing LV. 18. LV. 19. Peak of stage 1. Energy fluctuations are intense. About to break through the life stage barrier and evolve to stage 2 nightmare level. What the hell? If it can't be beaten, it just eats its subordinates to heal and level up. This boss even has a second phase of rage. The pure love war god had just rushed out from the resurrection magic circle, and upon seeing this scene, he was completely stunned. Although they had never encountered a stage 2 nightmare level monster, they could easily imagine that this creature at level 17 could wipe them out in a single AoE attack, like chopping vegetables. If it really evolves to stage 2 and awakens some even more twisted nightmare level abilities. We can't let it finish. Interrupt it. We must stop it. Ji Luo's voice was tinged with urgent hoarseness. Old Lu leader. At all costs, chop off its tentacles. Ma Lu Jia, how don't worry about the boss. They first clear out the small monsters around that it's using as food, cut off its supply. Got it. At this moment, the statue of Lin Un was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He watched the monster's energy index skyrocketing in the system backend, sweating profusely. Stage 2 nightmare level. If it successfully evolves, that truly would mean the end. Lin Un frantically searched the system backend, trying to find an option for divine punishment descends or one-hit kill cheat. But he despairingly found that not only had his faith value decreased significantly, but many high-level permissions in the system were also not unlocked. The little divine power he had left couldn't perform a divine manifestation operation. Everyone, we must do this. Lin Un fixed his gaze on the battlefield, placing all his hopes on these 5 frantic fourth calamities. Receiving Ji Luo's orders, the 5-person team split into 2 groups instantly. Ma Lu and Jia Hao, like 2 cunning hyenas, focused on the small monsters that hadn't yet been ensnared by the tentacles. Their wooden spears and bricks came crashing down recklessly, and Jia Hao even learned to use ashes to create simple tripwires on the ground to delay the actions of the small monsters. Eat, eat, eat. They'll make you eat. They'll throw all your rations away. Ma Lu cursed as he frantically harvested the small monsters. On the other side, the pure love war god and the lead fighter faced their toughest battle yet. Here comes the great fortune. The pure love war god slid through the raining flesh and debris, rushing to the feet of the flesh-merging entity. He raised the spear smeared with black blood high and struck hard at a thick tentacle that was feeding on the small monster. The tentacle was smashed into a dent, but did not break. Instead, it lashed back like a whip, sending the pure love war god flying. Him coming. The lead fighter followed closely behind, holding a huge piece of extremely sharp azure stone, and struck down at the damaged tentacle as if chopping wood. Sizzle. The thick black blood splattered all over the lead fighter, and that tentacle was finally severed. The flesh-merging entity let out a low, painful growl. Although it was desperately trying to break through the second-tier barrier and couldn't move, its counterattack remained fatal. The remaining dozens of tentacles danced wildly like a madman, instantly shredding the nearby lead fighter. Continue. It's a stationary target now. Ji Luo seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Standing at a distance, he pushed his mental power to the limit and launched 3 ash missiles that accurately struck the monster's compound eyes and the tumorous mass in its chest. The white light on the resurrection array hardly stopped. The pure love war god and the lead fighter were like 2 emotionless meat grinders. Revive, charge, / get killed. Revive again, charge again, / again, and get killed again. They completely abandoned defense, using this almost brutal sacrificial tactic to gradually wear down the monster's tentacles and disrupt its energy absorption process. Almost there. Its absorption speed has slowed down. Ji Luo keenly noticed the change in the monster. As the surrounding small monsters were cleared by Ma Lu and Jia Hao, and with Lu Zai and the lead fighter recklessly interfering, the flesh-merging entity's energy absorption finally stagnated. The terrifying pressure of impending breakthrough emanating from its body began to fluctuate violently. Roar! The monster let out a furious and frenzied roar. It attempted to forcibly break through the barrier, but due to the sudden interruption of energy supply and the chaotic aura caused by continuous disruptions within it finally suffered a terrible backlash. Boom! The monster's massive body shook violently as if a bomb had exploded inside. The blood and flesh that were attempting to reorganize instantly collapsed by more than half. A large amount of pus and blood gushed from its eye sockets and chest cavity, corroding the surrounding ground with a sizzling sound. System prompt target's advancement forcibly interrupted. Target suffered severe backlash from the loss. Current level LV. 19 peak of first stage. Status extremely weak, defense significantly decreased. We did it. We pushed it back. Looking at the monster's body, which had inflated to nearly 5 meters and now shrunk by almost half like a deflated balloon. Even those terrifying tentacles drooped weakly. The pure love war god shouted excitedly. Not only did we interrupt it, but it was also severely injured by the backlash. Ji Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. It's now a toothless tiger. Brothers, while it's weak, we have this boss monster's experience locked down today. Here comes the great fortune. With Ji Luo's furious shout, 5 members of the 4th Calamity rushed towards the severely weakened flesh-merging entity, like sharks smelling blood, launching a final frenzied onslaught. Although the monster's level remained at the peak of the first stage, the forced failed advancement brought about a backlash from the laws, causing the chaotic energy belonging to the evil god within it to become completely disordered. Its previously indestructible shell was covered in cracks, and its proud blood spikes could not be released due to energy depletion. Take this, my great fortune, bone-crushing stick. The pure love war god took the lead, leaping high like a cheetah. The ash-infused wolf fang club in his hand whistled through the air, accurately striking the already shattered shell on the monster's head. Crack! Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, the monster's faceless head suddenly snapped back. Roar! The flesh-merging entity let out a weak and mournful cry. It tried to wave the few remaining tentacles to counterattack, but compared to before, its speed was as slow as a tortoise. Still want to resist? Get down. The lead fighter charged from the side, hugging a massive azure stone, and struck down on a supporting leg of the monster like hitting a mole. Bang! The monster's knee joint was instantly shattered, and its massive body lost balance, kneeling on the ground with a splash of black mud. Ma Lu, Jia Hao, seal its eyes, Ji Luo shouted. Received. The 2 behind had already pushed their remaining mental power to the limit. 2 ash missiles shot out once again, accurately detonating in the monster's massive chest tumor. Sparks flew, and the shameless blinding and interference effect of the ash missiles plunged the monster into its final desperate struggle, sending you on your way. Taking advantage of the monster's kneeling opportunity, Ji Luo climbed up its thick thigh. He held the flint spear, which had already broken several notches, aiming at the center of the monster's chest tumor. That was the core of the energy fluctuations throughout the monster's body, and also the most vulnerable dead spot. Die for me. Ji Luo tightly gripped the spear, using his falling weight to pour all his strength into the spear tip, stabbing fiercely at the monster's gigantic tumor. Ash forming. The other 4 simultaneously activated ash forming, wrapping Ji Luo's spear with a layer of rapidly spinning pitch-black ash. PSHH. The enhanced ash spiral gun effortlessly pierced through the monster's tumor. A stream of foul-smelling black blood shot up into the sky like a fountain, drenching Ji Luo entirely. The massive body of the flesh-merging entity stiffened suddenly. The tumor in its chest convulsed violently a few times, letting out a long sigh, filled with reluctance and resentment. Then the terrifying body, stitched together from countless corpses, collapsed suddenly, as if it had lost all support, ultimately turning into a pool of foul-smelling black-red sludge. We won. Did we finally win? Ji Luo knelt half-heartedly in front of the pool of black-red sludge, gasping heavily. He was now almost out of strength to even lift a finger. Damn, we really won. We actually killed this damn thing. The pure love war god sat down on the ground, waving the half-broken spear in his hand, excitedly babbling incoherently. During the fierce battle just now, he had only focused on rushing forward, and now, with his taut nerves relaxed, he couldn't even stand. As the 5 lay sprawled across the rubble, savoring the tranquil silence after surviving Calamity, a crystalline, exquisitely resonant chime rang out, clear and piercing, ushering in the final battle report panel, which erupted into view before every player's eyes, shimmering with golden radiance. Timed emergency event: the Sanctum of the Divine. Defense completed. Battle summary: the player alliance eliminated a total of 166 mutated entities, including corrupted villagers and mutated hounds, across multiple tiers. Cooperative elimination of a sovereign-level Calamity entity, Fleshweaver LV. 19, peak first tier. due to tier-transcending combat and successful preservation of the cathedral's sacred idol. Rewards have been substantially amplified. Distributing rewards. You gained 830 experience points. You gained 150 ash coins. At this figure, the five sprawled on the ground, jolted upright, eyes wide, breath suspended for half a second. What the A? Ma Lu let out a startled shriek and shot upright like a revenant rising from the grave. Over 800 experience. 150 coins. Pure Love War God passing by nearly popped his eyeballs out and hastily opened his attribute interface. There his experience bar rocketed upward as golden light flared repeatedly across his body, surging, blazing, ascending without pause. LV 4, LV 5, LV 6. Finally the light stabilized. All five players having endured that brutal defense ascended from level 3 straight to level 7. An overnight fortune. This is the legendary overnight fortune. Ma Lu trembled with exhilaration. We're now carrying over 200 ash coins. That translates to 20 resurrection attempts, without a single pang of regret. And more importantly, look at our level 7 stat growth. Ji Luo clenched her fist, sensing the surging tide of dark gray divine energy within her veins. Though still clad only in tattered sackcloth breeches, their physical faculties had undergone tremendous enhancement, especially their mental capacity, which had leapt forward in quantum magnitude since level 1. While the players reveled in euphoric ascension and sudden wealth, Lin, ensconced within the idol, glanced at the back-end ledger, his grin stretching ear to ear. I'm utterly flush, absolutely drowning in profit. Those 166 minor monsters alone granted Lin 2360 faith points. And the Flesh Weaver, truly a calamity entity steeped in the aura of an ancient abyssal deity. Though its ascension failed and it regressed to peak first tier, its death yielded a staggering 200 faith points, extracted in one seamless system pulse. This single engagement netted a grand total of 4360 faith points. Following capitalist precedent, the system callously withheld 90, funneling it directly into Lin's personal vault. The remaining 10 was converted into experience and ash coins, distributed as meager wages to these five devoted laborers. Lin glanced at his current balance panel. Current faith points, 6075. 6,000 faith points. Lin couldn't suppress an inward skyward roar of triumph. This was the largest sum he'd ever witnessed since crossing over. Enough, more than enough. The foundation for resurrection is secured, capital to recruit fresh recruits is secured. It's time to fully unveil the gateway and welcome 50 ravenous novices into the fold. Meanwhile on the battlefield, after the initial rush subsided, the players resumed their most beloved tradition, looting corpses. Ma Lu lunged first toward the viscous sludge where the monster had dissolved, gagging against the stench as he dug furiously. This was a sovereignty boss, an entity suffused with the essence of an abyssal deity. If it doesn't drop a legendary artifact or an orange tier material, I'll drink this green muck on the spot. Ma Lu declared, digging deeper and sealing his fate with fervor. Soon his fingers brushed something solid. Holy, there's something here. With a sharp tug, he wrenched forth a fist-sized dark red crystalline mass, still faintly pulsing. Its surface crawled with vein-like eldritch patterns. I held in hand, it radiated a chilling, malevolent aura. Ding. Acquired legendary class, unique material remnant of the abyssal deity's flesh. Description: this fragment resonates with the primordial authority of consumption wielded by an ancient abyssal deity. Purpose unknown, but safeguard it well. It may unlock a hidden vocation, or serve as a sacrificial offering to a greater divinity, granting transcendent power. Holy, legendary class material. Ma Lu raised the relic, hands trembling. Brothers, this description is unreal. It unlocks hidden vocations, and even enables divine sacrifice for ultimate power. This is a version-defining, world-shaking reward. Stow it away quickly. This is our guild's treasured heirloom. Ji Luo's eyes gleamed emerald green as she urged Ma Lu to tuck the relic deep into the seam of his sackcloth breeches. Watching the five ecstatically divide their spoils, Sister Zywal, having secretly observed the entire battle from the cathedral's timbered chamber, now emerged trembling. She gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, then upon those five figures standing tall, like war gods incarnate. Praise be to our Lord. Praise be to his valiant apostles. Hands clasped, tears streamed down her cheeks. With a soft thud, she collapsed to her knees and bowed deeply before Lin's idol. In her understanding, this monstrous entity, radiating annihilation-level dread, had descended to obliterate the entire town, yet was brought down by these five chosen through sheer suicidal, borderline maniacal tactics. Had the divine power of the Lord truly reached such unfathomable heights? Ding. Profound devotion and awe from a native inhabitant, 50 faith points. Lin accepted the modest offering with quiet satisfaction. then turned his attention to the 5 players already clearing the field. With a subtle shift of will, now that funds are secured, it's time to honor my promise and deliver them a modest yet unforgettable revel. At that moment before the cathedral's main facade, the colossal ash-formed gateway, previously half-formed and translucent, erupted with a blinding pillar of ice-blue light. What the hell? The group, prying teeth from corpses, recoiled, blinded by the sudden brilliance, then pivoted in unison. Before them the majestic portal, bathed in azure radiance, solidified instantly, its ethereal ash coalescing into dense, ancient obsidian. Intricate runes carved along its frame ignited one by one. Within its arch the hollow void began swirling, a vortex of arcane space humming with primordial mystery. Ding! A golden scroll announcement wreathed in flickering flame unfurled simultaneously before all 5 players. Global broadcast: the Ashen Gateway. Reconstruction complete. 100. World event concluded. The ancient sacred conduit has been restored. The Ashen Sovereign shall soon welcome new devotees. Congratulations, 5 pioneer testers. You have earned the exclusive, non-replicable title Ashen Wayfarer. Awakening of the Primordial Gods version 1. 1 Whispers of Mistfall Town will officially launch tomorrow at 0800. 50 beta test slots are descending upon the wasteland. Gazing at those blazing golden characters, the 5 stood frozen, motionless for over 10 seconds. Then, aha, it's done. Our sweat wasn't in vain. 50 novices. 50 disciples who'll revere us. The only 5 in the entire server with this legendary title. Ha ha ha. Tonight's forum belongs solely to us. 5 sackcloth-clad titans embraced beneath the wasteland's frigid wind, weeping, laughing, radiant as 5 200-pound fools. Meanwhile, far away on Blue Planet, the progress bar on the official Awakening of the Primordial Gods website, stuck at 54 for weeks, leapt instantly to 100. The gaming sphere of Blue Planet was about to be struck by a true cataclysmic tsunami. On Blue Star at exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, with the progress bar on the official website of Awakening of the Ancient Gods suddenly skyrocketing from 54 to 100, the entire gaming community of Blue Star felt as though they had been thrown into a nuclear bomb, utterly blown apart. Countless players stationed in front of their computers with VR headsets, so engrossed that they neglected their meals, frantically bombarded the reservation button with clickers, their eyes glued to the screen as the progress bar jumped to 100. Then, amidst the anticipation of hundreds of thousands, ding dong, 50 mysterious emails silently arrived in the inboxes of each chosen one. To the lost wanderer, the great Lord of Ash has responded to your resonance. Congratulations, you have obtained the closed beta qualification for Awakening of the Ancient Gods version 1. 1 Whispers of Mist Town. The soul bridge has been bound to the current VR device. Please enter the wasteland at 7:00 a.m. tomorrow to reconstruct the divine realm. In the instant they received the emails, these 50 individuals, regardless of whether they were eating, using the restroom, or working overtime, all let out a laugh loud enough to shake the roof. Meanwhile, the unfortunate 499950 who did not receive the emails were left utterly devastated. In a university dorm. Why? A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the lower bunk, shaking the window glass with its... Luzai, who had just exited the game, was startled, almost falling from the upper bunk. He peered down to see his roommate Old Wong cradling his head in despair, kneeling on his computer chair. In front of the screen displaying the system rejection notice, "We regret to inform you that you did not qualify for this test." He was crying with snot and tears. "Old Wong, are you resurrected from the dead?" Luzai rubbed his aching temples. "Old Lu, I'm done for." Old Wong suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, his face etched with despair, as if abandoned by the world. He lunged forward, clutching the ladder to Luzai, tears streaming down his face. "I used 3 clickers. I even forwarded the old lattice praying emoji from the group chat. Why didn't this damn game leave me even one of the 50 spots? Is my 20 years of single life speed not enough against fate?" Looking at Old Wong's breakdown, Luzai suppressed a laugh, cleared his throat, and adopted a sage-like demeanor. "Old Wong, you must broaden your perspective. This game tests not only hand speed, but also one's fate with deities. Your face clearly shows that you have yet to resolve your earthly ties, and the Lord of Ash believes you cannot grasp such a hardcore high-dimensional world." "Nonsense. I can clear soul-based games without taking damage. How can I not grasp this?" Old Wong gritted his teeth, released the ladder, and turned back to the computer. "No way. I'm going to the official games forum to post a bounty. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I must get a closed beta code today." Other players who did not obtain the closed beta qualification shared a similar attitude, eager to try their luck on the official forum. In just 10 minutes, the online population of the forum skyrocketed to over 100,000. The server lagged like a slideshow, with posts refreshing faster than a waterfall. At this moment, the forum was a chaotic frenzy, filled with high levels of absurdity. Hot post, offering a large sum for a closed beta qualification. You name the price. Choose any villa or sports car. Post owner spend to gain. I may not have much, but am left with only money. Are there any brothers who got the qualification? Name your price 100,000. 500,000. As long as you transfer the account to me, I'll send the money immediately. This life has no regrets. Rich people come sponsor me. The master of self-destruction. Don't waste your breath on the one above someone already tried. The game accounts cannot be traded. If you switch helmets, the screen goes black. Spend to gain. Damn, does that mean my copper odor is completely useless in this game? What kind of inhumane logic is this? Hot post, dog planners deserve to be beaten. 50 spots, are you kidding me? Post owners won literary star. I squatted in front of my computer for 3 days and nights. I wore out my left mouse button. Who got the spots? Come out and take a few steps. Let me see who the chosen ones are. I promise I won't strangle you through the wire. Angry Keyboard 1. Strongly demand the official announcement of the winners. There must be corruption. Seeing through the illusions. Stop cursing. I saw a guy next to me at the internet cafe who got in. He was so excited he smashed the keyboard, and now the owner is beating him on the floor. By tomorrow morning at 7, he probably won't even be able to afford a helmet. Hot post. Wow. Wow. Brothers. I won. Good fortune has truly arrived. Post owner cat woken up at midnight. I was about to go pee, casually clicked on my email, and a new message popped up. Tomorrow morning at 7, I'm going to another world to be the little brother of the pure love war god. No one stop me. I want to be a cyber beast. Sour lemon essence. Post owner, you better keep both eyes open while you sleep tonight. Don't let me catch you. A house in Magic City. Post owner, name a price. 100,000 soft currency. Just pack the helmet and account password for me, and the money will arrive within 5 minutes. Hot post, rational analysis. This game's opening CG is definitely fake. I don't believe current technology can achieve this. Post owner, angry keyboard. Don't be fooled by those 5 first testers. Think about it. 100 holographic pain. Physical collisions. Seamless large maps. This must be some scam company trying to lure in cyber psychos with their gimmicks. User 0316514. Sour grapes, huh? Can't you admit others are just lucky? Good citizen Wong. The post owner is panicking. He's panicking. He didn't get a spot and is raging here. Malu also has dignity. You've been whining for ages, aren't you? Just trying to fool someone into letting you in for a good time. Unfortunately, this game recognizes brains. I just took down a first-tier peak boss with an evil god background today, and the heat of its blood splattered on my face is hotter than your keyboard. Do you understand? As soon as the ID Malu also has dignity appeared, the entire forum's atmosphere shifted in an instant. Countless users who had been bitterly complaining immediately changed their tones. Foster father. It's the foster father Malu. Brother Ma, you are my only brother. Quickly tell us how you filled the progress bar today. What monsters did you kill to achieve that progress? Not long after, Lu Zai, who had logged off to grab takeout, also entered the forum under his shining ID Pure Love War God passing by. To match these veteran players' bravado, Lin In thoughtfully synchronized their in-game information with their form. When Lu Zai posted, not only did his ID display a shiny LV7 Ash Apostle level badge, but beneath his name also floated a prestigious limited title Guide of Ashes. Lu Zai unceremoniously created an oversized bragging post. The first testing veteran teaches newbies how to survive tomorrow. This afternoon the progress bar froze because we wiped out all the monsters around the newbie village. To open the second test for you 50 starving newbies, we 5 directly raided the den of the cultists next. We also soloed a second-tier hatchling made of countless corpses. That guy not only had a full-screen instant kill attack, but also drained life to heal itself. But, in the face of the infinite resurrection rogue strategy of the 4th Calamity, even the evil god would take 2 hits. No more nonsense. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock the 50 lucky newbies come directly to the church to find us after old players will teach you everything. Help with grinding small monsters, and impart handcrafted stone tools. This post went viral instantly, and the replies skyrocketed in minutes. Sour lemon genius. What the hell? Level 7. You guys leveled up that fast. Are you cheating? Zwan Wincuxing, infinite resurrection. Rogue strategy. Hiss. Sounds exciting. Why didn't I get a spot? G Luo. A friendly reminder to all second test players: the death penalty in this game deducts money. If you don't master the correct survival skills, you could go bankrupt in just 10 minutes. Remember to find us tomorrow for strategies we won't cheat you. The entire forum was turned upside down by these 5 first test players that night. The discussion about awakening of the ancient gods skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics across major social media platforms on Blue Star. As the lucky Euro emperors continued to boast in the forum, those who missed out on the qualifications were gnashing their teeth. On the other side of the city, in a luxurious duplex apartment. Bam! Geely, wearing a silk pajama, carelessly smashed a bottle of purified water onto the leather sofa, her ample chest rising and falling violently, clearly very angry. Damn game. Terrible mechanics. I've lived for over 20 years, never got a guaranteed draw from card pulls, and today, I actually flopped in front of a 1 kilobyte installation package. Geely gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at the merciless rejection email on the tablet, wishing she could see through the screen. Beside her, Ji Luo, just out of the shower with damp short hair, walked out. Seeing his older sister's agitated expression, he couldn't help but chuckle and schadenfreude while drying his hair. Puffed. Sis, just accept your fate. This is a competition for 50 spots among hundreds of millions online. With your bad luck, don't even think of it. Shut up. Geely turned around and glared at him fiercely, then suddenly softened her tone with a sly glint in her eyes, saying, "Good brother, why not?" "Stop. No way. Not even a chance." Ji Luo retreated 3 steps like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I told you this game binds to your soul. If someone else wears the helmet, the screen will go black. Don't even think about hacking into my account. I still have to be a mentor for those 50 newbies tomorrow." Geely was speechless, so she picked up the tablet again and angrily scrolled through posts in the forum to vent. Meanwhile, in the green bubble group of the 5-man team, a historic celebration was underway. "Brothers, look at the forum. Look at this buzz. This time we have truly made our mark in history. I just went out for a late-night snack and the college students at the next table were all talking about us, saying we are the gods of the gaming circle for beating elite monsters barehanded. I've never been this glorious in my life. Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow morning, the 50 new black slaves will enter the factory, and as veteran players, we must make a strong impression. Tomorrow we have to show off our rare titles to give these newcomers a reality check." The 5 of them discussed enthusiastically about the upcoming launch for half the day, exchanging words on the next day's excitement before logging off to rest and recharge for the new players. In a strange world. In the dilapidated church at the edge of the Black Forest, it was eerily quiet. Outside the blue energy shield, only the sound of the wind passing through the wasteland could be heard. Seated in the statue, Lin In was wide awake. He looked at the recently settled bill in the system backend, feeling a mix of pain and excitement. Ding! The ashes of 50-second test players have been woven together. What excites Lin In the most is the core rule at the bottom layer of this marketplace: all the ash coins spent by players will be automatically reclaimed by the system. The host can extract a 10 service fee from it, converting it into pure faith value that enters their personal account. Lin In couldn't help but slap the table in admiration within the statue. Previously, when players defeated monsters and dropped ash coins, Lin In had already deducted the commission in advance. However, the money in the players' hands had always been stagnant, becoming dead money. Now with the marketplace, these players must dump the hard-earned ash coins into it to become stronger, to show off, or even just to wear a decent outfit. Every time they spend, Lin In can reap another layer of profit. This is a typical left hand to right hand, a dual harvest. This is the embryonic form of a commercial empire. Moreover, with the system equipment as a safety net, these players' combat power will steadily increase. Once 50 newcomers don the standard equipment and wield iron swords to fight monsters, their efficiency will undoubtedly surpass that of 5 bald players manually chopping down trees. Lin In happily listed these basic items for sale. Just as he was about to close the marketplace panel, his gaze suddenly swept to the bottom of the shop list, where a special item emitting a faint blue light was displayed. Blessing of the Lord of Ashes, consumable price, 10 ash coins. Description: after consumption, players can freely move for 1 hour during the night, when wild dark mist covers the area. During this time, players will be completely immune to the negative effects of dark moon black mist erosion. Note this protection is ineffective against aberrant creatures of stage 2 and above. Please proceed with caution when encountering large monsters at night. Seeing this item, Lin In's eyes brightened suddenly. Nighttime action permit. Because of the environmental mechanism that forced players to lose sanity points at night, they had previously dared not venture out of the safe zone, resulting in Lin In's nighttime earnings being nearly zero. Now with this item, as long as players are willing to spend money, they can grind all night in the dark forest, just like 10 ash coins for an hour of internet fees may be a bit steep, but among the 4th Calamity players, there are definitely those who are willing to spend money without a care for their lives. Now even the remaining value at night can be extracted. Lin In unhesitatingly hung this item at the most prominent position in the marketplace, even adding a hot recommendation label for good measure. After completing all of this, Lin In casually opened his statue upgrade panel. Current level LV. 1 God of the Outskirts protection range, Ashes Cathedral, and surrounding 100 meters faith value required to upgrade to LV. 2, 10000 points. Next level unlocks protection boundary expanded to the range of the abandoned village, unlocks the second profession sequence for followers, requires devouring a new divine rank, unlocks the lucky roulette function. Looking at the astronomical figure of 10,000 points, Lin In's previously restless heart cooled slightly. 10,000 points. The road ahead is long and arduous. Lin inside, but there was no longer the despair he felt when he first arrived. 50 workers are about to get into position. As long as this dog planner arranges the events well, that 10,000 faith value is just a matter of harvesting a few more batches of leaks. The Weeping Madonna Divine rank in Mist Town is still waiting for me. If I don't level up, how can I devour it? Lin closed all system panels and sank his consciousness back into the depths of the statue. The night breeze swept through the dilapidated window frames, brushing against the newly constructed grand teleportation gate in front of the cathedral, which emitted a ghostly blue light. Everything is ready. All he needs to do now is quietly wait for the arrival of dawn. There are still 5 hours until the official launch of version 1. One of Awakening of the Ancient Gods. Blue Star. The 50 chosen ones who receive the emails are currently experiencing an extremely excited sleepless night. In various game groups, forums, and threads, the job resumes and guild declarations of these 50 individuals can be seen everywhere. Brothers, I got selected for the second test. I have built the Forbidden City in MC and worked as a scavenger in Escape from Tarkov. I have over 3,000 hours in survival games. I'm looking for a reliable veteran to lead the team. I will definitely follow commands and do as instructed. I am a hardcore magic system player. Are there any big shots from the first test here? How do you trigger the hidden achievement of the Night Survivor? I want to be a mage. Urgent recruitment before the server launch. The Immortal Stars Guild branch is moving into Awakening of the Ancient Gods. Bring your funds to join. As long as you are selected, you can sign a contract with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Our goal is to conquer the first novice village. Of course, apart from these hardcore players, there are also those who are purely there for the 100 holographic simulation gimmick, as well as the wealthy. Amidst the anticipation and various hidden agendas of countless individuals, the gears of time slowly turned. The hour hand finally pointed to 7 o'clock in the morning. Ding! In another world, in front of the Ashes Cathedral, within the massive obsidian teleportation gate, the originally deep blue vortex suddenly began to spin violently. A tremendous spatial fluctuation surged upward, scattering the ash and mist within a few miles radius. Over 50 dazzling beams of white light, like shooting stars, burst forth from the teleportation gate, heavily crashing onto the empty ground in front of the cathedral. The second test has arrived. Buzz. Accompanied by the deafening hum of space, the 50 eagerly awaiting second test players finally officially descended into the wasteland world of Awakening of the Ancient Gods at this moment. On the empty ground at this time, over 30 male players donned matching gray linen shorts, their figures diverse, staring blankly around. Meanwhile, the 10 or so female players were clad in gray sports tank tops paired with shorts. Although there were still no attributes added, at least this tank top shorts outfit completely avoided the awkward situation of female players wearing shorts alongside men. For a moment, the entrance of the cathedral fell into a deathly silence. All the newly arrived players at the moment they took over their new bodies were struck by lightning. In the air, a strong, earthy smell and the decaying aroma wafting from the abandoned village filled the atmosphere. After 5 seconds, finally someone was the first to react. What the hell? A voice filled with disbelief shattered the morning silence of the dark forest. A male player with the username I am the Liver Emperor, who am I afraid of, stared blankly at his hands. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the slight tug of his knuckles, and instinctively grabbed a handful of black mud from the ground, which had the earthy smell. The wet sensation of the soil, the tiny feeling of gravel lodged beneath his nails, even the icy temperature of the wind brushing against his neck that caused goosebumps. Is this a 1 kilobyte online game? Is this a game? He completely lost it, shoving a mouthful of black mud into his mouth, spitting and shouting, bitter. It has a briny taste. What the hell? Even the sense of taste is simulated. This is my second life. A masterpiece. The firstest veterans on the forum weren't lying. This immersion blows every other virtual reality technology in the world out of the water. Not just him, as the players around him gradually awoke, the entire clearing erupted into a cacophony. Wow. The air, the sensation of the breeze caressing my face. I can even smell the decaying scent of the grass and trees. This physics engine is insane. I just peeled off a piece of bark, and even the fibrous tissue inside has its own independent model. Mom, I've traveled through time. I've really traveled through time. The 50 novice players like Granny Lou stepping into the Grandview Garden for the first time were a sight to behold. Some crouched on the ground chewing mud to test their taste, others pinching each other's thighs to gauge the sensation of pain. Thank goodness the system didn't make us spawn in just our boxers, or all the female players would have definitely flown. A female player with the ID begging for a code patted her chest in relief, tugging at the sports vest she wore. Everyone, look at that. What a magnificent church. What an awe-inspiring portal. Another girl beside her pointed at the building behind them, shouting excitedly. Only then did the players shift their attention from themselves to their surroundings. A gloomy, oppressive sky, a pitch-black forest in the distance that seemed to devour the unwary. and beneath their feet a desolate wasteland steeped in a sense of ruin and epic history. The ultimate dark Cthulhu aesthetic instantly captivated the hearts of all the hardcore players. Brothers, this must be our newbie village. From the crowd, a burly man with the ID Undying Star Raging Youth stepped forward. Judging by his name, he was clearly a high-ranking member sent by some major guild to secure resources. Raging Youth cleared his throat and declared with heroic bravado, "Fellow brothers, since we're fortunate enough to be among the second batch of players to enter this era-defining masterpiece, we must show our mettle." Before entering the game, I saw the system announcement about the town of Mistfall seeking aid. Our ultimate goal is to conquer Mistfall. Anyone who wants to team up, come join my Undying Star Guild. Let's build something great together. Team up, eh? Before we rush into teaming up, can anyone tell me what we're supposed to do in this broken game? There's not even a newbie guide NPC, and we haven't been given so much as a wooden stick. A player threw up his hands in despair, just as the 50 novices were buzzing chaotically like headless flies on the clearing. Ahem. 2 extremely deliberate coughs suddenly rang out from the entrance of the dilapidated church. The coughs seemed to carry a certain magic or perhaps an air of lofty superiority, instantly silencing the clamor. All 50 novices turned their heads in unison. There on the high stone steps of the church 5 figures had appeared, as if from nowhere. The moment these 5 revealed themselves, they captivated the gaze of every novice player present. The novices had assumed the firstest veterans were like them, a bunch of savages barely clad in loincloths. But the firstest group of 5 now looked as though they were playing an entirely different game. Upon logging in, they discovered that the game had updated its system shop. So gritting their teeth while the novices were still dazed, they quickly changed into a brand new set of clothes. The robes had no stats, but they were impeccably tailored, a deep dusky gray throughout. At the collars and cuffs, faint blue divine energy wove into rings of mysterious ancient runes shimmering softly in the morning mist. Passing Pure Love Warrior with his striking silver-white spiky hair and arms crossed the battle scar on his brow, appearing even more cold and ruthless in the glow of the robe. The most ostentatious part was that all 5 of them now bore a dazzling dark gold title above their heads. Their LV7 level indicators loomed over the heads of all the level 0 novices like an insurmountable mountain. Holy crap. Are those the 5 firstest veterans? LV7. Damn, I heard on the forum yesterday they were only level 3. In just one day they've shot up to level 7. Look at that title. Dark Gold. Only 5 in the entire server. The aura is maxed out. Pure Love Warrior. G-Shun. Godfather. Take me with you. Countless novice players erupted into fervent cheers. In this world, the disparity in strength was starkly visible. The level's even suppression, coupled with the ashen robe that screamed, "Pro Player," instantly elevated these 5 seasoned players to the stature of temple guardians. Passing Pure Love Warrior reveled in the feeling of dozens of eyes fixed on him in adoration. He barely suppressed the grin tugging at his lips, glancing sideways at Ji Luo. Imnat Jiahao took a deep breath and tucked his hands into the wide sleeves of his ashen robe. Through the black hair that covered most of his face, his left eye, with its melancholic tear mole, peered out as he spoke calmly. "New companions. Welcome to the Ashen Wasteland. Though your arrival aligns with the standard logic of this server's development, I hope you learn to revere the darkness here. You know? Get that vibe right. We get it. Boss Jia is awesome. Boss Jia is stunning." A few savvy novices immediately started shouting from below, just as the 5 had struck their poses ready to give the novices a vivid safety orientation. Creak. The door of the small wooden cabin built from dark timber beside the temple gently swung open. Ziver, wearing a coarse nun's habit that was washed pale and neatly patched in several places, stepped out while striving to maintain an air of dignity. Her flaxen hair was tied neatly behind her. Though she appeared somewhat frail from malnutrition, her fair, delicate face was adorned with bright, sparkling eyes that radiated a purity and sanctity rare in the wasteland. Ziver walked into the church and looked at the 50 newly arrived envoys who were flailing at the air. She took a deep breath, trying to recall the words the deity himself had taught her. The young nun bowed her head, slightly clasped her hands over her chest, and performed an exceptionally graceful standard nun salute. Then she lifted her head and spoke in a crisp, ethereal voice. "May the ashes bless you, undying warriors." Boom. That clear greeting triggered a 12-level tsunami in the minds of all 50 novices. Holy crap. My wife. This NPC. The looks, the expression. The micro-movements are way too realistic. The way she looked at me even had a hint of pity and awe. Brothers, I've fallen in love. This 2D character has come to life. Get lost. She's the sole heroine of this server. Anyone who tries to steal her gets the blade. Watching the chaos unfold below, with some even attempting to rush forward to touch the fabric of her clothes, Ziviel felt a twinge of fear. Yet recalling the attention and guidance of the divine being from last night, her confidence surged. The little nun cleared her throat, her delicate brow furrowing slightly, as she shouted, "Warriors, this is sacred ground, no noise is permitted. Please maintain your reverence for our Lord." As Ziviel's admonition rang out, all players within a meter of her received a blood red system, warning, warning. Due to your disrespectful behavior, the NPC's favorability is decreasing. Should it reach 0, divine punishment will be triggered, permanent ban, and qualification revocation. At this moment, the once restless newcomers immediately became as obedient as a flock of quails caught in wrongdoing, retreating back to their places. Incredible. Standing on the steps, the passing pure love war god couldn't help but click his tongue at the scene before him. This cunning planner actually set such an impressive safeguard for this NPC little lowly, banned for a mere disagreement. Who would dare provoke her? From now on, this girl in the game would undoubtedly be the ultimate divine being that even passing dogs wouldn't dare to glance at. Meanwhile, on the divine platform, Lin observed in satisfaction, giving himself a mental pat on the back. Very good. The persona of the village's poster girl is now firmly established. In front of the church gates, 50 newcomers dressed in sports vests and loose gray shorts finally stood in neat rows under the deterrent of the banned thunder punishment. Standing on the church steps, Ziviel gazed down at the crowd of burly men and oddly dressed women in light sportswear. Though a bit daunted, she felt somewhat reassured. But thinking of the gentle voice of the divine being from last night, her courage instantly filled her heart. She spread her arms wide, mimicking the old priest's demeanor, her gaze sweeping over each player as her tone became solemn and grave. Immortal warriors, welcome to this forsaken wasteland abandoned by the gods. This is a world tainted by darkness and filth. Those greedy evil gods spread endless calamity in the wilderness, leaving mortal towns to barely survive under the protection of the righteous gods' barriers. The Church of the Gods stands lofty above, monopolizing the greatest faith, yet they turn a blind eye to the suffering lives deep in the wilderness. Ziviel's voice echoed through the hall, imbued with an inexplicable sense of tragic grandeur. Here is the edge of the Black Forest, the very corner of order. But the great Lord of Ashes has not abandoned us. He reignites the divine fire from the embers, and you are the kindling he has awakened from the abyss, the sacred pioneers to burn through this endless night. At the climax of her speech, the little nun raised her hands high, her pretty face filled with reverence and fervor. Go reclaim the land that belongs to the light. Let this wasteland reignite with the light of Ashes. Praise the great Lord of Ashes. Praise the Lord of Ashes. The players below were instantly ignited by these over-the-top, yet incredibly uplifting lines from the NPC. One by one, they shouted, eager to rush to tear the evil gods apart. The performance, the voice acting, the emotional rendering, I'm blown away. The NPC's tone is so fiery. My dear, I'm going to conquer the world for you. The newcomers continued to yell, while the 5-member testing group stood aside, whispering among themselves. Old Lu, why weren't we told these lines? Malu also has dignity, pushed the nearby pure love war god with envy. When we first went online, we didn't even have a drink before fighting the boss. The disparity in treatment is too great. Our previous experience was the first internal test. The planners probably thought our performance didn't suit the kind of exciting bosses that should be used as newbie guidance, hence the current newbie tutorial. Ji Luo began to analyze softly, and the other 4 nodded in agreement, recognizing Ji Luo's point. Inside the church, Lin watched the newcomers, bewildered by Ziviel's words, nodding in satisfaction. The guidance is well done. However, merely painting a grand picture won't fill the bellies of these calamity bringers. Once I upgrade this little girl to the Ashen Saintess and unlock skills for group healing and holy light punishment, these guys will surely risk their lives for her. Bestowing divine power upon Ziviel not only enhances the player's immersion and spiritual support, but also serves as her best means of self-preservation in this perilous wasteland. However, for Lin at this moment, this is still a lofty aspiration. The most pressing task is to help these 50 level 0 newcomers level up quickly to form true combat strength. Over at Mist Town, the cultists are besieging the town, and the main quest has already been triggered. But Lin would never be foolish enough to send these level 0 newcomers who don't even have clothes to traverse dozens of kilometers of wilderness. Just a single high-level monster could wipe out these 50 people in an instant. To support Mist Town, these newcomers must first level up. Currently, the most reliable, monster-rich, and resource-abundant leveling sanctum is but one place: the Black Forest. Recently, though, the passing pure love war god and his 5 companions have nearly exterminated the monsters around the outskirts of the Black Forest, they have only been battling in a small patch of bushes at the edge of the church's flowerbed. The real Black Forest is boundless, its vastness comparable to a province on Blue Star. Within it dwell aberrations, ghouls, and even high-tier evil god minions endlessly numerous and impossible to eradicate. Although the depths of the Black Forest are fraught with danger, the areas on the very edge are undoubtedly the best leveling paradise for these level 0 newcomers. Thus he assigned Ziviel a mission yesterday. Now taking a deep breath, Ziviel spoke again. Warriors, the depths of the Black Forest are teeming with endless darkness. To prove your bravery, and to gain the foundation for surviving in the wasteland, the Lord has bestowed upon you your first trial. Ding. At the center of all players' visions, a dark blue task interface simultaneously appeared. Newbie task trial of the Black Forest. Task description: go to the edge of the Black Forest and successfully hunt any level 0 mutant. Task reward: 10 Ashen coins. Wow. The newbie task is here. A newcomer named Not Staying Up Late will die exclaimed. All eyes instantly fixed on the task description. The previously noisy crowd fell silent before erupting into an even louder clamor. Is that it? Hunt a level 0 mutant. That's too easy, right? Didn't the veterans from the first test say that level 0 monsters are just for newbies to feast upon? 10 Ashen coins. I saw in the strategy post from the first test that 10 Ashen coins can revive once. That's like getting an extra life. Charge. The first kill is mine. Brothers of the Immortal Stars Guild, assemble. Let's go flatten that Black Forest. After hearing the overly dramatic rallying call from the novice nun Ziviel, 50 newbies dressed in shorts and tank tops rushed towards the Black Forest like huskies, just let loose, barking excitedly. In their eyes, this was merely a novice task. Couldn't they just find a low-level monster to pummel with their fist? However, sitting at the statue, Lin In was so shocked by the scene that he almost sprayed the virtual tea he had just sipped. What the hell do these players misunderstand? The 100 fully immersive hardcore survival game. Lin In looked at the system backend. With their bare-chested, unarmed state, encountering a low-level corrupted villager in the Black Forest would definitely lead to them being flattened, as if they were a buffet. If the newbies are wiped out and they run out of free resurrection attempts with no Ashes coins in their pockets, won't they be bankrupt just 10 minutes into the game? Who will push the main storyline for him in Miss Town then? No, they can't go out to deliver. We must enforce team guide. Lin In focused his thoughts directly, pulling down a system-wide warning in everyone's view. Divine. The depths of the Black Forest are filled with deadly anomalies and madness. This is not a nightmare that a newborn apostle can face alone. Survival advice: it is highly recommended that novice players form combat teams of 510 people and follow experienced players with exclusive titles for exploration. Notice after free resurrection attempts are used up, death will deduct 10 Ashes coins as a resurrection cost. Please cherish your lives. Golpe. The eager newbies ready to rush suddenly slammed on the brakes upon seeing the glaringly bright words "death costs money" in their view. Death costs money. Free resurrection just once. Immortal Star's mad youngster swallowed hard. The overwhelming aura of invincibility he had just displayed instantly diminished by half. Moreover, the system even issued a red warning and suggested following experienced players for exploration. Isn't this game's mechanics too hardcore? So if we go in barehanded, aren't we just asking for it? Just as the 50 newbies exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. Ahem. On the stone steps of the church, Ji Luo cleared his throat. He, along with 4 experienced players, including passing pure love warrior donned ash-gray robes and golden titles, walking down the steps like saviors. As the tactical mind, Ji Luo had actually been thinking similarly until now. He had originally planned to wait for these newbies to die and then sell weapons for a profit, but the system's red warning instantly alerted him. Right? Our goal is to conquer Miss Town, and these 50 people are our future main forces. If they go bankrupt right at the start and quit, who will be our meat shield? Ji Luo whispered to the 4 of them. We need to establish a guild system. Help them level up and take a cut from long-term profits. Walking up to the newbies, Ji Luo changed from his previous aloof demeanor to a very reliable big brother face. Brothers, you've all seen the system's warning. Ji Luo pointed to the distant Black Forest with a serious expression. This is not one of those lawn-mowing games on the market. The low-level monsters outside are not only powerful and insensitive to pain, but their bones are as hard as wrought iron. If you go in with your bare fists, the only outcome will be broken bones. So what should we do, big shot? A newbie timidly asked. Team up. Old players lead the newbies. Malu also has dignity, immediately jumped out. He pulled out a large bundle of flint spears and simple stone hammers they had crafted last night when they were bored. We have 5 level 7 pros just right to lead 10 each. As long as you join the party, these handmade novice armor-piercing weapons are free for you to use, and we will teach you step by step how to level up quickly. Upon hearing this, the newbies' eyes instantly lit up. Is there such a good deal? Free weapons. And they come with instruction. The mad youngster looked incredulous. This experienced player was too generous. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I am not. Jiahao pushed up his Ash's simulated monocle and solemnly added the most crucial term. As a weapon depreciation fee and tactical command fee, we will take 30 of the Ash's coins dropped from monsters killed in the wild as the guild development fund. Experience points are all yours. 30 cut. Consider it tuition, no problem. Big shot, I want to join. I used to be great at playing tanks, will be your meat shield. Choose me. I'm a female university student, my voice is sweet. For newbies just starting the game with nothing, paying a small fee for the protection and weapons from experienced players was an absolute bargain. In just 5 minutes, the 50 newbies were divided into 5 standard 10-person teams, each led by This operation, named Exploration Assistance, was essentially a streamlined army for the capital accumulation of old players, officially established. The grand team of 55 slowly stepped out of the faintly glowing protective barrier of the Ashen Church. The moment all players stepped out of the barrier, the world's atmosphere changed dramatically. Without the divine halos filter, the suffocating and oppressive fear of the wasteland world hit them like a tangible force. Ahead, the black forest loomed like an ancient beast lurking in the gray mist. Those towering, withered mutant trees twisted like countless ghostly hands desperately clawing at the sky. Thick black miasma permeated the forest, the air filled with the stench of rotting, fermenting soil, and faint, eerie howls that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Moreover, as a gust of cold wind swept through the treetops, everyone could distinctly feel a bone-chilling cold creeping up from the soles of their feet to the back of their heads. Gulp. The passing pure love warrior at the front of the line unconsciously swallowed his palms, slightly sweating, as he gripped his spiked club. Despite appearing confident, and even taking the time to style his robe's collar for effect, he was internally, what a joke. These 5 old players were also approaching the Black Forest for the first time. Old Lu, isn't the atmosphere in this forest a bit too eerie? The Ma Lu also has dignity. Walking beside him lowered his voice, glancing around at the shadows of the trees, rubbing the goosebumps forming on his arms. Why do I feel like those tree barks that look like tumors are all staring at us? Stay steady. Everyone stay. Ji Luo gritted his teeth and reminded, all 50 newbies are watching us from behind. We are high-level players, we are the guides. Even if an Ultraman jumps out in front, you all need to maintain a calm expression, as if it's just a regular monster spawn area. Besides, we're only skimming the edges, absolutely not going in. What are we afraid of? After listening to Ji Luo's instructions, the other 4 quickly took a deep breath, forcing themselves to maintain a composed expression, even deliberately appearing relaxed and nonchalant. The 50 newcomers trailing behind them were now utterly overwhelmed by the 100 immersive Cthulhu atmosphere, their legs trembling with fear. Dude, is this game too realistic? The player known as Immortal Starry Sky followed closely behind Lu Zai, his earlier bravado about conquering the dark forest long forgotten. He pointed at a nearby monstrous tree oozing black goo, his voice trembling. Why do I feel like this tree is alive? I almost feel like I need to pee. Lu Zai turned his head, flicking his stylish silver hair, casting a disdainful glance at the group of newcomers, instantly entering a mode of ostentatious superiority. This is just an artistic environment texture created by the art team. Look at how scared you all are. We call this an immersive experience, understand? This dark mist, this sound effect, it's so epic. Remember, in this game, as long as a monster shows its health bar, even if a deity appears, we should still pluck a few hairs from it. Lu Zai tapped the nearby dead tree trunk with his wolf fang club, producing a dull thud. Stay close behind me, and don't step on the vines on the ground. When we encounter a 0-tier monster later, don't panic, just follow my tactical commands and focus fire. With the senior player's calm reassurance, the newcomers felt a surge of confidence. As expected of a pro, facing an environment that drains sanity points, you remain as steady as an old dog. Is this the confidence of a level 7? I feel so secure. This protection fee is truly worth it. The newcomers' eyes, filled with admiration, gripped their rented wooden spears tightly, following behind the pros like chicks trailing after a hen. At this moment, the group completely dispersed, exploring different directions within the dark forest. The passing pure love warrior carrying his Acne Fawn club stealthily moved through the dry grass, with 10 newcomers following closely. Everyone be quiet. The environmental sound effects here can attract monsters, Lu Zai instructed in a. Just then, not far ahead by the dried-up creek, 2 wandering 0-tier, corrupted villagers appeared. Lu Zai's eyes lit up as he turned to look at the now nervous newcomers sweating in their palms. Kong Shao, you take 3 people with stone spears to the left. The rest follow me to draw aggro. Let me show you the art of high-level combat. Go. Kong Shao took a deep breath, gripping his flint spear tightly, and charged out with Lu Zai. The 2 monsters, hearing the commotion, roared and lunged towards them. Watch closely. These game monsters don't have invincibility frames, they follow physical inertia. Instead of retreating, Lu Zai advanced. At the moment the monsters were about to pounce on him, he executed a tactical slide, conjuring a faint ash missile in his hand. Boom! The sparks of black smoke exploded directly on the monster's face, instantly triggering the blind mechanism. Now's the time. Stab its knee joint. Lu Zai shouted. Although Kong Xiao and the others were nervous, they were seasoned gamers. Seeing the monster become stiff, they raised their stone spears and viciously jabbed at its knee. Thud. Snap. The 100 immersive physics engine was showcased vividly at this moment as the monster's knee joint became lodged by the spear, its massive body losing balance and crashing down into the mud. Smash its skull. Lu Zai leaped up the Acne Fong Club, whistling through the air, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the monster's skull. System notification: killed 0 tier corrupted villager. Team experience 10 ash coin 2. Wow. Amazing. This physical collision, this tactical coordination. That was epic. Watching the 0 tier monster dissipate into black water, the newcomers' faces flushed with excitement. The sensation of the spear piercing through flesh and the dull vibration as the monster fell sent these hardcore gamers into a frenzy. This is a truly groundbreaking MMORPG. Compared to those previous skin-swapped games where you just stood and exchanged values, this is simply industrial waste. Don't just stand there. This forest is filled with walking ash coins. Keep pushing forward. The passing pure love warrior waved his hand, embodying the demeanor of a commanding general. After experiencing the extreme thrill of hardcore hunting, the 50 newcomers had long since cast aside their fears. Once the nature of the fourth calamity was unleashed, all the noxious miasma and indescribable terror transformed into green experience bars in their eyes. For the entirety of the following morning, the outskirts of the dark forest became a playground for these 5 sweeping teams. There are 2 monsters behind that tree on the left. 3 teams in circle. Don't let them escape. Watch your positioning. Front line use stone shields, a back line stab them in the kidneys with spears. Where's the healer? Alright, we don't have one yet, so those with low health should fall back and not get killed. Reviving costs 10 coins. Under the guidance of Ji Luo and the other 5 veteran players, the newcomers learned quickly. They were originally high-level players in various games and now just had to adapt to a more realistic physics engine, which significantly boosted their combat power. Snap! With a crisp sound, Kong Xiao's flint spear, which had stabbed over a dozen monsters, finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and the sharp stone tied to the tip shattered. Oh no, my weapon broke. Kong Xiao paused, looking at the bare stick in his hand, quickly turning to the pure love warrior. Lu Shun, why does the durability of this weapon drop so fast? Lu Zai was secretly delighted, yet maintained an outwardly helpless and sympathetic expression, patting Kong Xiao on the shoulder. Brother, this is a 100 immersive real physics world. If you hit a monster's hard bones with a rock, wouldn't the wear and tear be rapid? Lu Zai, like a seasoned salesman, pulled out 2 brand new stone spears from under his long robe and handed them over. The usual deal: 2 ash coins for 1. These are the supplies I ground out last night. The quantity is limited, first come first served. Kong Xiao gritted his teeth, glancing at the dozen ash coins he had just earned from monster hunting, and unhesitatingly chose to trade. Buy? How can we fight monsters without weapons? This deal is a sure win. The newcomers were completely unaware that they were falling into an absurd cyberwork trap. They fought hard against monsters only to have 30 of their earnings taken away as guild protection fees by the veteran players, and the remaining money had to be used to buy those expendable weapons that cost almost nothing to make, simply tied together with a piece of rotten wood or a broken stone. Under the leadership of 5 efficient teams composed of veterans and newcomers, the entire edge of the Black Forest turned into a leveling workshop. The veteran players controlled the situation, casting skills to blind, while the newcomers frantically dealt damage with their spears. In the statue of the Ashen Church, Lin In watched as the balance of faith points on the backhand scrolled at an incredibly exaggerated speed, unable to contain his smile. These players are truly born laborers. As Lin In counted the money, he plotted his next steps in his mind, thinking, once these 50 newcomers level up a bit more, I can guide them to Fog Town. Time quickly passed to 2 p.m. The 5 major teams continued exploring tirelessly in the Black Forest. As they pushed further outward, the types of monsters that had been thoroughly understood by the players from the first test began to undergo bizarre changes. Beside a muddy swamp on the eastern side of the Black Forest, Ma Lu and his team of 10 newcomers were staring intently at a gnarled tree draped in dark red vines, like a group of weasels plotting a heist. Big brother, what kind of fruit is that on the tree? It looks like a human head, a newcomer named Buao Yi Huisi whispered curiously. Shut your mouth. Keep your eyes open and don't act recklessly. Ma Lu slapped the newcomer on the back of the head, his expression extremely serious. At that moment, the human head fruit on the gnarled tree slowly opened its eyes. Immediately afterward, the dark red vines began to writhe, as if they were alive, and a terrifying spider the size of a small calf, with a twisted human face on its abdomen, descended from the tree crown. System notification: encountered a new species. Target: human-faced poison spider, tier 1, features skilled in concealment, and venom spraying its silk is extremely sticky, and the human facial patterns on its abdomen carry slight spiritual pollution. What the hell? The art team for this game is really twisted. That spider is utterly disgusting. Several female players were left horrified. Stop panicking. The rarer the monster, the better the loot. A greedy light flashed in Ma Lao's squinted eyes as he immediately began to strategize. Team 1, raise your shields up front to block its venom. Team 2, flank it with spears. This thing's silk is top-notch material. We might be able to make bowstrings out of it. Brothers, capture it alive. If that fails, at least we can pull out its venomous fangs. In the eyes of the fourth disaster, the more inhuman the monster looked, the more valuable its materials were for research. The 10 newcomers charged forward with cries, treating the terrifying mutant as a walking resource bank. Meanwhile, deeper in the Black Forest, the team led by the Pure Love Warrior, due to their high overall quality, had unknowingly delved into the junction between the edge and the depths of the Black Forest. The fog here was so thick that one could barely see their hand in front of their face, and a pungent smell of blood lingered in the air. Everyone stop. Tighten the formation. Luzai suddenly raised his hand, his face serious. With the sharp instinct of a veteran player from the first test, he sensed that something was amiss. What's wrong, big brother? Huang Xiao gripped the newly rented stone spear tightly, nervously scanning the surroundings. There's movement ahead, and it's the sound of living beings. As soon as he finished speaking, bang. A cluster of bushes was violently pushed aside. A blood-soaked human clad in tattered silver half-armor staggered out of the thick fog. He clutched a broken broadsword tightly in his hand, and a wound deep enough to see bone on his thigh was oozing black blood. This was clearly not a player, as he had no blue ID above his head. The man fell heavily to the muddy ground, looking back in despair. From the fog emerged 3 figures clad in dark red robes, their faces concealed by pale bony masks, known as Tier 1 fallen cultists, leading 2 groaning Tier 1 ripper ghouls covered in flesh tumors with mouths split to the ears. Run! Nikao, why aren't you running? The leading cultist let out a nightmarish laugh. The barrier of your fog town is about to collapse. Do you really think you can survive long enough to send a distress signal? Today you will be the sweetest sacrifice to the master. Kyle the Knight spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair. Fog Town is finished. The light of the weeping mother will ultimately be extinguished. He closed his eyes in despair, ready to welcome the arrival of death. However, the excruciating pain he expected from being torn apart by the ghouls did not come. Instead, he was met with a wild roar that overturned the treetops. What the hell? Brothers, look. It's a wild NPC. A living NPC. We triggered a hidden plot. This must be a prerequisite for the main quest in Fog Town. Quick, protect our NPC. Whoever dares to touch my quest NPC, I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Under the astonished gazes of Kyle and the 3 cultists, 11 humans dressed in shorts and tank tops, wielding crude stone weapons, charged out from the grass like a group of lunatics escaping from an asylum, their eyes glowing with crazed excitement, shouting wildly. The cultists were dumbfounded. In this desolate land, shrouded in despair, any ordinary person would be terrified to see these abyssal followers. What was up with this nearly naked group of wild men? Not only were they unafraid, but their eyes also revealed a hint of excitement and greed. Heretics! Take them down together. The cultist leader roared, releasing the chains in his hands. 2 ripper ghouls howled and lunged at the frontmost Huang Xiao. Come on, let's see how my newly learned combo works on you. Huang Xiao not only didn't dodge, but instead excitedly charged forward. Crack! The ghoul was incredibly fast, biting down on Huang Xiao's arm, its terrifying bite force ripping apart half of his arm. Oh, it hurts. Big brother, save me. Huang Xiao's tears flowed out. Stop whining. It has a grab skill, but stunned now. Quick, hold on to it. Luzai shouted from the back. Everyone attacked together. Stab Huang Xiao too. Got it. The newcomers didn't hesitate, thrusting their stone spears mercilessly. 2 of the spears even pierced through Huang Xiao's shoulder, thrusting into the ghoul's eyes. What the hell? You guys are really stabbing me. As Huang Xiao turned to ash, he let out an extremely indignant last words. But this reckless and somewhat shameless way of fighting left the cultists in shock. They were indeed madmen who worshipped evil gods. But how could these people before them stab their own teammate too? And the stabbed one showed no fear, instead cursing. Ash Bolt. Luzai seized the moment of his opponent's hesitation and unleashed a skill. The smoky black flame, tinged with sparks, exploded against the cultist's bone mask, instantly blinding them. Kick him in the groin. This game has weak point mechanics. These cultists are flesh and blood too, so that's definitely a weak spot. Throw mud in its mouth. I've got this ghoul's legs pinned. Grab a rock and smash it. What should have been a brutal wasteland skirmish under the intervention of the 4th Calamity instantly devolved into a shameless, thuggish street brawl. Kyle the Knight, lying in the mud, stared blankly at the utterly absurd scene before him, his worldview shattered like never before. He saw that these people, though lacking divine power, harbored no fear of death whatsoever. They would even willingly use their own bodies to block a ghoul's maw, just to buy a comrade a chance to throw a stone. What kind of supreme, fanatical, and fearless faith was this, say? Praise the gods. Kyle's lips trembled, a faint spark of hope reigniting in his deadened eyes. Is this a punitive night order sent by some true god? In less than 5 minutes, at the cost of 1 player returning to the city and 3 suffering severe injuries, the 3 cultists and 2 ghouls were beaten to death. Ten of them swarmed around the fallen Kyle, like he was a rare panda, craning their necks and staring at him with an intensely fervent gaze. Hey buddy, can you talk? Is there a blue exclamation mark? Do we press the F key to interact? He's bleeding a lot. Should we feed him that venomous spider leg we picked up? Maybe ITLL fight poison with poison. Listening to these utterly incomprehensible ravings and looking at these fervent eyes that seemed to want to dissect him for study, Kyle gulped, an uncontrollable shiver running through his entire body. He suddenly felt that compared to those cultists earlier, these saviors who had rescued him seemed more like some kind of indescribable, horrifying existence. In the mist at the edge of the black forest, 10 newbies clad only in shorts surrounded the injured knight, Kyle, like they were observing an alien. Boss, why isn't this NPC talking? Is it a bug? A newbie poked Kyle's bloodstained silver half-plate armor with a mud-caked wooden stick. Move aside, move aside. Let a professional handle this. Passing Pure Love Warrior swaggered out from behind the crowd, shaking his signature silver hedgehog hair. He shoved the blocking newbie aside, crouched in front of Kyle, and waved a hand before his eyes. Hey buddy, can you hear me? Luzai stared at Kyle's head. Finding no traditional yellow exclamation mark, he couldn't help stroking his chin. No quest marker. Maybe the trigger method is wrong. Kyle was dizzy from blood loss. Staring at the strange white-haired man, his lips trembled as he tried to speak. You. Whoa, he talked. Live AI interaction. Luzai's eyes lit up. He leaned in closer and shouted, fellow villager. We need a quest. Task. Understand. Got any monsters we need to kill or letters to deliver? Kyle was baffled by Luzai's nonsensical words, but the wound on his thigh was still gushing black blood, his vital signs plummeting rapidly. Cough. Miss Town. Cultist. Kyle gasped out a few words, his vision darkening. Crap, god, Lu, this NPC's health bar is dropping fast. Will the quest break if this NPC dies in this game? A perceptive female player exclaimed, pointing at Kyle's pale face. Damn it, this crappy game doesn't even have potions or bandages. Luzai panicked, looking around. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Right. Where's the meat from that slit-mouthed ghoul from earlier? I remember during the first test that big bug's venom had an effect when eaten. Maybe this monster's meat can restore health. Quick, go cut a fresh piece of ghoul meat. It's a Hail Mary, you just shove it in his mouth to keep him alive. Hearing Luzai's insane command, Kyle, lying on the ground, was so frightened his pupils dilated. Feed him monster meat. That flesh was corrupted by the abyss. A normal person would instantly mutate into a mindless monster after a single bite. Were these people here to save him, or were they demons here to torture him? No. Don't. Kyle struggled with all his might, but blood loss rendered him completely immobile, just as a newbie was actually holding a piece of stinking ghoul flesh ready to force-feed Kyle. Boom. A nearby bush was violently crashed through by brute force. Then a burly man, bare-chested and wearing only the newbie shorts, charged out, howling like a mad boar, brandishing a brand new flint-tipped spear. Arg. My 10 ash coins. Where's that ghoul that bit me? Is it dead? I'm going to mutilate it. I'm going to slice it up and roast it. The newcomer was undying, starry mad youngster who had just resurrected at the Ash Church and sprinted all the way back to the scene. Seeing the ghoul corpses beaten to death on the ground, mad youngster furiously kicked them, cursing and lamenting the resurrection fee he had just lost. The moment the knight, Kyle, still on the ground, clearly saw mad youngster's face, his mind went completely blank. You? Weren't you the one whose arm was bitten off and heart pierced earlier? Kyle stared intensely at mad youngster's perfectly intact shoulder and chest, as if seeing a ghost, momentarily forgetting the searing pain in his thigh. He swore he had seen this man torn apart by the ghoul. But now only a few minutes had passed. This man was back, completely unharmed and full of energy, without even a single scar left. Invincible. In Kyle's worldview, only the legendary heroes absolutely favored by the gods possessed an invincible body. Who are you people? Kyle struggled to his knees, using the last of his strength. His gaze shifted from fear to extreme reverence and fervor. Luzai watched this wild NPC suddenly assume such a devout posture. A smirk touched his lips as he instantly slipped into the show-off mode of a firstist veteran. Standing up, he clasped his hands behind his back and in a profoundly world-weary and Shinibu Tone parroted the speech Sister Hilary had given that morning. We are the Apostles of Ash. We are the kindling awakened from the abyss. The great Lord of Ash watches over this wasteland. Lord of Ash, a true God's blessed. Hearing this title, tears finally welled up in Kyle's eyes. As if grasping his last lifeline, he pulled a blood-stained silver emblem from his chest and raised it high. Great Apostles of Ash, I am a knight under the weeping Madonna of Mist Town. The cultists have surrounded the town. Our barrier is about to collapse. I beg you. Beg the great Lord of Ash. Save Mist Town. The cultists have surrounded the town, and our barrier is about to collapse. We beseech you. We implore the great Lord of Ashes, save Fog Town. Accompanied by Kyle's desperate and piercing plea, the entire edge of the Black Forest fell into a deathly silence. 10 newcomers wearing baggy shorts and sports vests along with the pure love war god passing by all stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. 5 whole seconds passed. Holy SHD. A roar that shattered the treetops erupted from the mouth of the crazy youngster. The main storyline has been triggered. The main storyline has been triggered. This is just a cutscene. Brothers, a escort mission is coming. This is the only hidden storyline NPC, so everyone stay alert. If anyone lets him lose a drop of blood, he'll personally come over for a real-life PK. Luzai, excited, slapped his thigh, instantly channeling the professionalism of a high-level player. He waved his hand. Crazy youngster, you just respawned in the city, right? Come over and carry him. Let's go back to the newbie village to turn in the quest. Got it. The VIP transport is on its way. The indestructible starry sky. Crazy youngster charged forward without a word and hoisted the blood-soaked Kyle over his shoulder like a sack. Meanwhile, in the Ashes Cathedral, Lin, seated deep within the altar, watched this scene clearly through the player's vision, shared by the system. Beautiful. The pure love war god truly deserves to be an old hand from the first test, effortlessly playing the role of a divine practitioner. The map coordinates of Fog Town have finally been unlocked for all players through this NPC. Without any hesitation, Lin's fingers flew across the system console, smoothly issuing the main quest he had already prepared. Ding. With Lin's actions, a dazzling dark golden main quest update panel simultaneously popped up at the center of the vision for Luzai and all players present. Regional Major Main Quest: The Lament of Fog Town, pre-trigger successful. Story update: you rescued the dying Knight Kyle from Fog Town in the Black Forest. The cultist conspiracy has been completely exposed, and the barrier of Fog Town is in imminent danger. Quest Objective 1, protect Knight Kyle as he returns to the Ashes Cathedral, and hand him over to Sister Sylvie for healing. Quest Objective 2, use Kyle's token as a coordinate to advance towards Fog Town, tearing apart the cultist blockade along the way. Watching the players sprint back with renewed vigor due to the main quest, Lin's smile gradually faded. He pulled up a virtual map of the wasteland, his brow furrowed. This is a bit troublesome. Lin gazed at the blinking red coordinate of Fog Town, located over 10 kilometers away from the Black Forest, murmuring, these fourth Calamity guys fight entirely relying on resurrection tactics and suicide runs to pile up monsters. If they have to respawn in the magic array over at the Ashes Cathedral every time they die, then this 10-kilometer stretch of muddy wilderness will take more than half a day just to traverse. In the MMO world, there is a saying, do not attempt to challenge players' patience for traveling. If these 50 workers waste all their time on a long-distance marathon, not only will it greatly reduce the efficiency of earning faith points from monster hunting, but many might also quit due to the boredom of a walking simulator. This absolutely cannot happen. Time is money and efficiency equals faith points. System, is there any way to establish new resurrection points or teleportation arrays at the front line in situations like this where cross-regional combat occurs? Lin immediately inquired in his mind. Ding. Hosts needs detected, matching suitable territory expansion plans for you. The system currently offers 2 plans for frontline anchor point construction. Plan 1, establish an affiliated Ashes statue effect, build a brand new statue in the core area of Fog Town. After players die, they can freely choose to respawn at the main cathedral or the Fog Town statue. Cost: requires extremely scarce materials such as divine core and epic grade extraordinary stone, and the host must personally infuse a large amount of divine power. Evaluation: a permanent base, but given your current poverty status, it is advised to dream of what you want. Get lost, get lost. Let's see the second one. Lin was exasperated. Oh, where was he supposed to find advanced materials? This was just wishful thinking. Plan 2, establish a frontline Ashes altar teleportation anchor point effect. Consume faith points to condense an immovable Ashes altar in the target area. Once built, players can use the cathedral's teleportation array to directly transport one way to the location of the Ashes altar. Cost 1,000 faith points. Usage rules: each time a player uses the teleportation function, they must pay 2 Ashes coins. Of these, 1 coin is collected by the system as maintenance fee for the spatial passage, and the other Ash's coin equivalent to 1 faith point will directly be deposited into the host's private account. High-risk warning: whether it is an affiliated statue or Ash's altar, they are fundamentally fragile divine power anchor points. If destroyed by local monsters or cultists, the teleportation channel will close permanently. Gazing at the detailed explanation of Plan 2, Lin N's eyes burst with a palpable green light, and even his breathing quickened. Holy SHD. A teleportation array. And it can charge a toll. Lin N knew too well the allure of teleportation arrays for players. As long as they can arrive at the battlefield, instantly forget about 2 Ash's coins. Even if it were 5 coins, these 4th Calamity players who would fight over monsters to the point of brain damage wouldn't blink an eye before paying. 50 people die once and teleport once. If in one battle each person dies 10 or 8 times. This is the legendary Cyber Highway toll station, where you can count money while lying down. Build it. It must be built. Even if I have to sell my pots and pans, I must establish this toll station. Know this strategic teleport point. Lin N roared madly in his mind. He glanced at his balance in the back end. After summoning 50 new players, he had exactly 1130 faith points left. As the players continuously advanced at the edge of the Black Forest, most of them leveled up to 1. He earned a total of 4,160 faith points today, bringing his total faith point balance back above 5,000. With more players, the efficiency of earning faith points was simply outrageous. Each new player contributed 100 faith points, which meant a solid 5,500 faith points would be credited. However, the cost of 1,000 faith points did make Lin N feel a bit pained. But this investment was definitely a deal that would pay off handsomely. But the system also said that this thing is fragile. Once it's destroyed, it's all over. Lin N stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Since it's so important, the daunting task of protecting the teleportation array should naturally be entrusted to those players who are most protective of their resources. Lin N's thoughts moved, and he immediately began editing a brand new base defense regional quest in the backend. I want these players to understand that anyone who dares to touch the teleportation array they use to travel is digging up their ancestral graves. Make way. Everyone make way. The VIP express carriage for the games has arrived. Amidst a clamor of extremely arrogant shouts, the mist before the Ash Church was violently shoved aside. The undying starry tyrant, bare-chested with the blood-soaked knight Kyle slung over his shoulder, charged into the blue protective barrier like a whirlwind. Following behind him were 10 newcomers led by the wandering pure love warrior Luzai. On the other side of the square, even a monkey has dignity had just led his squad back from the eastern swamplands, each dragging a bloody spider leg. Holy crap, old Lu. You guys brought back a live person. Monkey tossed aside the venomous spider Fong he was holding and leaned in for a closer look. The modeling precision is insane. Even the scratches and bloodstains on the breastplate look so real. Is he that NPC named Kyle from Mist Town? This is the key NPC to advance the main questline of Mist Town. Luzai flicked his white hair, arrogantly pointing at Kyle, who was barely alive on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant, put this guy down quickly. If you jostle him any more, this living quest item will turn into a corpse. Thump. Tyrant let go with wild abandon, and poor Knight Kyle, like a tattered sack, was dumped heavily onto the cold stone floor of the church. Ah damn, I'm exhausted. The weight system in this game is absolutely insane. I carried a grown man for 20 minutes and my legs are about to give out. Tyrant rubbed his sore shoulders and plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. As for Knight, Kyle dumped on the floor. His mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse. Throughout the journey, he had endured psychological torment, far more terrifying than any interrogation. This group, calling themselves Ash Apostles, had not an ounce of knightly discipline. Instead, they chattered incessantly about lewd words he couldn't even understand. Things like, how many Ash coins can we get for stripping that silver armor off this NPC? Or why is his health bar still dropping? Should we cut a piece of rotten flesh from a corrupted villager for him to chew on and regain some HP? Someone even suggested, why not just kill him and loot the corpse? Maybe we can get the quest scroll directly. If not for the white-haired leader firmly stopping them, Kyle had no doubt he would have been torn limb from limb by these bizarre believers on the spot. Cough, cough. Kyle coughed weakly, struggling to lift his head and survey his surroundings. When he saw the dilapidated church before him with its roof full of holes and letting in the wind, he was stunned for a moment, then a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. This was the sanctuary of these undying monsters. How could the temple of the great true god, Ash Lord, be so ruined? Just as Kyle's mind was reeling, beginning to suspect he had been tricked into some new cult den. Creak, the wooden door of the hut opened. Wearing a coarse nun's robe with a pure and holy aura, Shire walked out carrying a rough wooden basin. May the Ash bless you, undying warriors. Shire habitually recited that line, but when she saw the bloodied silver-armored knight lying on the ground, her face turned pale instantly. Good heavens. This is... Shire quickly put down the basin, lifted her skirt, and ran over. Sister Nun, we found a live person in the woods. Tyrant hurried over to take credit, pointing at Kyle on the ground. This fellow says he's a knight from Mist Town here to seek aid from our Ash Lord. Look, he's pretty badly hurt. Does the church have any health potions or wound salves? Give him a swig or two. She stepped forward, quickly soaked a washed-out towel from the wooden basin in clean water, and carefully began to wipe the blood from around his wounds. May the Ash bless you, suffering wanderer, Shire said softly, her expression compassionate and dignified. Hearing this ethereal prayer, and looking at the maiden before him, pure and immaculate, like a saintess, Kyle was momentarily stunned. The tightly strung strings of his heart inexplicably relaxed at that moment. He looked at the fine beads of sweat on the maiden's smooth forehead, felt the cool, soothing pain as the wounds were gently cleaned, and his nearly depleted vitality seemed to find a new anchor. Even his breathing became smoother. He mustered his remaining strength, once more speaking word by word about the cultists surrounding Mist Town and the imminent collapse of its barrier. Shire's brow furrowed tighter and tighter as she listened. Her hands paused in their work, and she then looked up towards the altar, her clear eyes filled with inquiry. Lynn, who had already understood the full story through a shared vision, immediately issued instructions to Shire. Understanding, Shire turned to the players gathered around and spoke softly. The Ash Lord has heard the knight's plea. He will grant his protection and guide us to save the people of Mist Town. Upon hearing Shire's words, Kyle struggled to kneel on one knee, letting tears and blood flow together. Praise be to the Ash Lord. Thank you for your mercy. Ding. Extreme reverence and supplication from a follower of another deity. Faith points 100. Hearing the crisp notification sound of the system, Lynn could barely stifle a laugh. This wild NPC wasn't just a quest trigger, he was also a high-quality faith power bank. Since you're so cooperative, this boss won't stand on ceremony. Lynn tapped on the backstage panel and slammed the long-brewing toll station plan onto all the players present in the form of a global announcement. Ding. Accompanied by an extremely rousing war drum sound effect. A giant parchment scroll burning with flames unfurled dramatically in the center of every player's field of vision. Regional main quest: The Lament of Mist Town. Divine Oracle: the Ash's wrath shall incinerate all heretics. But the distant expedition requires a stable anchor point. Quest Objective 1: form an escort team to escort Knight Kyle back to the Sighing Highlands on the edge of Mist Town. Quest Objective 2: establish a forward base, the Ash Altar at the Sighing Highlands. Important mechanism: unlock notification. 1. Once the Ash Altar is built, players can use the church teleportation array to instantly reach the Mist Town front line. Each teleportation costs 2 Ash coins. 2. The Ash Altar is a fragile divine construct. If destroyed by cultists or monsters, the teleportation channel will be permanently closed. Silence. A deathly stillness fell over the entire scene. All players stared fixedly at the red text reading quick teleport point and permanently closed. If destroyed, their breathing growing heavier and heavier. Holy crap. The quick teleport system is unlocked. Luzai slapped Tyrant on the back and jumped up excitedly. I thought this hardcore game was going to make us run over 10 kilometers on foot to get to the battle. 2 Ash coins per teleport. That's too generous. That dog of a game designer finally did something right. Monkey's eyes were shining too. As long as we build this teleport point after we die, we can just buy a respawn and teleport back on the battlefield in 3 seconds. This is basically an infinitely refillable meat grinder. For these 4th calamities who would normally spend hours in game researching all sorts of cheesy speedrun tactics, just to save a few steps, a respawnal port point that could get them to the front lines instantly was their lifeline. Brothers, mark this. Luzai spun around abruptly, his face turning deathly serious like a fierce bandit about to defend his treasure trove. The system says this teleport point is fragile. If it gets destroyed every time we die and respawn in town, we'll have to trudge over 10 kilometers of muddy road on foot. If any bastard dares to touch our teleport formation. Huang Xiao yanked the stone spear from his back, his eyes bloodshot, and roared from the depths of his soul. He'll dig up his ancestral graves and make sashimi out of his entire family. Kill those cultists. Escort the NPC and build the teleport formation. 20 players simultaneously raised their crude stone and wooden weapons, unleashing a terrifying war cry that seemed capable of devouring their enemies raw. Kneeling on the ground, Knight Kyle watched these players who had suddenly fallen into a frenzy, as if injected with adrenaline. His heart, which had just calmed down, once again raced to 200 beats per minute. He had lived over 20 years and fought countless brutal battles with the Knight Order across the lands. But he swore he had never seen such mad warriors. These fellows weren't going to save a town. They looked like they were about to plunder someone else's mountain of gold. And before Kyle could recover from his shock, Luzai had already crouched in front of him, rubbing his hands eagerly. Knight Kyle, lead the way. Let's set off now and get the teleport formation up before dark. Kyle stood up woodenly, supporting himself on the ground, and looked at these players who had packed their gear and were itching to charge out. Brothers, keep your eyes sharp. On the dilapidated plaza of the Ash Church, wandering pure love warrior Lu Zai held the grooved stone spear upside down, brimming with high spirits as he gave a pre-battle pep talk. This trip is to establish a new base. Huang Xiao, take a few men and surround the NPC tightly in the middle. Treat it like a cart-pushing game. If anyone touches him, block it with your lives. The rest form a perimeter. If you encounter zero-tier mobs, push through directly without lingering. The highest tactical goal is to build the Ash altar. Roar, push the cart, build the station, set up the teleport. Over 20 newbies howled like they were jacked up on adrenaline, brandishing their crude wooden sticks. Kyle, sandwiched in the middle by Huang Xiao, and the others watched these Ash bringers, who were even more fanatical than cultists, and silently swallowed his saliva. But before Lu Zai could finish his sentence, buzz! A blinding white light suddenly erupted from within the Ash Church, unprecedented in intensity. The light was so fierce that it illuminated even the dark clouds above the church. All the players and Kyle on the plaza turned around in unison. The resurrection formation specifically used to reshape players' bodies was now flickering wildly, like a short-circuited high-voltage meter. What the hell? Is the respawn point glitching? Macaque Has Dignity too was startled, nearly dropping his stone spear on his own foot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a series of dense white flashes, figures suddenly materialized in the center of the formation, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Over 30 people appeared out of thin air. These were exactly Ji Luo, kindergarten boss, Imnat Jiahao, and the 30 newbies they led, who had been farming monsters deep in the Black Forest, and were about to rush back after receiving the server-wide announcement. However, the way these 33 people appeared was rather absurd. They were piled on top of each other in the formation like a human pyramid, each face etched with utter bewilderment and frustration. Many newbies were still frozen in postures of scrambling and fleeing. "Ow, who the hell stepped on my face? Don't push, don't push. I just got a new body, and it's hard to adjust." Lu Zai and Macaque stared at each other stunned for 3 full seconds before Lu Zai burst out laughing. "Pata, old G, what kind of pose is that? Didn't I tell you to run back to town? How did your whole crew take a hearse and teleport straight here? Stop laughing." Ji Luo crawled out of the pile with a dark face, wincing in pain. "Don't even mention, I lost big this time. The 30 people I took out, including us 3 leaders, were all wiped out. Everyone paid a 10-coin resurrection fee. Total wipeout." The entire plaza erupted in uproar upon hearing this. Even Huang Xiao was shocked. After all, the 3 teams old G led had 30 people, and they were led by 3 veteran players at LV7. At the edge of the Black Forest, that was a bulldozing force. How could they be instantly annihilated? "Did you run into a large group of cultists, eh?" Lu Zai's smile faded, his expression turning grim. If only it were cultists. At least they follow the laws of physics. Imnat Jiahao also walked out with a gloomy face. He nervously smoothed his bangs and spoke in an unusually grave tone. "On our way back, we took a shortcut and stumbled into the territory of a high-tier mutated creature. The mechanics of that thing are too overpowered. It's a complete dimensional strike against carbon-based life." "What exactly was it?" Ji Luo took a deep breath, recalling the sanity-shattering scene, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. "We had just passed through a grove of red trees when we noticed black blood oozing from the trunks. Then the ground suddenly split open, and a colossal fleshy tree covered in human eyeballs and intestines emerged from beneath. The tree's canopy was made entirely of massive pale brain tissues, and the trunk was densely packed with opening and closing mouths. The system's red name warning reads Second Tier, Mutant Weeping Brain Tree. At the mention of Second Tier, everyone's faces changed color. Yesterday they had nearly been traumatized dealing with a failed evolution, a peak first-tier flesh merger, and only barely managed to grind it down with infinite respawns and dirty tactics like throwing lime. This time it was a genuine second tier. "Is its defense that high? Couldn't you even scratch it with 30 people?" Macaque asked urgently. "Scratch it? We didn't even get a chance to attack." Kindergarten boss, usually a straightforward and honest man, couldn't help but curse. That thing doesn't bother with melee combat at all. After it emerged from the ground, the hundreds of mouths on its trunk opened simultaneously. It was a full-screen, indiscriminate mental pollution attack. Our vision instantly turned blood red, and the system notified us that our sanity had dropped to 0. Then our 33 bodies uncontrollably swelled up like balloons and exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist that it sucked dry. Silence. The entire plaza fell into a deathly hush. No need for physical defense. A single encounter, a full-screen instant kill, bodies exploding. Was this the terrifying mechanic of a second-tier abomination? What a horrifying mechanism this second-tier freak possessed. The night Kyle lying in the midst of the crowd trembled all over upon hearing the description of the terrifying death brought by the Tier 2 monster, his eyes filled with despair. A Tier 2 mutant. That is a horrifying disaster capable of annihilating a small human settlement. Even during the heyday of Mist Town, it would require all the knights to risk their lives. However, merely 3 seconds passed. What the hell? A magic-type boss that can kill the entire screen in an instant. Lu's eyes, instead of showing any fear, widened like bronze bells bursting forth with an insatiable. A Tier 2 wild boss. If we get the first kill, how many ash coins will we get? What precious materials will... Let's do it. We must do it. Old G, lead the way. Even if I die and revert to level 0 today, I will bite off a piece of its brain. Not only Luzai, but also the surrounding newbies who had just been killed and were lamenting their revival costs, had their fear overwhelmed by the gambler's mentality upon hearing about the wild boss. Yes, we now have over 50 people. Even if we have to sacrifice lives, we can take it down. Let's get back the 10 coins we lost. Seeing these crazed individuals who didn't even know how to write Death Knight, Kyle's worldview collapsed once again. Are you all even listening? That is an indescribable entity that could cause someone to explode just by glancing at it. Why is your first reaction about what it can drop? Everyone shut up. Ji Luo shouted, abruptly silencing the frenzied crowd. He glared at Lu Zai and scolded, "What are you talking about? The mental pollution from that monster is absolutely suppressive. With our current levels and attributes, getting within 100 meters of it will cause us to lose our sanity and explode on the spot. If we can't even get close, how can we sacrifice ourselves? This game emphasizes level suppression and attribute counters. Without any items or higher level skills to defend against mental pollution, sending in any number of people would just be delivering packages." Ji Luo turned around, pointed at Kyle on the ground, and loudly declared, "Everyone, don't forget our primary. It's to escort the NPC to the Sighing Heights to establish a teleportation array. Once the teleportation array is built, we'll have a stable base to level up our attributes and find ways to acquire defensive gear. Once everyone's combat power is increased, we can return to take revenge on that broken tree later. The bigger picture matters. Let's focus on the main quest." After this professional analysis from Old G, the players finally calmed down, suppressing their greed for the Tier 2 boss. Alright, let's leave it for now. Luzai licked his lips, turned around, and hoisted the spiked club again, shouting, "Brothers, reform the formation. VIP transport officially departing. Target Mist Town, Sighing Heights." With Luzai's howl, the outside of the Ashen Cathedral erupted with thunderous cheers. Outside the Ashen Cathedral, the undying starry young master had his bare back adorned with rough vines binding the severely injured knight, Kyle, tightly. He looked like a wandering monk carrying a large bundle. "Young master, run steadily. The VIP health bar is already low. Don't let me die from bumps before we even get there." Luzai brandished his spiked club and loudly directed from the side. Kyle, lying on the young master's back, felt dizzy and nauseous. Blood continued to seep from the wounds on his thigh and chest, and with the young master's movements, the wounds kept rubbing against the young master's coarse gray shorts. Kyle looked up at the gray clouds in despair, wondering, "I just came to ask for help, didn't I? Oh divine being, must I die today? Having escaped death at the hands of the cultists, must I be jostled to death by this group of blessed ones on the way?" But the players did not care how deep Kyle's psychological trauma was. Ding! The main quest, The Lament of Mist Town, has been accepted for the entire server. Almost simultaneously, all 55 players present, from the level 7 alpha testers to the level 1 newbies just donning their ashen robes, showed no hesitation and all pressed the accept button. What a joke. This is the first large-scale main storyline in the entire server. According to the tradition of online games, such epic quests during the initial stages, even just touching a monster would yield experience and ash coin rewards sufficient to make someone rich overnight. Furthermore, there is the frontline teleportation array dangling as a substantial benefit. Team 1 and Team 2 responsible for clearing the way. Ji Luo, recognized as the tactical brain of the entire server, methodically assigned tasks. Young Master carries the NPC down the middle and leave 10 people on the sides for close protection. Thus, the grand expedition of 55 players officially stepped into the wilderness, heading to the Sighing Heights in a most abstract manner. At the edge of the Black Forest, mists swirled. The once oppressive wasteland filled with the aura of death welcomed its noisiest day ever. There's movement in the grass. It's a 0-level corrupted villager. A player responsible for scouting suddenly shouted. Normally the natives would be terrified and weak in the knees upon encountering these monsters. But today those few aberrations that had just crawled out from the pile of decaying leaves preparing to seek prey had not even had time to emit their signature terrifying shriek. "Kill. This one is mine. No one snatch it. That fireball from the newbie is mine." The poor wasteland monsters didn't even get a chance to scream before being instantly turned into a beehive by this bunch of madmen eager to earn ash coins to buy teleport tickets. Kyle, lying on the young master's back, stared blankly at this scene. He realized that this group of ashen apostles were utterly unafraid of the Black Forest's pollution. Their eyes glinted, as if they were gazing upon some rare treasure whenever they spotted a monster. As soon as a monster showed its head, it would immediately be subjected to a devastating physical beating. There were instances where Kyle didn't even see what these monsters looked like, and they were instantly buried alive by a barrage of ash projectiles. Is this the might of the true gods? Kyle swallowed hard, his awe for this Lord of Ash reaching an unparalleled level. Thanks to the player's strategy of kill anything that stands in their way, combined with the relatively safe journey from the ruined cathedral to Mist Town, after about 3 hours the main force finally emerged unscathed from the mist-laden woods. Ahead, the terrain suddenly rose steeply, forming a massive cliff-like natural barrier. This is the destination of the quest, the Sighing Heights. Stop! VIP transport has arrived. After confirming they had reached their destination with Kyle, G. Luo gestured, and the young master and the others immediately dropped the stretcher to the ground. Kyle rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from the pain. The others hurried to the edge of the heights and looked down. With a gust of cold wind clearing the thick mist ahead, an extremely spectacular, yet tragically intense epic battle scene unfolded before all players without reservation. Due to the drastic elevation difference at the Sighing Heights, from this vantage point one could perfectly overlook the entirety of Mist Town. However, at this moment Mist Town had turned into a sea of flames. The outer city walls of the town had long since collapsed, and countless cultists clad in dark red robes along with grotesquely deformed monsters were rampaging through the streets like a black tide. More than half of the town had completely fallen, with burning houses and ruins everywhere. In the most central area of the town above, an ancient temple of faint and dim white barrier radiated. That was the barrier power emitted by the Weeping Mother. At this moment, hundreds of residents of Wuzhen were desperately huddled within the barrier. Outside, the cultists were crazily bombarding the trembling light curtain with blood and flesh magic. Wow! With this scene rendering and the number of people on the same screen, my graphics card won't burn out, will it? This is terrible. If we come any later, this town will be wiped out. The newbie stood on the high ground, gazing at the hellish scene below, utterly shocked into silence. Meanwhile, within the statue of the Ashen Church, Lin, in using the player's perspective, clearly saw the situation in Wuzhen. The power of the Weeping Madonna has depleted to this extent. If we don't establish the anchor point soon, the divine essence will truly shatter. The system had already provided a foolproof operational guide on how to establish the teleport point. Lin didn't even need to be present. The 55 players he had assigned the profession of Ashen Apostle were the best conduits for divine power. System: deduct 1,000 faith points. Use all players as a medium to gather the Ashen Altar at the Sighing Heights. With Lin N's command, the Sighing Heights suddenly underwent a transformation. Buzz! All players suddenly felt an indescribable heat surge within them. Immediately, the black earth beneath their feet trembled violently, and countless dark gray sparks floated out from the bodies of the more than 50 players, wildly converging towards the center of the high ground, like rivers flowing into the sea. Look! CG animation is happening. The players excitedly took a few steps back. They watched as the ashes spun and condensed wildly in midair. In just a few seconds, a towering 3-meter-tall ashen altar, entirely presenting a dark golden hue, with a base carved with intricate runes, thunderously condensed upon the hard rock of Sighing Heights. At the top of the ashen altar, a ball of deep blue divine flames suddenly ignited, completely dispersing the ash fog within a 10-meter radius. This was originally a safe zone with few monsters. Now, under the protection of the divine, it was as solid as iron. Ding! The announcement sound echoed in everyone's ears. Regional main quest stage 2 frontline position established successfully. The Ashen Altar Sighing Heights has been activated. From now on, players can freely choose to teleport at the Ashen Church. Each teleport only costs 2 Ashen coins. Yay! The save point is activated. The teleport portal is open. Mom no longer has to worry about me getting lost in the map. Brothers, let's raid. If we die now, we'll return to the front line in just 3 seconds, unlimited respawns. The 4th Calamity was completely excited. With this teleportation array established on the high ground, they essentially had an absolute force deployment point overlooking the entire battlefield. At the moment the Ashen Altar lit up the night, Kyle, who was lying on a stretcher and on the brink of death, nearly had his eyes bulge out. What did he see? No lengthy sacrificial ceremony, no prayers from the Archbishop, and not even the deity personally descending. Did the mere presence of these divine followers manifest a divine anchor point embodying the purest spatial laws out of thin air? Is this the supreme power of the Lord of Ashes? Kyle trembled as he knelt before the Ashen Altar, his faith in Lin and reaching its peak at that moment. Stop worshipping, fellow townsmen. Quickly get up. We have important matters to attend to. Luzai abruptly pulled Kyle up from the ground, pointing at the war-torn Wuzhen below, licking his lips, and revealing a very sinister smile. Old G, how should we attack? I'm already itching with anticipation. The pure love war god Luzai, carrying a pockmarked wolf fawn club, looked at the war-torn Wuzhen below, excitedly rubbing his hands. The 50 newbies all tightened their grips on their stone spears, their eyes gleaming green as they awaited the command from their commander. However, Ji Luo did not immediately issue the order to charge. He looked up at the sky. The originally gray sky was now tinted with a deep shade of ink, and a blood-red crescent moon faintly emerged behind the clouds. What a load of crap. Brothers, look at the time. It's almost dark. Ji Luo firmly grabbed Luzai, who was about to leap down the cliff, his expression extremely serious. Have you forgotten this game's night mechanics? Once night falls, the dark moon fog will spawn outside the divine barrier, which will forcibly drain sanity points. Moreover, Wuzhen is so large, there are at least hundreds or thousands of cultists inside along with mutated troops. Even if we risk our lives with just over 50 of us, it's impossible to take down Wuzhen in a short time. If it drags into the night, it would be an advantage for the enemy, and we would be done for. Upon hearing Ji Luo's analysis, the newbies who had just been shouting to be the raid war gods were instantly doused. Right? I just checked the shop. To be immune to mental pollution at night, we must buy that item called Lord of Ash's Blessing. It seems to cost 10 Ashen coins per hour. The crazy one slapped his thigh, a bitter expression as he checked his Ashen coin balance. Most of us fought monsters all afternoon and just leveled up to 1, barely saving any money. And many went to the shop to buy beginner clothes, so now we can barely scrape together 10 Ashen coins. This is our life-saving money for buying resurrection coins later. Who the hell can afford the internet fee for marching at night? The newbies nodded in agreement as rationality quickly took over. In this hardcore game, being broke truly makes progress nearly impossible. Of course, except for the 5 high-level players from the first test. In these past few days, they not only achieved various first kills, but also this afternoon through harvesting newbies, each of them had nearly reached the 300 Ashen coin milestone. Among all the players currently, this was undoubtedly a super rich individual. But rich as they were, even the landlord's family had no surplus grain. Although we have money, we still can't act like this. 300 coins look like a lot, but to sustain the prolonged attrition battle for over 50 people, no matter how many Ashen coins we have, we'll go bankrupt on the spot. We must prioritize the big picture. The most taboo thing in a raid is mindless sacrifice. I am not. Jiahao adjusted his newly formed Ashen monocle, his expression grave. While peers only see the fervor before them, we high-level players must learn risk hedging. Investing 50 people for endless respawns to fight a night battle with no chance of winning contradicts basic risk control logic. I completely agree with Brother JI's suggestion. Let's withdraw for today and discuss tomorrow's full assault strategy in a green bubble group in the real world tonight. Ji Luo also nodded meaningfully, seemingly pondering the strategy for the upcoming battle in his mind. Jiahao is right, we can indeed discuss strategy well tonight. Tomorrow at dawn we will launch the general offensive. Although the newbies felt a bit disappointed, they also recognized the truth in what the veterans said and could only accept it willingly. After all, if they exhausted their last bit of savings, they would not even be able to afford the teleport portal tomorrow. However, there is one thing we must arrange well. Luzai turned, pointing at the Ashen altar radiating a ghostly blue glow behind him, his expression extremely serious. This thing is our lifeline for the future. The system has indicated that it is a fragile structure. If it gets smashed by cultists or monsters, every time we die and respawn, we'll have to run 10 kilometers back to the front lines on foot. If everyone logs off, the high ground will be vulnerable. If someone steals the tower at this teleport point, we will all be crying tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Indeed, this game world seems to be extremely hardcore. Even after the players log off, the server remains active. What if someone breaks into our home at night? Wouldn't that mean that after respawning tomorrow, we'd have to spend hours running back from the dilapidated church? Old Lu is right, we need to keep someone on night watch. Kindergarten leader rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but if we leave someone here to idle with no monsters spawning and no way to sleep, it would be quite torturous. With great rewards comes great courage. Ji Luo waved his hand and directly issued a private mission to all the newbies. Are there any brothers willing to stay near the Ashen altar to keep watch? You won't need to go out and fight monsters, you just stay within the firelight and idle. If you take this job, the pay for one night is 15 Ash coins. Sponsored by the 5 of us veteran players. 15 coins. The newbies who had just been shouting about logging off to eat suddenly brightened their eyes. 15 Ash coins is a fortune for newbies with empty pockets. Earning enough for a life just by idling for a night. Isn't that better than being chased by monsters in the Black Forest? I'll do it. I can grind all night. I'm a night shift security guard in real life. This is right up my alley. I'll do it too. I only have 1 coin left, so I won't sleep tonight. For 10 coins I can keep an eye on this broken stone. Watching the eager volunteers, Ji Luo picked 5, who looked the most clever. Thus the 5 overly excited male newbies accepted the task, tightly gripping their spears, sitting confidently beside the ashen altar. Then Ji Luo solemnly explained their job responsibilities. Listen carefully, your task is not to engage in a heated fight with monsters. If cultists or high-level monsters really approach the Sighing High Ground at night to steal our teleportation array, do not rush in to sacrifice yourselves. At the first sign of danger, one of you must log off immediately. Then go to the official game forum and post to inform everyone. We can call for support if we notice something. The 5 newbies who accepted the task all patted their chests in assurance, committing this to memory. Brothers, don't worry. I'll log off for a moment to join the group you just created, and then I'll come back to keep watch. If something happens, I'll log off to the group chat and wake you all up. Lu Zai was impressed by the cleverness of the other party. What a talent. If there really is a guild system in the future, he could pull this kid into their guild. After glancing at the other party's ID, runs fast and looks handsome, he felt even more confident that this kid has great potential. It's settled. After arranging the anti-theft system, the main force finally felt at ease. 50 people simultaneously opened their system panels, and with flickering white lights, the vast 4th Calamity army instantly turned to ash, disappearing from the Sighing High Ground. As the white light dissipated, the once vibrant Sighing High Ground instantly became desolate. Aside from the ashen altar, which was burning fiercely and emitting a ghostly blue light, only the 5 newbies who took on the night watch task remained. Thud. Night Kyle, exhausted, sat directly on the ground, falling into a state of severe daze, and they vanished. All of them disappeared for no reason. Kyle stared blankly at the muddy ground where the wild knight had just lain, nearly popping his eyes out. Having lived for over 20 years, he had only heard of deities granting spirits with immortal bodies, but never heard of these spirits collectively transforming into white light and disappearing after a battle. Moreover, what struck him as most absurd was what this group of divine favorites was arguing about before they left. Night watch. Paying wages. The noble divinely favored staying in this filthy dark wasteland at night just for wages. Looks handsome and runs fast. What kind of bizarre holy name is this? Kyle looked at the newbie, runs fast and looks handsome, who was scratching his feet while brandishing a spear, suddenly feeling a headache. At the same time, tens of kilometers away in the Ashen Church, sitting before the stone statue at the altar, Lin watched the images sinking from the system backend, feeling deeply moved to the point of tears. These veteran players, they really, I'm crying. Lin couldn't help but reflect in his heart. God knows how panicked he was when he saw the sky darkening just now. That teleportation array cost a whopping 1,000 points of faith value. If it were to be devoured by some careless monster passing by, he might faint from the pain. He had already been gritting his teeth in the back end, preparing to fork out his own money to issue a night watch defense task, bleeding heavily to provide subsidies to players. But what happened? This group of veteran players, led by Ji Luo and passing Pure Love God, actually took the initiative to step forward. Not only did they spend their own hard-earned ash coins to hire security, they even created a log-off to forum recruit cross-dimensional anti-theft alarm system. What is a big picture perspective? This is a big picture perspective. Lin was so moved, he almost wiped away tears, not only helping the company expand its territory, but even voluntarily maintaining the company's fixed assets, ensuring the boss doesn't spend an extra penny. With employees possessing such a top-tier vision, how can my Ashen Kingdom not thrive? Lin contentedly closed the system backend. With this real-life communication anti-theft system in place, he could finally sleep soundly tonight, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's grand assault on Miss Town. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, at 7:30 in the evening, it was prime time for many internet users to finish dinner and go online. Today's gaming forum of 9th Art was destined to be recorded in the annals of Blue Star's gaming circle. 50 players who had just logged off from Awakening of the Ancient Gods. The first thing they did after logging off was not to eat, but to rush straight to the 9th Art Game Forum, engaging in a heated debate with the Cloud players who had been refreshing the official website all day. At this moment, the forum was ablaze with excitement and frenzied settlements. At the very top of the homepage, a prominently displayed and bolded post instantly attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of Cloud players. Top post: shut up haters. Yesterday, all the Cloud players who called us Water Army come out and line up to apologize. Posted by Immortal Stars Young Master. I'm the vice president of the Immortal Stars Guild Young Master. Today I'll guarantee with my guild's reputation that if there's a single lie in what I say below, I'll eat my key. This game is truly a groundbreaking masterpiece. Even if you've played every holographic game on the market, entering this world will completely overturn your understanding. Not only is the physics engine just like reality, but the NPC interactions in this game are also a dimensional crush. Today we saved a wild knight named Kyle in the Black Forest. That guy was injured and near death. One of our players suggested feeding him a piece of monster flesh to restore his health. You should have seen that NPC's desperate and broken expression. His micro-expressions were more genuine than that of a Hollywood actor. Without further ado, all 50 of us beta testers should check in below. Today we must clear the names of the 5 big shots from the first test. This game is the only god in blue. The moment this post was published, thousands of replies flooded in. Did the little nun in the opening CG really have real-time AI interactions? I can testify. I witnessed how brutally the brother was defeated. My legs went weak just watching. Moreover, the wife of Zivil is stunning. She called me an immortal warrior. I'm going to stay up all night in the game. Let's see who dares to steal our teleportation array. The immersion in this game is incredible. I can feel the night wind sending chills down my spine. Reporting Officer G. Luo, I found someone sneaking offline during work hours to browse the official website. I suggest deducting 5 ash coins from his salary. What? Not eating chocolate? Don't joke. I just logged in to add a group. I'm going back to my night shift now. With these 50 players from all corners sharing their experiences, the onlookers who were initially skeptical about awakening of the ancient god completely lost their minds. The discussion in the forum instantly swung in one direction, with countless people entering a frenzied state of seeking codes. Seeking to purchase game testing qualifications. Fraudsters, stay away. I'm not short on cash. Those with channels can message me privately. If the game is really this amazing, the price, watching you all tear apart monsters, build teleportation arrays, and escort NPCs, while I'm stuck playing this skin-swapping card game, feels like chewing on wax. Dog Planner, get out here. When is the 3rd test starting? I've been waiting since the first day of the server launch. Ooh, I'm going crazy. Don't steal my thunder. I'll offer 70,000. My grandfather was a war correspondent, and he said the game's immersion is worth a glance. The hot thread is flooded with rich folks and jokers wildly raising prices. A group of ordinary players who couldn't grab codes can only watch on the side, bitterly demanding the officials to hurry up and launch the 3rd test. Hot thread, rational and objective post. This is not a virtual reality game at all. This is a new type of large-scale Ponzi scheme. Haha, you guys are killing me. 50 people in collective ecstasy, right? I see you've all been brainwashed by this. Still 100 immersive. Why don't you say this game is a real otherworld? I just see a bunch of shills and clueless internet users celebrating here. It's truly pathetic. And that glowing effect of the Ash teleportation array. Any effects company can pull that off. How is that groundbreaking? I fear the marketing expenses for Awakening of the Ancient God are probably more than the game development costs. I'll say this: as long as the officials dare to open public testing and let all ordinary players experience it, I'll throw my laptop off the rooftop right there. G. Luo, so we 50+ people performed for you for 3 days just to con you out of $2 for internet. Exactly, we're all shills earning $50 a day plus meals. Anyone wanting to be a shill, hurry up and come, I'll refer you. Don't mention that. Oh, I noted down the laptop bet. Give me the address, and when the public test opens, I'll be waiting downstairs to catch it. Just logged out from the game to check the forum. It turns out I'm a shill. When do I get paid? Can my 15 ash coins as a security guard be converted to cash? Waiting online, quite urgent. As the forum's major cleanup heated up, the green bubble group of the first test 5-man team also became live. G. Luo brothers, just arguing with cloud players on the forum won't solve tomorrow's trouble. You also saw the scale of the main storyline dungeon in Misttown today. Over 1,000 cultists and mutated troops, relying solely on our chaotic Old Tonu player mode this afternoon, would definitely send us to our doom. If we charge into the town tomorrow and a magic-type monster unleashes a full-screen AoE, we'll collectively be reading the countdown at the teleportation array. So what do? We can't just leave the main storyline unattended. I'm waiting for that rare title to shine before the newbies. Thus, we must thoroughly integrate these 50 people and establish a unified tactical command system. Maluo, hurry up and create the big group and pull in all 50 of those second test brothers you privately messaged on the forum today. We must finalize tomorrow's tactics tonight. Alright, leave it to me. Within 10 minutes, a green bubble group named Awakening of the Ancient God Expedition Command was officially established. 50 second test players along with 5 high-level players from the first test completed a historic cross-dimensional. As soon as the group was established, it was instantly inundated with a flood of humorous memes. First, front row photo. Fathers accept my bow? Finally got into the group. This is even more exciting than when I joined the college freshman group. Security squad sent their congratulations. Reporting all bosses, the Sighing Heights is currently calm. Not a single monster has been seen, please rest assured. Group leader Ma, take me flying tomorrow. As the mute was lifted, the group fell into a much quieter state, everyone listening attentively to the tactical arrangements of the prominent figure in the first test. G. Luo continued typing out the tactical distribution. After logging off, I thought for a long time. For tomorrow's major assault, I suggest we divide all players into 4 main groups. You can first listen to my thoughts and feel free to suggest anything you have in mind. First group, main combat group. Composition: at least 2 veteran players along with 18 new players who are quick-reacting, courageous, and possess strong execution skills. Task: responsible for the frontal assault, withstanding damage, and tearing through the cultist defenses. This will be the absolute main force tomorrow, fighting a tough battle. Second group, Vanguard Exploration Group. Composition: requires 10 players skilled in stealth and agile in positioning. Task: always stay ahead of the main combat group, scouting the distribution of monsters and investigating the cultists' concealed sentries. When necessary, find ways to attract the attention of monsters to alleviate pressure on the main combat group. Third group, Teleportation Array Defense Group. Composition: 1 veteran player leading plus 4 newbies. Task: defend the Ashen Altar at Sighing Heights. This is the lifeline for our infinite refills, and we cannot retreat even an inch. After sending out these 3 simple groupings, G. Luo paused for a moment and then sent out the final group in the chat. Fourth group, Odd Job Group. Composition: no limit on numbers. Task: no adherence to martial ethics, no tactical bottom line. The main strategy is to utilize underhanded methods to irritate the opponents. Here I highly recommend our server's most abstract tactical master Ma Lu has dignity to take on the role of team leader for this group. As soon as this 4-group plan was announced, the entire chat exploded with excitement. Indomitable Starry Youth, wow. G-God is amazing. This grouping is incredible, perfectly fitting the underlying logic of team battles. Passing pure love, battle god. Haha, Ma Lu leading the Odd Job Group. This is simply tailor-made. That scoundrel may not excel in much, but he has a plethora of underhanded tactics. Letting him lead the team will surely drive the cultists to madness. A reasonable optimization of resources. Let the troublemakers exert their initiative. This aligns perfectly with the role of a disruptor in capital markets. Ma Lu publicly declared the leader of the Odd Job Group, felt no shame. Instead, he excitedly sent 3 laughing emojis. Ma Lu has dignity. Thanks for the recognition, old G. Brothers, anyone interested in being an underdog? Anyone keen on the abstract? Sign up for my Odd Job Group, and tomorrow Brother Ma will take you to give the locals in Mist Town some intensity. The players in the group immediately began to eagerly sign up, creating an exceptionally lively scene. Undoubtedly, the main combat group and the Vanguard group are the most coveted positions. What does the 4th disaster love to do? Of course, it's about enjoying battles. Charging at monsters with spears. That visceral experience of landing punches sent a wave of strong men and skilled players frantically spamming the chat for spots. Unexpectedly, Ma Lu's Odd Job Group was also surprisingly popular. After all, there are plenty of troublemakers in this game who would love to follow Ma Lu to annoy NPCs and monsters. This joy is even greater than simply grinding monsters. However, when it came to the defense group, the chat suddenly fell silent. After a full 5 minutes, only 1 female player timidly signed up. Everyone wanted to go to the front lines to experience the thrill of pushing the main quest. Who would want to stay back and stare at a big rock? Ji Luo, observing the sign-up statistics in the background, felt a bit helpless. But he had anticipated this situation long ago and directly made a decision in the group. Since no one wants to join the defense group, let's draw lots to decide when we go online tomorrow. Tomorrow's major assault on Mist Town can only be won, not lost. Everyone get some rest, recharge your spirits, and be online at 7 sharp to crush the cultists. On the phone screen, the messages in the green bubble group continued to refresh at an astonishing speed of dozens per second. Newbies were arguing passionately over the spots in the Vanguard and main combat groups for tomorrow, with some even starting to send red packets in the group to gather votes. Watching these enthusiastic players as if they were about to split a gold mountain tomorrow, Ji Luo smiled and shook his head, locking his phone screen and tossing it onto the nearby sofa. All set. In the open kitchen bar of the living room, Ji Li was holding a cup of hot milk. She wore loose loungewear, her long fair legs crossed, raising her beautiful eyebrows to look at her brother. All set. Sister, your tactical framework is simply divine. The more I think about it, the more reasonable it seems. Ji Luo grabbed a big gulp of cola from the table, giving a thumbs up and genuinely praising her. In truth, the set of 4 major functional groupings, tactics announced in the group tonight, was not conceived solely by Ji Luo. Rather, it was the result of discussions and reviews with his seemingly aloof, but actually hardcore and experienced gamer sister. Ji Li took a sip of milk, lightly hummed, her gaze reflecting the wisdom of a seasoned gamer. Of course. Your game's current development progress is too slow. Over 50 players are all basic professions. There's no main tank to take damage nor a healer to provide support. Everyone is just a berserker, bare-chested, wielding flimsy wooden sticks and spears to deal damage. With such an extreme and singular occupational ecology, do you think you can play the traditional warrior mage priest triangle grouping? That would be nonsense. Ji Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone is fragile melee fighters, and the only ranged skill isn't often used due to the limited mana. If we distribute them based on the average of experienced and new players once facing an area effect magic monster, it would undoubtedly be a collective head donation. Since we can't group by profession, we can only split based on the players' personalities and gameplay strategies. Ji Li's lips curled into a confident smile. Those who dare to fight will go to the front lines as meat grinders, while those with agile movements will scout and lure monsters. As for those filled with cunning and who enjoy playing underhanded, we'll gather them together to use as surprise troops. Only in this way can we maximize the potential of our uneven combat strength. Sister, you're amazing. No wonder you're a hardcore master with all achievements in single-player games. Ji Luo quickly flattered her. Stop being cheeky. Ji Li rolled her eyes, but her gaze drifted towards the VR gaming pod in Ji Luo's bedroom, her expression betraying a hint of envy. I've sorted out the tactics for you now. Hurry and wash up and get some sleep. Tomorrow you better work hard for me. The long night quietly passed amid the envy of hundreds of thousands of cloud players online and the restless tossing of 55 members of the Fourth Disaster. The next morning, in the other world at the Sighing Heights on the outskirts of Misttown, the ashen altar radiating a ghostly blue glow still burned quietly in the chilling wind. The 5 newbie security guards who had stood watch all night were now sitting under the altar yawning in boredom. As the clock struck 7 in Blue Star time, whoosh 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 whoosh. Continuous dazzling white lights shot up into the sky from Sighing Heights. As soon as they went online, the atmosphere on the high ground ignited to a boiling point. Over 50 players were rubbing their fists, their eyes filled with intense fervor for the main quest and experience points. Last night the group was abuzz with discussions. They had originally planned to go online early today, and the players in the main battle group and the Vanguard group were to decide who would act as the security guard through the traditional method of drawing short sticks. However, the drawing ceremony never took place. The reason was simple. Indomitable starry young master was afraid. He had tossed and turned in bed last night, unable to sleep, worrying that if he were to become unlucky, he might draw the fateful short stick. Wouldn't that mean he would have to stand by the cliff all day staring blankly into the wind? Watching others push forward in the main quest and slay monsters would be more painful than death. Thus, this wealthy guild leader launched a cash ability attack at 3 in the morning in the large group. Let's skip the drawing for tomorrow. Does anyone want to volunteer to guard the base? $500 a day. Direct transfer in reality. As long as 5 brothers stay at the respawn point to watch the place. The moment these words were uttered, the group exploded. Playing a game not only without having to work, but also earning $500 for just standing around. What kind of divine script was this? 3 new players, their hands moving as fast as if they were electrified, instantly seized the remaining security spots. At this moment below the ashen altar, 3 newcomers who had barely shown their faces in front of everyone were with IDs like Professional Boosting 01 and Fragile College Student. They were gleefully polishing the stone spears in their hands, looking at the young master as if he were the god of wealth. Young master is so generous. Rest assured, to output on the front line, the ashen altar is our dear father. Whoever dares to touch it, we will risk our lives to explode them. The 3 mercenaries patted their chests in assurance. Alongside them, guarding the ashen altar, were the guild leader and a girl with the ID not eating chocolate. Money can solve problems, then they are not problems at all. The young master tossed his hair with pride, holding the newly purchased stone spear, standing back in the formation of the main battle group. Ji Luo looked at the extremely abstract yet efficient capital operation and shook his head helplessly. He walked to the edge of the high ground, drew out the spear from his back, and pointed towards the fog town below, shrouded in war and black mist. Brothers, we must fight the dungeons, but we cannot recklessly charge in. The map of Fog Town is enormous, and we are blind to its terrain, not to mention the cultists' firepower deployment. Therefore, our overall strategy today is exploration and probing. The Vanguard group will scout, the combat group will follow, and the odd job group can operate freely. Let's go. With 50 members of the 4th Calamity charging down the cliff like unleashed hounds, the assault on Fog Town, destined to be recorded in the annals of wasteland history, officially began. Meanwhile, in Fog Town, on a broken street at the edge of the fallen zone, dense gray miasma flowed slowly between the ruins, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of rotting flesh and charred remains. This was a true hell of blood and flesh. Crack. A crisp whip crack echoed through the dark street. A cultist clad in a dark red robe, wearing a pale bony mask, was ruthlessly whipping several corrupted villagers with bloodshot eyes. These low-level mutants, driven by the whip, were dragging shredded corpses towards a massive blood and flesh altar in the center of the street. Move faster. The master needs more flesh and blood. Next to him, a higher-ranking red-robed priest stood on the slick stone slabs, his voice hoarse and fervent like a night owl. He raised his head and gazed towards the end of the street. There stood the central temple of Fog Town, a faintly glowing pure white barrier that seemed ready to shatter at any moment, desperately blocking the cultists' advance. dying struggle of a false god. The eyes beneath his mask flickered with a cruel light. The great master is eagerly awaiting to enjoy the last flesh and blood of this town. Once the barrier breaks, the thousands of people in this town will become excellent nourishment for the great abyss arrival. Priest. A cultist covered in blood rushed over and knelt on one knee. The squad that was sent to hunt down the breaking knights went dark last night. I'm afraid a few knights have successfully escaped into the Black Forest. The Black Forest. The redrobed priest waved his hand dismissively. That cursed forest, even we dare not venture deep into it. A few severely wounded knights entering would long have been devoured by the aberrations, not leaving even bones behind. Forget about them, assemble the entire army, and prepare to launch today's general attack. Use blood and flesh magic to tear apart that damn barrier. For the glory of the abyss. Hundreds and thousands of cultists and mutated armies let out deafening, terrifying roars in the broken street. Despair hung heavily over the entire town. In the most central area of Fog Town, at the square of the Weeping Virgin Temple. Outside the barrier was a hell of dancing demons, while inside the barrier was a suffocating silence of despair. The once prosperous town square was now filled with hundreds of ragged, emaciated survivors. Tattered tents were connected, and everywhere was filled with the suppressed groans of the wounded and the faint whimpers of children suffering from extreme hunger and fear. In the center of the square stood a statue of a weeping woman with her eyes covered, the surface already covered with spiderweb-like terrifying cracks. The pure white halo emitted by the statue was visibly dimming. Bang! Boom! Outside the barrier, a new round of blood and flesh magic bombardment by the cultists had begun. Each violent explosion made the barrier tremble violently, causing the residents inside to huddle together in fear, trembling. High Priest, how much longer can we hold on? A bloodied captain of the Fog Town Guard with his left arm severed at the root desperately clung to his sword with his remaining right hand, looking despairingly at the old man beside him. The old man, known as the High Priest, wore a long priestly robe that had faded to a pale hue. With silver hair and deeply etched wrinkles on his face, he radiated profound fatigue and sorrow. He trembled as he reached out his bony hands, gently stroking the cracked base of the Weeping Virgin statue. The Virgin's divine power has already been exhausted. The filth outside is too much. The barrier can last at most 2 more days. What about the reinforcements? Didn't the knights break out with a rescue letter? The captain's eyes were red, clutching tightly to the last thread of hope. The army from Winter City, or those temples outside the Black Forest. Someone will come to rescue us, right? The High Priest slowly closed his eyes, 2 streams of murky tears sliding down his cheeks. Child, face reality. This is the edge of the abyss. The lofty Winter City will not mobilize its knights for us country folk. Moreover, our people cannot escape the Black Forest. The High Priest's voice seemed so powerless amidst the roaring explosions of magic. No one will come to save us anymore. The old man turned around, looking at the despairing townsfolk in the square, and drew a sorrowful sacred symbol with his hands before his chest. Pray, my children. While the barrier is yet to shatter, make your final prayers to welcome our fate. Despair spread like a plague within Fogtown's barrier. Amid this suffocating atmosphere, a tall, voluptuous figure moved gracefully among the wounded, a woman of arresting presence. She wore a slightly tattered nun's habit, yet even its loose fabric could not conceal her breathtaking curves or the astonishing slenderness of her waist and hips. Her wavy, winered hair was loosely coiled at the nape of her neck, with delicate strands clinging to her pale, swan-like throat, imbuing her with the languid elegance and quiet intellect of a mature elder sister. She was Ileana, a nun of the Weeping Cathedral, and for many youths in this desolate town, the last pure moonlight in their lives. Sister Ileana, will I lose my leg? A young town guard lay bleeding, staring at his right leg, shredded and mangled by a mutant's bite, his eyes hollow with despair. Hush, don't speak such nonsense, child. Kneeling beside him, Ileana extended her fair soft hands and gently stroked the youth's sweat-dampened forehead. Her voice flowed like liquid silk, and her amber eyes shimmered with compassion and solace. The Virgin's tears shall wash away all suffering. Close your eyes and sleep. When you wake, everything will be well. Soothed by that tender voice, the young guard's taut nerves finally relaxed, grateful even in unconsciousness for this final glimmer of grace. As soon as he slipped into deep slumber, Ileana rose, her saintly, sorrowful expression vanishing as seamlessly as mist. She withdrew a white handkerchief and meticulously wiped black blood from her slender fingers, then turned her gaze outward, to the cultists beyond the barrier shrieking and battering the gates. A smile bloomed across her delicate face, exquisitely captivating and utterly chilling. These mindless grotesques are unbearably loud. She murmured softly, her crimson lips barely parting, the words meant only for herself. The barrier won't hold much longer. Rather than let these revolting vermin storm in and devour everyone alive, perhaps I'll poison the town well tonight. A swift, merciful death for all, then bury alchemical bombs in the corpses. When those ugly things bite down, their brains and entrails will splatter across their faces. How exquisite that would be. Heh. Her amber eyes crinkled into gentle arcs. Shards of light danced upon her long lashes, rendering her serene smile all the more unnerving. She folded the handkerchief with unhurried precision, tucked it into her sleeve, and walked toward the next wounded soul. Her terrifying grin erased entirely, replaced once more by that beatific, sorrowful countenance. As if her venomous soliloquy had been nothing more than a whisper carried off by the wind. Outside Fogtown, amid the ruins of the streets, 2 first-tier fallen cultists robed in dark crimson paced the street corner, leashing 3 mutated hounds whose jaws dripped corrosive acid. Crunch, crunch. The hounds gnawed on an unrecognizable corpse, their chewing sending shivers. Eat quickly, strength is needed for work. The cultist on the left yanked the iron chain impatiently, his voice muffled by his mask dripped with cruel satisfaction. By sunset we'll shatter the divine barrier, and those hundreds of fresh living bodies inside will feed you until you burst. How I long to see that false god statue crumble to dust, his companions sneered darkly. In their eyes this isolated town, surrounded by the Holy Sovereign's legions, was nothing but meat upon a slab. As for reinforcements, on this desolate wasteland no sane soul dared provoke the Holy Sovereign's army. Yet these 2 villains, lost in their delusion of inevitable triumph, remained utterly unaware. At that very moment, directly above them behind the crumbling half-wall of a second-story ruin, 11 pairs of glowing eyes peered over the edge in perfect stacked formation. Leading them was none other than the server's top-ranked show-off and vanguard scout team captain, Wu Shijia. Bracing himself against the dusty windowsill, he narrowed his right eye. A stubborn lock of black bangs fluttered wildly in the cold wind. Behind him crouched 10 hand-picked novices from Beta Test 2, selected for their lightning-fast reflex. Yet their names defied logic. Zun Dujia, Du Qaq Geneva Refund Qimeng, Kanjian Tainai Lu Shunbu Lu Lei Shinbu Huanshao. Shu. Wu Shijiahao pressed a finger to his lips, lowering his voice into an exaggerated bubble-soft whisper, like a late-night radio host. Everyone, see those 2 low-tier cultists and their 3 mutated hounds below. In capital markets that's called a liquid toxic assets. While peers rush in blindly, creating massive write-offs, we as elite scouts must perform precise risk isolation and targeted elimination. That's what we call assassination, grounded in foundational logic. You get it right. Zundu Jia Du Qaq swallowed hard and whispered, Boss Jia, I just graduated high school. I don't understand finance. Just tell us, are we hitting them with clubs or stuffing them in sacks? Vulgar. Jiahao scoffed. We're scouts, elegant, lethal, silent. Not one sound may escape them, or we'll alert the entire force. 11 of us versus 5 targets. That's a guaranteed premium advantage. Shunbu Huanshao hefted a rented stone spear, costing 2 ash coins, and gleamed with excitement. Boss Ji is right. Let Shunbu Lu Lei and I take the 2 redrobed cultists. We've played stealth assassination games in internet cafes for 3 years, backstabbing. That's our specialty. Agreed. Jiahao nodded briskly and began assigning roles. Shunbu Lu Lei and Shunbu Huanshao. You target the cultists' vocal cords and occipits. The remaining 8 split into 4 pairs. Silence the hounds. Muzzle their mouths within 3 seconds. No exceptions. Moved. With that command, the surreal assassination commenced. Below on the street, the 2 cultists strolled their hounds, lost in fantasies of slaughter after the city fell. Suddenly, the cultist on the left heard a faint rustling whisper overhead, the soft scrape of cloth against it. The cultist on the left suddenly raised his head, his bloodied staff just lifted. With a muffled sound, a rush of air followed. A massive shadow descended from the sky. Shunbu Lu Lei and Shunbu Huanshao swooped down from the second floor's ruins like 2 gray bats, accurately leaping towards the heads of the 2 cultists. The killing line has arrived. Shunbu Lu Lei roared in his heart. Bang! The 2 of them, using the acceleration of their fall, slammed their knees down hard on the shoulders of the cultists. The 2 cultists didn't even see what had fallen. They were struck down by the terrifying force, kneeling on the ground with their kneecaps shattered. Ugh! Just as the cultist on the right wanted to scream, Shunbu Huanshao expertly covered his mouth with one hand, while the other thrust a sharp stone spear brutally into the back of his neck. Dark red blood splattered against the mottled wall. Meanwhile, 3 mutated hunting dogs beside them reacted quickly, opening their bloody maws ready to attack their master. However, before they could make a sound, the remaining 8 newcomers pounced from the corners of the ruins like hungry wolves. You dog! Shut up! Renei Watoe Qian grasped one of the hunting dogs by the neck, tightly holding its tooth-filled mouth, while a teammate, Qimeng Kanjian Tainai Lu, raised a half-head-sized blue brick and smashed it down mercilessly onto the dog's head. 80. Less than 3 seconds had passed. 2 first-tier cultists and 3 mutated hunting dogs had been physically exorcised by this group of extremely brutal 4th disaster players, without even sending out a signal for help. Well done. This asset restructuring is perfect. Wabu Shi Jia Hao leisurely slid down from the 2nd floor along the vines, nodding in satisfaction at the 2 corpses lying on the ground. Jia Zong, this game is so damn thrilling. Shenbu Huanxiao wiped the blood off his face, shaking with excitement. What should we do next? Jia Hao walked to the street corner, peeking out carefully to observe the movements deep within Mist Town. The patrol density of the cultists on the road ahead had clearly increased. Even a few makeshift watchtowers built from bones were visible. In the far direction of the square, explosions of magic were continuously lighting up the sky. The brothers of the battle group are still waiting for our signal up there. Since we are the vanguard, let's stir the waters a bit more. He pointed at the 2 corpses on the ground and raised his eyebrows at the crowd. While peers are still worrying about how to infiltrate, seasoned players have already begun preparing for shell listing. Whoever changes into the clothes, come with me to scout their defenses. Shenbu Huanxiao kicked aside the corpse of the mutated hunting dog, his eyes like searchlights fixated on the 2 cultist remains on the ground. Damn guys, look. This humanoid monster died without turning to ash, and it actually dropped gear. Upon hearing the words, dropped gear, the other newcomers who were still on guard instantly became unsettled, surrounding the site like sharks sensing blood. They had spent an entire day grinding low-level monsters on the outskirts of the Black Forest, and all the mutated bodies they had killed had turned into black water or ashes. Aside from scraping out some broken shells and venomous fangs, they had never seen a complete piece of gear. Yet now these 2 cultist corpses were lying on the ground, perfectly intact. The dark red robes they wore, the tattered staffs they held, and even the rusty chains that had tied up the dogs were all completely intact. This is the authentic online game looting segment. Nei Watoe Qian was almost drooling. Without a second thought, he reached down to grab the staff on the ground. However, just as his hand touched the blood-stained wooden handle of the staff, a cold system red prompt instantly popped up. Ding. Item: filthy low-level staff attributes, contains weak abyssal flesh magic. Tip: this is a special item for a specific profession. Your current profession is Ash Apostle. You have not unlocked the corresponding profession sequence and cannot— What the hell? Profession mismatch, equipment restriction. This indicates that we have many possible job change routes in the future. Qi Ming can Jian Tai Nai Le excitedly swung the iron chain used to tie the dog around, saying, I can't use the staff, but this chain is unrestricted. This thing has some weight to it. If anyone runs into a monster later, I'm going to lock its throat with this chain. He brandished the chain, unable to stop shouting, farewell cage. Alright, well, divide the junk later. Let's get down to business first. Wabu Shi Jia Hao disdainfully kicked at the 2 dark red robes on the ground. These clothes smell a bit, but there are no profession restrictions. Shenbu Huanxiao, your build is similar to this NPC. Hurry up and change into the clothes. What the hell, Jia Zong, are you serious? Shenbu Huanxiao pinched his nose, looking at the disgusting black blood and flesh on the robe. This smell is too overwhelming. If I wear this, I'm afraid I'll lose my sanity first. Those who achieve great things are not particular about the little things. The first step in capital operation is to endure the early primitive stench. Jia Hao sneered, skillfully bent down, enduring the nausea, and directly pulled one of the robes over himself. He even specially pulled down the wide hood to cover his signature middle part hairstyle, revealing only a Do you see? This is called perfectly blending into the sinking market. Jia Hao clasped his hands within the sleeves, his pretentious aura instantly concealed by the eerie style of the cultists, making him appear completely unremarkable. To scout the map, I'm going all in. Shenbu Huanxiao gritted his teeth and also pulled on the other rope. The rest of you gather intel. If you encounter a large patrol, retreat immediately, don't fight hard. Jia Hao instructed the remaining 8 newcomers, then turned to Shenbu Huanxiao beside him. Let's go, we'll scout out the bottom of these natives. Remember, if you get questioned, don't speak, act dumb. Just very. You know what I mean. Got it. The 2 of them, dressed in oversized dark red robes, picked up the broken staff on the ground as a makeshift cane. They hunched their bodies, perfectly blending into the surrounding gray fog, stealthily making their way deeper into the misty town where the magic roared. On the streets of Mist Town, thick gray fog slithered as if it were alive. Everywhere there were remnants of broken walls and horrifying marks left by mutated beings gnawing at corpses. Zhang Hao and Shenbu Huanxiao were clad in dark red robes, stained with blood and reeking of decay, pulling their hoods low as they limped along the edge of the ruins. To make their disguise more convincing, Zhang Hao even had Shenbu Huanxiao drag a broken chain that had just burst forth from a cultist along the bluestone pavement, creating an excruciatingly grating sound. Zhang Zong, the sensory systems of this game are simply incredible. Shenbu Huanxiao lowered his voice and began to rant, The stench of blood mixed with that of dead rats is so pungent that my eyes are nearly closed. I feel like I might vomit just from the smell, without even losing sanity points. To endure hardship is the path to greatness. Jiang Hao kept his hands tucked in his sleeves hunched over, but his tone still maintained the arrogance of an elite. What is this trifling, immersive scent? This is called the inevitable losses in the primitive capital accumulation phase. As long as we can ascertain the distribution of the cultist forces, we can sell this intel to the combat team for at least 5 coins each. Just as he spoke, a fully armed patrol team of cultists approached from a nearby intersection. "Shall lower your heads and lean against the wall." Jiang Hao decisively issued the command. The two quickly pressed against the wall with Shunbu Huan, Xiao even giving a couple of meaningless low growls, convincingly portraying a brainwashed fanatic of the Dark God. The patrol team merely cast a cold glance at the two lower-tier companions, before hastily making their way towards the town center, showing no interest in questioning them. Phew. The game's judgment logic is quite something. As long as we don't provoke hostility, we can really stroll around without a care. Watching the patrol team move further away, Shunbu Huan Xiao excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Let's go, Jiangzong, let's delve deeper. Ahead seems to be that so-called barrier square." Following the direction of the patrol team, the two crossed 2 bombed-out streets and finally reached the edge of Mist Town's core area. Hiding behind an overturned cart, they peeked out. In the square ahead, hundreds of cultists were densely gathered with lookout posts set up at every gap, making the entire square impenetrable. Various mutated monsters were scattered around the square. In the very center, a faint pure white barrier was barely holding, within which countless despairing townsfolk could be faintly seen. Damn the number of people on screen and the density of monsters. If the combat team dares to charge in Hedon, they won't even leave a trace behind. Shunbu Huan Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Moreover, the two made a shocking discovery. Several corrupted villagers were being driven by the cultists to carry corpses into a dilapidated courtyard. However, that courtyard was guarded by many unfamiliar monsters, and the two did not dare to approach. Jiang Hao remained silent, quietly utilizing the screenshot function of the virtual game pod to completely record the situation of the town. The enemy's troop distribution map has been completed. Shunbu Huan Xiao, lying nearby, looked at the square filled with a throng of monsters that made his scalp tingle, swallowing hard as he urged softly, "Jiangzong, let's hurry and retreat. This place is practically a large slaughterhouse. If we expose ourselves now, we probably won't last a second and will be turned to dust by these monsters." Jiang Hao nodded. He had always rejected any act that had no profit, especially one that could lead to death. You have a point. In a high-leverage situation where risks cannot be hedged, timely profit-taking is the most astute trading. The two quickly reached a consensus, lowering their hoods and preparing to quietly exit through the previously bombed. Shunbu Huan Xiao even diligently picked up that broken iron chain again, dragging it along the bluestone to create a sound of clank, clank. The two attempted to disguise themselves as diligent lower-tier patrollers. However, just as they turned around and took less than 10 steps about to enter the shadow of the alley. "Stop!" A chilling voice like two dry bones rubbing together suddenly emerged from the gray fog ahead. Jiang Hao and Shunbu Huan Xiao's steps froze suddenly, their hearts racing to their throats. As the thick fog slowly parted, a hunched cultist priest clad in a more ornate dark gold-trimmed red robe, like a ghost, blocked their path. In the priest's hand was a twisted staff topped with a protruding eyeball, which spun wildly in its socket, ultimately locking onto the two lower-tier devotees in front of him. The eyes beneath the priest's mask exuded a chilling aura, and he slightly twitched his nose, his expression dark as if it could drip water. "Why?" The priest slowly raised his staff, his voice laced with dangerously murderous intent. "I do not sense the aura of the abyss on you." As the priest's words fell, a sharp, piercing, inhuman wail suddenly erupted from the mist behind him. Immediately after, two upright monsters nearly 2.5 meters tall, with decaying flesh wings, slowly emerged from the shadows behind the priest. These two monsters had human-like bodies, but sported horrific heads with bird beaks on their necks. The beak, like a steel hook, opened and closed slightly, dripping deadly black venom. Target locked, corrupted feather chromat. Level assessment LV. 16 Tier 1 danger level. Features created from corrupted human cultists eroded by abyssal magic. Their skin harbors deadly venom, and their beaks can easily tear through steel plates, scattering paralyzing poison when they flap their wings. Suggestion: if you can fly, you might try battling it. The two massive beaked monsters unfurled their tattered flesh wings, one on the left and one on the right, slowly closing in on Jiang Hao and Shunbu Huan Xiao, sealing off all their escape routes. Shunbu Huan Xiao gripped the rusted iron chain tightly, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "Jiangzong, we've been discovered. The enemy even has an elite bodyguard as a mini-boss." Although Jiang Hao's face hidden beneath the hood also changed, his hands clutched tightly onto 2 handfuls of dark gray ash powder tucked in his sleeves. In this life-and-death moment, the mind of this top-tier show-off was racing at lightning speed. Should he fight to the death or defeat magic with magic? Facing the dark-faced cult priest and two corrupted winged crowmen with rotten flesh wings dripping with poison, the air in the narrow alley seemed to solidify. Standing beside him, Shin Bawangsio was so scared that he dared not breathe, his rusty iron chains soaked in sweat. He frantically gestured to Jiahao, nearly writing a will on the spot. However, as the #1 braggart in the entire server, Wabushi Jiahao was not flustered in this dire situation. Instead, he straightened his hunched back with remarkable composure. He even elegantly extended a hand to slowly remove his dark red hood, shaking his signature middle-parted bangs in the cold wind. "Priest, you asked me why I lack the aura of the abyss." Jiahao, with his hands in the pockets of his robe, spoke in an elite tone reminiscent of a Nasdaq bell ringer, extremely arrogantly. "Because we have just completed the deleveraging of our abyss faith assets." The priest's face, hidden behind a bony mask, visibly stiffened, and the eyeball on his staff, which had been spinning madly, paused for half a second. What is this?" Simply put, Jiahao sighed, looking at the priest with a pitying gaze, as if to say, "How do you not understand this? The pollution aura of the abyss is currently in a downward cycle. To prevent malicious shorting by the opposing righteous deity faction, our grassroots personnel took the initiative to implement localized aura isolation. This is called a risk hedge at the grassroots level to prevent being wiped out all at once. You understand, right?" The priest felt his head buzzing. Having served as a priest for the evil god in this wasteland for over a decade, he had heard pleas for mercy, heard curses, but he had never encountered such abstract, heretical nonsense. Nonsense. The priest finally realized he had been made a fool by this unfamiliar wild man, trembling with rage as he raised the eyeball staff. Heretical blasphemy. Tear their flesh apart piece by piece. With a shrill cry, the two corrupted winged crowmen, standing 2.5 meters tall, lunged forward like two heavy bombers. "Jiahao, your Wall Street theories don't work in the wasteland." As the act of bravado failed, Shin Bawangsio dropped the pretense, revealing his true nature as a ruthless bandit of the fourth calamity. "Since it's certain death anyway, I'll make sure to leave you something to remember me by." Shin Bawangsio held, not retreating, but instead swinging the rusty iron chain in his hand like a madman, throwing a meteor hammer, directly wrapping it around the neck of the leading crowman. Then, using the momentum of the crowman's charge, he executed a ruthless kick aimed at the crowman's lower region. Gal. The first-level crowman had never encountered such a rogue tactic. Despite being a mutated being, its anatomical weaknesses remained, and it let out a distorted scream. Ash missile. Jiahao did not remain idle, instantly squeezing all the mental power from his body, launching a cloud of dark red embers mixed with black smoke towards the eyeball on the priest's staff. Boom. The embers exploded, scorching the priest's face, causing him to stagger back, choking from the heat. However, the desperate counterattack of the fourth calamity could only achieve this much. The 16-level attribute oppression was absolute. The other crowman, with a beak like a steel hook, suddenly pecked down, tearing apart half of Shin Bawangsio's body. Next, the sharp flesh wings swept through like blades, and Jiahao's Wall Street Elite Experience card expired in an instant. Puff! Both their health bars dropped to zero, turning into two clouds of ashes scattered by the wind. Looking at the empty clothes on the ground, the priest wiped the black ash from his mask, furious, to the point of smoke coming from his 7 orifices. Where are they? Not even a body left. What kind of cursed heresy is this? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Mist Town, the blue-gray ashen altar was quietly burning. Swish! Swish! 2 white lights lit up in the altar formation. Jiahao and Shin Bawangsio bared their teeth as they teleported back from the church, their faces pale. Oh, that feeling of that beak pecking on my head was too intense. Shin Bawangsio clutched his head, gasping in pain. Fortunately, I adjusted my pain sensitivity to the lowest, otherwise I would have probably wet myself by now. You just resurrected. How's the intel gathering going? Immediately, Ji Luo, the passing pure love god of war, and others gathered around for a meeting beside the altar. While my peers are lamenting the 10 coins for revival, I have already completed this wave of intel shorting. Wabushi Jiahao dusted off his clothes and elegantly swept his bangs off his forehead. Before I died, I used the screenshot function of the game pod to capture several high-definition maps of the firepower distribution inside Mist Town, along with the attributes of that little boss that killed us. However, this broken game has neither a server-wide channel nor the ability to send images in-game. Jiahao pushed up the ashes monocle he had fashioned anew, a capitalist's cold smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. So when I died and returned to town, I casually logged off and sent the images to our real-world green bubble group. Brothers, safely log off for 3 minutes. Go check the situation in the group. If this intel were sold, it would easily fetch each of you 5 coins. Wow, Jiahao, you're amazing thinking. Upon hearing that there were high-definition enemy intelligence images, over 50 players immediately chose to log off in unison on the Sai Heights. 3 minutes later, bright lights began to flicker again on the Psy Heights. However, this time the faces of the combat and Vanguard players were increasingly grim. Damn it, this is impossible to fight. Boom Yexingchen Guangxiao gasped, his voice trembling. Just in that central square there are at least 700 or 800 cultists. Moreover, did you see the monster attribute panel screenshot Jiahao sent? Is that the kind of monster we can fight at this stage? Just moments ago, in the real-world group, everyone had collectively lost their defenses in front of that monster screenshot. Target locked, corrupted winged crowman, level rating LV. 16. Characteristics. Suggestion: if you can also fly, you might attempt to fight it. A flying monster at LV. 16. The level suppression difference is nearly 10 levels. Kindergarten boss wore a worried expression, and this monster not only has an aerial advantage, but also possesses area poison powder control skills. If we charge in with 50 of us, we won't even touch a feather before getting poisoned. What's worse is the last sentence from the system. Passing Pure Love God of War gritted his teeth in anger. If you can also fly. If I could fly, I'd be up in the sky smashing the planner's head right now. Ji Luo also frowned. The situation in the screenshot was worse than he had imagined. The forces outside the barrier were too dense, and high-mobility poisonous Shiyu Yaran were patrolling the skies, leaving no room for a direct confrontation or maneuvering. Charging Hedon is definitely just lining up to send money. The ashes coins in our pockets are only enough for 2 rounds of death at this broken altar. Just as everyone was at a loss, Ma Lu, who was squatting nearby, suddenly grinned wickedly, and his signature squinty eyes shimmered with a cunning light. He drew a simple sketch of the fog town on the muddy ground with a stick pointing to one of the spots, and said, "Old G, since we can't charge in Hedon, and there are birdmen dropping poison from above, how about we strike back with poison and launch a biological attack?" "What do you mean?" Everyone was taken aback. "Didn't you notice the details in the screenshots from the group chat?" Ma Lu proudly tapped the ground. "Right beside that central square, the cultists have set up a temporary supply point. There are several large pots boiling meat soup, and most importantly, there are 2 wells from the town nearby." As he spoke, Ma Lu took out several bulging simple pouches from his clothing in a rather sly manner. These were the highly toxic glands they had pried off the man-faced poison spider yesterday. In the Black Forest, among our more than 50 people, select a few fast and fearless ones and mimic what General Jia just did: strip a few cultists of their clothes to blend in. Ma Lao's expression became increasingly twisted, resembling a villain ready to commit mischief. Pour all the spider's venom into the wells and the meat soup. When these brainless NPCs drink the spiced soup and end up with diarrhea, or are poisoned into a state of neural paralysis, we will start a fire from the outside to create chaos. Then we'll take advantage of the confusion to strike from behind. After hearing Ma Lao's incredibly twisted and shameless plan, the 50-plus players present fell into a collective silence for 3 seconds. Then thunderous applause erupted. "Brilliant. Brother Ma is truly a poison master in the world. This is no longer just playing an online game. This is clearly a wasteland terror attack. Let's do it. Since we can't compete with numbers, we'll use poison to disgust them to death." At the same moment, the players decided to poison the wells. The poisoning tactic is indeed a genius idea, but Ji Luo rubbed his chin, scanning the more than 50 players present, and raised a highly practical tactical challenge. The cultist supply point is right at the edge of the central square, surrounded by at least a few hundred people and dozens of mutated dogs. Anyone who goes to poison will instantly aggro the enemies. It's absolutely a death sentence. Ji Luo spread his hands. "Among our 50 newbie brothers, we have barely 10 ashes coins worth of sending them on a mission ensured to end in death. If they fail the poisoning and die midway, they will go bankrupt and lose their combat power." Upon hearing this, the newly excited players immediately shrank back. Indeed, this was a job of self-destructing, exploding infantry. The ones who go are guaranteed to pay a resurrection fee of 10 coins, which is too extravagant for them. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. At this moment, the passing Pure Love War God Lu Zai arrogantly stood up. He flipped his silver-white hedgehog-like hair and directly stated his ashes coin balance. "My current ashes coin balance is 298 coins. Damn. The newbie's eyes almost popped out upon hearing Lu Zai's balance. Lu Zai, wielding his spiky wolf tooth club, wore a crazed expression of a newly rich man. "The money in my pocket is enough to die 30 times at this broken altar. For this deadly task, who if not me? Count me in." I am not Jiahao also stood up calmly, adjusting his ashes monocle on his nose. "The charm of risk investment lies in leveraging high-value lives to shake the enemy's market. Isn't it just 10 coins of sunk cost? This wave of poison will short the enemy, and I will personally take the helm." Ma Lu, with a twisted grin, licked his lips. This idea was mine. How can I, the leader of this peculiar team, miss out? The venom glands from the man-faced poison spider are with me. Tonight, Brother Ma will teach those NPCs what wasteland cuisine truly means. Seeing these 3 real rich players willingly volunteer, the 50 newbies were moved to tears. What is a First go to the outskirts and find 3 isolated cultists to strip and change clothes. Once you successfully poison the supply point in the square and create chaos, I will immediately lead the main combat team to attack from the front, catching them off guard. Good fortune is coming. Let's go. 20 minutes later, in a dilapidated alley outside the fog town, 3 naked cultist corpses lay. Meanwhile, Lu Zai Jiahao and Ma Lu had donned dark red robes that reeked of dead rats and blood. To avoid exposing his dazzling white hair, Lu Zai even wrapped a piece of torn cloth tightly around his head before putting on the hood. This stench is too overpowering, it's making my eyes burn. Lu Zai cursed in a low voice. Endure it, this is a necessary disguise for infiltrating behind enemy lines. Jiahao adjusted his sleeves, skillfully entering the hunched-over state of a lowly cultist. Using their flawless disguises, the 3 passed through 2 outer patrol lines without incident and successfully reached the right edge of the barrier square. Hiding behind a burnt-out carriage, the 3 peeked out. Less than 30 meters ahead lay the cultists' temporary supply point. Several blackened large iron pots were bubbling on the fire, boiling unknown shapes of mutated meat chunks, emitting a pungent and strange odor. Behind the iron pots stood 2 ancient wells made of blue stone. Dozens of cultists were lined up around the pot ladling soup, while several mutated hunting dogs were gnawing on bones nearby. The defense is quite tight, charging in directly would surely turn us into a sieve. Ma Lu squinted as he observed the terrain. No hurry, I'll look behind those 2 wells, there's a stack of dry straw for burning. Let's crawl through the visual blind spot under the carriage and directly circle to the back of the wells. Lu Zai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tactical execution was instantly heightened. Without further ado, the 3 wealthy suicide squad members lay flat on the ground, covered in black mud and blood, silently creeping through the shadows to the back of the supply point, successfully hiding behind the straw stack by the well. Ma Lu, get the poison, Lu Zai whispered. Ma Lu wore a mischievous grin as he pulled out several repulsive, human-faced venomous spider glands, preparing to unscrew the lid and pour them into the well. A faint rustling sound suddenly came from the other side of the well. The 3 of them were startled, their hairs. What the hell, is someone here to fetch water? Lu Zai and Jiahao quickly restrained Ma Lu's hand, holding their breath as they peered through the gaps in the haystack, staring intently at the other side of the well. Accompanied by the subtle sound of fabric rubbing together, a woman in a slightly tattered nun's robe with a figure that was scandalously alluring silently approached the edge of the well. She had wavy burgundy hair, and in the dim light her fair and exquisite profile exuded an air of maturity and wisdom unique to an older sister. The 3 hiding in the haystack were stunned as they recognized the newcomer. Their eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? This model? This figure? Is this a wild NPC from Mist Town? She looks way too stunning. Lu Zai frantically shook Ma Lu's arm. Something's off. How dare a human nun come alone to a cult supply point? Jiahao pushed his monocle, keenly sensing a flaw. What happened next left the 3 of them, who prided themselves on being the old 6 of the entire server, utterly dumbfounded. The seemingly holy and gentle nun deftly pulled out a paper packet from her sleeve. In her amber eyes there was not a hint of compassion, but rather a glimmer of extreme madness. While humming a creepy and cheerful tune, she unhesitatingly dumped the powder from the packet into the well. Not only that, after pouring the poison, she even pulled out 2 round objects from under her skirt, grinning maniacally as she stuffed them into the intestines of several untreated corpses nearby. In the haystack, Lu Zai Jiahao and Ma Lu exchanged glances, their brains completely crashing. Did I just see that right? Ma Lu swallowed hard, glancing at the spider venom in his hand, then at the exquisite big sister across from him, who was hiding the corpses. This NPC's methods. How can they be even dirtier than mine? Chill. She's definitely a hidden class transformenter. Lu Zai's eyes sparkled. Poison specialization plus that unbeatable beauty. If we can max out her favorability, we could definitely learn divine skills. Just as these 2 uniquely minded disasters were critiquing Elena's methods, she was preparing to discreetly retreat, patting off the residue on her hands. However, her keen instincts from years of surviving in the wasteland suddenly alerted her to the faint murmurs coming from the haystack behind her. Hua. Elena's previously cheerful expression instantly turned icy. Her movements were as swift as a red lightning bolt as she spun around, a razor-sharp poison dagger sliding into her palm like a venomous snake. When she saw the 3 cultists in dark red robes peering out from the haystack, Elena's amber pupils constricted, gripping the dagger tightly and preparing to eliminate them. Big sister, don't attack. We're on your side. We're here to poison too. Seeing the blade coming toward him, Lu Zai decisively yanked off his hood, revealing his striking silver hedgehog hair under the moonlight, arms raised and shaking wildly. Elena's advancing footsteps came to a screeching halt. She stared hard at Lu Zai, then glanced at the increasingly peculiar-looking Jiao Hao, and Ma Lu, her mind briefly short-circuiting. On your side. These cultists may be crazy, but they would never look so unique. Who are you? Elena held her dagger eyes alert, but her voice still low. We are the apostles of the Lord of Ashes. Lu Zai explained while gesturing towards the center of the square, not far away. There a large group of cultists was desperately bombarding the precarious barrier with blood and flesh magic. We sneaked in from outside the town. The great Lord of Ashes received a plea for help from Mist Town, so he sent us to assist you. We noticed the defenses here were weak, so we thought to poison the well, and it just so happened we ran into you. Beautiful lady, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Jiao Hao adjusted his ash monocle and added in a low voice. We're executing a high-leverage, short-selling plan. It seems your goals align with ours. Elena didn't understand what high-leverage short-selling meant, but she understood that this group was here to cause trouble for the cultists. Lord of Ashes. Did you encounter knights who went out seeking help? Lu Zai quickly explained, that's right. We rescued a knight named Kyle on the outskirts of the Black Forest, and he told us that Mist Town was under attack by cultists. Upon hearing Kyle's name, the vigilance in Elena's eyes noticeably lessened. She slowly sheathed her dagger, sizing up the three unexpected guests, and quietly asked, how is Knight Kyle? Don't worry, lady, he's out of danger now, just guarding the gate at the Sighing Heights outside the town. Ma Lu interjected, shaking the spider venom glands in his hand. Look, we have the poison ready. How about once we poison this wave, at least half of the cultists in the square will be down. Elena glanced at the bag of venom in Ma Lau's hand, then at the three eager faces in front of her, biting her lip and nodding. All right, since we're all in this together, let's work together. I only poisoned one well earlier, so you can take care of the other one. Absolutely. We're very skilled. Ma Lu chuckled slyly. Elena looked at Ma Lau's somewhat lewd grin and couldn't help but furrow her brows. She suddenly felt like this group resembled the cultists a bit. However, she dared not linger outside the boundary of the crying mother for too long, as she had taken the opportunity to sneak out and poison while the cultists were focused on attacking the barrier. If discovered, she couldn't imagine how dire her situation would be. So Elena quickly said to the three of them, after you poison, hurry and leave. In a little while it will be mealtime for those cultists, and you will be discovered. Also, don't touch those corpses. I buried a few alchemical bombs in them. They can explode easily. The three seasoned players felt that the other party was even more decisive and ruthless than they were, even having prepared backup plans like planting bombs in advance. The three exchanged glances and quickly nodded in agreement. Ma Lu directly unscrewed the cap of the pouch, grabbing the venom glands and pouring the thick dark green liquid into the other well. Lu Zai was also busy quickly pouring the other dose of poison he brought into the large iron pot, accompanied by the bubbling sound of gudu gudu. The mutated meat soup, which originally emitted a pungent odor, bizarrely churned up a layer of dark green foam after being mixed with the venom of a human-faced poisonous spider. However, the foam was quickly restored to its normal murky hue by the intense heat. In fact, due to a certain special paralyzing component in the venom, this pot of soup surprisingly emanated a peculiar meaty aroma that could whet one's appetite. All right, the job is done. Ma Lu casually stuffed the empty skin into the depths of the haystack and dusted off his hands. He lowered his voice and chuckled. With this batch of ingredients, even if these natives had 4 stomachs, they'd still end up with perforated intestines from the poison. Elena tucked the powder-covered handkerchief back into her sleeve and gestured for the three to retreat. Since the task is complete, I will take my leave. They are about to eat. You should leave here quickly. With that, she prepared to quietly retreat back through the ruinous. However, just as she turned around, a voice called out, "Please wait, beautiful lady." The previously quiet figure, "I am not Jiao Hao," suddenly adjusted his ash-covered monocle and awkwardly. Elena paused, somewhat puzzled, and turned back asking, "Is there something else, Your Excellency?" Her brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with vigilance. In this enemy territory where exposure could happen at any moment, even a second's delay meant a multiplied risk of death. Jiao Hao stared at Elena's wide nun's robe and with a serious demeanor asked, "Where did you get that alchemical? Do you have any stock left?" Elena never expected that at such a critical moment the reason for being stopped was to act. She was slightly taken aback, but did not hide the truth, saying directly, "I indeed have 3 left. These were brought by a wandering merchant who passed through Mist Town. I usually enjoy collecting such odd things, so Hearing this, Lu Zai and Ma Lu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Enjoy collecting such odd things. This big sister's hobby is indeed unique. No wonder she could stuff bombs into a corpse. The contrast is simply astounding. However, before Lu Zai could approach to get closer, what Jiao Hao did next left both of them dumbfounded. Jiao Hao elegantly adjusted his foul-smelling cultist red robe, as if making a trivial business request, and suddenly looked at Elena asking, "Could you give us all 3 of those remaining bombs?" This time not only was Elena stunned, but Lu Zai and Ma Lu were also nearly shocked into covering Jaehao's mouth. What the hell? Ja, are you crazy? Who just meets an NPC and without even building rapport directly asks for such hazardous explosive items? Aren't you afraid that this crazy big sister will pull out a bomb and blow us all to bits? Moreover, what do you need bombs for? Are you planning to use them to blow up the barrier? In normal gaming logic, players ask NPCs for important items. Either they have completed a lengthy pre-task or their rapport is maxed out. Actions like Jahaos randomly stopping an NPC they barely knew for 10 minutes and asking for their life-saving trump card. In Luzai's eyes, this was practically equivalent to seeking death. Elena was stunned for a few seconds, looking at Jahaos' serious expression and unexpectedly burst into laughter. She tilted her head, her wynard wavy hair sliding down her fair swan-like neck, her amber eyes holding a hint of amusement and scrutiny. What do you need the bombs for? These bombs are quite powerful. If you're not careful, you could blow yourself to bits. In fact, the 3 alchemical bombs Elena had left were her trump card for herself and the townsfolk. Her original plan was to poison the supplies of the cultists today and discuss them a bit. If the barrier ultimately couldn't hold, and there was no rescue from Winter City, she planned to poison the well within the barrier and strap the bombs to herself. When those cultists rushed in to feast on the corpses, they would all perish together. Since they were destined to be devoured by the abyss rather than let everyone be torn apart and chewed alive, it would be better for her, as a holy nun, to grant everyone a magnificent physical transcendence. Unexpectedly, she encountered these 3 self-proclaimed ash apostles here. Jiahao clasped his hands in his sleeves, unreservedly meeting Elena's gaze, explaining, "This is a strategic allocation of resources. Lady, we intend to use these bombs to attack the city." To attack the city? Elena was slightly taken aback, not quite understanding the meaning behind their words. What city are the 3 of you going to attack? Are you going to help those cultists assault the divine barrier? Elena's fingers gripping her sleeve unconsciously tightened, her previously relaxed vigilance quietly rising. "Sister, you misunderstand." Luzai immediately puffed out his chest, and although he was dressed in tattered, foul-smelling cultist clothing, his eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit. "Do you think we're just 3 people? Wrong. Our main force, a full 50 blessed ones, has already assembled outside Mist Town. When those cultists drink our spiced soup and fall to the ground poisoned in disarray, our main force will immediately launch a general assault." Jiahao interjected, precisely pointing out the tactical pain point. "Once we charge, those unpoisoned elite cultists will inevitably organize a counterattack. So we need your alchemical bombs. When the enemy's formation is dense, we will throw these 3 bombs into their most core defenses." Jiahao clenched his fist fiercely, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Only then can we carve a bloody path at the smallest cost, charge into the barrier, and completely rescue you from the abyss siege." Silence. A deathly silence. Elena stared blankly at the 3 men in front of her, who spoke so. They were dressed in the dirtiest clothes and used the coarsest language, but in their eyes there was something Elena had never seen in this wasteland. It was an absolute confidence and extreme yearning for victory, and even a madness that completely disregarded life and death. Main force. General assault. Carve a bloody path. Elena repeatedly chewed on these words. In this mist town shrouded in despair for countless days and nights at a time, when everyone could only hide in the barrier and await death, was there really a team planning a counterattack against thousands of cultists? At that moment, Elena's heart, which had been as silent as dead ash, suddenly began to beat violently. She looked into the calm and determined eyes of the 3 men, and all her doubts and despair were suddenly cast aside. Even if these people were deceiving her, even if this was just an unrealistic fantasy. But at least at this moment, in these 3 crazy fellows, she saw a light more dazzling than the impending shatter of the barrier. Elena took a deep breath. She reached into the inner side of her robe and pulled out 3 metallic spheres, their surfaces intricately engraved with complex red alchemical runes. Without the slightest hesitation, Elena solemnly placed the 3 alchemical bombs capable of leveling half a street into the hands of Jiahao and his companions. "I leave them in your hands." Elena stepped back, and for the first time a beautiful and heartfelt smile graced her exquisite face. She clasped her hands before her chest and deeply bowed to the 3 players in front of her. Her slightly hoarse yet incredibly gentle voice gently echoed in the cool night breeze, "May the weeping mother bless you all." With the madness and illness that had consumed her falling away at that moment, Elena seemed to be enveloped in an indescribable divine radiance, breathtakingly beautiful, as if a true saint had descended. Holy crap! Next to the haystack, Luzai's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't help but swallow hard and frantically poke Malu beside him. "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is what true wasteland white moonlight looks like. That beauty, that interplay of light and shadow. I declare that from today on she is my one and only designated wife in this game." "Get lost. What do you mean your wife? She's clearly my destined first love." Malu stared at Elena with the same infatuation, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Absolutely stunning, really too stunning. Just for Sister Nun's smile, I must charge into the square today and slap each of those cultists twice. The two of them exchanged heated words over their cyber wife, nearly drawing their stone spears for a duel. Meanwhile, Jiahao remained silent, simply taking screenshots. At the very moment Elena finished speaking, Lu's eye Jiahao and Ma Lu felt a sudden brightness before them as three pure white beams of light shot from Elena's hands, landing on the three of them. System notification: you have received the blessing of NPC Elena, the compassion of the Holy Mother. Status update: strength increased by 10. Stamina recovery speed increased by 20. Mental power recovery speed increased by 20. Duration 15 minutes. Holy crap. Is this a group buff? The three felt as if the fatigue from their earlier stealth vanished, their bodies filled with boundless vigor, even the broken wooden stick they held feeling significantly lighter. Even the ragged wooden stick tightly gripped in their hands felt as light as a toothpick when swung. With a 10% boost to all attributes along with high recovery speeds, this was simply a godly starting advantage during the early stages of the game. Not only does this Sister Nun look amazing, but her support abilities are also top tier. Ma Lu excitedly rubbed his hands together, feeling he could now punch a mutated hound to death with one blow. As the three came back to their senses and looked up to thank this generous NPC, they found that Elena had already. The gentle breeze stirred the thick gray mist among the ruins, and Elena's somewhat tattered nun's robe swayed lightly in the wind, outlining her astonishingly graceful silhouette. She moved like an elegant and languid night owl, her light footsteps treading upon the mottled stone tiles, preparing to slip back into the divine barrier that was under fierce assault. Just as her figure was about to completely merge into the barrier, Elena suddenly halted slightly, turning her body. Her softly curled wynard hair glimmered with a captivating sheen under the cool sunlight. Her large amber eyes pierced through the dim light, gazing intently at the fourth Calamity players hiding beside the haystack. Then amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses and monsters, the mad beauty who had just stuffed alchemical bombs into the corpses curled her lips into an incredibly alluring arc. Playfully, she threw a captivating wink in the direction of the three. Whooshed! With that wink, Elena's figure vanished like a red ghost into the faint light of the divine barrier. By the well amidst the haystack, Lu's eye Jiahao and Ma Lu stood collectively petrified, as if they had been glared at by Medusa. A full 10 seconds passed. Clatter! The broken wooden stick in Lu's eye's hand dropped to the ground. His eyes were vacant, his face flushed, and he suddenly turned his head to tightly grasp Ma Lu's shoulder, his voice trembling like a crazed man. Old Ma. What? What happened? Ma Lu was jolted back to reality and swallowed hard. I plan to never log off. Lu's eye looked up at the sky obscured by dark clouds above the wasteland, tears of emotion shimmering at the corners of his eyes. This world is truly wonderful. I've been solo since birth for 20 years and finally experienced the feeling of being moved. Old Ma, did you see it clearly? Wasn't she throwing a wink at me just as she left? She definitely has feelings for me. Shut your mouth with your nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ma Lu's reason, which had been immersed in beauty, returned instantly, and he became displeased. He slapped Lu's eye's hand away and scolded with puffed cheeks. You white-haired non-mainstream kid, stop. From that angle, Sister Nun was clearly looking at me when she winked. She was thanking me for providing the venomous spider's gland. You, an old fool who did nothing, have no right to receive the favor of the big sister. That was clearly a recognition of my tactical genius. Lu's eye instantly became displeased. You're full of crap. I have charisma. You named Ma Lu look like a horse. Unless the nun is blind, she wouldn't throw a wink at you. Old Lu, do you want to fight? Believe it or not, I'll spray the rest of the venom on your face. Come on. Today we must settle the ownership of the wife. Seeing these two eccentric individuals completely ignoring the hundreds of cultists about to go berserk, they were actually ready to come to blows over an NPC's wink beside the enemy's supply point. Ahem. Standing nearby, maintaining an oddly silent demeanor, I am not Jiahao, suddenly coughed a couple of times, interrupting the dispute between the two. He slowly tucked his hands back into the stinking red robe. The face hidden in the shadows exuded an air of superiority, as if he were the only one sober among the drunken crowd. Thus, this is the gap in perspective between low-end players and high-end capital players. Jiahao adjusted his ash-covered monocle, and a crafty glimmer flashed across the lens. He spoke in a tone that was high and mighty, even tinged with pity. While my contemporaries here are fighting like two lustful baboons over a fleeting wink eye. Jiahao suddenly raised his chin, his voice brimming with the joy of a capitalist reaping rewards, have already spent this brief moment frantically pressing the shutter, capturing an entire series of ultra-clear and censored wasteland nun photo albums. Jiahao snapped his fingers with extreme elegance, a twisted smile gradually forming on his face. After we finish this round, let's post this set of photos in the trading area of the 9th Art Forum. First release exclusives package for 50 soft sister coins each. I believe that all you cloud players who have been holding back for so long will definitely pay for the beauty of the wasteland's white moonlight. This wave is called monetizing eyeball economics. You understand, right? Luzai, Malu. The once tense atmosphere between the two suddenly froze. They slowly turned their heads, staring at the eloquent Jia Hao as if he were a monster. Good grief, you thick-browed and Baiji Jia Hao. Usually acting all aloof, spouting about short-selling leverage and capital operations, and yet behind the scenes you're actually a scheming merchant secretly capturing beautiful NPC images to sell for money. The most crucial part is that during that sacred and untouchable beautiful scene, they were so busy staring blankly that they didn't even capture a single image. Shameless. Too shameless. Luzai gritted his teeth and discussed with Ma Lu, "Old Ma, let's call a truce for today. Once we log off, we must severely condemn him in the group." Ma Lu nodded in agreement, yes. He must submit the original unwatermarked images to prove his innocence, otherwise we will join forces with the mad youngsters and strip him of his underpants. Just as the two reached a covert agreement on their extortion photo shoot, Luzai glanced at the time and peeked at the cultist army that was still bombarding the barrier. All right, no more jokes. Now that the poison has been released and the alchemical bombs given by Elena are in our hands. Luzai tightened his grip on the bomb, lowering his voice. It won't be long before they'll need to eat. Brothers, shall we prepare to withdraw? Hurry back to the high ground to regroup with the main force. Once the poison takes effect here, we will encircle them from the outside. It's definitely time to go. Otherwise, if we continue to linger, we might really get caught. Malu also agreed. However, just as the two were about to return the way they came. Wait a minute. Jia Hao suddenly reached out and firmly pressed down on their shoulders. What's wrong, President Jia? Can't bear to part with your photo model. Luzai turned back in confusion. Jia Hao ignored Luzai's teasing, and in his eyes, which usually reflected meticulous calculations, there now flickered an extremely wild flame. We are not going back. Jia Hao's voice was very low, yet carried an undeniable resolution. Today we shall be buried here. As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. What on earth? Malu was so startled he nearly jumped on the spot, lowly shouting, Jia Hao, are you crazy? I know you want to show off in front of the beautiful NPCs wanting to be a wasteland hero. But this revival coin shouldn't be wasted like this. Dying once costs 10 ash coins, bro. We have already completed the poisoning mission perfectly. There's no need to throw away a life for keepsake, right? Besides, don't you need to take these 3 precious alchemical bombs back for the main assault group to use in the siege? If we stay here and get killed by the cultists, who will bring the bombs back? Facing Ma Lao's rapid-fire questions, Jia Hao appeared exceptionally calm. He even leisurely arranged the tattered cloak he was wearing. Just when the two were left in confusion, Jia Hao suddenly blurted out an astonishing explanation. Old Ma, old Lu. Actually, I never intended to bring these 3 bombs back from the start, nor was it for the siege. Jia Hao's lips curled into a wicked smile exclusive to schemers. Just now I tricked that nun's sister. Ma Lu. Luzai. Holy crap. Ma Lu slapped his thigh, his mind immediately drifting far away, staring at Jia Hao in horror. Jia Hao, are you really crazy? You tricked her. Are you planning to use these 3 bombs to blow up the divine barrier? Bro, we are on the side of the righteous gods. You cannot obtain any system rewards for killing friendly NPCs or blowing up your own main city. You might even be punished by the gods on the spot. Looking at Ma Lu's ghostly expression, Jia Hao rolled his eyes in disbelief. If your imagination could be applied to financial analysis, you would have been ringing the bell at Nasdaq long ago. Jia Hao patiently patted the heavy alchemical bomb in his hand. He asked with an extremely enticing tone, have you two heard of the Faceless Grenade King? Faceless Grenade King. Ma Lu and Luzai trembled all over, their eyes widened like copper bells, even their breathing halted. Could it be? You intend to? Luzai's voice quivered, not out of fear, but out of sheer excitement. Jia Hao suddenly lifted his head, his face hidden in the shadows, filled with the madness and frenzy exclusive to the 4th Calamity. He pushed up his ash-colored glasses with a dramatic flair, as if delivering a holy sermon. Brothers, think, what is the greatest value of an alchemical bomb? A weapon with large area AoE lethality. Its density. Its concentration. The more people there are, the greater the benefit. Jia Hao pointed towards the direction outside the mist town. If we take the bombs back, when the main force charges and ITLL really kick off, and these cultists will definitely scatter and drag us into a war of attrition. At that time, if the enemy formation disperses, throwing down this bomb could at most kill 10 or 20 people. It would be a sheer waste. And right now, Jia Hao's voice gradually rose, his tone fervent, as if he were a true cultist. He stylishly covered his left eye with his left hand, striking an overly dramatic pose, his right index finger pointed firmly in a direction. And now is the perfect time to detonate it and create the highest profit myth. Following the direction Jia Hao pointed, Ma Lu and Lu's eyes gazes pierced through the thick, gray mist, landing on the square several hundred meters away. That layer of precarious divine barrier was surrounded. To completely shatter the barrier tonight, 700 to 800 redrobed cultists and hundreds of large mutated bodies were densely packed together. They looked like a group of crazy worms crammed into a sardine, tirelessly waving their staffs and unleashing bloody magic, completely unguarded. Indeed, there were several hundred people squeezed into a completely sealed square with no dead angles. Hiss! Looking at the densely packed mobs in the square, both Ma Lu and Lu Zai gasped in shock. They finally understood Jia Hao's crazy plan. No need to wait for the main force. No need for drag-out tactics. As long as the three of them disguising in the red robes of the cultists. One person holding an alchemical bomb, directly sprinting 100 meters, plunging into the depths of that crowd of monsters. This wave of self-detonation is not just a loss of 10 coins for the revival fee. This is simply a get-rich-quick super god-level short-selling that will immortalize their names in the annals of wasteland history. President Jia. Ma Lu swallowed hard, his rationality completely collapsing, replaced by pure madness. You are truly a genius. Beside him, Lu Zai was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He scrutinized the man in the foul-smelling cult robe and ash-colored glasses before him, as if meeting him for the first time. Lu Zai couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Jia Hao, you're acting a bit uncharacteristically normal today. With a face full of suspicion, he leaned in closer, examining Jia Hao like an experienced network administrator. Come clean, did you browse some weird websites after going offline last night and accidentally clicked on a phishing link, getting hacked by some top-notch hacker? Saying this, Lu Zai earnestly clasped his hands together and bowed to Jia Hao. No matter who you are, please stay with Jia Hao a little longer. Whatever you do, don't give his account back. Jia Hao is looking incredibly handsome right now. Ma Lu beside them nodded seriously in full agreement. I second that. Although Jia Hao is usually sharp, his thinking is absolutely wild today. He must have been possessed. Listening to their absurd yet heartfelt compliments, the corners of Jia Hao's mouth, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, couldn't help but rise wildly. Then, under the stunned gaze of Ma Lu and Lu Zai, Jia Hao suddenly extended his long arms. He actually began dribbling that heavy alchemical bomb on the slick, muddy ground. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't drop it. Lu Zai and Ma Lu were terrified, their hearts stopping, cold sweat instantly pouring down their bodies. This was a bomb, not a yo-yo. If it slipped from his hands and hit the ground, the three of them would instantly turn into wisps of smoke on the wasteland. Before Ma Lu and Lu Zai could react from the terror of potential explosion, Jia Hao's figure suddenly came to a sharp halt. He lowered the dark red hood on his head, stretching his tall body midair, elegantly completing a perfectly standard jump shot. His hands lifted in the air as if he was steadily throwing the bomb, which represented death at the highest point. Swish. Three-pointer. Jia Hao even added a basketball net sound effect for himself. The entire action flowed smoothly, executed in one breath. Ma Lu and Lu Zai hadn't even recovered from their earlier terror when they were deeply impressed by this sudden. The two gaped, staring blankly at Jia Hao, who landed safely, their minds completely blank. Jia Hao blew at the non-existent dust on the bomb and pretended to sigh helplessly. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Muscle memory, purely muscle memory. You guys know. Jia Hao casually flicked his troublesome middle part of hair back, speaking in a deep voice. I previously studied in the United States, and when I was on the school team, I absolutely loved playing basketball. When holding something ball-shaped, I can't help but want to do a shooting motion. After a moment of silence, Lu Zai and Ma Lu exchanged deadpan looks and simultaneously shook their heads in despair. It's back, everything is back. What hacking, what intelligence takeover? It seems he still can't escape the corruption of Jia's power. Jia Hao, you rascal. Even in this wasteland battlefield, which could vanish in an instant, you still won't miss any chance to show off, will you? Using an alchemical bomb to play basketball, is this something an ordinary carbon-based life form could do? Alright, put away your tricks, Brother Cohen. I'm truly afraid of you now. Lu Zai rolled his eyes in annoyance. Then he stepped forward and slapped Jia Hao's shoulder, heavily grinning with a smile that belonged to the fourth Calamity. Let's go, brothers. No matter what, we should go before those native NPCs and act as saviors. At this moment, Ma Lu also stood firmly beside Lu Zai. His figure was somewhat hunched, the stolen dark red robe rustling in the night wind, but his squinty eyes fixed on the distant barrier square burned with an unprecedented fiery glow. A biochemical attack, combined with a suicide gift pack today, am going to leave a bold mark on the annals of the wasteland. Facing the rising battle spirit of his two teammates, Jia Hao gracefully moved his feet, falling in. He squeezed into the middle of the three-person formation, skillfully covering half of his face, and emitted a few signature villainous chuckles into the air. You two little brats don't steal all the limelight. I've already prepared to take screenshots. If anyone's explosion pose isn't cool, I won't send him the original picture. Go to hell. Charge. Meanwhile, in the core area of Mist Town, crying Holy Mother Square, the air above the entire square was filled with a suffocating stench of blood and violent magical fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of dark red flesh magic struck like a torrential downpour towards the already thin as a cicada's wing pure white divine barrier in the center of the square. With each violent explosion, the surface of the barrier would ripple violently. Inside the barrier, countless ragged townsfolk huddled together trembling. The wails of the injured and the cries of children intertwined, and the despair had reached its peak. Outside the barrier, 700 to 800 cultists clad in dark red robes surged like a tide of blood surrounding the square so tightly that not a drop could leak out. They raised their filthy abyssal staffs, their eyes filled with extreme fanaticism and cruelty. Great abyssal lord, devour this last false god. Kik. The barrier is about to break. I can already smell the sweet scent of fresh blood and flesh inside. Don't stop. Use your magic to completely crush them. Surrounded by these magical creatures, various revolting mutated beings stood ready. At the forefront of the army, a cultist priest waved his ice staff, frantically directing this imminent victorious assault. In the eyes of all the cultists, this protracted siege had reached the most perfect stage for a conclusion. Those hundreds of living sacrifices, as well as the already cracked false god statue, were merely dishes ready to be swallowed at any moment. No power could stop the steps of the abyss on this wasteland. Yet just as these cultists were immersed in the revelry of impending slaughter, the outermost edge of the square, several lower-tier cultists responsible for guarding the rear suddenly stopped their casting actions. They turned their heads in confusion, peering through the hazy mist towards the supply point. Something seemed amiss. Several cultists squinted their eyes. In the backdrop of swirling smoke and firelight, 3 figures clad in the same dark red robes swaggered towards the center of the square. At first glance, they seemed to be their companions. However, as the 3 allied soldiers gradually approached, fully exposed in the firelight at the edge of the square, several cultists on guard were collectively stunned. Having survived in this wasteland for so many years, they had encountered fervent believers, seen the insane, and witnessed monsters completely corroded by the abyss. But they had never encountered cultists who walked with such an arrogant swagger. The guy on the far left, despite his head being wrapped in tattered cloth and wearing a hood, walked like a gang leader collecting protection money in a mafia movie, radiating an aura that screamed, "All of you here are trash." The one on the far right was even more out. He hunched over with beady little eyes darting around behind his mask. As he walked, he lewdly touched his shorts, resembling a chicken thief who had just stolen a hen from the village. What shocked these cultists the most was the man walking in the center. Although he wore a dirty and tattered red robe, his gait was as if he was strutting down the runway at Paris Fashion Week. His back was straight, and each step he took seemed measured with extreme precision. In short, the first impression these 3 gave was one of extreme pretentiousness. Utterly pretentious. So much so that one couldn't help but want to slap them across the face upon seeing them. Who are these 3 under? Are they from the patrol team? A cultist on the periphery scratched his head, confusedly turning to ask his companion also looked bewildered. "I don't know. Since when did our Lord's believers have such abnormal lunatics?" As they watched the 3 peculiar figures not only failing to stop, but instead walking straight toward the densely packed, spell-casting formation of monsters. A cultist squad leader finally couldn't hold back any longer. He raised the bone knife in his hand and shouted sternly, "Halt! Which squad are you 3 from?" Ahead is the core casting area where the great priest resides. Low-level cultists are strictly prohibited from approaching. Get back to your posts. The bone knife glimmered ominously in dark red light, and the temperature in the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees due to the squad leader's presence. Less than 100 meters ahead was the core casting area of the cultist army. There gathered the most elite spellcasters from the entire Fogtown battle, and most of the mutated beings, making it an absolute no-go zone. With the squad leader's stern shout, several cultists originally besieging the barrier cast unfriendly glances in their direction. At this moment, if it were an ordinary newbie player, they would have probably revealed themselves due to nervousness or trembled under the NPC's pressure. But standing before him were the 3 most seasoned actors in the entire game. Faced with this sudden interrogation, Lu Zai and Xiahao paused slightly. Yet the expressions under their cloaks showed no panic, instead revealing a calmness that suggested they had anticipated. As veterans of the 4th Calamity, they knew well that to waltz into the enemy's main camp at such a critical moment of the full-scale assault would be impossible without obstacles. If they detonated the alchemical bomb they were carrying right now, they could indeed kill the squad leader in front of them along with dozens of peripheral minions. But the experience and rewards from such limited area damage would be a total loss for a suicide attack. Their target was the tightly packed core spell formation hundreds of meters away. It was a golden explosion point with a profit rate of 10,000%. Therefore they had to blend in. "Sir, At this critical moment, Malu also has dignity stepped forward without hesitation. He skillfully got into character. Hunched over his already somewhat lewd body, he lowered his voice to an extreme, even hinting at fear and urgency. Sir, please calm down. We did not intentionally trespass into the forbidden zone. Rather, we have urgent intelligence that must be reported to the great priest immediately. As he spoke, Malu vigilantly glanced around, as if invisible eyes were everywhere. Then he lowered his voice and threw out a bombshell. Sir, I suspect we have a spy among us. Moreover, we have detected signs of a large-scale army lurking in the ruins outside the dense fog. Those people are well equipped and seem to be reinforcements called by the nearly extinct residents of Fog Town. They are preparing to form a counter-encirclement against us. This speech was delivered with great emotion and intensity. Even Jiahao next to him secretly gave Malu a thumbs up. This kid's acting was truly worthy of an Oscar. However, upon hearing this, the cultist squad leader first froze, then suddenly burst into a loud mocking laugh. Huh. The squad leader disdainfully patted Ma Lao's shoulder with the sharp bone knife in his hand, his eyes filled with arrogance and contempt. Nonsense. Utterly foolish talk. Reinforcements. Are you referring to the hypocrites from Winter City who preach morality? The squad leader snorted coldly, his tone dripping with mockery. Those hypocritical cowards are probably cowering in their gem-studded turtle shell, trembling and praying madly to their feeble god. Who else could support this town that is destined to turn into a pool of blood? You lowly waste, are you perhaps hallucinating from inhaling too much miasma in the fog? Facing the squad leader's mockery, Malu showed no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath, straightened his hunched back, and rebutted in a serious, even somewhat tragic tone. Sir, precisely because of this, the situation is even more serious. The great priest should also have sensed the anomaly. If you do not believe me, you can take us to see the great priest right now for direct confrontation. If you stop us now and delay the great priest's plans, can you bear the responsibility for that? Malu deliberately paused, his squinted eyes hidden beneath the dark red had fixed on the squad leader's eyes, his tone turning extremely cold. As for more details, I absolutely cannot disclose them here. Because as I just mentioned, a spy has already infiltrated our ranks. In the current unpredictable situation, I can't even guarantee. Sir, are you the spy? Preposterous. The squad leader erupted in anger, raising the bone knife in hand to strike at Ma Lao's neck. Officer, wait. Malu did not flinch. He stepped toward the blade and shouted sharply, Officer, use that brain blessed by the Holy Lord, and think carefully. There are hundreds of our brothers stationed in this emplacement, and ahead of us the high priest and legions of mutants. If the three of us were truly lying, or if we were spies, how would we dare to volunteer to see the high priest? To walk into the very core of the spell-casting circle under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the three of us lowly cultists would not do so merely to go and die, would we? Think about it. Does that make sense? That soul-piercing question fell like a heavy hammer upon the squad leader. The bone knife he held aloft froze midair. In a mind usually filled with slaughter and cruelty, a rare spark called logic flickered. It did seem to be true. Though the three walked with an aggravating gait, there was a certain reason in their words. Ahead stood 700 or 800 elite cultists and the all-seeing high priest. If those three low-level cultists meant to sabotage the ritual, stepping into that inner ring would be nothing less than suicide. Even a raving madman would scarcely commit such senseless self-destruction, would he? The squad leader hesitated. He slowly lowered the bone knife, narrowed his eyes, and appraised the three mysterious low-ranking cultists anew. At that moment his gaze fell upon the eyes of Malu and the other two. The squad leader's heart jolted. What fervent, what frenzied stares they wore. The passion nearly spilling from their eyes, the extreme longing, as if ready at any moment to offer their very souls in sacrifice, pierced deeply into the squad leader's heart. Could Malu and the others not be zealous? At the thought of what awaited them, it was already remarkable they could restrain themselves from grinning. Yet through the squad leader's tinted lens this scene was read as something altogether different. What pure faith! The squad leader stared at the three, dumbfounded, his eyes somehow growing moist. With that absurd mental embellishment came an indescribable ache and melancholy swelling within the heart of this cult commander. An unexpected midlife crisis struck his abyss-corroded heart without warning. Once more than a decade ago, he had been a green recruit who had just pledged his soul to the Abyss Holy Lord. Was he not like these three young men, now filled with that same pure fanaticism? He remembered those days when, to execute the Abyss, he never paused for rest. He pillaged, burned, and plundered, committing every atrocity. Spotting a stray dog in town, he would go out of his way to run over and kick it hard. When he found a lost child, he would snatch the lollipop from the child's hand, take a long lick, then thrust it back into the child's mouth. Such pure abyssal behavior. Those had been full yet depraved years of youth. But now, he had grown older and by seniority become squad leader, commanding a dozen or so men and no longer needing to charge into the fray himself. What followed was an incurable indolence. These days he might commit at most one misdeed a week. Sometimes upon seeing the desperate townsfolk, he even felt a faint. Boredom. Damn it. He had, without realizing it, been unworthy of the Holy Lord's cultivation. Looking at the three before him, their fervent eyes marked them as newcomers whose edges time had not yet smoothed. A strange swell of emotion and guilt rose within the squad leader. He must take them to see the high priest, if for no other reason than to reclaim that shard of abyssal zeal he had long lost. After all, they were only 3 unarmed low-ranking cultists. Surrounded by our own forces, even if those 3 were controlled spies, what waves could they possibly make before hundreds of elites? The squad leader drew a sharp breath, sheathed the bone knife, and his voice acquired an unprecedented warmth and admiration. The Holy Lord has not mistaken you. The future of the Abyss needs energetic young people like you. Come with me. I will personally take you to meet the High Priest. At those words, Lu Zai and Jia Hao's shoulders twitched uncontrollably. Lu Zai nearly laughed aloud and shared a celebratory high-five with Jia Hao. Praise the Holy Lord. To avoid arousing the cultist's suspicion, Jia Hao bowed with intense piety, concealing the manic smile, threatening to split his face. Praise the Holy Lord. Lu Zai reacted swiftly and shouted in chorus. In the art of acting, the two still fell short of Ma Lu. They were veteran performers, and yet nearly cracked. Unthinkable. Ma Lu, however, maintained his composure with ease. His face even bore worry for the Abyss' future and vehement hatred for those damned traitors. He had rendered the role of a cultist willing to sacrifice everything for the Abyss with uncanny depth. The squad leader's admiration deepened as he watched. Look, behold this pure faith. Even now they do not forget to praise the Abyss at every turn. Such disciplined, passionate young blood is truly scarce among the cultist ranks today. Good brothers, stick close to me. The squad leader patted Ma Lau's shoulder in a worldly fashion, then turned and strode ahead to lead the way. As if a senior were opening a broad avenue for his juniors, the 3 kept their aggravating stride in perfect accord, trailing closely behind the squad leader. Meanwhile, within the Wuxian divine barrier, despair and deathly silence remained the prevailing atmosphere of that cramped refuge. Hundreds of sallow-faced townspeople huddled around the idols, based the air filled with the muffled moans of the wounded and the helpless sobs of the villagers. Each thunderous strike against the barrier made every body convulse. In that suffocating aura of a section of the barrier behind the statue warped slightly, and a graceful silhouette slipped through from the outside. It was Yelena, who had just poisoned the well outside and encountered the 3 odd ash apostles. Yelena's nun's robe was soiled with dust and mud, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brightness. It was the exaltation of finally catching a sliver of dawn amid unending darkness. The army gathers. A counterattack. The 3 men's words, so confident they bordered on madness, replayed endlessly in Yelena's mind. She could feel her long-dormant heart pounding violently within her chest. Yelena could not wait to push through the crowded masses and tell the high priest this piece of news that might yet reverse everyone's spirit. Even if the reinforcements outside numbered only 50, even if the 3 men's plan sounded like a fairy tale, a single thread of hope could reignite the townspeople's will to live those who had already closed their eyes to die. Elena hurried to the front of the temple. She quickly spotted the high priest of Mist Town, who was kneeling on the ground and fervently praying. The old man's once gray hair had now become as dull as withered grass. His aged face was etched with fatigue and sorrow as he continuously infused the dwindling remnants of his power into the cracked, weeping statue of the Holy Mother, attempting to delay the shattering of the barrier. High Priest. Elena stepped forward, quickly calling softly. The high priest, hearing her voice, managed to open his murky eyes with some difficulty. When he saw the dirt on Elena's clothes and her slightly disheveled wynard curls, his expression darkened instantly, a flash of stern pain and reproach flickering in his eyes. Elena, did you just sneak out of the barrier? Though the high priest's voice was weak, it carried an undeniable authority. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The abyssal army outside has completely sealed off the square. As a nun, if you go out and are discovered by those mindless monsters, do you know how disastrous the consequences would be? Facing the high priest's reprimand, Elena did not lower her head as usual, but appeared as if she had something to say. It's too dangerous outside. Although we all know that reinforcements from Winter City may never arrive, you still cannot engage in such meaningless and perilous actions. The high priest coughed violently, twice, his eyes filled with heartache. You are the last nun of the temple. If the barrier shatters, you must still protect the children. High priest, please listen to me. Elena suddenly grasped the old man's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's not meaningless. Just now outside, I encountered a divine messenger from the Sighing Heights. They not only saved Night Kyle, but their main forces have already gathered at the outskirts of Mist Town. The high priest's murky eyes widened as if he had heard some incredible miracle. You? What did you say? Reinforcements? There really are reinforcements. Absolutely. They even poisoned the supplies for the cultists with me. Not only that, Elena took a deep breath, preparing to tell the high priest about her encounter with those three strange individuals today. However, just as Elena turned her head, her gaze inadvertently swept across the barrier towards the cultists' camp outside. Her words halted abruptly. Elena's amber eyes suddenly constricted, and her pupils trembled violently. The excitement and hope on her face drained away in less than half a second, turning into a horrifying pallor, as if all blood had been drawn from her. Boom! Outside the barrier, a massive blood and flesh spell exploded, its glaring dark red fire instantly illuminating the core area of the square. As the blood and flesh magic gradually dissipated, Elena clearly saw, just less than 50 meters from the barrier, within a circle of hundreds of elite cultists, three familiar figures were swaggering through the ranks of the cultists. They were the same three men who had confidently claimed they would tear a bloody path, and had taken her last three alchemical bombs. At this moment, they were not only unscathed by any attacks from the cultists, but one of the cultist squad leaders was personally leading the way for them, and the surrounding monsters even respectfully made way. They were walking unobstructed towards the side of the cultist high priest. No, it can't be. Elena felt her brain buzz, a chill unlike anything she had ever experienced shooting straight up from her feet. Were they in cahoots? These three liars had been deceiving her from the beginning. They were not the messengers of the Ashen Lord. They were spies sent by the cultists to steal away her last trump card. Those three powerful alchemical bombs would not serve to tear apart the enemy's formation. Instead, they would become the fatal talismans that shattered the divine barrier, sending the entire Mist Town into hell. Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Elena's body uncontrollably shook, and despairing tears nearly spilled from her eyes. She had pushed the entire Mist Town into an abyss of no return with her own hands. But just as Elena was about to be consumed by overwhelming guilt and despair, a crucial insight suddenly flashed through her intelligent mind. No, this conjecture simply does not make logical sense. Elena bit her pale lower lip, staring intently at the three figures that were continuously closing in on the core position of the cultists. Before she left, she hadn't completely trusted those three unknown individuals. Years of cautious survival in the wasteland had led her to leave an extremely secretive backup while handing over the bombs. She had released the compassion of the Holy Mother upon those three. The weeping Holy Mother would show no mercy to the filth of the abyss. If those three were indeed cultists, even if they were deeply hidden at the moment they received the baptism of the compassion of the Holy Mother, the sacred white light would instantaneously transform into the most terrifying flames, triggering the abyssal powers within them to go berserk. They would suffer a backlash from the divine power on the spot, with minor injuries resulting in severe burns, and at worst being purified into a puddle of flesh by the holy light. This was the ultimate lie detector that Elena used to verify their true identities. But now, Elena widened her eyes, staring fixedly through the barrier at the state of those three individuals. Those three were not only alive and well, but even in her sight the layer of pure white halo representing the compassion of the Holy Mother still remained stable around them. Their confident demeanor, while walking even more arrogant than before, indicated that they had completely absorbed the Holy Mother's blessing. What did this imply? It implied that the souls and bodies of these three individuals were as clean as a blank sheet of paper. There was not a trace of abyssal contamination on them. They were definitely followers standing on the side of the true gods. Elena's previously pale face regained its color in an instant upon realizing this. But what followed was an incomprehensible shock and confusion that was 1,000 times greater than being deceived. Since they were not cultists, then what in the world was going on with their current situation? Three untainted followers of the true gods, relying on a clumsy disguise, brazenly walked into the inner circle of 800 cultists under the personal escort of the enemy squad leader. Were these three seeking death? Seeking death? As if realizing some possibility, Elena's eyes widened in shock. In her astute mind, it was as if a lightning bolt had split through all the fog. An absurd yet logically sound conjecture detonated in her mind like a heavy bomb. Could it be that they intended to infiltrate the enemy lines and directly detonate those three alchemical? Ileana clamped her crimson lips shut, her heart pounding like a war drum. To maximize the destructive radius of those three area effect weapons, and to annihilate as many elite cultists beyond the barrier as possible, they had willingly turned their own flesh and blood into living conduits, marching deliberately into that certain death swarm to become human bombs. What unspeakable reckless devotion! Tears instantly welled in Ileana's eyes. Through the thin shimmering veil of light, she gazed upon the three red-robed silhouettes retreating into the maelstrom, her expression flooded with awe too profound for words. Yet reality beyond the barrier bore no resemblance to the tragic epic this post-apocalyptic paragon had imagined in her mind, diverging by 10,000 leagues. Tragic, sacrificial. To the fourth cataclysm, this was pure unadulterated profit, their ultimate MVP moment. As the trio advanced deeper into the plaza's heart under their squad leader's guidance, their exhilaration swelled. Inhale, exhale. Luzai walked among them, his gaze sweeping over the elite cultists and mutated abominations surrounding him, all ranked above level 10, and trembling with barely contained excitement. He even began twisting his neck freely and rotating his wrists and ankles, joints cracking with a rapid, crisp succession of snaps. It was settled, utterly settled. They had now infiltrated the densest, most vital core of the enemy's spellcasting formation, surrounded on all sides by a seething mass of crimson-named foes. The density was absolute. No space remained, not even room for a needle. At any moment, they could transform into the jade-faced Grenade King and deliver a devastating fourth cataclysm shock to these natives. Ma Lu also has dignity. The veteran performer who relished theatrical mischief could no longer contain his inner frenzy and erupted into full-blown absurdity. He had been dutifully portraying a hunched, low-ranking cultist, until suddenly his gait twisted into an eerie, jerking hop. Moreover, the face concealed beneath his dark red cowl contorted wildly into grotesque expression. At one moment he rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. The next he mashed his features into an abstract Jeon character. Then, like a deranged baboon, he squinted and grimaced at empty air. An aura of incomprehensible abstraction radiated from him, so alien it defied carbon-based logic. Click, click. Jia Hao, walking mid-formation, had maintained his Wall Street elite persona with icy composure, until his peripheral vision caught Ma Lu's expression, a masterpiece destined for humanity's hall of bewildering behavior. Without hesitation, Jia Hao activated his screenshot function, zoomed in professionally, and fired off a barrage of rapid-fire captures aimed squarely at Ma Lu's grotesquely warped visage. Heh! This series, the Ma Lu Absurdity Codex, must be turned into emoticons and posted on the forum the moment we log out. Jia Hao adjusted his monocle, a sly, cunning smirk curling his lips. All three had fully relaxed, treating the plaza as if it were their private garden. Luzai, naturally prone to laughter, found himself utterly undone when he saw Ma Lu flailing about like a post-stroke patient lost in surreal chaos, and burst out laughing, a sharp, irrepressible pft. That single laugh triggered a domino effect. Seeing Luzai crack up, Ma Lu escalated, wiggling his hips with manic abandon. Jia Hao, still surreptitiously snapping screenshots, watched the two lunatics spiral into mutual hysteria, and finally shattered his hard-won elite facade, joining them in a snorting, lewd, suppressed giggle. Their unrestrained antics pierced the solemn silence of the spellcasting core like a blaring swona drowning out a symphony, jarringly dissonant. Even elite cultists hammering the divine barrier paused mid-incantation, faces slack with bewilderment, staring at the three grotesquely incongruous figures. The squad leader guiding them forward sensed the disturbance behind him. He halted and turned directly into Ma Lu's face, eyes rolled back, mouth twisted sideways, an abstract monstrosity. His heart lurched violently. He nearly slapped Ma Lu across the face. Did this one get bitten by something foul while patrolling the perimeter? Is he about to mutate into a mindless abomination? Damn it. Even height-ear mutants don't wear expressions this absurd. What species was this creature? And what of the other two? One doubled over in convulsive laughter, the other grinning like a voyeuristic maniac behind his strange monocle. Even the slowest-witted squad leader now grasped the truth. These were no pure-hearted initiates. They were three certified lunatics escaped from some asylum. Shink. The squad leader yanked his obsidian bone blade from its sheath, its dark red edge thrust inches from Ma Lu's nose, and roared in furious disbelief. Wretch. What in blazes are you three doing? Who are you? And what is your true purpose here? At his enraged shout, every elite cultist attacking the barrier froze mid-motion. Hundreds of redrobed arcane horrors, and dozens of mutated hounds, swung their focus like a crimson tide, encircling Ma Lu and his companions in an inescapable ring. Yet facing this fatal, soul-shattering predicament, who am I? Ma Lu, blade tip pressed to his nostrils, showed not a trace of fear. Slowly lowering the hand clutching his abdomen, he let loose a haughty, contemptuous laugh. Then, before the stunned gaze of hundreds of cultists, and the survivors watching helplessly through the divine barrier, Ma Lu ripped off his dark red cowl, revealing a face twisted by manic euphoria. He placed both hands beside his ears, fingers curled like horns, and bounced frenetically on the spot. Spring-loaded, surreal, utterly unhinged. I am Venom. I am Venom. I am the supreme Venom. This explosive, absurdist dance, paired with his shrieking battle cry, left every cultist utterly dumbfounded. The squad leader's arm froze midair, his masked eyes wide with pristine, unadulterated bewilderment. Venom, a primordial deity of the abyss. Why had it never appeared in the sacred canon? And why did this prayer dance look so infuriatingly provocative? For the glory of the Lord of Ashes. Just as the cultists snapped out of their stupor, Ma Lu ceased bouncing. Like a rabid boar, he clutched the alchemical bomb to his chest and hurled himself headlong into the thickest cluster of cultists. No, he's holding an alchemical bomb. Scatter. One sharp-eyed cultist finally recognized the metallic sphere and screamed in despairing horror. But it was already far too late. Boom. A deafening cataclysmic detonation erupted at the plaza's. The power of this bomb is truly immense, especially when detonated directly among the crowd. A blinding dark red mushroom cloud rose into the sky with a furious shockwave infused with the destructive power of alchemical runes, instantly engulfing the area within dozens of meters. The cultists at the forefront did not even have time to scream before being vaporized by the violent alchemical flame. The dozen or so elite cultists and mutated beings squeezed together around them were blown apart, like ragged sacks, their limbs flying through the air. Even the struggling white divine barrier trembled violently under the terrifying shockwave, rippling with circles of frenzied waves. Inside the barrier, Elena and the surviving villagers stared blankly at the hellish explosion scene outside, collectively falling into a state of deathly stupor. Fortunately, that kid Malou is quite clever, having managed to run a distance away while dancing. Lu Zai and Jiahao had long known what Malou was up to and had found cover in advance, which is why they remained. Seeing that Malou had successfully self-destructed and achieved this epic first kill, Lu Zai and Jiahao were unwilling to lag behind. This is what I call true physical transcendence. Lu Zai, who was blown away by the shockwave, but barely steadied himself, jumped out from cover and tore off the tattered cloth wrapped around his head. Revealing his striking silver-white spiky hair that shone brilliantly in the firelight, he faced the cultists, who were terrified and turned their heads in shock at the first explosion. Lu Zai elegantly flipped his hair and pulled out a second alchemical bomb from his pocket. Clearing his throat, a teasing smile appeared on his face. "Allow me to formally introduce myself to you, my wasteful friends in the abyss. My name is the Jade-Faced, King of Grenades." At the moment his words fell, Lu Zai stuck out his tongue at the dumbfounded cultists. He then launched a fire ash missile directly at the alchemical bomb in his arms. Boom. A fire ash spell containing sparks violently detonated at the ignition point of the alchemical bomb at point. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion resounded. A second mushroom cloud, even more ferocious than the first, erupted on the other side of the cultist formation. The force of this blow was even greater than the previous one. The violent shockwave and blinding flames instantly engulfed Lu Zai's body, as well as the surrounding cultists who had yet to comprehend the situation, turning the area into a vacuum. Countless severed limbs and broken staff fragments shot up into the sky. Even a few flying corrupted crowmen were struck by the terrifying shockwave, breaking their wings and plummeting into the sea of flames, screaming. These two explosions detonated right in the core casting area of the cultists. Many did not even realize where the enemy was before they, along with Malou and Lu Zai, turned to light. Cultists. They are the real cultists. Madmen. They're all downright mad. Run. Scatter. The originally disciplined and arrogant cultist army. Under the bombardment of these two human bombs, like divine punishment, they were suddenly terrified and their morale instantly collapsed. The remaining hundreds of cultists and mutated beings began to flee in panic, as if they had disturbed a hornet's nest. However, they had previously clustered too closely together to focus fire on the divine barrier. Moreover, the extreme panic triggered by the two explosions made it difficult for hundreds of people to quickly disperse in the small square. "Don't block the way. Get out of my way. Don't step on me. Help." In their panic, the cultists pushed and trampled each other, even starting to wave their staffs and bone knives at their own people in a bid to seize an escape route, plunging the scene into a bloody chaos. Watching the cultists around him pushing and shoving and even fighting each other to escape, the last remaining member of the Dorito Dai team, Jiahao, stood elegantly at the center of the chaotic storm. Although his red robe had been torn to shreds by the shockwave of the explosion, he calmly adjusted the half-framed ash glasses on his nose. Looking at the enemies struggling like ants before him, Jiahao's lips curled into a cold, villainous smile. "This is the consequence of not hedging against risks, everyone." Jiahao slowly pulled out the last alchemical bomb from his pocket. He covered his left eye with his left hand, leaning back, slightly resembling a fallen deity judging the world. In this chaotic square filled with screams and flames, Jiahao's over-the-top, yet penetrating voice instantly drowned out all the noise. "How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. Feel the pain. Experience the pain." Except Jiahao abruptly released his hand from his eye, and in his deep gaze flickered absolute madness as he raised the alchemical bomb high above his head, unleashing his final roar, God's wrath. Boom. Along with Jiahao's overly dramatic line, the last alchemical bomb detonated completely at the center of the most densely packed crowd of cultists. The blinding light briefly illuminated half of the night sky over Mist Town, and the terrifying alchemical storm bloomed like a deathly lotus. 3 alchemical bombs, 3/4 calamities willing to face death. Under this extreme self-destructive display, the once invincible cultist army was blasted out of a massive breach outside the divine barrier. The scorching waves of fire carried countless severed limbs and shattered bricks, falling upon every corner of the ruins like a brutal storm of blood and flesh. The 3 alchemical bombs detonated in sequence on the square where hundreds of people had been packed like sardines, with effects comparable to a small tactical nuclear weapon. When the blinding light and deafening roar finally subsided, the entire battlefield fell into a silence lasting over 10 seconds. What erupted next were the shrill screams and wails reminiscent of hell. "Oh, my leg. Help me. Priest, save me, my internal organs have been blown out. What is going on? Who is attacking us?" The square was filled with cries of despair. These 3 close-range human nuclear bombs had evaporated 1/5 of the cultist army. Nearly 100 cultists and over a dozen tough mutated beings were turned to ash by the alchemical flames, leaving not even a single complete corpse behind. In the blast's outer edges, many cultists were shaken to the point of having their bones fractured, lying in pools of blood while writhing in agony. Countless lightly injured individuals covered their deafened ears, staring in confusion and terror at the hellish surroundings. At the forefront of the cultist army, the cultist priest who had been directing his subordinates to bombard the barrier now stood rigidly, like a lifeless statue frozen in place. With a soft thud, the staff slipped helplessly from his grip, falling into the muddy pool of blood. The priest slowly turned his head, his face hidden behind the mask, convulsing violently. Through the gaps in the mask, he stared blankly at the enormous pit behind him and the wailing remnants of his defeated troops, his mind a blank slate. What happened? His hoarse voice was filled with an unmistakable tremor and fear. How could his most prized elite spellcaster formation be blown apart right before his eyes? Even the regular Knight Brigade from Lindong City couldn't cause such terrifying destruction in an instant. Lord Priest, it was those 3 low-level cultists. A blood-soaked squad captain crawled desperately to the priest's feet. Clutching his half-blown shoulder, he broke down in tears. "They are madmen. They detonated the alchemical. They called themselves Venom and the King of Grenades. And one of them carried 2 floors worth of rice." As the priest listened to this illogical report, he felt unsteady. What in the world were these absurdities? How could there be such reckless madmen in this world? To defeat them, they actually chose to self-destruct en masse. The priest felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, nearly fainting from rage. He had traversed the abyssal border for so many years and had seen all sorts of vicious battles, but he had never encountered anything like this. Where had he ever seen infiltrators blow themselves up the moment they entered? This was not an act of destruction, it was a bunch of reckless fugitives coming to feast on death. Meanwhile, inside the divine barrier at the survivor camp of Fogtown, a deathly silence enveloped this small sanctuary. Hundreds of townsfolk who had originally closed their eyes awaiting death and huddled together, trembling, now stared blankly with mouths agape at the 3 mushroom clouds outside the barrier that had yet to dissipate. The earth-shattering chain explosions not only shattered the cultists' formation, but also obliterated the worldview of these indigenous people. Great priest, why did those monsters outside blow themselves up? The captain of the guard, missing an arm, swallowed hard, his voice wavering. The old priest's murky eyes erupted with unprecedented shock and ecstasy. Though he did not know what had truly happened outside, he could clearly sense that the suffocating evil aura beyond the barrier had suddenly diminished by 1/5. A miracle. This is a miracle. The old priest wept with joy, kneeling on the ground and fervently worshipping the void. Praise the unknown deity. Praise this flame that destroys everything. Behind the old priest, Eilina covered her red lips tightly. Her amber eyes were already filled with crystalline tears. Others may not know what had happened, but she saw it clearly. It was those 3 men. It was those 3 warriors who called themselves the Apostles of Ashes. They had not deceived her. They truly opened a bloody path with their own lives. In Eilina's mind, the image of those 3 figures in red robes, turning to ashes in the fire, burned vividly. It had automatically transformed into a tragic and heroic scene worthy of being recorded in the annals of the wasteland as the knight's martyrdom. They are true heroes. Eilina's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, her voice choked with emotion. Yet as moved as she was, she remained shaken. In Eilina's brilliant mind, several bizarre questions lingered that she could not fathom. Why did that hero perform such a strange dance like a monkey before sacrificing himself? And what about the silver-haired man? Why did he call himself the King of Grenades? And the last man with a monocle, why did he emphasize the weight of the rice and the height of the floors before detonating the bomb? Eilina fell into deep confusion. Was this some ancient and sacred martyrdom ritual of the Church of the Lord of Ashes? Eilina didn't understand, but she was greatly shocked. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Fog Town at Sai Heights, a faint blue light flowed quietly through the ashen altars formation. 50 players led by Ji Luo and preschool boss lay on the edge of the cliff, staring intently in the direction of Fog Town. They had originally been anxiously waiting for the signal of the Suicide Squad's successful poisoning. Suddenly, 3 thunderous booms that sounded like heavenly thunder erupted from the center square of Fog Town. The violent shockwave even whipped up a whirlwind filled with dust howling across Sai Heights. The players stumbled covered in dirt. Then everyone was collectively dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Undying Star's mad youth wiped the dirt off his face, staring wide-eyed at the distant burst of flames, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Was that an earthquake? Or was it a volcanic eruption? This is no volcanic eruption, it's clearly a nuclear bomb. God doesn't smile pointed at the 3 clearly visible dark red mushroom clouds above Fog Town, his voice trembling. Wasn't it agreed that we were poisoning in the well? What were Malu and the others carrying? Venom from the faceless poison spider, or was it C4 explosives? This isn't right. Absolutely not right. Ji Luo furrowed his brow, his tactical acumen, as a high-level player instantly realizing the change. Yet he couldn't understand how 3 people with a few bags of poison could create such a massive disturbance that would devastate half a town. While the players on the heights exchanged puzzled glances, swish, 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 3 dazzling teleportation lights suddenly lit up in the ghostly blue ashen altar behind them. Everyone quickly turned back. After the light dissipated, Malulu Zai and Jiahao appeared grinning widely on Sai Heights. Their foul-smelling red cultist robes were gone, replaced once again by the ashen robes from the game store. Ouch, my chest. Malu clutched his chest, gasping for breath. That 5% pain feedback is still too damn real. The moment the bomb exploded in my arms, I felt like I was stuffed into a meat grinder and cranked to the highest setting. What you experienced is nothing. I was detonated at close range by the ashen missile. The sensation was far stronger than yours. Lu Zai grimaced in pain, but his eyes shone with unprecedented excitement. Jiahao adjusted his newly regenerated ashen monocle. The plan was perfectly executed. Our MVP should be secured this time. As they looked at these 3 chatting and laughing as if they had just returned from a roller coaster ride at an amusement park, the 50 players on the heights erupted in excitement, quickly surrounding them. What the hell? What happened to you 3? Ji Luo urgently asked as she grabbed Lu Zai's shoulder. Weren't you supposed to poison them? What was up with those 3 mushroom clouds in the center of Mist Town just now? How did the enemy suddenly self-destruct? Poisoning. Wasn't that already done? Ma Lu dusted off his pants with a proud head held high, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. While our peers are waiting for the poison to take effect and slowly lose health, we 3 have transformed into the jade-faced Grenade King, using physical means to send those natives to their end. Next, under the embellishing narration of these 3 seasoned actors, the other players finally understood everything that had just happened. From exploiting the NPC's alchemical bombs, to tricking the squad leader into leading the way, and finally self-destructing in the center of the crowd. After hearing all this, the entire Sai Heights fell into a deathly silence. All the players looked at these 3 tricksters as if they were 3 perverts from outer space. Is this really possible? To maximize explosion benefits, infiltrate the enemy camp, and perform a suicide attack. You 3 are really something. I'm impressed. This is the true Wasteland gameplay. This is the real 4th Calamity. A wave of frenzied cheers erupted from the crowd. The extreme actions of these 3 individuals ignited the battle spirit of all players. Brothers, the enemy's central formation has been blown apart by those 3. At least a quarter of them. Ji Luo drew the stone spear from her back, her gaze sharp as a knife, her battle cry echoing across the heights. The cultists are in disarray. Oh, it's our harvest time. All troops charge. Down the heights. Flatten Mist Town. Kill. And at this moment, inside the ruined Ashen Cathedral, Lin, the Lord of Ashes and the sole planner of the game, was stunned, staring at the frantically scrolling system notifications before him. Ding. Player. I am not Jiahao. Killed a first-tier fallen cultist, Captain Faith, value 90. Ding. Player. Passing pure love battle god. Killed a first-tier ripped corpse demon, Faith, value 90. Ding. Player. Malu also has dignity. Killed a 0-tier corrupted villager, Faith, value 9. Ding. Faith, value 90. Ding. Faith, value 9. Ding. Faith, value 90. Lin's backend system was as if it had been infected by a virus. A flurry of kill notifications rained down like a storm, almost drowning his retina. He watched his original Faith value of 5,310 skyrocketing at a rocket-like speed. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, breaking the 10,000 mark. What the hell? Even as a transmigrator, Lin, who knew that these players had no bottom line in their actions, couldn't help but gasp in shock and curse. He looked at Ma Lu and the other 2, boasting to the other players, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Lin originally set up a script for the players to use the resurrection mechanism to gradually wear down the cultists' forces in a tough tug-of war. But who would have thought? These three exceptional tricksters with their poor acting skills not only tricked the kind NPC Nun into giving them explosives. They even successfully tricked the enemy squad leader into personally delivering their 3 human nuclear bombs into the enemy command tent. This is too dirty. The tactics of these 4th Calamity folks are simply too dirty. Lin watched his faith value surge past 10,000, his heart racing. After the shock, overwhelming joy followed. More than 10,000 faith value. When the crisis in Mist Town is completely resolved, he can prepare to start the 3rd test. This wave of explosive kills not only shattered the cultist's formation, but also pushed his 3rd test plan right in front of him. He had originally thought he would have to drag it out for a few days to gather enough faith value. He didn't expect these players to directly hit him with 1,000 points of faith value. These are not just players testing the game, they are clearly a bunch of madmen trying to seize the progress. Lin took a deep breath to calm his excitement, reopening his divine gaze to continue observing the battlefield situation. Brothers, an abundance of experience and ashen coins are beckoning us. Charge with me. Flatten Mist Town. Loot the cultists. With Ji Luo's furious roar, 50 fully armed. Well, actually just armed with stone spears and bone clubs, wearing baggy shorts of the 4th Calamity, rushed down the slope of Sighing Heights like a pack of hungry wolves smelling blood. Although there were only 50 of them, they were filled with extreme exhilaration from the previous 3 human nuclear bomb events. The momentum of these 50 rushing forward created a violent illusion of thousands of troops trampling the wasteland. And in the central square of Mist Town, the cultist army had not yet fully recovered from the devastating explosion. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, wailing wounded and charred remnants, plunging these once imposing abyssal followers into unprecedented chaos. High Priest, look up there. A dirt-covered squad leader pointed towards the outskirts of Mist Town, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. The cultist priest abruptly lifted his head through the swirling gray mist, his cold eyes hidden beneath the mask locked onto the figures rushing down the slope like mad dogs. Is this the reinforcements from Mist Town? The priest's fingers gripping the staff turned white with rage, a mocking smile forming. He had originally thought that such a huge commotion would surely be caused by the regular paladin order from Winter City or a fully armed high-tier mercenary group. But now looking at it, those coming over were barely dressed, armed with weapons that were even poorer than beggars in slums. Some even rushed too fiercely, lost their balance, and slipped and rolled, and stood up to continue yelling. This is too much. It's simply outrageous. The priest felt deeply insulted. How dare a mere 50 ragtag civilians attempt to rob and storm his glorious abyssal army? Stand up, you bunch of useless trash. The priest raised his eyeball staff high. The raging abyssal magic surged from within him, creating a wave of dark red ripples that swept across the field. The followers of the abyss shall not retreat. Form up. Use blood and flesh magic to grind these ignorant ants into meat paste. With the priest's roar, those cultists who had not been affected by the explosion or were only lightly injured finally forced down their inner panic. Despite the recent explosion having evaporated nearly 100 of their companions and severely diminished their fighting power, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. There were still several hundred cultists present in the square, along with dozens of raging mutants. Kill them all. The cultists' eyes filled with frenzied bloodshot, quickly forming an impenetrable defensive line at the edge of the square. Dark red blood orbs gathered in their hands. The large mutated hunting dogs and the aerial corrupted crows also let out bloodthirsty roars, ready to welcome the refugees charging to their doom. Accompanied by 50 players rushing down from the Sighing Heights, they drew closer to the edge of Fog Town. This group of seasoned veterans honed from various games instinctively began to spread out into formation. Due to the lack of basic features like team voice chat or public chat in this broken game, everyone had to rely on their voices to shout. At the right moment, Ji Luo raised the stone spear in her hand, fully embracing the aura of a tactical master. Jiahao, lead the vanguard, split into pairs, and infiltrate Fog Town. Do not engage them, heathen. Your mission is to conduct guerrilla warfare, carry out assassinations, and support your teammates. The goal is to disrupt the formation of these cultists. Malu, take the unconventional team and hit them from the flank. No matter if you blind them with mud or use a sneak attack, just make the chaos as great as possible. Old Lu Kuang Shao, take the main combat team and meet them, heathen. Move out. Kill them all. Suddenly, everyone felt as if they were truly engaged in a large-scale battle, with hands trembling in excitement and eyes gleaming with fervor. This was incredibly exhilarating. A chaotic battle involving hundreds of players completely discarding rigid skill animations and standstill attacks, relying solely on the real physics engine and tactical maneuvers on the wasteland battlefield. I've played online games for 10 years, and this is the first time I've been so excited that my hand is shaking while holding the mouse. No holding the stone spear. Let's crush the cultists. Liberate Fogtown. Charge, charge, charge. The 50 newbies felt no fear of death at all, shouting as they rushed out. Vanguard spread out. Pair up and dive into the alleys. I am not Jiahao shouted while sprinting. The hood on his head had already been blown away by the wind, and his prominently divided bangs danced wildly in the breeze. Unconventional team, follow me to the right. Look for height differences. Malu also had his dignity, brandishing his stone spear as he plunged into the ruins on the right, with a few quirky companions. Main combat team, push through from the front. Don't hold back. Ji Luo and Lu Guo's pure love battle gods stood at the forefront like two impending rampaging humanoid bulldozers. 3 lines diverged, moving without any sluggishness. A group that was merely hastily assembled displayed an exceptionally terrifying tactical execution at this moment. Why did the newbies in the main combat team dare to charge Hedon with such confidence? Because just moments ago on the heights something happened that invigorated all the newbies. Malu Jiahao and Lu Zai, the 3 handsome Grenade Kings, in that brutal wave of self-explosion at the center of the square, sent hundreds of cultists and mutated creatures back to their origins. Since only the 3 of them dealt damage, the massive experience and ash coins were directly divided among these 3 veterans internally. Each person's account saw a dramatic increase of over 300 ash coins. In this early game phase where everyone was too poor to buy clothes, this was undoubtedly a place in the top 3 of the Forbes rich list. But these 3 veterans were not stingy. They had an absolute high-level perspective. They understood that the next task for the main combat team was simply a meat grinder with a 100 death rate. So the 3 of them quickly reached an agreement, instantly pulling out their wallets and directly handing 20 ash coins to each of the 18 newbies in the main combat team. They dubbed it high casualty death benefits. What does 20 ash coins represent? That's essentially 2 lives. It's the heavy expectation from the big players for them. The newbies who received the allowance had eyes that were all reddened. Road God, Brother Ma, Boss Jiao. Huang Xiao's voice trembled with excitement, even stomping hard on the ground. No more words. If I can't die 3 times and come back in the cultist defense today, then I won't call myself Huang Xiao. Exactly. Having received the big player's resurrection coins, today's life will be spent in the square. Anyone who dares to retreat out of fear of losing money, don't even think about hanging around the GOE forum in the future. The morale of the players surged to a terrifying threshold under the precise subsidy of capital. This is the simple and unadorned driving force of the 4th Calamity. Fogtown at the edge of the central square. The high priest snorted coldly, and the eyeball staff in his hand slammed heavily against the ground, unleashing a violent surge of magical power. Go, chop them into meat paste. Add a meal for the Holy Lord. Roar. Hundreds of elite cultists and dozens of mutated creatures charged furiously toward the players' formation. In the eyes of the natives, cultists were the most terrifying beings. They were brainwashed by the abyss, unafraid of pain or death, fighting like mad dogs devoid of reason. However, today this group of cultists encountered a species they could never comprehend in their lifetime. Boom. The 2 armies collided violently at the broken street corner. A cultist standing at 1.9 meters tall, muscles bulging, swung a massive crimson axe down toward the head of the charging immortal star Huang Xiao. This cultist's eyes were bloodshot, and a cruel grin twisted his lips. He savored the thrill of splitting his prey in half, especially when the prey emitted that desperate scream before death, which gave him a bizarre sense of satisfaction. The giant axe unerringly cleaved into Huang Xiao's chest. Blood gushed forth. The cultist prepared to relish the terror of Huang Xiao just before he died. But when he looked down, he found that not only was Huang Xiao silent, but he was also excitedly gripping the blade that had sunk into his chest with both hands. Huang Xiao, mouth full of blood, flashed a smile even more twisted than the cultist's. You bastard. Remember this face. After I respawn in 3 minutes, he'll come back and skin you. Just as his words fell, ash missile. The 2 newbie players following Huang Xiao didn't care about his life or death, even stepping on his body. 2 clouds of black smoke mixed with sparks slammed into the cultist's face. Ah, my eyes. The cultist screamed, tragically covering his burned eyes. He hadn't even had time to retreat when 3 sharpened stone spears mercilessly pierced through his thigh and stomach. Take him down. Smash his skull with stones. Share the experience and ash coins. The players were so skilled and coordinated in killing that their ruthlessness made other cultists around them feel their scalps tingle. What shocked them even more was the way these people looked at them. It was not like they were looking at enemies, but rather at a pile of walking experience packs and ash coins. Meanwhile, the vanguard team led by I Am Not Jiahao had completely infiltrated the ruins of Fogtown. They executed Ji Luo's orders, avoiding any direct confrontation with the cultists. Whooshed. A brick the size of half a head flew out from the collapsed second floor, accurately smashing into the back of a casting cultist's head, immediately splitting it open. By the time other cultists roared to retaliate, the one throwing bricks, Shun Bu Huanshao, had already slid down the vines into another alley. There are 2 isolated cultists to the east. 2 people go and blow them up. The one to the west is casting quickly use mud to gag him. The 10 members of the vanguard team were like 10 annoying fleas wildly darting around the edges of the cultist formation. They did not aim to kill, but focused on annoying their enemies, disrupting spells, hitting from the shadows, cutting ropes, and even digging small pits to bury sharp wooden stakes. The entire outer defensive line of the cultists was thrown into disarray, unable to defend against the chaos. What truly drove the cultists to the brink of psychological collapse was the peculiar squad led by Ma Lu Yiyu Zunyan. This group completely abandoned the dignity of carbon-based life forms. Brothers, these NPCs are all wearing long robes. Their lower bodies are definitely vulnerable. Ma Lu gripped his specially crafted barbed stone spear, darting like a ground-hugging weasel, aiming to dive beneath the monster's garments. Behold my ultimate skill. Unlimited 1,000-year kill. A ghastly inhuman shriek pierced the night sky. A tall cultist clutched his indescribable area, crashing to the ground, his pain so intense that his eyes nearly bulged out. Behind him, a group of peculiar squad players had already pounced with various bizarre, self-made stone tools like a flock of vultures. Use sand to blind his eyes. Quick, hold that mutated dog's leg, I'll tie it up with vines. Watching these lunatics who specialized in attacking below the belt, even shoving each other for kills. The cultists' proud, madness, and cruelty seemed laughably innocent, like pure little white rabbits in the face of the limitless abstract operations of the fourth calamity. Insane. These people are all lunatics. A cultist squad leader watched a player bisected, still desperately clawing at the flesh on his thigh, before dying, causing him to back away in horror, nearly collapsing mentally. Who exactly is the villain tainted by the abyss? At this moment, the cultist priest standing in the center of the square felt icy cold, trembling hands and feet. He gazed at his once proud abyssal army, now being relentlessly pushed back by this mere 50-person miscellaneous army. What species are these people? The priest's understanding was completely overturned. The fervor and greed in their eyes made it seem as if they were the true demons crawling out of the abyss. Is the abyss truly the most terrifying existence in this world? Why among this group of people who cannot even wear proper clothing does he see a purer chaos and madness than the abyss? However, despite the players' extremely twisted tactics and the advantage of resurrection, the battle inevitably descended into a brutal tug-of-war. The suppression of levels was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Bang! The spear in Ji Luo's hand plunged fiercely into the chest of a LV-14 heavy-armored cultist. But the rough stone tip merely left a white mark on the opponent's bone armor before snapping with a crack. Damn, this monster's armor is too tough. My basic weapon can't break through. Ji Luo was jolted, her hands numb, and before she could retreat, the heavy-armored cultist smashed her half to ashes. Not just Ji Luo. The newbies of the main battle group now averaged only level 2, wielding nothing but the shabby items crafted from stones and sticks on the outskirts of the Black Forest. Facing these cultists who were all above level 10 and could even use blood magic, nearly every direct encounter cost them 2 to 3 lives to take down one opponent. Fortunately, every time the players cooperatively killed a cultist, they would receive experience and ash coins in return, allowing them to hold their ground against these cultists. However, the disadvantage on the battlefield still lay with the players. We can't hold on Ji Shun. These monsters have too much health. Just teleported back from the Ashen Altar, the crazed youth had already switched to his third wooden stick, panting heavily as he shouted, "Several of us are ganging up on one. It takes ages to deplete their health. And they hit us once, and we have to return to town to buy tickets. This exchange is way too unfair." After merely half an hour of skirmishing, the 20 players in the battle group had each already died at least twice. Even with the resurrection subsidies provided by the 3 wealthy players, they could not withstand such high-intensity death consumption. If it weren't for the teleportation array being located above the cliff, allowing them to return to the battlefield after resurrection, this defensive line would have long been flattened by the cultists. In the most central area of Mist Town, within the Crying Saints barrier, the high priest tightly clutched his withered hands, his eyes red, as if bleeding. Through that thin, cicadine-like barrier, he clearly saw the brutal slaughter of the nameless warriors outside the barrier. They had no fine armor, no powerful magic. Relying solely on rough sticks and stones, they charged time and again against the cultists' blades. Some were split in half, others had their throats bitten out by mutated beasts. Yet after they fell, new individuals would rush in from the periphery to fill the gaps in the defense. Madness. They are filling in with their lives for us. The high priest trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. He suddenly turned around looking at the remaining guards behind him who were equally stunned into silence, and hoarsely shouted, "How long will we hide here and watch? Those warriors outside are bleeding for us. They don't even have a decent piece of clothing. Draw your swords. Charge out with me. Even if we die, the men of Mist Town shall die on the path of charge. Kill out. Help them." The captain of the guards gripped his iron sword tightly with his remaining right hand, his eyes bloodshot, and he began to roar hysterically. Hundreds of remaining townsfolk and soldiers were completely ignited with bloodlust, each raising their rusty forks and broken swords poised to charge out of the barrier. "Stop right there." Just as the crowd was filled with passion, a cold and penetrating female voice suddenly. Elena, wearing a tattered nun's robe, forcefully stood in front of the high priest and the guards. "Elena, what are you doing? Step aside." The captain of the guards was frantic. But Elena didn't even glance at him. Her amber eyes were fixed intently on the cultist's temporary supply point to the right of the square. Their occultist, who had just finished the spell rotation, raised a pot of soup that emitted a strange aroma, beginning to gulp it down. Beside the soup, several large mutated hunting dogs were ravenously tearing at the corpses of townsfolk on the ground. Those were the bodies she had personally stuffed with alchemical bombs. Just a little longer. A hint of a sickly sweet, even chilling smile slowly spread across Elena's. She whispered, her voice filled with an intense, yet suppressed excitement. "The show is about to begin." Meanwhile, at the outer perimeter of the barrier, the players' defense was already teetering on the brink of collapse. "Old G, it's no good. The resurrection coins in our pockets are running out." The main battle group's 20 newbies had now each died at least 3 times. That was a cost of 30 ash coins. For them who had just entered the game, this was nothing short of a bloodletting. To make matters worse, the cultists not only had thick health bars, but also provided alternating cover, bombarding them with various crimson blood magic spells without restraint. "Fight while retreating. Don't hold on. Move into the alley." Ji Luo gritted her teeth and decisively issued the order to fall back. The pressure of the level was too severe. Facing the magical onslaught, Hedon was merely sending money to the system. "Vanguard team, odd job team. Cover our retreat. Throw mud, set up snares, use any dirty tricks you have." Received. Ma Lu and Jia Hao immediately led their people, frantically moving along the edge of the ruins to attract the hatred of the cultists. But at that moment, the ingrained good habit from the fourth Calamity etched in their DNA abstractly erupted during this critical retreat. "Damn, Lalu, don't forget to pick up that giant axe under your feet." Huang Xiao shouted while retreating, pointing at a dead cultist on the ground. "That axe is what killed me. Hurry and take it, or we can use it ourselves." The pure love war god, who was about to run into the alley, instantly turned green-eyed upon hearing there was equipment to pick up. He turned back, swiftly snatching up the crimson giant axe. Even before the cultist's bone knife could strike down, he yanked the bone mask off the corpse's face. "This mask looks pretty sturdy. It should be useful when we take it back." "Stop just looting corpses. Retreat now." Ji Luo was infuriated. These idiots. They were nearly wiped out, yet still remembered to pick up trash along the way. If it weren't for the foul smell of the clothes on these cultists, Ji Luo had no doubt these desperate newbies would have stripped the enemies down to their pants while facing the magical onslaught. Just as the players were cursing while scavenging and retreating in a sorry state, an anomaly suddenly struck. Gulyalu. Ugh. At the supply point on the right side of the square, a cultist who had just finished a large bowl of meat soup suddenly had bulging eyes. The wooden bowl in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and he began to convulse like he had been electrocuted. A torrent of dark green toxic foam erupted from his mouth. It's poisonous. The meat soup is poisoned." Immediately, like a row of dominoes collapsing, the dozen or so cultists who had just gone for soup clutched their throats in unison, writhing in pain on the ground. The neurotoxin from the poisonous spider directly corroded their internal organs. However, this was merely an appetizer. Next to the supply point, a massive mutated hunting dog had just bitten through the belly of a corpse on the ground. Its sharp fangs accurately bit into the alchemical bomb buried in Elena's intestines. Crack! The faint sound of the alchemical bomb starting up rang out from the mutated hunting dog's mouth. In the next moment, boom. Rumble. 2 thunderous explosions directly detonated at the supply point behind. 2 blazing dark red mushroom clouds erupted like 2 fire dragons, breaking through the earth, instantly engulfing everything within a 50-meter radius. Those writhing cultists on the ground, the waiting mutants nearby, and even the 2 greenstone wells were instantly torn into a sky full of flesh and blood fragments by this violently raging alchemical explosion. The violent shockwave swept through the entire square like a Category 12 typhoon. Damn! Lu Zai and the others who were about to retreat were directly knocked to the ground by this gust of air, rolling several times before getting up covered in dirt. The cultist army, which was preparing to pursue the players, encountered bad luck. The explosion occurred behind them. The terrifying shockwave surged in from behind, not only toppling many cultists, but also precisely interrupting the spell casting of all magic-type monsters. Oh! The cries of spell backlash instantly echoed throughout the square. Many cultists who were in the process of gathering blood and flesh magic were interrupted, causing their magical energy to go berserk and directly blow themselves to pieces. The originally tightly knit defensive formation was instantly riddled with holes and thrown into chaos. What happened? Who exploded? The cultist priest was blown back repeatedly by the shockwave. Seeing the mushroom cloud rising from the supply point, he was so furious that a crack appeared in his mask, letting out a desperate roar. Meanwhile, the players lying in the ruins after a brief moment of bewilderment had their eyes suddenly light up brighter than searchlights. It's poison. It's the poison we set and the bombs buried by Sister Nun that went off. Ma Lu shouted excitedly like a frenzied gorilla scrambling to get up from the ground. Ji Luo's tactical instincts were incredibly sharp. He immediately saw through the cultist's current weakness. Spellcasting was interrupted, the formation was in disarray, and panic had erupted from the explosions. Brothers, no retreat. Ji Luo raised a bloodstained longsword he had just picked up from the ground. His fighting spirit soaring group, 3 advanced together. Charge. Take their lives while they are sick. Kill. The 50 members of the 4th Calamity who had just been forced to flee were now, like 50 mad dogs, charging back into the chaotic cultist formation, taking advantage of the explosion's residual force. Stab his kidney. He can't move from the backlash of his spell. Huang Shao jabbed a spear into a cultist spewing blood. The Vanguard team and Odd Job team flourished, specifically targeting those enemies who had been knocked down by the with blows to the back of the head and thrown lime. The cultist defenses were unexpectedly ripped open by these. Just as the players were killing with enthusiasm in the core square of Mist Town, the previously dull pure, white barrier suddenly rippled like water spreading to the sides. Charge. Help these warriors kill all the cultists. A roar filled with tragic determination resounded through the sky. The captain of the guard waved the iron sword in his only remaining hand, leading hundreds of Misttown residents with bloodshot eyes rushing out from the barrier like a flood breaking a dam. They witnessed the warriors desperately trying to tear through the cultist defenses. The residents of Misttown fully cast aside their fear of death. They surrounded and attacked. The cultist army was suddenly caught in a predicament of being attacked from both flanks. What made the players' souls tremble even more was the figure standing at the edge of the barrier. The high priest raised the cross insignia in his hand high, his murky eyes erupting with dazzling holy light. He squeezed out the last bit of divine power in his body, issuing a prayer that shook the heavens. Weeping Holy Mother, please grant your warriors the blade to sever the darkness. Buzz. In the sky it seemed as if a magnificent rain of light began to fall. Countless pure white light points like spring rain accurately fell upon every player and townsfolk present. Ding. You have received the group blessing from the High Priest of Misttown. Reign of Revival. Status update: health points continuously restored. Stamina consumption reduced by 50. All abnormal statuses have been cleared. Ding. You have received the group blessing from the High Priest of Misttown. Protection of the Holy Mother. Status update: movement speed increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 20. Listening to the frenzied system notifications echoing in his mind, feeling the terrifying power surging within him like a tidal wave. Even the wounds that had just been inflicted were visibly healing at an incredible speed. What the hell? Lu's eyes stared blankly at the swirling pure, white divine light around him. This speed. This recovery. This is not just fighting monsters. This is clearly a blood-locked cheat. 50 players were stunned for a second, then erupted into an even more terrifying howl than before. Healer. It's a massive area heal. I've been playing as an orphan berserker for almost 2 days and finally, I'm getting healed. Brothers. The NPCs from Misttown are coming to help. Ma Lu excitedly jumped in place, feeling as light as a swallow. This movement speed, this attack speed. I feel like I can run faster than a dog now. Ji Luo waved his hand, pointing his sword straight at the cultist camp ahead. Brothers, with the healer backing us up, this is our favorable match. Kill them hard. The combat group players who were initially wary of the cultists' high damage completely let loose. With the continuous healing from the Reign of Revival, as long as they are not instantly killed, even if they lose a chunk of flesh, they can quickly heal under the embrace of the divine light. Here comes the luck. Everyone die. Luzai, the passing pure love war god, charged into the enemy ranks like a mad bull, enduring the spells of 2 cultists. The crimson giant axe in his hand swung like a windmill, cleaving a level 11 cultist along with his staff. This increased attack speed feels fantastic. Huang Shao also did not hold back. Although his broken spear lacked lethality, he relied on his healing and directly pounced on a mutant for close combat. He punched the mutant in the nose, and when the mutant bit him, he bit back, purely a beastly style of fighting. Under the player's reckless charge combined with the desperate counterattack from the hundreds of guards and townsfolk from Mist, The cultist army, already thrown into disarray by the explosions, instantly fell into a quagmire where they could neither advance nor retreat. Hold the line. Form a defensive formation. The small team leaders of the cultists shouted hoarsely, trying to organize an effective counterattack. But they desperately found that these migrants were simply too vicious. A cultist had just raised his staff, not yet able to chant a spell, when a sharp pain shot through. The god's laughter glided out from the visual blind spot, like a specter stabbing a sharp stone shard deep into his kidneys, then kicked him towards the players charging at him. Nice job. This coordination is perfect. The vanguard and the unconventional team thrived in the chaos. They specifically targeted cultists who were casting spells or fighting with the Misttown guards. They used all kinds of underhanded tactics, knocking sticks, stabbing kidneys, throwing lime. Various despicable methods emerged one after another, making the cultists feel so disgusted that they were about to break down. The entire central square had completely devolved into a chaotic battlefield resembling a meat grinder. High Priest, these reinforcements are unbelievable. The guard captain slashed down a cultist with his sword, watching the players moving through the enemy ranks as if they were in an unoccupied land, his eyes filled with shock. However, just as the ground battle was showing a one-sided crushing trend, creak, several piercing and mournful cries echoed from the sky. The few eclipse-winged corvids circling in the high sky finally found their opportunity to intervene in the battle. They spread their rotting meat wings and dove down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The corvids' enormous beaks shot out several balls of dark green venom. At the same time as they flapped their wings, a large amount of paralysis powder rained down on the players and townsfolk. What the hell? There's a group of feathered beasts up there. Malu, caught off guard, got a bit of poison powder on his arm and immediately felt half of his body go numb. Although the holy light rain was continuously purifying negative states, the aerial pressure from the corvids still made the players feel quite stifled. They're flying too high. The ashen missiles can't reach them. Huang Xiao angrily slammed his broken spear into the sky, but didn't even touch a feather of the corvids. Get out of the way. Watch us. Just then several archers from the Misttown guard charged out from behind. They drew their longbows and shot a wave of arrows at the corvids in the air. Ding, ding. However, ordinary iron arrows merely grazed the corvids' tough, rotten flesh, sparking a few sparks before being deflected with terribly low efficiency. Damn it, the NPC's damage isn't enough. Luzai looked at the corvids in the sky, gritted his teeth, and directly opened the system panel. Brothers, those with money buy arrows for me. Shoot down those birds in the sky. Luzai shouted loudly, spending 10 ashen coins in the system shop to instantly purchase an ashen longbow and 20 whitewood arrows. With a flash of white light, a simple longbow appeared in his hand. Not only Luzai, but also several other players who had just gained enough coins from kills eagerly bought longbows. For the fourth catastrophe, money is simply turned into combat power. If you can't afford a bow, use ashen shaping. Jia Hao pushed up his monocle, clasped his hands together, and his mental strength surged. He shaped a pitch-black longbow with ash in his hands. Even the arrows were made of compressed ash. I don't believe that with our 10-odd bows shooting together, we can't bring down these lousy birds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen ash arrows mixed with the iron arrows from the guards formed a dense firepower net that enveloped the corvids in the air. Although the players' shooting accuracy was pitiful, the sheer density of firepower was overwhelming. One corvid diving down failed to evade and was shot in the eye by an ash arrow. Creak! The corvid screamed, losing its balance, and fell headlong from the sky. It's falling. Before the corvid even landed, several players with glowing green eyes had already pounced on it, like hungry tigers. With a flurry of sticks, they smashed that level 16 elite monster into a puddle of mush. Now the players' morale surged, and the corvids in the sky were suppressed to the point they dared not lower their output. Without aerial cover, the cultist army on the ground was falling apart like a mountain. Under the frenzied onslaught of the players and townsfolk in just 1 hour of fierce battle, the cultist army, originally over 600 strong, had been whittled down to just over 300. The ground was littered with dark red corpses, and the remains of mutated creatures turned into black water. We won. We're going to win. Huang Xiao excitedly wiped the blood off his face. Brothers, let's give it our all. Clear them all out today. We are the saviors of Misttown. However, just as all the players were preparing to strike hard and completely flatten the cultists, ding, a red alarm box suddenly popped up in the center of all 50 players' vision. System warning: you are currently too far from the barrier center. You are currently in the night zone. Encountered unique environmental mechanism, dark moon black, mist corrosion. Conducting sanity check. Check failed. Your sanity is slowly declining. Along with the system prompt sound, a terrifying cold breath like a malignant tumor suddenly shot up from all players' feet directly to their heads. What the hell? This again? Malu felt a shiver run through his body as the scene before him suddenly began to twist slightly. Dark red, grotesque, thread-like substances resembling blood vessels started crawling across the edges of his vision. At the same time, a chilling whisper akin to nails scraping against a blackboard began to echo frantically in everyone's minds. What? What is happening? The crazy young master crouched on the ground, clutching his head in agony. My head hurts so much. Why do I see that corpse next to me smiling? Only then did the players suddenly realize. They had been fighting so fiercely with blazing flames and the colorful blood magic of the cultists lighting up the square like daylight. They were so caught up in the fight that they completely lost track of time. Looking up now, the scarlet crescent moon hung high above the dense dark clouds, having risen there without them noticing. The true darkness had descended. Damn. I hit my head and forgot about the night's environmental mechanics. Ji Luo's face changed dramatically. He glanced at the game panel, watching his sanity level drop at an alarming rate. Once it hit 0, they would end up like Ma Lu, completely paralyzed and at the mercy of others. Furthermore, with the arrival of night, the mutated creatures which had previously been pressed back suddenly burst forth with a bloodthirsty red glow in their eyes. Their muscles began to swell abnormally, and their wounds healed rapidly under the nourishment of the dark mist. This is bad. These monsters can gain environmental benefits at night. Lu's eye looked at the few mutated hunting dogs that had grown significantly larger, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. With this shift, there was no way they could continue the fight. Even with unlimited respawns, an NPC healing facing the raging mutated creatures in a state of 0 sanity would inevitably lead to a one-sided slaughter. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. Ji Luo issued the retreat order without a moment's hesitation. Lao Lu, Jia Hao, don't mind those injured monsters. Cover everyone as we retreat to the Sighing Heights. Lu's eye also realized the severity of the situation. He turned to the Mist Town Guardians still trying to fight the cultists and shouted, fellow villagers. Night is coming and we can't stay here. Hurry and take the residents back to the Divine Barrier. Quickly. The High Priest and the Captain of the Guardians exchanged wary glances at the scarlet dark moon in the sky. In this wasteland, the night wilderness is a forbidden zone for humanity. Warriors, you too must retreat. May the Holy Mother be with you. The High Priest called out, immediately directing the Guardians to cover the townsfolk as they retreated like a tide back into the pure white barrier that, though damaged, still emitted a faint glow. What surprised the players was that despite their panicked retreat along with the townsfolk, the remaining 300 or so cultists did not pursue them. The cultist priest leaned on his staff amidst the sea of corpses, his gaze beneath the mask extremely cold. He looked at the gradually thickening dark mist of the dark moon in the sky, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Though the Abyss followers could survive in the night, they were still fundamentally human. In this extreme darkness, using the powers of the Abyss recklessly would attract unspeakable horrors. Stop the pursuit. Tighten the formation. The priest gritted his teeth as he watched the players fleeing to the heights. Though he felt 1,000 pangs of unwillingness in his heart, he could only force himself to order, when dawn breaks tomorrow, I will crush this suddenly appearing heresy and those ants in the barrier. Thus the fierce battle of the Mist Town siege, which had turned the sky dark and the earth tremble, came to an unexpected halt as the night of the wasteland descended with an eerie tacit understanding among the three parties. The entire central square was left with only the mournful sound of the wind blowing through the corpses and the slow spread of dark mist accompanied by the eerie rustling noise. On the Sighing Heights, the ghostly blue ashen altar emitted a warm glow. Huff, huff. Ji Luo and the Pure Love War God along with a large group tumbled and rolled up the cliff, plunging into the protective range of the ashen altar. As soon as they landed, everyone collapsed in disarray, as if their bones had been drained, gasping heavily for damn, that was so thrilling. The immortal starry young master lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. He looked at the rolling black mist in the sky, patting his chest with lingering fear. The sanity value setting in this game is too twisted. Oh, when I was halfway up the mountain, the edges of the screen were all red. I thought my brain was burning. Count the numbers. Check who's missing around. Ji Luo took a deep breath and struggled to stand. As the tactical commander, he couldn't afford to let his mind rest for a moment. The others quickly looked around, and upon counting they realized there were indeed a few people missing. Oh no, Jishin, some of our team really didn't make it up. A newbie raised his hand, anxiously slapping his thigh. I shouted for them to retreat earlier, but those two idiots insisted there was a glowing staff on the ground, and wanted to turn back to loot the corpse. As soon as the words left his mouth, several piercing screams echoed from below in the ruins of Mist Town. The players on the heights felt their hearts tighten and hurriedly crouched at the edge of the cliff, peering down. With the faint moonlight and residual fire in the ruins, they saw a few players in shorts slumped on the ground, like puddles of mud, about a few hundred meters away from the Sighing Heights. Their sanity levels had completely reached 0. At that moment they were clutching their throats with both hands, their eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. However, what truly sent shivers down the spines of the players on the heights was not the plight of those two, but the thick black mist slowly rising from the depths of that alley. Clank, clank. The harsh sound of chains dragging on the ground rang out clearly in the deathly silence of the wasteland night. Then 3 lanterns emitting a ghastly green glow broke through the black mist, drifting out like apparitions. They were 3 distorted beings standing 2.5 meters tall, clad in tattered black robes, their features entirely obscured. First-tier aberrations, lantern nightmares. Damn, what kind of hellish thing is that? The newbies by the cliff shrank back in fright. Brothers, did you see that? Malu, with dignity intact, pointed at the 3 monsters without a hint of fear, bragging to the surrounding newbies. A few nights ago this thing chased me for a full 2 kilometers. Physically immune, exclusively targeting souls. But thankfully I maneuvered well, which is why I didn't let these monsters succeed. Down in the alley, the 3 lantern nightmares, like bloodthirsty sharks smelling fresh blood, made no unnecessary movements. One of the nightmares slowly raised its skeletal arm, and the iron chain in its hand suddenly swung violently. Poof! The deep green chain seemed to penetrate physical boundaries, directly piercing through the chest of one of the slumped players. There was no blood, no struggle. The player didn't even have time to utter a last word before their body, like a dried-up piece of wood, instantly turned to ash and scattered in the wind. The other 2 lantern-wielding nightmares also completed their harvest of players' lives in succession. They turned their faceless hoods, eerily gazing toward the direction of the sighing heights. Even from hundreds of meters away, the players atop the heights felt a chilling dread seep from the depths of their soul. Then the nightmares holding their green lanterns gradually faded, as if blending into raindrops, silently vanishing into the thick black mist once again. Gulugulu. A uniform sound of swallowing filled the air atop the heights. This is definitely a plot kill. Luzai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "It seems that as long as it's night, if we stay too long in the black fog, these creatures that thrive on mental pollution will come out to clear the area like city management. Looks like we need to buy ash protection in the mall for our nighttime outings. Otherwise, encountering these things will just mean taking a beating." The others nodded in agreement, still haunted by the experience. While everyone lamented the night's twisted mechanics, Ji Luo furrowed his brows, staring intently at the black clouds above Mist Town. "Old Lu Jiahao, don't you feel? The air in this town has suddenly become very sticky." Hearing Ji Luo's words, Jiahao and Lu Zai quieted down, carefully sensing the atmosphere. Indeed, something felt off. As the night deepened, the black mist above Mist Town not only failed to dissipate, but instead began to roll and sink violently. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A series of extremely eerie dripping sounds echoed from an unknown source, reverberating across the desolate wasteland. Yet there was clearly no rain falling from the sky. Utilizing the faint light, the players atop the heights were astonished to discover. The cobbled streets beneath Mist Town, even the corpses of the cultists, began to ooze a slippery, transparent slime from thin air. The entire Mist Town seemed as if it had been suddenly enveloped by the gastric juices of some deep-sea behemoth. What the hell do we need to buy a dehumidifier in this broken game? Why is it suddenly so humid? Huang Sha rubbed his goosebumps-covered arms, feeling that the humidity in the air had reached a level that made breathing difficult. But strangely, this overwhelming dampness that threatened to drain their sanity did not last long. It seemed to dissipate as everyone returned to the divine barrier. The dampness that had pervaded Mist Town vanished without a trace. The slime on the ground ceased to ooze, the eerie dripping sounds abruptly stopped, and everything returned to the quiet, deathly state of the night. Hiss. Jiahao adjusted his newly polished monocle, his tone becoming somewhat grave. "This is definitely not an ordinary night mechanism. This feels more like a high-dimensional map locking mechanism. I suspect that beneath this Mist Town, or behind those thick clouds, lurks a super monster of unimaginable size, on par with the old ones. It was preparing to hunt. But because we retreated back into the barrier of the righteous gods, its hunting mechanism was interrupted, which is why it withdrew." Upon hearing Jiahao's extremely hardcore analysis, the players were not frightened. Instead, their eyes lit up with excitement. "A super monster? How much can it drop, eh? Who cares about the old ones? Once I reach max level, I'll definitely give it a Wolf Fawn Club." Alright, stop fixating on that broken monster." Ji Luo interrupted this increasingly enthusiastic banter. He walked to the warm firelight of the ashen altar, sat cross-legged, and clapped his hands. "Brothers, we fought beautifully today. Although we couldn't flatten Mist Town in one go, the cultist army has been severely battered, and when dawn breaks, it will be time for a total offensive. But before that, we need to assess the situation first." Ji Luo put away his smile, his gaze sweeping over the 50 players present, his expression turning serious. Today's chaotic battle was too disorganized. Although the overall results were rich, the casualties were extraordinarily heavy. Is there anyone who died several times and didn't get enough assists, leading to being broke with no money to buy resurrection tokens? Raise your hand if that's the case. Don't force yourself. Upon hearing Ji Luo's question, the crowd stirred, and soon 7 or 8 new players turned red-faced and shyly raised their hands. For this situation, both Ji Luo and the other veteran players had an idea. The current currency mechanism of this game was extremely brutal. Killing a first-tier monster, aside from experience, the system only rewarded a total of 10 ash coins. If soloing one could keep all 10 coins. However, in today's chaotic battle with hundreds of players, everyone rushed in to fight en masse. As long as you participated in the attack and dealt effective damage, the system would classify it as an assist, and everyone would split the 10 ash coins. This often resulted in multiple players teaming up to beat a cultist, and after defeating it, each player might only receive 2 ash coins. After a large chaotic battle, at least 200 cultists and mutants had perished at the hands of players. The remaining over 100 monsters were eliminated by the explosion and the counterattack from the NPCs in Mist Town. Naturally, this part would yield no rewards. So when everything was calculated, the total ash coins earned by the server today was around 2,000. On average, with 50 players normally, each person could expect to receive about 40 ash coins and over 400 experience points. This was definitely a significant sum. Yet when the fourth disaster broke out, things became extremely unbalanced. Players like Ma Luo Jiahao and Lu Zai, who embodied the human hand grenade king, bagged over 100 monsters, directly monopolizing all the rewards, becoming excessively wealthy. While those who served as meat shields up front or were unfortunate enough to continuously take unavoidable AoE damage suffered. Dying once cost them 10 coins, and after painstakingly striking once, they might earn only 2 coins. This kind of financial imbalance directly resulted in severe wealth disparity within the team. The victory of the team must not cause those brothers at the front to feel disheartened. Ji Luo looked at the several dejected bankrupt newcomers, laughing heartily. That's a must. Today, brothers who went bankrupt come and receive 20 ash coins as compensation for battle losses. This money is sponsored from my own pocket by me, Jiahao, and Ma Ge. Ma Luo and Jiahao also acted without hesitation, immediately opening trade permissions. Ding. Received a transfer of 20 ash coins from player passing Pure Love God. Ding. Received. Watching the 2 lives worth of capital suddenly appear in their accounts, the several previously gloomy bankrupt newcomers were so excited that they nearly jumped up. God of Luck is generous. Ma Ge is mighty. Jiahao is awesome. After a simple distribution of ash coins, the players began to fervently discuss their strategy for tomorrow. We must use the demolition tactic again tomorrow. Malu, do you have any alchemical bombs left? Tomorrow I will be the main tank. I have some money now, and I'll buy a shield from the shop to protect us up front. The Odd Jobs group should bring more mud tomorrow to blind those magic-type monsters. At that moment, over 50 players surrounded the ash altar, arguing passionately about their strategy for the next day. Kyle the Knight, who had been slumped on the ground, stared blankly at this scene. He watched these people covered in blood arguing over an iron sword they had seized from a cultist. Their language was extremely crude, filled with terms like explosive gold coins and bug abuse. However, when a comrade was in trouble, those powerful individuals who had received more bounties from the gods generously distributed the precious revival currency to the weaker players. There was no arrogance of the nobles, no greedy hoarding. Only the ultimate spirit of unity and sacrifice for a common goal. Moreover, they could easily hide in a safe barrier, yet they chose to cross several kilometers of deadly wasteland to charge into the ranks of hundreds of cultists and fight bravely. They sat on the ground lacking even decent armor, yet they fervently discussed how to continue fighting for Mist. Kyle trembled as he clutched the bloodstained knight's badge tightly to his chest, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, great Lord of Ash, thank you to these brave warriors. Kyle closed his eyes and bowed his head deeply to the group of players. The last shred of despair in his heart was completely dispelled, replaced by a fervent flame of hope. Great Lord of Ash, you have not abandoned us. Mist Town is saved. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away at the edge of the Black Forest in the Ash Church, Lin, seated before the statue, was happily reviewing the detailed account statements from the system. Today's chaotic battle in Mist Town, although interrupted by the unexpected arrival of night, was overall a glorious harvesting feast. His faith value balance was currently resting comfortably at the pleasing number of 3,950 points. Holding over 30,000 in savings feels so empowering. Today's large-scale brawl, along with the self-destruct antics of Ma Lu and his group, resulted in players killing over 300 small monsters. This massive influx of faith value was truly delightful for Lin. He had thought that after a prolonged battle it would take 3 to 5 days to eliminate half of the cultists. Little did he expect that the players, in coordination with the residents of Mist Town, would achieve it on the very first day. If it weren't for the darkness falling at the end, Lin even believed that the players could have liberated Mist Town today. However, it wasn't a major issue. Considering the current situation, it would be difficult for these cultists to hold out until the third day. Lin let out a contented sigh, and then turned to view the player's perspective. What he saw was on the sighing heights where the three wealthy players Lu Zai and others were generously providing revival stipends to the bankrupt newcomers. Observing this harmonious scene of the fourth disaster exchanging pleasantries and brotherly camaraderie, Lin felt little emotion. Instead, his senior game planner instincts were immediately triggered. The current underlying mechanisms of this game are still too rough. Lin stroked his chin slightly. Today's 50-player team battle thoroughly exposed the biggest flaw of Ancient Gods Awakening in its current version. That is the lack of a team structure and a fair distribution mechanism. Currently in the game, the logic by which the system determines rewards is extremely primitive, akin to the law of the jungle. Whoever hits the monster gets to share the experience. If it's solo play or a small team of 4 or 5, this distribution method isn't too problematic. But what happens when it escalates to battles involving dozens or even hundreds or thousands of players? Chaos. Too much chaos. Lin carefully recalled the scenes of today's battles. Several new players from the main battle groups held up broken wooden boards at the front to shield their teammates from skills, only to be bombarded and suffer heavy casualties. And the result? They didn't even touch a single monster, ended up with no experience or ash coins, and even incurred a revival fee of 10 coins. If it weren't for Lu Zai and those early test players possessing foresight and using their earned money to pacify the players, this team would have fallen apart on the spot. Relying on players' goodwill to maintain team stability, can this really last? Lin rolled his eyes. Today there are only 50 players, and thanks to the authority of the early test players, the situation is still manageable. But what if when the third test launches we recruit 500 or even 5,000 new players? At that time, without a reasonable profit distribution mechanism, the frontline tanks might refuse to take damage due to feeling cheated, while the backline supports complain about not getting assists. Everyone would just want to be the one to claim the kill. Lin could easily imagine that scene, which would undoubtedly be an epic game disaster. This game would be doomed by his amateur planning. No, we must implement a party system and a guild system. Lin began to contemplate the upcoming changes for the game. First, the party system. We must transform individual struggles into team cooperation. Under party conditions, experience and ash coins can not only be set to be evenly distributed, but can also include an option for distribution by contribution. Tank damage counts as contribution, and mages controlling enemies also count as contribution. Everyone plays their role, ensuring no one loses out, and monster farming efficiency will absolutely double. Moreover, teams can choose whichever distribution model they prefer, catering to all types of players. Of course, the party system is just an appetizer. The real game changer is the guild system. The mere thought of the guild system made Lin's eyes gleam with greedy ambition. A guild. This is the greatest harvesting machine for players in the history of online games. Lin rubbed his hands excitedly, already listing various charging items in his mind. Want to create a guild? Sure, first buy a guild establishment permit from the game shop. The price would be set at 1,000 ash coins. Can't afford it? Then let the brothers pool their money together or go to the Black Forest to grind for it. Once the guild is established, it must have a base right. Although the land near the Ash Church is all vacant, that land naturally belongs to him, the Lord of Ash. If players want to turn it into private territory, they will naturally have to pay rent. Timely payments of ash coins each month, or their base will be confiscated. And then there are the guild warehouse expansion fees, guild exclusive emblem customization fees, guild banner purchase fees. Any item that satisfies the vanity and competitive desire of these fourth disasters Lin plans to implement. And that's not all. Guilds will inevitably engage in large-scale wars over first kills, territory, and resources. Once guild wars break out, the casualties will start in the tens or hundreds. Revival requires payment right. Weapons that break need to be replaced right. After this set of combinations, players will not feel exploited. Instead, they will willingly work hard for Lin's guild's honor and ranking. Wool comes from sheep. Ooh, I gather your money and invest it to expand the servers. Isn't that mutually beneficial? Lin shamelessly found himself a grand reason. However, it seemed that now was not the time to implement these two new gameplay changes. Lin decided not to let the system update immediately. The players were currently engaged in the all-out assault on Mist Town with their morale and emotions at an all-time high. They had even started discussing the strategy for tomorrow's assault. If he were to suddenly implement a hot update that completely altered the game mechanics at this moment, it would be like preparing for a 100-meter dash and suddenly being given a pair of high heels. This would not only disrupt the tactical rhythm that the players had painstakingly deployed, but also make them think the game designer was incompetent. It might even lead to players logging in tomorrow morning to find that the profit-sharing rules had changed, causing internal discord among their own ranks due to unequal distribution of benefits. I must remain steady. Ooh, I cannot sacrifice the larger picture for a small gain. Lin En took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately launch a new system to harvest profits. A mature planner always knows when to throw out the most substantial bait at the right moment. Once they conquer Mist Town and deliver the divine essence of the Weeping Mother into my hands, by then I would also smoothly ascend to the level of a Tier 2 village deity, greatly enhancing my divine power and expanding my territory to Mist Town. A flicker of immense ambition flashed in Lin En's eyes. At that time, I will use the guise of a major version update to initiate a maintenance downtime. I'll bundle the guild system, the team system, and the eagerly anticipated third large-scale internal testing all together. Then I will launch an epic expansion pack titled Awakening of the Ancient Gods, the Era of Guilds. If these major bombs were dropped simultaneously, let alone the 50 players online, even the hundreds of thousands of cloud players eagerly staring at their screens on the Blue Star Forum would probably be overwhelmed with excitement. It's settled. Once the battle in Mist Town concludes in the next couple of days, I will check how stable the faith values are, and then finalize the number of participants for the third test. Lin En snapped his fingers in satisfaction, completely shutting down the system panel. The ethereal blue glow on his stone-carved statue gradually faded, and the entire ashen cathedral once again blended into the desolate darkness of the wasteland. Meanwhile, on the Sighing Heights over 10 kilometers away, as the main players like Ji Luo logged off one after another, the once boisterous crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the faint blue glow of the ashen altar quietly burning in the night breeze. But for the fourth Calamity logging off to rest, that was impossible. As long as they could keep grinding, they would grind to the end. Although the main force had retreated, several figures still remained active on the heights. Xiaozi, did you buy the Ashen Lord's blessing? Shunbu Lulu asked, holding a freshly purchased ashen longsword from the system mall, turning to Shunbu Huanxiao. I bought it. 10 ashen coins per hour, it's so damn expensive. Shunbu Huanxiao rubbed his hands in pain. But I made a big haul today, so I still have over 60 coins in my pocket. I can still afford the internet fees. Stop worrying about the money. The monsters at night can benefit from the environmental boost and have enhanced attributes. Shunbu Lulu rationally analyzed. High risk, high reward. The experience gained from tonight's monsters will definitely surpass that of the day. Let's take advantage of the main force logging off and sneakily hunt a few stray monsters around Sighing Heights. The experience will catch up right. There were not just a few cultivators like them willing to spend money on night internet fees. Soon 3 or 4 small groups formed on the heights, pairing up. They were surrounded by a faint glow isolating the maddening dark moon mist that could drain their sanity. Then these individuals stealthily descended from the heights like weasels sneaking out at night to steal chickens, quietly searching for stray monsters in the dark wasteland. Below the ashen altar, 3 new players were seated on the ground, chatting idly with NPC Kyle while vigilantly watching the surrounding fog. They were the ones who had taken the night shift security task: Shui Paida, Shui Shengzhangda, Shui Pao De Kuai, and Zhuanyi Dailian 01. Hey, which of you is going offline first to grab a bite? Shui Paida Shui Sheng yawned and rubbed his somewhat sore. When players are in the game, their real bodies automatically enter a deep sleep state akin to experiencing an extremely realistic lucid dream. Thus, staying up late in the game wouldn't lead to the same sudden death as in reality. They would just feel a bit mentally fatigued. I'll go first. My mom has probably made dinner, and if I don't go out, she'll pull my internet cable. Okay, you go ahead. After eating, take a look at the forum and see what bragging posts old Lou and the others have put up. Come back and share with us. All right, I'll come back to switch with you in half an hour. Zhang de Shui Pao De Kuai opened the game panel and logged off in a flash of white light. At this moment on the 9th Art Game Forum, countless cloud players who had not received internal testing qualifications were frantically refreshing the discussion area for Awakening of the Ancient Gods. It's already past 9. Why are those beta testers still not logging off? Yeah, it's driving me crazy. Is there really no anti-addiction system to force them offline? I heard they took on a major regional main quest today. 50 people against hundreds of monsters. Can they win? They better not get wiped out. They probably got completely wiped out in Mist Town and their accounts got banned. Just as the forum's cloud players were anxiously waiting, even beginning to concoct various conspiracy theories. A large number of users bearing the title beta testers of Awakening of the Ancient Gods descended upon the forum like divine soldiers. The forum's new game section, which had been silent for an entire day, suddenly welcomed an unprecedented storm of revelry. The first to ignite the scene was still that famously loudmouth player Bu Miexing Chen Guangxiao. As soon as this guy logged off without even eating, he rushed to his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard, posting an exhilarating battle report. Top post, a stunning turnaround. 50 refugees / 800 elites. Day 1 battle report of the Mist Town War. Come see the true 4th Calamity. Poster Bu Mieshing Chun Kuang Shao Brothers. I just retreated from the front lines and my hands are still shaking. Can you believe it? Today we 50 newbies dressed in tattered shorts and wielding rotten sticks under the leadership of our 5 adoptive fathers from the first test managed to shatter half of the 1,000-strong cultist army. Let me tell you, the large-scale team battles in this game are truly extraordinary. Kuang Shao used exaggerated and passionate language in his post to vividly describe today's battle, which could be likened to a Hollywood blockbuster. From Jia Hao leading the exploration of Mist Town to Ma Lu and the others transforming into the Jade-Faced Grenade King, diving into the enemy's center for a close-range nuclear explosion. In the end, all players charged like mad dogs, using the NPC's group skills to pin the cultists down and grind them into the ground. Every detail, every battle was depicted in vivid colors. As soon as this post was released, replies exploded at an exponential rate of dozens per second. I can't believe it. Wow, wow, wow. This is even more exhilarating than reading a light novel. Unyielding star Luo Yin, the Jade-Faced Grenade King. 3 people carrying bombs into a crowd to self-destruct. These 3 big shots from the first test are truly something. Liver Emperor 001. The NPCs in this game can actually cast full-screen AoE healing. This is way too realistic. Who stole my keyboard? Why didn't I get a closed beta code? I also want to hug a monster's thigh. Ooh, I also want to be a human bomb. Countless Cloud players are filled with excitement, wishing they could jump through the screen and fight alongside these madmen. Following closely behind, other second test players also started posting. Though they lack the literary talent of the Mad Youth, they have something more direct, which are screenshots from the game. Hot post, warning many images. This graphics, this light and shadow, this modeling, this is pure art. Post owner knows staying up late will lead to death. Without further ado, here are the images. Image 1, the eerie and oppressive black forest, the strange human face patterns on the tree trunks are clearly visible. Image 2, on the sighing heights, emanating a ghostly blue glow, an ash altar carved with intricate runes. Image 3, in the central square of Mist Town, dark red blood magic flies in the air, and the residents of Mist Town hide within the barrier. Image 4, Ma Lu dancing an abstract poison dance among the cultists, thanks to Jia for the generous sponsorship of this image. Each of these images, captured in real time by the game pod without any filters, are like underwater bombs, shattering all doubts about the graphics and realism. The details are so fine that the moss and the cracks of the bricks and the scratches on the monster's shells are clearly visible. The overwhelming sense of epicness and extreme darkness made countless Cloud players who saw this post immediately flood the comments with release codes. Release codes. Release codes. Breaking through the mundane, this light and shadow. This material. Am I looking at movie screenshots? Zwan Wenchuxing, that dancing skinny monkey, is Ma Lu right? This facial expression is legendary. I'm going to use it as a meme. Liver Emperor 001. Where's Director Lee from the 3rd Psychiatric Hospital? Come out quickly. Didn't you say this game was fake? Open your eyes and look at these screenshots. Amidst the overwhelming battle reports and screenshot posts, a uniquely styled post, even with a hint of color, quietly appeared in the trading area and swiftly climbed to the top of the hot list. Exclusive first release, the beautiful white moonlight of the wasteland. Exclusive HD photo collection of Sister Elena. Only 50 soft sister coins. Enter if you understand. Post owner, I am not Jia Hao. While my peers are struggling for a few ash coins, I have already mastered the first productive force of the wasteland world. A solemn statement. This photo set is exclusively sold in the forum. Let me first show a thumbnail for everyone to take a look. Image: a nun with wynard wavy long hair possessing an extremely attractive figure stands amid a field of corpses, glancing back at the camera with a captivating wink. Interested parties can directly add the green bubble for payment with a delivery speed comparable to the Nasdaq trading system. Limited quantity, first come first served. As soon as this post was released, players who had been passionately discussing how to deal with the cultists just a second ago suddenly fell into a shameful silence. Within just 3 seconds, the comments below the post were flooded with the same response. Wow, wife, this NPC is way too amazing. This gaze, this figure. Can this really be done with game modeling? Jia Hao, you are truly a god. You fully grasped this game. Add it as a friend. Hurry and deliver urgent, urgent, urgent. In a rented room, while eating instant noodles and browsing the forum, Handsome and Fast almost spat his noodles on the screen upon seeing this post. Wow, how did Jia Hao come up with this? While everyone else is fighting on the front lines, he went to take photos of NPCs and sell them. The most absurd part is, this sales volume is actually more profitable than gold farming studios. Handsome and Fast watched the reply count in Jahaya's post soar and swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that his meager salary of 15 ash coins as a night security guard didn't seem that appealing anymore. No way. I also want to be a battlefield reporter. Finishing his instant noodles in a few bites, Handsome and Fast hurriedly put on his VR headset and logged back into the game. A flash of white light. He was back at Sign Heights. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a crispy college student and professional boosting 01 sitting lazily on the steps drawing circles in the mud with small branches. Whoa, brothers. Major news. Handsome and Fast rushed over, bouncing with excitement, his face full of the thrill of unfinished instant noodles. Can you believe it? Jiahao just did something unprecedented on the forum. What happened? Did he chop off the head of the cultist priest and kick it like a ball? Crispy college student yawned. It's even more absurd than that. Handsome and Fast slapped his thigh, lowering his voice. This guy just got offline and put up photos of the female NPC for sale in the trading area. A set of watermark-free high-definition screenshots for 50 soft sister coins. When I logged off, the number of people adding him as green bubbles was almost reaching the next province. This guy made a fortune just by taking NPC photos. What the heck? $50 a set. Professional boosting 01 widened his eyes, breaking the small branch he was holding. What the hell? I only earn a few ash coins standing here at night watching the door. How did Jiahao come up with this? Can this really be a way to make money? Don't even mention it. I'm thinking of changing my career to a battlefield photographer. The 3 security guards squatted in front of the ash altar, so jealous they were about to grind their teeth. The long night quietly passed while the 3 security guards engaged in their shameless attack on Jiahao. In the meantime, 2 or 3 first-stage mutated hunting dogs, unaware of their fate, approached Sighing Heights following the scent of living humans. But there was no need for anyone else to help. The 3 night shift security guards, bursting with pent-up energy, howled and pounced, directly smashing these little monsters who had come to their door into a mush with stone spears and bricks, gaining a wave of experience and ash coins for free. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star group chat, after experiencing the late-night revelry and discussions, players also gradually returned to calm. Everyone agreed to log on promptly at 7 o'clock the next morning to launch the final assault on Mist Town. Blue Star 650 in the morning. In the Green Bubble group of the Ancient Gods Awakening Expedition Command Center, the chat was already going crazy. Unyielding Star Mad Youth, brothers, are you awake? Good fortune is coming. We must take down Mist Town. Passing Pure Love War God. Stop with the nonsense. Log on at 7 sharp. Also, don't steal my lines. G Luo, Vanguard team, be prepared to ascertain the monster's defensive arrangements as soon as we log on. The main force is on standby at any time. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, bright white lights flickered continuously over the Sign Heights. The 50 members of the 4th Calamity, who had rested through the night and were now full of spirit once again, descended fully armed around the Ashen Altar. Having gained considerable experience and Ashen coins, today's players displayed a significant increase in their combat power compared to yesterday. Once everyone had gathered, Jiahao and Shun Bawangsio immediately led the vanguard group of players down the cliff. The main force followed closely behind, maintaining their battle formation as they marched back into the ruins of Mist Town. However, as soon as they entered the streets on the outskirts of Mist Town, the group sensed something was amiss. Strange. The most forward member, Kwang Shao, gripped his stone shield tightly, glancing around. There should have been at least dozens of patrolling cultists in these outskirts yesterday, right? Why is it so empty today? Not even a hair of a monster in sight. As they pushed forward, they encountered only a few scattered, isolated, corrupted villagers along the way. Before the main force could act, the members of the Vanguard group swiftly dealt with them. Could it be that they were scared off by our 3 human bombs from yesterday and fled overnight? The probability is very low. Ji Luo shook her head gravely. I heard Kyle mention that cultists are a group of lunatics brainwashed by the abyss. The concept of retreat does not exist in their vocabulary. Something abnormal always indicates trouble. Oh, everyone stay alert. The main force continued deeper, quickly passing through several dilapidated districts until they reached an area close to the central square. At this moment, Jiahao and Shun Bawangsio, who were probing ahead, suddenly rushed back in a panic, their faces extremely grim. Ji Shun, something's wrong. Shun Bawangsio lowered his voice and pointed to a deep alley on the right side of the square. Those cultists haven't run away. They are all hiding in a dilapidated courtyard at the end of that alley. Jiahao adjusted his single-lens glasses, his tone unexpectedly serious. There are at least over 100 of the most elite redrobed cultists surrounding that courtyard. They've surrounded the courtyard like a barrel, and the stench of blood in the air is 10 times heavier than yesterday. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 members of the first test group changed instantly. A broken courtyard, heavily guarded, intense smell of blood. The passing Pure Love battle god gasped. Isn't that just the familiar operation from the abandoned village? They are conducting a blood sacrifice. Ma Lu and Jiahao exclaimed in unison. At this statement, the surrounding newbies didn't think much of it, but the veteran players from the first test felt their scalps tingle. A chill ran from their feet straight to their heads. They knew all too well how terrifying the cultists' blood sacrifices could be. Just a couple of days ago in the abandoned village, only a few cultists were performing sacrifices, and they had been forcibly interrupted. And what was the result? It directly spawned a peak first-stage Calamity entity, a flesh-melding behemoth. That creature with its full-screen AoE blood spikes and life-draining evolution nearly annihilated these veteran players. If the bloodshed that day resulted in just a half-finished product, Ji Luo's voice trembled. Then today, with over 100 elite cultists and the cultist priest personally overseeing the blood sacrifice. Once they succeed in summoning, it will definitely be a complete second-stage monster. Or even a third-stage one. This was not an exaggeration. Once such a terrifying presence descends, let alone just these 50 people. Even if 500 newbies were to join, it would be impossible to withstand the sheer crushing and psychological pollution of a second-stage monster. By then, forget attacking Mist Town. That monster would undoubtedly obliterate the Ashen Altar on Sighing Heights, and might even push all the way to the Black Forest to destroy their newbie village. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Ji Luo's eyes sharpened as he instantly made a decision. He turned to the 50 players behind him and shouted loudly, "Brothers, now is not the time to worry about revival coins. Main Assault Group and Vanguard Group immediately launch a frontal attack. At all costs, we must break through their defense. Mischief Group, bring all your poisons, and Lime, climb over the walls and bombard that courtyard with every—" Ji Luo drew the newly purchased ashen longsword from his waist, pointing its blade at the heavily surrounded, dilapidated courtyard. "Lao Lu Ma Lu Jiahao. Follow me. Let's interrupt the blood sacrifice. And, if anyone dies when they teleport back from the Ashen Altar, have the brothers guarding the altar come over to help. Follow me. Let's interrupt the blood sacrifice. And, if anyone dies when they teleport back from the Ashen Altar, have the 50 members of the 4th Calamity under the lead of the veteran players from the first test charged toward the heavily guarded, dilapidated courtyard like a pack of frenzied, starving wolves. Fortune is coming. The passing pure love battle god took the lead, swinging his crimson giant axe directly. Swish. He cleaved through the chest plate of a cultist, blocking his path, blood gushing forth. Stop these heretics. The cultists stationed on the outskirts also realized the players' surprise attack. They quickly formed a tight defensive formation, unleashing waves of dark red blood magic that hurtled toward the charging players. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of magic echoed through the streets. The frontline newbies didn't even see the enemies' faces before being turned to ashes by the magic. But the terrifying aspect of the 4th Calamity was precisely this. When teammates fell in front, the ones behind stepped over the glowing ashes and continued charging forward without hesitation. Get out of my way. The indestructible Starry Kwang Shao, relying on his tough skin and flesh, charged into the crowd of cultists like a runaway tank, shield in hand. He bore the brunt of 2 magical strikes, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Now's our chance. Into the courtyard. Ji Luo shouted, rushing straight through the gap Kwang Shao had created into the courtyard's entrance. Meanwhile, within the Weeping Mother barrier, the residents of Mist Town also noticed that the players were launching their attack. High Priest, look over there. A guard pointed excitedly toward the direction of the rising flames. The High Priest raised his head and looked through the barrier. He saw the Ashen Apostles, who had descended like divine soldiers yesterday, now charging like madmen against the core defenses of the cultists. They are launching a strong attack on the altar. The murky eyes of the High Priest exploded with brilliant light. He knew very well what was happening in that courtyard. It was the cultists' ultimate trump card to completely destroy the divine barrier. Previously, they had watched helplessly as cultists captured innocent villagers for sacrifice, only able to grip their weapons without daring to act rashly. After all, they could not overcome the terrifying cultist army, and stepping outside would only lead to quicker death. But now it was different. The High Priest raised the cross holy emblem in his hand high, his voice hoarse, yet filled with resolute strength. Guardians. All the residents of Mist Town who can still pick up weapons. Charge out with me. Even if it means using our teeth, we must help those brave warriors carve out a bloody for Mist Town. Kill. Hundreds of residents and guardians of Mist Town once again charged out of the barrier without hesitation. This time it was not just a desperate struggle for survival, but rather a final assault to completely end this nightmare, advancing alongside the players. Kill. With the addition of hundreds of Mist Town guards and townsfolk, the cultists' defense line, already teetering due to the players' fearless charge, was instantly caught in a pincer attack. Seizing this chaotic surge, Jiahao Malulu Zai and kindergarten boss, who had just rushed down from Sighing Heights in excitement, finally trampled over the corpses and charged into the heavily guarded, dilapidated courtyard. The 5-man team from the first test reassembled in the yard. But the moment they stepped through the courtyard gate, a thick, almost tangible stench of blood and filth slammed into their faces like an invisible wall. Go to hell, all of you. What the hell? Lu's eye raised his axe ready to go on a killing spree, but the moment he saw the scene inside, the fervor on his face instantly froze, and his pupils constricted sharply. Not just him, but all the players who rushed and even the missed town guards who arrived later stood frozen in place. Inside the spacious courtyard there were none of the hundreds of cultists they had imagined standing ready for battle. Instead, what greeted them was a bloody slaughterhouse like a scene from hell. Dozens of mutilated corpses in dark red robes were piled haphazardly around a massive flesh altar at the center of the yard. Severed limbs and coagulated black blood covered the once level ground. The entire yard was eerily silent, with even the passing wind carrying a thick rancid stench. Aside from the high priest standing beside the altar, there was not a single living soul in sight. At the center of the altar stood a giant golem 5 meters tall, pieced together from pitch-black bones and twisted flesh. The golem's form was terrifying. It had no arms, only 2 thick barbed legs supporting its body. The most hair-raising part was its head. It was a massive throat stretched to its limit, occupying nearly half its face. The mouth was densely packed with sharp teeth, like a bottomless black hole. What's going on? Malice's hand holding his spear froze in midair, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. We didn't do anything. Did they turn on each other? No. Could it be a game bug? Boss swallowed hard, feeling his stomach churn. Madmen. They sacrificed their own comrades as offerings. Luo, standing at the front, took a deep breath, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. In traditional MMORPG settings, villains sacrificing their own to cast a high-risk ultimate ability was a sure sign of a party wipe. You finally arrived. The priest looked down at the players charging and letting out a piercing laugh like nails scraping glass. Originally, I wanted to welcome the Sacred Lord's descent with the most perfect ritual. The priest slowly raised his scepter topped with an eyeball that was now spinning wildly, emitting a furious. But you insolent ants are as annoying as flies. Facing you indestructible pests, I have to admit that conventional means can no longer crush you completely. A hint of madness and resolve flashed in the eyes beneath the priest's mask. Since you're so eager to die, I'll use my foolish followers' flesh and blood to hasten the calamity of the Sacred Lord's descent. They should be honored to become the Sacred Lord's nourishment. No, he's channeling. Interrupt him. Lu's eye roared, trying to charge forward, but found his legs heavy as lead. It wasn't fear. The air in the yard had turned thick and viscous. An indescribable evil pressure like an invisible mountain weighed heavily on all the players' shoulders. This oppressive feeling wasn't a visual or auditory shock. It was a high-dimensional contamination directly affecting the mind. The players could clearly feel their hearts being squeezed by a cold giant hand. Cold sweat uncontrollably seeped from every pore. Some less resilient newcomers collapsed to the ground, their weapons slipping from their hands, their breathing turning ragged. What's happening? Huang Xiao gritted his teeth desperately, trying to raise his spear, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. I know this is a game, so why can't I move my limbs? This pressure is too real. My heart feels like it's about to burst. Malu was also pale. Luo forced himself to stand, his brows tightly knit. This altar summons something not only high-level, but also with a special mental suppression buff. The priest looked at the players who were finally showing fear, his eyes beneath the mask gleaming with extreme cruelty and satisfaction. Tremble. Despair. The priest slammed the eyeball scepter hard into the altar. Great abyssal, bring down your deepest fear and tear these pathetic ants apart. Boom. With the priest's fervent prayer, the ground of the entire yard shook violently. The scattered broken cultist corpses began to float up from the ground, as if pulled by countless invisible. Massive amounts of flesh and blood essence turned into scarlet torrents, madly surging into the giant golem at the altar's center. Gurgle. Gurgle. The eerie sound of flesh squelching echoed through the yard. As the flesh poured in, thick serpentine dark red veins began to appear on the surface of the once lifeless black golem. Where its eyes should have been, 2 enormous slitted pupils burning with ghastly green flames slowly opened. A glaring blood-red warning panel flashed in the center of every player's vision. Warning. Second tier nightmare calamity entity detected. Target locked shrieking golem. Current level assessment tier 2 intermediate LV. 30. Background: a projection of one of the 12 primordial calamities under an unspeakable ancient evil god. It represents the aspect of fear. Special mechanic: the calamity's shriek directly affects the soul. When the target feels fear, the golem's power and defense increase exponentially. Tip: don't be afraid. The more you fear, the stronger it gets. Second tier nightmare. Aspect of fear. Reading the panel, not just the newcomers, but even the firstest 5-man team felt a chill run down their spines. The flesh mergers they had faced before, though also from an evil god background, were merely first-tier peak, half-finished products only at level 19. But this thing was level 30, and a second-tier monster. This was absolute domination across an entire major realm. In MMORPG logic, crossing a major tier meant a dozens-fold increase in stats. Most of their newcomers were only level 5 or 6. Even if everyone was level 10, with fine weapons, charging in would be like dealing scratch damage. The worst part was that this thing had a broken passive fear absorption. In a 100 immersive environment, who could guarantee they wouldn't feel their heart race facing such a terrifying behemoth? What kind of brain-dead mechanism is this? The young master cursed furiously. With such a grotesque appearance and a built-in BGM and mental pollution, who wouldn't be scared? The more you fear it, the stronger it becomes. Isn't this a pure, vicious cycle? Retreat. Everyone immediately exit the courtyard. Ji Luo decisively commanded, knowing that facing such overwhelming numerical superiority, Hedon was futile. However, as they tried to leave, the priest would not allow it. Now you want to run? It's too late. The priest laughed maniacally as he stepped back behind the magic statue, pointing his staff towards the direction the players were retreating. Let fear consume everything. Roar. The shrieking magic statue was fully awakened. It suddenly straightened up, its enormous mouth stretched to a horrifying angle. In the next moment, a piercing scream that seemed capable of tearing apart the soul erupted from its mouth, like a tangible sonic tsunami. Buzz. This sound was beyond description. It was not like a beast's roar, but rather the simultaneous wailing of 1,000 wronged souls in your ears. Wherever the sound waved past, the stone slabs on the ground shattered layer by layer. Oh. Even with pain perception reduced, the 50 players still felt a tearing pain in their eardrums, as if a steel needle was frantically stirring in their brains. The sanity alert on the edges of their vision flashed a frantic red light. Just from one scream. The front row of 7 or 8 newbies had their eyes rolled back, their sanity instantly drained to 0. They couldn't even let out a complete scream before collapsing to the ground, as if struck by lightning, blood oozing from all orifices, turning to ash on the spot. And this was merely an opening skill. What the hell is this insane damage? Luzai pressed his bleeding ears, feeling dizzy as his health points dropped by more than half. Behind them, the Fogtown guards and the residents were in an even worse state. They lacked the player's pain reduction and had no resurrection mechanism. Under this scream, many townsfolk nearly collapsed, instantly clutching their heads and rolling on the ground in agony, their desperate cries echoing throughout Fogtown. The atmosphere of fear in the air reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. The tangible gray strands of fear continuously flowed into the open mouth of the shrieking magic statue, visible to the naked eye. As the fear was absorbed, an eerie dark red glow began to emanate from the originally pitch-black body of the statue, its size increasing by another meter. It's absorbing. It's getting bigger. Ma Lao's voice trembled in fear. This mechanism was utterly shameless. If it gets stronger, doesn't that mean we are doomed? The priest stood alongside the towering, shrieking magic statue, his dark red robe billowing as he slowly levitated in midair. The taste of fear is truly delightful. Just as he made his move, ding! A desperate red warning box appeared once more in the player's vision. Target locked. Fallen priest. Current level assessment, Tier 2 beginner LV. 22. Characteristics: high-level follower of the abyssal evil god, specializing in various large-scale flesh magic and mental pollution spells. Tip: in front of a Tier 2 abyssal mage of this level, a strategy of overwhelming numbers may merely serve as sustenance for his mana. Another Tier 2. Damn, no wonder he dared to sacrifice all his subordinates. Ji Luo gritted her teeth, staring intently at the priest hovering in midair. A magic statue with full-screen AoE mental attacks combined with a Tier 2 abyssal mage proficient in area spells. This configuration was simply a dimensional suppression in the eyes of the current players. In the gaze of the Holy Lord turned to blood water. The priest coldly waved the eyeball staff in his hand without any lengthy incantation. Boom! A dark red blood ball the size of a millstone mixed with an extremely acrid corrosive aura exploded directly on the path the players had to retreat. For 5 slightly slower newbie players didn't even have time to dodge. The moment they were tainted by the blood mist, their ash robes along with their flesh melted like snow meeting hot oil, turning into a steaming pool of blood. This damage is outrageous. Just brushing against it is lethal. The young master held up the ash shield he had just bought, but that shield was shattered into countless pieces by the residual force of the Tier 2 magic after just grazing its edge. At this moment, in front of the dilapidated courtyard, the 6-meter shrieking magic statue with its twisted and terrifying body loomed like an insurmountable monument of death, looking down upon everything. Beside it floated the Tier 2 priest, his red robe fluttering, and the eyeball on his staff emitted an eerie red glow. Together they formed a despairing image of oppressive darkness amidst the blood and fire of this wasteland night. They forged a picture of overwhelming oppression and dark epic despair. It was the absolute domination of the abyss over mortals. Are we really going to die here and go bankrupt? Many newbie players stared at the seemingly unconquerable enemy, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling as an uncontrollable urge to retreat welled up within. Such a level of oppression could not simply be ignored with a phrase like "good luck is coming." As the players' fear grew, the giant mouth of the shrieking magic statue located on its chest cracked open slightly again, emitting a deeply pleasurable low-frequency hum, with the dark red glow on its body growing even brighter. Meanwhile, behind the players' formation, the Fogtown guards and those townsfolk wielding pitchforks had many collapsing directly onto the blood-soaked mud, clutching their heads in despair and wailing. Only one person remained upright amidst the despairing crowd. The High Priest of Fogtown. The old man's long robe, faded and worn, flapped in the bloody wind. His murky eyes fixed fiercely on the arrogant Tier 2 cultist priest in midair, as well as the towering 6-meter, shrieking magic statue. His withered hands were tightly gripping a cross emblem that was already covered in cracks. No one knew that this seemingly frail old man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind at any moment, was once a renowned Tier 3 powerhouse on this wasteland. Decades ago, when Fogtown was still a thriving city-state and the followers of the Weeping Mother filled the area within 100 miles. As the high priest of the temple, clad in a luxurious robe woven with gold threads and holding sacred relics, he could summon heavenly flames with a single incantation, purifying hundreds of low-level mutants to ash. At that time, he was spirited and regarded as an unattainable guardian deity in the eyes of countless townsfolk. Yet the dual erosion of time and the abyss is the cruelest poison in this wasteland. With the awakening of the evil god, the relentless advance of the abyss, the villages surrounding Fogtown fell one by one, and the followers died in despair and slaughter. The power of the divine comes from faith, and the dwindling number of followers caused the divine fire of the Weeping Mother to flicker like a candle in the wind, no longer able to grant him immense divine power. Moreover, he had long since aged and weakened, helplessly watching his realm plummet from the exalted Tier 3 high priest to gradually lower levels. Tier 2 peak. Tier 2 intermediate. Until now, the meager divine power within him could barely sustain a Tier 2 beginner level. I am old. The brilliance of the Mother has dimmed. But the residents of Fogtown still need me. These brave warriors fighting to resist for Fogtown also need me. In the murky eyes of the High Priest, an unprecedented resolve and tragic dignity suddenly erupted. As long as he still draws breath, as long as his heart continues to beat, he is the most steadfast blade of the crying virgin in this world. God said light will dispel all darkness. The high priest suddenly let out a roar akin to a mighty bell, a sound imbued with a determination akin to burning bridges. Without hesitation, he raised the cross emblem that had accompanied him throughout his life. Crack! In the astonished gaze of the surrounding guards, the high priest actually exerted all his strength and directly crushed the emblem that symbolized the highest authority of the temple. High priest! No! The captain of the guards cried out in despair. This was the high priest burning his own life force. Boom! As the emblem shattered, a pure white divine radiance brighter than daylight erupted explosively from the frail form of the high priest. A sickly flush surged onto the high priest's originally pale face, and his white hair, resembling withered grass, stood on end under the tumult of divine power. Great Virgin, please heed the final prayer of your most loyal believer. Disperse fear, reshape the heart of valor. A dazzling pure white beam of light reminiscent of the blazing sun pierced through the dense black fog and the mental pollution of the shrieking demon statue, transforming into a rain of light that poured over all players and townsfolk present. At the moment the light rain fell, the players' sanity alarms, which had been flashing red, were instantly lifted, and the suffocating sensation of having their hearts gripped by a cold hand receded like a tide. The shrieking demon statue also halted its growth suddenly, having its source of fear severed, and the intense dark red glow on its surface dimmed slightly. With the high priest's intervention, the fourth Calamity, who had previously been demoralized by fear, felt their eyes ignite with the fervor of gamblers once more. Damn, this old man has gone berserk. Malu exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. I thought we could only wait to die. With this buff, what are we afraid of? Luzai roared, raising his giant axe. Brothers, this old man is sacrificing his life to buff us. Don't let down the NPC's intentions. Good fortune is here. Focus fire on that redrobed old man in midair. Ashen missiles. Go. With Luzai's command, the remaining 40 players instantly unleashed all their mental energy, without reservation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black smoke projectiles mixed with sparks rained down upon the suspended priest and the shrieking demon statue. Though they were all below level 10, the simultaneous release of skills by dozens of players created an impressive. Many players even used ashen shaping to mold various weapons, hurling them like javelins. Ridiculous struggle. The priest faced the onslaught with a cold snort, lightly waving his eyeball staff. Boom. A blood-red flesh shield as solid as reality instantly formed before him and the demon statue. The player's attacks merely produced a series of dull thuds against the shield. Not even a ripple was stirred as their assaults were completely absorbed by the viscous blood magic. This armor is way too thick. It doesn't lose health at all. Jiahao adjusted his cracked ashen glasses, his expression turning grim. Their levels were simply too low. The defense of a second-tier monster was far beyond what their rudimentary skills could shake. Useless, you pitiful insects. The priest's voice dripped with endless mockery. Since your fears have been temporarily suppressed, I shall bestow upon you death, with the purest form of destruction. The priest raised his staff, and the blood shield in midair instantly shattered, transforming into countless sharp blood spears that hovered ominously above his head. Die! A cruel grin erupted beneath the priest's mask in midair. He swung his staff down fiercely, and the suspended blood spears instantly transformed into a terrifying dark red storm pelting down upon the players and townsfolk below. Get down. Find cover. Ji Luo shouted hoarsely, her eyes wide with fear. But this all-encompassing second-tier spell left no room for evasion in the cramped courtyard and ruins. Thud, thud, thud. The chilling sound of flesh piercing rang out in rapid succession. The frontline player, indestructible starry young master, held up his ashen shield he bought for 10 ashen coins. However, it barely held for less than a second before the shield, along with his robust body, was impaled by a dozen blood spears, turning him into a human porcupine. The young master couldn't even finish his dying words before his health dropped to 0, turning into ashes. Damn, that damage is outrageous. As Lu Zai attempted to block with his giant axe, both his thigh and chest were pierced simultaneously, pinning him to the ground with tremendous force. Even though the pain had diminished to a low level, the visceral sensation of being pierced and torn apart still made him convulse in agony. In just one exchange, this wave of flesh storm wiped out nearly 30 players' health bars on the field, instantly killing several soldiers from the Fogtown Guard who were at the forefront. Blood quickly stained the muddy streets red. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ashen altar and the resurrection array of the church on the sighing heights flickered violently. In less than 3 seconds, the 30-plus players who had been killed reappeared as white light, cursing as they rushed back into battle. Damn, I just lost 10 coins again. This mage's damage is too high. How are we supposed to play? The newly resurrected players looked at the devastation around them, shivering in sympathy. However, before they could reorganize their formation, the shrieking demon statue, standing behind the priest, slowly opened the massive flesh tumor on its chest once more. Though the high priest's group buff had affected it somewhat, the shriek it unleashed, powered by accumulated fear, was still released with a thunderous roar. Hiss! A piercing sound wave struck, and a tangible ripple radiated outward in a fan shape from the already dilapidated stone walls crumbled into dust the moment they came into contact with the sound wave. Boom! The sound wave swept through the players' formation without obstruction. Thud! Ma Lu also has dignity, felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a massive iron hammer. His internal organs shattered instantly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a broken kite, crashing into the ruins and falling lifeless. Soon after, another wave of white light brightened the area. The players fell as if scythed down by a reaper, collapsing en masse. There's no way to fight this. We can't even get close. The leader of the kindergarten, who had died twice in a row, climbed up from the ground, his simple face now filled with unwillingness and despair. The priest in midair not only had a high-level shield, but also unleashed full-screen AoE attacks without any restraint. Beside him, the golem acted like a ruthless artillery platform. Even a slight touch meant death. We can't fight like this. It's like queuing to give away money. Ji Luo hid behind a broken stone pillar, her brain racing as her eyes fixated on the priest floating above. Without a source of fear, the golem probably won't be able to fire a second shot in a short time. We must take down that redrobed old fool first. Are you joking, old Ji? Lu Zai spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. That old bastard can fly. Arrows and ash projectiles won't break through his defenses. What do we have to deal with him? Our lives are enough. Ji Luo glared fiercely, turning to the dirt-covered Wabushi Jiahao and Shun Bu Huanshao nearby. Jiahao, didn't you just break a rusty chain used for tying dogs while you were on the street? Where is it? Right here. Shun Bu Huanshao immediately pulled out the bloodstained chain. What use is this? A meteor hammer to throw at him. Not long enough. We need to add more. Ji Luo shouted. Everyone with blue bars use ash to mold it. Attach your ashes to this chain and stretch it out. Make it into a hooked chain. Hearing Ji Luo's strategy, the veterans of the first test instantly understood. What the hell? Old Ji, you want to pull him down? Ma Lu revived, and just rushing over was instantly excited as he heard the plan, his eyes shining like a light bulb. Yes, as long as he lands, he's just a fragile mage. Ji Luo turned to the struggling captain of the guard team. Captain, get your archers ready. You don't need to deal damage, just use arrow rain to disrupt him, don't let him cast spells. Although the captain of the guard team didn't know what these allies were planning. But seeing these people who had clearly been killed to ashes yet charged back time and again without regard for their lives, he was already moved by their shocking fervor. Archers, cover the apostle. The captain of the guard team shouted hoarsely. Whoosh! Dozens of guard soldiers drew their long bows, and iron arrows shot toward the priest in midair like raindrops. Overestimating yourselves. The priest looked disdainful, not even bothering to dodge, as the iron arrows struck against the faint bloodlight shield around him, bouncing off. Just as he retracted the shield and prepared to cast the blood spear skill now. Jiahao throw! Ji Luo suddenly shouted. Get down here, you! Wobu Shi Jiahao and Shunbu Huan Shao each grabbed one end of the iron chain, which they had forcibly extended to over 10 meters, the tip shaped into a huge curved hook. Like a lasso, they swung it overhead like a windmill. Then they hurled it at the priest in midair. Splash! That rough and sinister ash hook accurately wrapped around his right leg, suspended in midair. What? The priest was taken aback. He instinctively tried to wave his staff to cut the chain. But the fourth calamity below would not give him that opportunity. Old Lu, Huang Shao, hold on. Ji Luo, Lu Zai, Huang Shao, and several freshly awakened players who had reacted charged forward like a desperate to-go-for team. Everyone rushed in and tightly held onto the lower half of the chain. Let him land. Dozens of players under the reduction of pain perception unleashed a madness that surpassed human limits. They didn't care about the flesh magic the priest rained down from above. Withstanding the corrosion and explosions of the magic, they threw their entire body weight down with force. This was the combined weight of over a dozen grown men. Even if the priest was a second-tier abyss mage, he was still just a mage. Under this immense force, his suspended magic was violently interrupted. No! The priest let out a terrified scream. His whole body, like a broken-winged bird, lost balance in midair, head down, and was forcibly dragged down by dozens of players. Bang! The priest's face smashed hard into the muddy ground filled with rubble and corpses, producing a dull thud. He landed. The mage has landed. Brothers, revenge for grievances. Let him explode. As the priest's lofty demeanor was physically shattered, the pent-up rage of the 50 players erupted at this moment in a terrifying explosion. The pain of being instantly killed by the blood-spearing lance earlier. The frustration of being shattered by sonic waves. All of it must be counted on that old six priest's head. Great fortune-cracking axe. Lu Zai didn't give the priest a chance to chant a spell or get up. He swung the crimson giant axe down at the priest's back of the head. Crack! The bony mask on the priest's head was cracked. Stuff mud in his mouth. Don't let him chant. Ma Lu directly pounced, grabbing the filthy mud smeared with black blood and foul odor from the ground, crudely stuffing it into the cracks of the priest's mask. Stab his kidney. Disarm his staff. 50 players along with dozens of outraged Fogtown. They completely drowned the fallen priest in a sea of chaos. What second-tier mage's hive burst? What terrifying abyssal magic? Under the chaotic, unprincipled brawl of the fourth calamity, the priest couldn't even utter a complete "Get off, you lowly crawlers." Although the priest was pressed to the bottom, his second-tier foundation was. He desperately urged the remaining abyssal magic within him, his robe bursting open, transforming into an extremely blinding dark red blood mist. Boom. The terrifying recoil force erupted, instantly blowing apart the dozen or so new players pressed against him into a mass of flesh. Even Lu Zai and Huang Shao were shaken, their breastbones cracking, and they spat blood and flew backward. He's going all out. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Keep piling on. Ji Luo, just resurrected, saw this and immediately stood firm, using her body to block the staff the priest had just raised. Uffed. The staff pierced through Ji Luo's chest. But not only did she not die, she tightly grasped the end of the staff with both hands and shouted behind her, "I've got his weapon controlled. Focus your fire. I'm going all out with you." The remaining players' eyes were red. This isn't just a fight against a boss. They were fighting for their precious ash coins. To kill this priest, these 50 people had on average already died at least 4 or 5 times each. If they didn't take down this redrobed old man, they'd go bankrupt today and wouldn't even be able to afford food tomorrow. Go die. Without knowing where he found it, I am not Jiahao grabbed a sharp dagger. He slid around to the blind spot of the priest's vision, taking advantage of the time control that Ji Luo had sacrificed her life to obtain. Aiming at the unsuspecting back of the priest's neck, he exerted all his strength and thrust it fiercely in. This vicious strike pierced straight through the priest's spinal cord. Ugh! The priest's eyes, caked in mud, bulged wide open, filled with bloodshot veins. He stared intensely at this group of heretics that resembled rabid dogs spewing out dark blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. He couldn't understand. As a dignified second-tier Abyss mage, he was about to witness the great moment of the Holy Lord's descent. Why? Why was he being killed in such a despicable manner by a group of refugees wielding broken stone tools? The Holy Lord will devour you. The priest uttered his last malicious curse. Ashen Missile. The other players seized this opportunity, using all their remaining mental power. Countless ashen missiles fueled by everyone's resentment bombarded the priest's body, which had lost the ability to resist. The sound of explosions echoed and dark smoke mixed with filthy blood splattered everywhere. When the smoke finally cleared, the once invincible second-tier priest had completely turned into a charred corpse. Only the cracked bone mask and the eyeball staff stained with black blood remained rolling in the mud. Full server first kill announcement: the player team successfully killed the fallen priest. Rewards are being calculated. 50 players covered in blood and exhausted to the point of barely being able to lift a finger lay scattered around the priest's corpse, bursting into a grim smile that was uglier than crying. We killed him. Damn it, I died 5 times just to kill him. 50 coins. After this, the rewards from Ashen coins won't even cover the losses. What a loss! This is a total loss. The frenzied young man looked at his account balance of less than 10 Ashen coins, feeling his heart bleed. To take down this second-tier tough opponent, players paid an average of 40 to 50 coins as tuition. Fortunately, when they rushed into the courtyard, over 100 cultists fought to the death like wooden stakes to protect the altar. Players collaborated with the allied forces of Mist Town to treat those cultists as live targets for a way. If it weren't for the Ashen coins dropped by those small monsters, they might not even be able to afford the resurrection teleportation fees now. Stop whining. Hurry and loot the corpse. The second-tier boss definitely drops good stuff. Malu struggled to get up, skillfully diving toward the priest's corpse, intending to use traditional methods to make up for the financial loss. However, before his hand could touch the priest's tattered red robe, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The faint holy light that had been enveloping the crowd flickered twice, then shattered and dissipated like bubbles. The group immunity buff from the Mist Town High Priest's aura had expired. Not good. Ji Luo's face changed drastically. Almost at the same time, the divine light, the previously suppressed evil pressure, crashed down like a black tsunami, once again pressing down on everyone's souls. Thud! Thud! Without the protection of the divine light, the Mist Town Guard soldiers who had just cheered for victory instantly lost strength in their legs and collapsed one after another in the bloodied mud. Their eyes were once again filled with extreme fear and despair. As for the players, although their pain and senses had been dulled by the system, in this 100 holographic simulation of second-tier, nightmare-level mental pollution, it still felt as if they were being gripped tightly by cold hands around their hearts. Roar! In the center of the courtyard, the shrieking magic statue, which had fallen into a temporary pause due to the death of the cultist priest, emitted a scream that seemed capable of tearing eardrums again. Buzz! The physical sound wave shock swept across the entire area again. It's starting to absorb again. Luzai gritted his teeth, enduring the dizziness in his mind, pointing into the air. He saw the gray emotional threads born from the fear of the townsfolk and players once again surging into the magic statue's wide-open mouth like a torrent. System warning: target absorbing massive amounts of fear emotions. Current level skyrocketing: LV 30, LV 33, LV 35. Dangerously lethal. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate. My legs are too weak to run. Ma Lu watched helplessly as the magic statue's body grew taller after absorbing fear, the dark red glow on it condensing into tangible bone armor. The suffocating sense of oppression was even 10 times more terrifying than when the priest was still alive. After all, the priest was just a follower of the Abyss. And this magic statue was a real disaster entity projection. Is this some kind of market fair? Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away in the Ashen Church, Lin sat before the statue, watching the synchronized footage from the system backend, his brows tightly knitted. This is troublesome. This is really troublesome. Lin looked at the second-tier high disaster that had already skyrocketed to level 35, unable to help but gasp. He thought that the players had killed the priest, and this wave was secured. However, he forgot that the magic statue's bizarre mechanism was an endless loop. The more fearful the players and NPCs became, the stronger it became. The stronger it got, the more terrifying the pressure it emitted, which made the NPCs below even more fearful. This is an invincible perpetual motion machine. Lin was pacing anxiously inside. In fact, the mechanism of the shrieking magic statue was not unsolvable otherwise. If this fellow was truly so overpowered, the cult of evil gods would have long since unified the world. The problem was that the players currently lacked the power to contend with second-tier monsters. This left the players in a passive position when facing the shrieking magic statue. Although he had over 30,000 faith points in his hand, Even if he generously granted these 50 players an infinite free revival, like earlier during the defense battle, it would be useless. Players would still be suppressed by fear and unable to move charging and would barely count as a scratch. They would purely be providing a stable source of fear emotions for the magic statue. To break the deadlock, I must interfere from the outside. System. Can I send a system message or block all players' hearing or cover their eyes? Lin En frantically asked in his mind. Ding. The host can issue divine decrees to notify players. However, the fear radiation from the shrieking magic statue belongs to high-dimensional mental pollution and cannot be blocked by ordinary physical means. Moreover, the fear emotions of the native residents of Mist Town are real and cannot be erased through system pop-ups. Damn, Lin En couldn't help but curse. Indeed, he could remind the players, but he couldn't do anything for the hundreds of Mist Town NPCs who had already mentally collapsed from fear. As long as the NPCs were still afraid, the magic statue's level would keep skyrocketing until it flattened the entire Mist Town. Lin En gazed at his pitiful reservoir of divine power, sinking into a deep dilemma. Despite his current identity as the Supreme Ash Lord in the eyes of the Fourth Calamity, he felt far from powerful. But in reality, he was merely a dying wild god squeezed at the edge of the Black Forest. Even the temple was drafty. These past few days he had been busy using the system to command players like black slaves to fight monsters and advance the main storyline. Yet he had overlooked a critically fatal and core issue. That is divine power. The players were defeating monsters and completing tasks in the game, providing Lin En with the faith value necessary for the system to help him level up and recruit players. This item belonged to a unique high-dimensional energy of the system used for infrastructure and the third or fourth test. As the deity of this world, Lin En, he wanted to perform true miracles on this wasteland, like descending divine punishment or projecting a majestic divine shadow to crush the golem. What he needed was the heartfelt prayers of local believers in this world, generating divine power. Yet how many local believers did Lin En have at the moment? 1. It was just that little girl, Sister Xavier. Although Night Kyle and some residents of Fog Town had developed a sense of awe towards him, it was merely a primitive form of worship, not enough to generate transformative divine power. With only the meager divine power that Xavier had generated from bowing these past few days, it was just enough to maintain a blue anti-theft barrier. If he were to forcibly condense a divine shadow to interfere with a level 35 second-tier calamity over 10 kilometers away, the divine shadow would barely appear before being shattered into countless starlit fragments by the golem's roar. At that time, his divine prestige would be utterly shattered before the players and NPCs. System. Lin En gritted his teeth and roared in his mind, I currently have over 30,000 faith points. Can I spend some to unleash a big move and take that golem down instantly? Or can I exchange faith points 110 for my divine power instead? The system's cold mechanical voice immediately doused Lin En with a bucket of icy water. Ding. Host's request denied. Insufficient system permissions. This high-level function requires the host to upgrade the divine statue level to LV 5 before it can be unlocked. Current divine statue level LV 1. Please continue to work hard. Damn it. Lin En was so furious he nearly wanted to rip this damned system out of his head and beat it up. LV 5. He hadn't even had the chance to spend the 10,000 faith points necessary to reach LV 2. Where was he supposed to find the vast amount of faith points to level up to 5? Am I just supposed to watch these workers get bullied into quitting? Lin En stared intently at the screeching golem on the screen, a deep sense of anxiety welling up inside him. In fact, there was one worst-case scenario: abandoning the Fogtown instance. However, doing so would not only dampen the players' enthusiasm, but also miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unlock the second divine rank. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin En was unwilling to compromise like this. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Fogtown, the situation had deteriorated to an extreme. Roar. The massive body of the screeching golem slowly rose from the ground. It suddenly took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble violently. Its gigantic mouth opened once more, but this time it was no longer merely sound waves. Instead, it spewed forth thick, foul-smelling dark fog of terror. This fog spread across the square like a living organism, and upon contact, the fear values of players and townsfolk would skyrocket like boiling water. Retreat. Quickly retreat to the barrier's edge. Ji Luo rasped desperately, waving the broken sword in his hand, trying to disperse the fog before him. But his legs had completely lost their will. Old Ji, it's no use. We can't retreat. Malo looked around in despair. The fog has surrounded us. The path down from the ash altar has also been sealed off. The 50 members of the Fourth Calamity felt like trapped beasts in a quagmire, as all tactics and revival strategies seemed utterly useless under absolute power. Meanwhile, in the back, the guards and townsfolk of Fog Town had already collapsed completely under the golem's pressure. They knelt in the mud, their eyes vacant, despairingly awaiting death's arrival. The high priest had collapsed to the ground, having exhausted his last strength to unleash divine light. His withered hands fell weakly to his sides, muddied tears mixed with blood rolling down his cheeks. It's over. Everything is over. The high priest's voice was weak as a mosquito's buzz. Holy Mother, please forgive your powerless believer. Despair. An icy, bone-chilling despair enveloped the entire fog town. Boom. The screeching golem's robust legs, akin to pillars supporting the heavens, suddenly crashed down. Several soldiers of the Fogtown Guard who failed to dodge along with the bluestone slab beneath them were instantly crushed into an excruciatingly vivid puddle of flesh and blood. The 50 members of the Fourth Calamity were also firmly trapped in the center of the square by the fear fog, caught in a dilemma. The overwhelming emotion of despair spread like an infectious plague in everyone's hearts. And at the edge of the barrier deep within the temple, Elena stood quietly among the injured and despairing townsfolk. Her beautiful amber-like eyes, which once held warmth and languor, were now fixed intently on the colossal creature wreaking havoc. More precisely, she was watching the high priest and those foreign apostles who were fighting desperately to protect Fog. Even if it takes the last ounce of strength, even if it consumes my life, will we still not be able to cross this abyssal chasm? Elena murmured, her fair slender fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her garment. She could feel that the pure white barrier that had always protected Fogtown was now weakened to its limit. Even the slightest breeze could create ripples across its surface. Within the temple, the statue of the weeping Holy Mother was already covered in dense and terrifying cracks resembling a spider web, as if it would completely collapse into powder at any moment. Compassionate Holy Mother, if you truly can hear the prayers of your believers, please open your eyes and see this land you protect. This is the last prayer of Fogtown. After praying to the statue of the weeping Holy Mother one last time, Elena took a deep breath, a dangerous determination suddenly flashing across her stunning face. She slowly pulled out the dagger she had been secretly keeping close to her. Rather than being consumed as fodder by this vile monster, let me grant everyone the most peaceful death. She turned around, looking at the trembling townsfolk kneeling on the ground, her gaze holding a chilling tenderness. However, just as Elena tightened her grip on the dagger, preparing to execute her extreme, physical absolution plan, buzz, a faint hum seemingly capable of piercing the depths of the soul, suddenly emanated from within the cracked statue of the weeping Holy Mother. Immediately, the stone skin on the surface of the statue began to peel off extensively. A pure white radiance, 1,000 times more sacred than the divine light released by the high priest at the cost of his life, erupted forth. Like a volcano that had slept for 1,000 years, it erupted with a thunderous roar at this moment. This radiance was not blinding, instead it radiated a gentle, compassionate, divine power. Wherever the light passed, the dark, fearful mist that lingered in the square was instantly purified, as if it had encountered boiling water. Inside the ashen cathedral, Lin sat quietly within the crumbling statue, clearly witnessing this breathtaking scene in the Fogtown Square through the player's perspective. His previously restless heart, agitated by the player's oppression, suddenly calmed in an eerie manner. Lin's expression grew unusually grave, and within his profound gaze there was even a hint of heartfelt respect. He certainly knew what this pure white radiance signified. Having received the residual memories of this ashen divinity, he understood better than anyone else. When a deity voluntarily shatters their own statue and unreservedly releases the pure faith power accumulated by their followers over the years, it signifies that this deity is severing their last anchor in this world. What a stubborn yet admirable deity, Lin sighed deeply in his heart. Honestly, Lin had put in tremendous effort over the past few days, even willing to invest heavily to encourage players to attack the Fogtown primarily for his own benefit. He coveted the nearly shattered divinity of the Weeping Mother. He needed to devour that divinity to expand his territory, unlock new class systems for the players, and support his ambition to survive in this wasteland. This was an extremely utilitarian, even cruel form of annexation. Yet at this moment, watching the final act of the other party, Lin felt his soul undergo a silent baptism. In this wasteland world shrouded in abyss and despair, countless powerful gods chose to shut themselves away to protect themselves, allowing the wilderness followers to be slaughtered. Countless marginal wild gods even fell into depravity voluntarily, embracing the abyss to survive. But the Weeping Mother did not. She would rather choose this most tragic ending than use her last light and warmth to tear open the final glimmer of hope for the hundreds of desperate followers in Fogtown and for these distant warriors. A deity chooses the manner of their own curtain call. Lin looked at the sacred phantom in the scene, slightly lowering his head. He paid the highest respect to this colleague who was about to fall. The players and townsfolk who were ready to await death suddenly felt the overwhelming fear pressing down on them, lifted by an extremely warm force. Everyone was stunned, looking up at the center of the barrier. There the statue of the Weeping Mother, after shedding all its stone skin, transformed into an incredibly ethereal figure radiating endless sacred light. The phantom had its hands clasped over its chest, its eyes covered by a white ribbon, and 2 streams of sparkling tears slid down its cheeks. The Weeping Mother. It's the Mother. The Mother hasn't abandoned us. The residents of Fogtown, witnessing this scene, were moved to tears, fervently bowing and praying. Meanwhile, the high priest collapsed on the ground, looked at the phantom in midair, and in his murky eyes there was not joy, but an overwhelming sorrow. "Oh, great deity!" The high priest trembled as he reached out his hand, tears streaming down his face. As someone who had served the deity his entire life, he understood better than anyone what this represented. This was not a divine descent. This was the Weeping Mother in her own way, performing her final elegy in this wasteland. The phantom of the Mother slightly lowered its head, its veiled gaze quietly watching the battered Fogtown below. It gazed at the ashen apostle bathed in blood, still protecting the townsfolk. Then her phantom slowly raised her hand, pointing to the crowd, to the dazed Elena, who held a dagger. An ethereal voice imbued with endless sorrow and tenderness resonated in Elena's mind and in the hearts of all. "Your soul harbors a madness more dangerous than the abyss. Yet it is this very madness that grants you the courage to face destruction. Rather than let my final power be consumed by the abyss and slumber, I would prefer to entrust it to you warriors who are truly willing to shed blood for this land." With a sigh from the Weeping Mother's phantom, boom, the statue that had stood in the center of the square for countless years finally shattered into a myriad of pure white light particles at this moment. And those light particles did not dissipate into the air. Instead, they transformed into a brilliant beam of light akin to weary birds returning to their nests, unreservedly infusing into Elena's body. Elena let out a soft cry of pain, her body uncontrollably rising into the air. Under the baptism of endless divine light, her tattered coarse nun's garment was instantly reshaped by the sacred power. It transformed into an exquisitely luxurious robe embedded with gold threads and pure white. Her winered, slightly curled long hair, under the illumination of divine light, gradually transformed from the roots into a dazzling silver white, like the first snow. The poisoned dagger in her hand also gradually peeled away under the pouring of divine power, ultimately becoming a sorrowful staff topped with a giant, glistening teardrop that radiated blinding holy light. "What is this, eh?" Elena floated in midair, feeling a vast power within her, terrifying enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth with just a thought. Her once amber eyes had completely transformed into divine eyes swirling with sacred golden light. Third tier. Under the final blessing of the Mother burning her divinity, Elena briefly transcended her shackles, directly acquiring the terrifying power of a peak high priest at the 3rd tier. "Damn, my wife evolved." Below, Luzai looked at Elena, who resembled a goddess descending from above, forgetting even to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. She literally went from a wasteland nun to a great angel. This light and shadow effect. This stunning leg. Off this divine pressure. Ma Lao's eyes also sparkled. "Brothers, the big thigh is here. We are saved." In midair, Elena slowly tightened her grip on the sorrowful staff. She lowered her head, looking at the shrieking demon statue that growled uneasily because of her appearance. The corners of Elena's mouth slowly curved into a charming smile, one filled with an unsettling sickness, yet tinged with a hint of cold, killing intent. "Those who attempt to disrupt the peace of Fogtown." Elena's voice was no longer gentle, but carried a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls. "All must die." The moment the words faded, the scepter in Eliana's hand swung down with a thunderous crash. A pillar of pure white holy light, thick as a column, descended like a sword of Damocles from the heavens, brimming with an overwhelming destructive force, and slammed violently into the screaming golem. The power of this holy light storm was utterly terrifying to the extreme. Along its path, even space itself began to warp with the faintest distortions, and the abyssal miasma permeating the air was instantly vaporized into nothingness upon contact with the radiance. With a roar, the screaming golem sensed the lethal threat. The gaping maw on its chest opened wide, spewing a massive cloud of dark, fearful mist in a desperate attempt to block this divine punishment from above. But all efforts were in vain. With a thunderous boom, the holy light storm in an utterly domineering fashion pierced through the layer of fear mist in an instant. Its momentum undiminished, it struck the golem's colossal body with ferocious force. This time the screaming golem no longer emitted soul-shattering sonic waves, but a blood-curdling shriek of agony. Under the purification of 3rd-tier divine power, the seemingly indestructible dark red bone armor on the golem's surface began to melt and peel away like snow beneath the scorching sun. Torrents of black, putrid blood gushed from within its form, evaporating into wisps of smoke before they could even hit the ground, cleansed by the holy light. Its terrifying 8-meter-tall frame was forced to one knee under this single blow, the massive leg bones cracking with a sound of unbearable strain. Holy crap, that was insanely brutal. The fourth Calamity below watched the scene, reaching a fever pitch of excitement. This is what a real powerhouse looks like. One move, and it brought a Tier 2 boss to its knees. Huang Xiao was ecstatic, slapping his thigh wildly. Brothers, the monster's defense is broken. Its armor is gone. The fear that had oppressed the players moments ago now transformed into a frenzy of battle lust. Anyone still breathing? Don't just stand there gawking. Ji Luo raised a broken stone spear and let out a heart-wrenching battle cry. The NPC has the monster locked down. It's our turn to deal damage. Even if we have to throw every single life into the fray, we're taking down this Tier 2 boss. Everyone charged. With Ji Luo's roar, the fourth Calamity, who had just barely recovered from the brink of death, plunged into a wild, ecstatic frenzy. With a deafening battle cry, 50 players wielding crude stone weapons like vultures drawn to the scent of blood recklessly hurled themselves at the colossal entity, writhing in agony within the holy light. Even knowing they might be crushed under the golem's foot, life and death were cast aside in the face of their absolute will to fight. Jiahao, Ma Lu, Ji Luo bellowed during the charge. Drain every last bit of your spirit. Forge the strongest weapon you can for me. Roger. I am not Jiahao, and even a monkey has dignity. Didn't hesitate, dropping to their knees in the mud, pressing their hands firmly against the ground. They poured out the last vestiges of spiritual energy within them without reservation. The surrounding ash and black mud surged violently, coalescing under their combined effort into a massive 3-meter-long spear, as black as ink, its surface flickering with dark red embers. A colossal ash war spear. Lao Lu, it's all on you. Ma Lu and Jiahao collapsed simultaneously, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, forcibly logged off due to spiritual energy depletion. Leave it to me. The passing pure love warrior slid into position with a tackle, gripping the immensely heavy ash war spear with both hands. Boss, Huang Xiao, let's give Lao Lu a boost. Ji Luo shouted, then lunged toward Lu Zai's position. Coming. Undying Star, Huang Xiao, and Kindergarten Boss charged over in perfect sync. The three formed a triangle encircling Lu Zai. Lao Lu, get ready for liftoff. Ji Luo roared, and the three unleashed their spiritual energy without restraint. Ash, take shape. With their unified cry, Lu Zai took a deep breath, clutched the spear tightly, bent his knees, and assumed a textbook deep squat charging stance. The moment Lu Zai squatted down, the black mud and ash beneath his feet seemed to come alive, surging up. A cylindrical platform of densely compacted ash, like a spring compressed to its limit, shot up from the ground with explosive force. With a bang, the immense thrust launched Lu Zai into the air. Fortune is on my side. Lu Zai, using the forward momentum, let out an earth-shaking roar as he leaped high like a cannonball. In midair, Eliana seemed to notice the commotion below. Her divine golden eyes glanced downward, taking in these reckless, yet heart-stirringly brave ash apostles. A stunning curve formed at the corner of Eliana's mouth. Since you're so determined to take its life, then I'll grant your wish. The scepter of compassion in Eliana's hand blazed with light once more. This time, instead of attacking the golem directly, she channeled the vast holy light onto the black ash war spear in Lu Zai's hands. The once pitch-black spear, enveloped by the holy light, transformed into a dazzling spear of sacred radiance. I'm sending you to hell. Lu Zai roared, pouring all his weight and strength into the holy spear. He aimed for the massive tumor on the golem's chest, now exposed after losing its bone armor, and thrust it in with all his might. With a sickening squelch, the holy spear pierced through the golem's core without resistance. The screaming golem's massive body went rigid, then blinding holy light burst forth from within, penetrating its form. With a cataclysmic boom, this Tier 2 entity of Calamity, embodying the fear authority of an evil god, was utterly obliterated by the combined forces of holy light and ash, exploding into a sky full of black cinders and foul, bloody mist. We won. Holy crap. We actually took down a Tier 2 boss. As the golem collapsed, the entire Mist Town square fell into a deathly silence for several seconds. Then the surviving players and townsfolk erupted into cheers that seemed to tear the sky apart. Players tossed their broken stone spears high into the air in excitement. The guardsmen embraced tightly, weeping with joy. Meanwhile, players who had just revived at the Ash Church hurriedly teleported over. The moment they arrived, they immediately joined the others in the celebration. Many players even hugged the townsfolk of Mist Town, cheering together. The despair that had weighed on everyone's hearts finally dissipated into thin air. Even the high priest, who had been shrouded in sorrow, was speechless for a long time, a bitter, relieved smile finally appearing on his face. Amidst the joy of victory, Eliana's divine radiance began to dim rapidly, and the scepter of compassion in her hand reverted to its ordinary dagger form. Her golden eyes, once shimmering with divine light, returned to their original amber hue, and her hair color changed back as well. The power granted to Elena by the Weeping Mother was ultimately a one-time gift. With the destruction of the golem, that power was entirely exhausted. Elena's figure hovered in midair like a feather blown by the wind, slowly descending to the ground. At that moment, her complexion was as pale as paper, and her breathing was weak. The once lofty and inviolable pressure had vanished without a trace. Elena, the high priest, stumbled over, supported by the captain of the guard. The residents and players of Misttown quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with worry. "I'm fine," Elena weakly shook her head. But when she saw the high priest's tear-streaked face, her strong facade finally crumbled completely. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks, and Elena's voice choked with emotion. "High priest, the Weeping Mother." Upon hearing this, the high priest's heart grew heavier. His already stooped body trembled violently, and his gaze slowly turned towards the pile of stones in the church that had turned to dust. That was the sanctuary that Misttown had believed in and relied upon for 1,000 years. Now the deity had fallen. Even if they defeated the cultists and the golem before them, Misttown, without the protection of the righteous god, would become prey to wild monsters in every coming night. "O Weeping Mother." The high priest closed his eyes in pain and let out a desperate and mournful sigh. "Is this the fate of Misttown?" Not just for the natives. Even the nearby players, upon hearing the NPC's tragic dialogue, could not help but feel a wave of inexplicable sorrow. The immersion in this game's storyline was simply too strong. The Weeping Mother, who had sacrificed herself to protect her people, made this group of fourth catastrophe feel a strange discomfort. But just then, a sudden divine and sorrowful breeze swept over the entire sky of Misttown. From the ruins of the shattered Weeping Mother statue, a faint yet seemingly containing the most pure laws of the world, white light slowly floated into the air. The light paused slightly in midair, as if deeply gazing at the town she had protected for countless days and nights, along with those who cried for her. Then the light, like a shooting star with a long tail, shot straight across the sky of Misttown. It sped towards the edge of the Black Forest, more than 10 kilometers away. "What is that?" Lu's eyes widened. The high priest looked at the distant light sphere, and a complex emotion suddenly flashed through his murky eyes. There was shock, there was sadness. Ultimately, it all transformed into a deep sense of relief. The high priest murmured, "She entrusted Misttown's last hope to another great existence." Meanwhile, at the edge of the Black Forest in the Ashen Church, Lynn, seated within the statue, looked heavily at the unfolding scene in Misttown. Suddenly, the system's originally cold mechanical voice emitted a sharp alarm. "Warning! A powerful divine source is approaching continuously." What the hell? Lynn hadn't had time to curse when a gentle force suddenly penetrated the church's barrier, directly entering his broken statue. He felt as if his soul was being yanked violently by an invisible hand. The dark and damp church scene around him instantly shattered, replaced by an endless pure white void of consciousness. In the center of this pure white void stood a towering figure of the Weeping Mother, reaching a height of 100 feet. Her hands were crossed over her chest, her eyes covered by a white veil, with 2 lines of crystalline tears flowing down her smooth cheeks. It was indeed the Weeping Mother who had just burned her last divinity in Misttown. Standing at her feet, Lynn felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation wash over him. As a transmigrator with a system cheat, Lynn had always regarded himself as a dog planner hiding behind the scenes in this perilous wasteland world. He treated this crisis-ridden wasteland as a hardcore online game, viewing players as cooperative resources and natives as NPCs who issued quests and provided faith points. Even when he saw Elena explode in power to turn the tide of battle, he thought about how much profit this first kill could bring. At his core, Lynn was still an ordinary young man with modern self-serving thinking. But at this moment, when he faced the consciousness of a fallen local deity, he finally understood what true divinity. It was not the cold data on the system panel, nor a few melodramatic lines. It was a compassion and weight that had witnessed countless years, seen millions of believers live and die, and ultimately walked toward destruction to protect this land. In the face of this pure divinity, Lynn's self-proclaimed clever capitalist calculations suddenly appeared extremely ridiculous and small. "Why have you come to find me?" Lynn did not speak, but his thoughts still reached the Weeping Mother's heart. Divine communication did not require the low-dimensional medium of language. The mother did not rush to answer Lynn's question. She merely lowered her head slightly, her veiled face seemingly gazing at Lynn for a moment. Then a vast yet extremely gentle torrent of memories flooded into Lynn's mind without reservation. In an instant, Lynn saw countless scenes. He saw the establishment of Misttown 1,000 years ago, the first batch of believers carving the statue of the mother in the wilderness with devotion. He witnessed the horrors of the abyss descent, where many were torn apart in the black mist. He saw the old priest burning his life, saw the despair in Alina's eyes, and saw the children huddling together, trembling within the barrier. Finally, the scene froze on the square moments ago. There were over 50 players with broken stone spears charging like mad dogs towards the backs of second-tier monsters. The weeping mothers will rippled in Lin's mind. It was an extremely ethereal sigh that contained everything. She seemed to see through the foreign soul beneath the ash divine shell that was Lin. She also saw that group of fearless bizarre ash apostles who were not traditional fanatics, but rather a bunch of madmen fighting for profit and pleasure. However, the deity did not care. Regardless of where you came from, regardless of your mercenary motives. In the final moments before the abyss was about to swallow this small town, it was your apostles who stood in front of the monsters, bled, and fought desperately to protect those innocent lives. If that is the case, then you are a luminous companion. Strange deity. A silent will gently brushed past Lin's soul. The weeping mother slowly lifted her veiled eyes as if peering through Lin's soul, seeing the vibrant yet absurd and chaotic world behind him. Her voice was ethereal and sorrowful, carrying the weight of countless years and a deep affection for this land. I once thought that only pure faith could ignite the divine fire of protection. But your believers have shown me another possibility. They have no reverence for this world and even treat life and death as a game. Yet it is these foreign souls who tore open the curtain of the abyss in the depths of despair. The weeping mother slightly opened her arms, her illusory fingertips gently touching the edges of Lin's consciousness. Do not be blinded by their surface arrogance, nor intimidated by the vastness of the abyss. You possess greater potential than I, along with a group of incredible believers. Take a piece of me and live on. Show me whether the dawn truly exists at the end of this long night. I have withered while you are just beginning to burn.